Chapter 1 It hurt. Qin Luo rubbed his head and felt a splitting headache. He opened his hazy eyes and saw a thatched house with only a bed inside. The wooden house built in the forest with towering trees, green grass and bright flowers outside. Where is this? Qin Luo stood up suddenly, his face surprised, and he felt more and more that his breathing was not right. Simply put, why is the air so thin? Shouldn't he be lying in the bedroom at home hugging his girlfriend to sleep? Why did he suddenly appear in this ghost place? Are you awake? A cute little girl wearing a cocky hat, a light orange dress and a white backpack walked in from outside. The little girl has dark red hair and dark red pupils. Qin Luo felt that the little girl in front of him looked familiar. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning from the clear sky, Qin Luo recognized the other party with his pupils wide open. Aisha, Union Village Shandian people. One Piece. How could this anime character appear here? Facing Qin Luo, who was sometimes surprised, sometimes suspicious and sometimes afraid, Aisha acted a little timid. Can I ask where this is? Qin Luo swallowed his saliva and asked carefully. Could it be a cosplay performance teasing me? Sky Island. I saw you lying in the grass unconscious, so I rescued you. Aisha was puzzled. Is he a resident of Sky Island? It looks so strange. Sure enough, at this moment it must be said that Qin Luo's mind sank to the bottom. You can travel through time by sleeping at home. Qin Luo thought in his heart, I have been watching One Piece for some years and I especially like Nami, so I bought a straw hat of Luffy permed Usopp's hairstyle, drew Sanji's eyebrows and wore only Frankie's underwear. I followed Minga's footsteps, made Kizaru's E-Press. Zion laughed like Brooke smoked Smoker's cigar and said to everyone I met, give me a favor and be my son. Thinking so, but when Qin Luo really came to the world of One Piece he couldn't help but feel scared. This world is not a peaceful era. How cruel the blood of pirates is. Thank you for saving me. Qin Luo forced a smile and said to Aisha. Aisha waved her hand hurriedly. No, I just dragged you here to recuperate because I was afraid that you would crush the Eli-Ir in the forest. Qin Luo was speechless. Does it need to be so honest? Okay. After a brief understanding, Qin Luo knew that he had indeed come to Sky Island, but to the hidden cloud village of the Shandian. He temporarily avoided Enilu's mind network detection. Speaking of the Shandians, the natives of the Island of God originally lived on Gaia Island in Qinghai. As part of Gaia Island was carried up to the sky by the surging sea current, they were driven out of their homes by the god of Sky Island 400 years ago. They are called gorillas and have been fighting with the Sky Islanders on Angel Island for 400 years. And Aisha, because she loves to play, I ran out secretly and met Qin Luo. At the same time, Aisha was also curious about Qin Luo. How strange. Why doesn't he have wings on his back? How pitiful, can't he grow them? If Qin Luo knew what Aisha was thinking, he would definitely be furious. Baka, it would be strange if he had wings. My name is Qin Luo. What's yours? Qin Luo asked knowingly. Aisha said softly. Oh, Shipuazi, my faith. I mean, your name is really nice. Qin Luo smiled kindly. Aisha lowered her head slightly when she heard this. Looking at Aisha in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh that children of this age are so good and carefree. But Qin Luo subconsciously thought of where this place was and the Enilu who called himself a god, the thunder god of 200 million volts. Qin Luo couldn't help but tremble when he thought of this. He didn't have Luffy's rubber immune to lightning. Qin Luo even suspected that Enilu's heartnet had sensed him long ago. The reason why he didn't cause trouble for himself was that he didn't want to attack this ant. What should I do? Genja el Kaudan gan. Just when Qin Luo was worried about his future survival. Ding, your golden finger has been delivered. The system of possession of the heavens is activated. This system can attract any character in the heavens and let the host possess it. The stronger the ability that the host comprehends, the stronger the power obtained. When the host comprehends the deep mystery and reaches the E-Tream, the strength E-Earth will even exceed their original strength. Every time the progress of the host possession reaches 80%, he can get a chance to attract a character from the heavens. Host Qin Luo. Currently possessed character none. Current possession progress bar 0. Possessing characters none. Chance to attract characters from the heavens 0. Ding, it is detected that the host is activated for the first time and the novice gift package is awarded the chance to attract characters from the heavens +1. Novice gift package, you deserve it. This system is interesting to obtain characters from the heavens and the world. Wouldn't it be possible to possess even Pangu, the Monkey King and Ultraman, and kick a kid with one foot? Traveler, what I traveled through time or the world of One Piece, that's it. Traveler Association, there is a golden finger. Traveler, that fine. Really fragrant. Warning. Qin Luo also quickly adapted to the identity of a traveler. Anyway, I had no worries in my previous life, a dead otaku living in a daze. It's better to live a new life. System start the attraction. Ding, the characters of the heavens are being attracted. As the system finished speaking, a 3D screen appeared in Qin Luo's mind and countless figures flew by. Some of them were evil, some were saints who saved the world, and some were free and easy. Finally, a spirit with golden thunder flashing all over its body appeared appeared on the 3D screen and its soul was surrounded by it unparalleled. A pair of eyes like thunder and lightning flashed with a sharp luster, and a pair of golden wings were dazzling, making it impossible to look directly at them. The first impression is stunning, extremely cold. This could it be Seer Rei? No, the complete form Thunder God Rei. Qin Luo claimed. This is the Star Elf and Seer. Thunder God Rei is the super evolution form of Rei, a member of the God of War Alliance. As the leader of the God of War Alliance, Rei's strength is recognized. The super evolution form is even more powerful and unmatched. The progress bar of the possessed character Thunder God Rei has reached 65%. The higher the progress bar, the stronger the power emitted. Qin Luo was delighted. Even with 65% of the strength, he was confident that he could kill Enelu. He was thinking that if the progress of Thunder God Rei was increased to 100%, Kaido would probably lose his soul under his attack. Chapter 2. After Qin Luo came back to his senses, I found Aisha staring at me with big eyes, puzzled. Very cute. Then you go out first, let me calm down, Qin Luo said with a smile. Oh, Aisha nodded. When he walked out of the door, he did not forget to close the door. Qin Luo only felt a violent energy in his body gathering in his danshan thunder. As Qin Luo opened his right hand, an amazing lightning appeared above his palm. The energy in his body kept surging and the whole person's momentum changed drastically. The thunder between heaven and earth seemed to be born with it, powerful and unmatched. The lightning wrapped his whole body and the golden electric light sprinkled on Qin Luo's body, shining a golden beam, and the temperature of the air rose extremely. There was amazing lightning above his palm. The thunder that should have been violent and raging in his hand was as gentle as a little lamb. This time the thunder in the palm seemed to be born with it. Enelu, I'm interested in fighting you, Qin Luo smiled. Thunder God Rei. The domineering and confident mood slightly affected Qin Luo, however this also made him extremely confident. From the panic when he first knew the pirate world, he now has certain abilities to protect his own safety. Strength is the foundation. Qin Luo moved his body and walked out of the wooden house. Although he knew that this was a sky island, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene. A Waipa island was suspended in the sky. If Qin Luo hadn't looked down and saw the blue sky and white clouds, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. Sky Island is in the Bibai Sea 10,000 meters above the White Sea. Above the White Sea 7,000 meters above the sky. At such a height the air is very thin and the athletic ability of people from Qinghai Ordinary Sea who come here will be greatly reduced. Aisha, who was picking herbs, suddenly felt someone behind her. She looked back and found that it was Qin Luo. However, at this time Qin Luo's body was flashing with golden lightning, which shocked her for a while. At this moment Qin Luo under the sunshine was like a dazzling light, golden dazzling, blinding the eyes of 24K titanium alloy dogs. Aisha was obviously stunned. Showdown. I am the god of thunder, the new god who will defeat Enel. Qin Luo looked up at the cloudless sky. I don't know if his big words reached Enel's ears. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds as if a lightning would fall in the net second. You seem to have changed your appearance, not like the sickly posture just now, Aisha asked in surprise, unable to believe it. Maybe it's my devil fruit ability, Qin Luo said casually. Anyway, some strange things can be related to the devil fruit. Aisha wanted to ask something. Suddenly a roar sounded in the distance. A blazing fireball blasted towards the position where the two were. Be careful. Aisha was a natural awakener of the domineering aura of observation with a heart net and immediately sensed it trying to pull Qin Luo to avoid it. However, Qin Luo's way of dealing with it was violent. He looked stern and stretched out his right hand. Zhang. The weather was originally sunny, but suddenly it became gloomy with thunder and lightning flashing continuously. A flash of golden light cut through the sky. The fireball was instantly cut and extinguished in midair. Bang! It plotted in the air, creating dazzling firework. Aisha, who was standing by, opened her mouth slightly, obviously shocked, and sighed in her heart, so beautiful. First time seeing it. Firework. Qin Luo pulled Aisha behind him, looking indifferently at the sky. A figure flew out from the cloudy sky. This was a gloomy man with a strong aura surging around him, walking towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo recognized him. Sky Knight Shura, one of the four great priests of Enel. How arrogant! How dare you challenge the authority of God? Sky Knight said indifferently. The surging breath rolled and a pressure from the sky came raging towards Qin Luo. Go to a safe place, Qin Luo said to Aisha, and then went to meet Shura. As the two side fought, Aisha was frightened and flew back again and again away from the scene, watching from a distance. Ha ha ha, the authority of God. Qin Luo smiled contemptuously. Is this the so-called fighting at the slightest disagreement, looking for death? The Sky Knight shouted coldly with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for killing you. Boom! In the sky, terrible murderous intent dissipated and a huge palm print fell on Qin Luo's head, bringing endless pressure. You are not qualified enough. Qin Luo's eyes flashed with cold light and murderous intent had already spread. Thor awakened, Qin Luo shouted in a low voice, and the energy in his body surged and concentrated on his whole body so that his whole body was covered with lightning and golden light. The lightning flashed containing a manic breath, making people dazzled. This move can activate the body, improve attack power, defense and speed, and overwhelm the opponent in hand-to-hand combat. Lightning and thunder. Qin Luo released a lightning column from his palm, and it was a powerful move. The bright lightning appeared in front of Qin Luo, abnormally paralyzed, representing the ultimate energy and full of destructive breath. Boom! The lightning rushed past, the terrible breath rolled, and the palm print of the Sky Knight plotted instantly. At the same time, the Sky Knight was also shocked and coughed up blood. How is this possible? Isn't this the power of God? With one blow the Sky Knight was injured by Qin Luo, and his face was horrified. The ability of Enel, the other party also has it. However, it seems a little different. Shouldn't the lightning of God be blue? Why is the lightning of the young man in front of him golden? However, now is not the time for him to think wildly. Buzz! Hot shell, red flame spear. At this moment the void trembled. The Sky Knight used hot shell to release the heat in it, generating high heat, and then gave his weapon the scorching spear. The hot breath with endless power killed Qin Luo. The light flashed between heaven and earth, and the scorching spear came at a high speed, emitting a bone-piercing killing force. The intention was like a beam of light piercing Qin Luo's brow. Shua! The wrath of Thunder God. Qin Luo's body was strengthened by lightning, and his attack power directly increased by 1 level. The lightning power in his lungs roared angrily. The violent lightning sprayed out from his mouth, turning into a shadow of a thunder dragon to bombard the burning spear of the Sky Knight. Boom! The net moment a dull roar sounded, and the space level continued to distort. The cloud seemed to be overwhelmed, and the void collapsed. A burst of strong winds that seemed to be able to destroy the world was raised. This ray of Thunder God rushed past and directly destroyed the burning spear of the Sky Knight. The Sky Knight's face changed, and he retreated in the air with blood flowing out of his mouth again. Obviously he didn't expect Qin Luo to be so strong. He suffered 2 consecutive attacks. Qin Luo's presence was stern, and his face was full of pride. The weak are not worthy of being my opponent. Let's end it. Lightning blade. As Qin Luo's mind moved, a large amount of lightning was released from his body. Within 100 meters it was all his thunder domain. The terrifying breath raged down instantly. It resounded through the sky, and faintly there seemed to be the roar of a thunder dragon. No! The Sky Knight claimed, his eyes full of fear, and the energy in his body rolled wildly, trying to block this attack. The lightning was like a sharp blade of light rushing down, bringing a large amount of blood rain very sharp. The Sky Knight was instantly split into 2, and all the means displayed could not block this move. Qin Luo killed the enemy cleanly. In the distance Aisha was completely dumbfounded, stunned in place, eyes full of fear. 3 strike. With just 3 strikes, Shura, one of the 4 great priests, was killed. Qin Luo's unparalleled fighting power shocked her. He stood on the ground like a killing god. Then Qin Luo turned around and smiled, but it was like the contempt of Thor, which almost scared Aisha to death. Aisha was startled and fell to the ground. Mom, there are bad guys who are scary. Chapter 3. Swish. At this time a sudden aurora filled Qin Luo's eyes, but then he felt a chill on his back, and with his keen consciousness he dodged to the side. 1 second later, recovered his sight. A naked upper body carrying a mortar with cold eyes appeared in front of Qin Luo. You can tell the other party's identity at a glance. War Ghost Weber. Obviously, as soon as Weber arrived at the battlefield, he found Qin Luo and Aisha fell to the ground, so he subconsciously thought that Qin Luo wanted to harm Aisha, so he tried to kill Qin Luo. Weber immediately used the flash shell to blind Qin Luo for a moment, and then launched a surprise attack, but he never thought that he would fail. Qin Luo actually dodged it, which surprised Weber. But now is not the time to think about this. Weber wanted to attack again, but was stopped by Aisha. Brother Weber, stop, he is not a bad guy, Aisha shouted loudly. This made Weber stop the attack, but he was still alert and looked at Qin Luo. After Aisha's explanation, when Weber learned that Qin Luo killed Shura with 3 strikes, Weber was shocked, watched the 4 battle track and found Shura's wreckage. His eyes lit up, and he was really killed by him. He thought about it, and one of the 4 great priests was dead. This might be the best time to take back the island of God. Sorry, I was wrong to do it before. Weber apologized. It's okay. Qin Luo glanced at him lightly, indicating that he didn't care. Then Weber whispered something to Aisha and walked to the other side. I'm leaving, Aisha said reluctantly. Yet Qin Luo nodded and touched Aisha's head. This action was like a proud god comforting his people. This made Weber startled. Who is this man? How could he appear on Sky Island? And his ability is very similar to that of Enel, who calls himself a god. Finally Weber left with Aisha, and Qin Luo waved his hand. Shapuazi eye drops. If my eyes don't work well in the future, I will come back to find you. Qin Luo thought so. Ding. Current Thor REI progress %. Host Qin Luo. Currently possessed character Thor REI. Current progress bar %. Possessing character Thor REI. Chance to track characters from the heavens 0. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. Fighting with the enemy and defeating it can increase the progress of the progress bar. The stronger the enemy, the more the progress bar will increase after defeating it. At the moment when Shura died, Sky Island, Forbidden Land, a man with long earlobes yawning and picking his ears laughed. "Ya ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. I have decided that if he can come here, I will grant him the qualification to drive the proverbs with me to the infinite land in the name of God. Go to the infinite land, actually the moon. This person is the god of Sky Island, Enel. The user of the natural devil fruit thunder fruit can transform the elements of the body into lightning or use weapons to hit the 4 drums with 3 megatama engraved on the back to manipulate lightning to launch attack." Obviously everything Qin Luo did was clearly sensed by Enel's heart network, but Enel did not stop him. He believed that only the strong were qualified to go to the infinite land with him. As for his subordinate, he didn't care whether they were dead or alive. After all, he was a god. "Ya ha ha ha. Angel Island." Qin Luo flew down from the sky, floating under this island. This is the island where Conies and other Sky Island residents live. The island has a bustling street called Lovely Street. Like the Shandians, the Sky Island residents wear 2 feathers on their backs for a long time as decorations. Of course, they are purely decorative, not natural wings, and cannot be moved or used for flying. In addition, some Angel Island residents have 2 strands of hair with ball-shaped ends. The clothes of Angel Island residents are mostly one-piece designs, and they will also be embroidered with a linked pattern on one side. However, Qin Luo had just stepped into Angel Island for only 5 minutes. Dongta. At this time, Qin Luo found that a team appeared not far from him. Qin Luo recognized it. White Beret Unit is a unit affiliated with Enel of the Island of God, and it worships the shrine. The leader, wearing a WB beret with a pair of silver white wings behind him and a scar on his face, is Ma Jianli, the captain of the White Beret Unit of the Air Holy Land Police. "Are you an illegal immigrant? Pay a fee of 1 billion etor 100,000 berries. If you do not pay the entry fee, you will be regarded as an illegal immigrant and will be caught by Amazon, the supervisor of the Gate of Heaven." Ma Jianli had a cold face, and with the scar on his face he looked particularly fierce. "Sure enough, 100,000 berries. Why don't you go and rob it? Ha!" As soon as Ma Jianli finished speaking, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and Qin Luo's palm swung over and hit him hard in the face. He turned 90 degrees and fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string. "You dare to attack the army of God?" The slap marks on Ma Jianli's face were vivid. His head was buzzing and his face was full of disbelief. Qin Luo dared to attack him. "I hit you, what's wrong?" Qin Luo said with a cold and disdainful face. In his eyes, this group of people were like weaklings, ants, and they were overestimating their own strength. "Now, in the name of God Enel, you will be sentenced to the punishment of flowing cloud." Ma Jianli's nose was bleeding and he shouted angrily, "Cloud arrow!" The beret police officers behind him raised their archers and shot 5 or SI arrows at Qin Luo. Discharge. For these cannon fodders, Qin Luo disdained to use a higher level skill. Just a simple thunder and lightning could solve them. In an instant, thunder continued between heaven and earth. These cloud arrows shot over in a strange way, produced a sound like breaking through the air, returned to the original path and shot at the beret police officers who shot the cloud arrows. Puff puff puff. The beret police officers had no time to dodge and were pierced through the chest by the cloud arrows, piercing the heart and spurting out a stream of bright blood. Their faces were full of fear and confusion. What kind of means did the other party use to control the sharp cloud arrows by the strange lightning? Ma Jianli's face was no longer arrogant and fierce but full of fear. He fell to the ground in fear and wanted to turn around and run away, but his legs were numb and he couldn't move. Qin Luo looked indifferent. Those who kill people will be killed, and there is no unreasonable explanation. Just when he wanted to kill Ma Jianli with a thunderbolt, boom! In the sky the weather became dark cloud and a thunderbolt suddenly hit Qin Luo. Thunderbolt! Qin Luo opened his right hand and released a powerful electric current to form a light gun which cut through the thunder and set off a huge wave of energy. He thought in his heart, Enel's heart net is indeed different. Enel's heart net can sense everything on the Sky Island. Did you see it? This is a punishment from God. Ma Jianli raised his hands, knelt on the ground with fanatical eyes. Puff! Ma Jianli wanted to say something. A sharp thunderbolt cut his throat. Ma Jianli fell to the ground and covered his throat with both hands, but he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. In addition to disbelief, there was also regret in his eyes. He didn't expect that he would meet a madman who was not afraid of God. After killing Ma Jianli, Qin Luo looked at the sky indifferently. It seemed to say, if you have any ability, just use it. I will at least see it. Enel's violent thunder and electric shock therapy are the nemesis of internet-addicted teenagers, and his mind network ability is quite strong. If his domineering power is improved, he should be at the level of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, Enel's physical skills are not very strong and his body is too fragile. Even so, Qin Luo is not afraid of Enelu. Then let's see whose thunder and lightning are more powerful. After Enelu sent out that thunder thunder and lightning he did not make more attack. When he met an interesting guy, he obviously wanted Qin Luo to come to the Sky Island Forbidden Land to appreciate his art. The residents of the surrounding streets saw Qin Luo resolutely kill Ma Jianli despite the threat of the god. All the residents were terrified and left from a distance. They dared not approach Qin Luo, fearing that they would be attacked maliciously. At the same time, facing Qin Luo, the residents of Angel Island could not help but feel a sense of fear in their heart. This man is quite strong. Who is it? How could he appear on Sky Island? Chapter 4. Qin Luo ignored the crowd's onlookers, walked to a restaurant. No one could stand not having a meal for a day. Man is iron, food is steel, and one will be hungry if he doesn't have a meal. Pumpkin Cafe. This seems to be the store run by Connie's. Just try the signature dish, pumpkin noodles. As soon as Qin Luo walked in, he saw Connie's. Her light yellow double braids were ball-shaped at the end and she was playing a harp in her hand. At this time, Connie's was obviously not aware of what was happening outside. Seeing Qin Luo come in, business came with a smile on her face. Hello, what do you need? One serving of pumpkin noodles. Qin Luo smiled gently. He was handsome with gentle and peaceful eyes, dressed in white, and had an extraordinary temperament. This was Connie's first impression of Qin Luo. Okay, please wait. Connie smiled sweetly and responded. Qin Luo found a seat and sat down. Outside the store, the customer who was going to be a guest saw Qin Luo's figure. He was so scared that he trembled all over. Obviously he was also a member of the scene just now. He turned around and left quickly. This demon was actually here. Qin Luo didn't care. Being alone and free was exactly what he wanted. Soon Connie brought a bowl of hot noodles and presented it to him. The fragrance was so fragrant that Qin Luo couldn't help but be stunned. Please enjoy it slowly. Connie smiled and retreated to the cashier. Qin Luo nodded, ready to start, and picked up the noodles with chopsticks. Slurp. The smell of pumpkin noodles filled the air. If you wear glasses, your eyes will be fogged up. Obviously this meal of pumpkin noodles meets Qin Luo's dietary standard. Pick up a piece of pumpkin. The pumpkin is soft but not rotten. It exudes a faint sweet fragrance in the mouth. The fragrance is fragrant and makes people hungry. The whole heart seems to be swaying in the wave. The noodles are smooth, light and delicious without being sticky. Qin Luo can't stop eating without caring about the heat. Hulu hulu. Qin Luo ate all the pumpkin noodles and there was no soup left. It was delicious. Drank all the soup and the warm steam surged in his mouth. Qin Luo was immediately satisfied. Connie's was watching secretly at the cashier. Seeing Qin Luo finish the noodles, she smiled gently with her mouth covered. Obviously Qin Luo ate all the food, which was a recognition of her cooking skills. Not only that, Connie's felt that this man was very handsome and the aura he exuded seemed to have an attraction that could make people look at him involuntarily. Just thinking about it, Qin Luo walked in front of her. How much? Connie's was shocked by Qin Luo's speed. If she didn't look carefully, she would have thought it was a flash of lightning. 5 million etor, equivalent to 500 berries. Qin Luo nodded and took out a cloth bag full of money. This money was taken out of Ma Jianli's pocket just now. After paying, Qin Luo was about to leave the store. Wait, Connie's stopped him. What? Qin Luo turned around. Connie's couldn't help but ask in her heart, can I ask your name? Where are you from? She had never seen Qin Luo on Angel Island, and Qin Luo didn't have wings behind him, so she became curious. Helka, Thunder God Rei. Qin Luo left with these words. He wanted the name Rei to resound throughout One Piece. Helka, is that a place? Rei, how could he take this name? Connie's covered her mouth and glanced at the sky, which was still covered with dark clouds. Seeing that nothing happened, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. You know, on Sky Island, God is a taboo and cannot be mentioned casually. Later, when customers came to the store to discuss business, Connie's really got to know Qin Luo. Forbidden Forest. Qin Luo came here. Iron trial, rope trial, ball trial, swamp trial. Qin Luo looked at the 4 huge stones in front of him, each with these 4 characters engraved on it. Sure enough, as imagined, these trials were guarded by the 4 great priests, but one of them was killed by Qin Luo. Then there are only 3 great priests left. But before Qin Luo entered, 3 streams of light shot straight at him like lightning. Lightning flashed around Qin Luo and he turned into a thunder shadow, dodging the attack. With an indifferent look, he looked over. Looking closely, it turned out to be the 3 great priests: Sky Livestock Farmer Om, Forest Enlightenment Shadley, Sky Guard Captain Gadaz. They have already sensed Shura's death. They appeared at the same time to prevent the other party from breaking through one by one. And Qin Luo appeared here, obviously falling into their trap. Qin Luo mouth. There was a faint smile on his horn. That's it, Shua. At this moment, the void suddenly split open, making the surrounding iron cloud look like thorns. A dark figure appeared from behind Qin Luo and a sharp blade appeared, piercing Qin Luo's brow with cold light. Om of the Iron Trial, without saying any more nonsense, took the lead in launching an attack. Qin Luo snorted coldly, glanced at it and dodged to the side. At the same time, he clenched his fist and violent thunder surged into his fist, trying to break Om's iron blade. Boom! The sky shook again and the void split open again. The explosive wind raged around and spread out from all directions. Another black figure rushed out, surrounded and killed Qin Luo. Shadley of the ball trial used the ball cloud with various mechanisms, knife, snake, gunpowder to attack Qin Luo. The ball clouds containing gunpowder were strung together and operated with a stick with a wire. A dragon-faced mask was hung at the front of the ball cloud. Touching the ball cloud would trigger a chain explosion. Shua, shua. Qin Luo's body was like a thunder shadow, flashing a dazzling golden light, like a flash of golden light, like a ray of light wandering between the sharp attacks of the two. Energy electric light ball. From Qin Luo's palm a violent electronic light ball was created and fell to the ground to form a nuclear explosion which was powerful enough to change the terrain. The two joined forces and the attack was like a net of heaven and earth, and they were bound to strangle Qin Luo. The sky was shaking and a terrible breath was surging. At this time Qin Luo suddenly felt that the clouds under his feet were like a swamp that made people fall. He hurriedly shook his body and left his original position a few seconds later. Looking carefully, it turned out to be Gadaz from the swamp trial. The swamp clouds of Gadaz can make people feel like stepping into a swamp in the jungle by mistake. They cannot get out by their own strength and will eventually suffocate to death. Generally speaking, the more they struggle, the deeper they sink. Clang, clang. During this period Qin Luo made continuous moves and golden lightning surged. He was at ease against the three enemies and did not lose the upper hand. Boom. The void trembled and the three priests no longer tried to use their combat power to the extreme. Their combat power should not be underestimated. The aura of the three people seemed to be integrated into one. Rolling up the space, ripples spread and a terrifying pressure descended. Thunder God Tianming flash. Qin Luo silently chanted and the thunder that gathered madly merged and condensed into a thunder sword. The momentum of the eight wildernesses, the howling wind, the fluttering battle robe unmatched. It's like the reincarnation of the god of war. The earth suddenly trembled. Qin Luo flew into the air, wielded the sword of thunder and rushed towards one of the priests with a large amount of lightning. He planned to defeat them one by one. The cooperation of the three priests was obviously trained. Over time it became a joint attack technique. The only way to break it was to launch the attack first. The three priests attacked Qin Luo, who was not afraid but rushed forward. Under the lightning Qin Luo flew hundreds of meters directly and hit Shadley in the forest trial. Chapter 5. Boom. The sky and the earth trembled and the void shook. Shadley wanted to use the impact shell to resist Qin Luo's sword energy but was instantly broken, coughing up blood, and was blown away by the powerful halberd energy. Impact shell. After absorbing the impact it can be released freely as a means of attack. Qin Luo's quick attack took the lead and broke the opponent's formation with one strike. The three priests couldn't resist it at all. Clang, clang. At the same time the remaining two people each had a sharp blade in their hands and fell on Qin Luo with endless murderous intent. Originally the strength of the four priests would be greatly increased by joining forces, but with Shura's sacrifice it was already a stretch for the three to maintain such a formation and fight. Now that Shadley was injured again, there were only two left. Ding! A clanging sound burst out, splashing endless spark. Bang! Thor awakened. The attack power increased by 2 times and the speed increased by 2 times. Qin Luo wrapped the plotting golden lightning in his fist. Suddenly the lightning flashed, instantly shattering Om and Gadaz's weapons, and the weapon fragments flew. Boom! The blood rushed to the sky. The breath was high and the surging excitement was intense. In the invisible air it seemed that there was a thunder and lightning fighting, showing its edge. Qin Luo fought 1 against 3, showing no sign of defeat. His fighting power was surging and his light was radiating across the sky. Electric current explosion, thunder formation. Qin Luo's cold eyes revealed a little coldness and the sky shook with a bang. Thunder fell from the sky and a huge thunder prison wrapped the three priests. With a breath as strong as a mountain, thunder patterns flowed on his body. In an instant the sharp lightning flowed. The three priests were startled and were about to move, but they found that the formation pattern appeared at their feet at some point. The golden light surged like a vine, binding them and making them unable to move. Boom! Shadley in the forest trial was struck by lightning, cutting his chest and coughing up blood. Huff! Another lightning chased by, and Shadley's heart network ability was not activated. A bloody rain was swayed and the lightning was like a sharp sword, sharp and eye-catching, flashing by, almost cutting off half of Shadley's body. The sharp blade a slash across the shoulder armor instantly burned an arm and the blood solidified in an instant, producing steam. All three were injured. If this continued they would surely die. They were determined at this moment. Either you die or the four great priests will fall. Buzz! The void trembled and 3 figures appeared like 3 lightning bolts. The skills in the air were fused and then turned into a bright light. The dazzling light made the people who reflected it unable to open their eyes. This was a skill that combined the 3 people. It had incredible power. The moment it appeared, the sky and the earth changed color. Then the bright light flew towards Qin Luo. Shua! Lightning blade! There was a bright lightning between Qin Luo's eyebrows and a powerful lightning also rushed out, colliding with the bright light. This was a silent collision, but it was very dangerous. Qin Luo trembled trembled and felt a numbness between his eyebrows. At this moment the three great priests who combined their skills at the same time could not suppress him. Shua! The brilliant light trembled in the air and was almost split apart. The three priests all screamed. Qin Luo's attack was like an unstoppable dagger slicing through their so-called illusion. The brilliant light split into four and returned. The three priests screamed and bled from all 7 orifices. How is it possible? The three priests shouted in shock. Have you seen a real god? Qin Luo shouted coldly, his eyes eluding a murderous intent, and a flash of lightning rushed out and rushed towards the sky. Behind him a pair of golden wings emerged, dazzling like the sun, making it impossible to look directly at. Instantly an amber cyclone emerged on Qin Luo's eyelid. At this moment his pupils turned amber. A shadow of the thunder god tens of thousands of feet high was reflected behind him. Roar! The ferocious thunder and lightning appeared in the air, and the figure of the thunder god spun and rushed into the sky. With a loud bang it was deafening and rushed straight into the sky. A pair of cold and ruthless eyes. The golden lightning around him seemed to be wearing golden armor overlooking all living beings, showing infinite ancient patterns and vicissitudes of ancient breath immediately rippled in the space. How is it possible? The hearts of the three great priests were full of shock, surprise and collapse. Shouldn't Enlil be the real god? It seems that they have been brainwashed completely. Go! The cold flow in his eyes, the murderous intent was filled. Qin Luo shouted loudly and gave orders. In an instant the phantom of the thunder god on the sky, with his shout the huge figure swept down violently and turned into a golden light that cut through the sky. The lightning came with an extremely domineering voice and madly swept towards the three great priests. Wherever the lightning flashed a deep ditch was raised on the ground like a ferocious thunder dragon surging in the ground. When the lightning flash got closer and closer, the three priests were stunned and terrified eyes suddenly appeared in their pupils. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion, the three people had no room for resistance at all. The ferocious thunder dragon swallowed the bodies of the three people in one bite. As the lightning flashed, the bodies turned into ashes and there was no complete corpse which dissipated between heaven and earth. The evil dragon of thunder wiped out everything and was extremely powerful. Qin Luo was extremely powerful and killed the three priests. No one could stop him. A layer of pH haze rose on the forest ground. The dust and fog dissipated, leaving only Qin Luo. He slowly raised his head and looked at the gloomy thunder cloud. He really watched him kill the three priests without taking any action. Qin Luo was talking about Enlil the god. The weak are not worthy of being Enlil's subordinates. They deserve to die. How conceited is this guy? Yeah, ha ha ha. Very good, very good. Come on, I'll wait for you in Shandora. At this moment a thunderous voice sounded. It was a terrifying aura that appeared. In an instant the sky was covered with dark cloud. Thunder and lightning roared, covering the sky and the earth with terrible pressure, making people tremble. Enlil. Qin Luo stood there alone, raised his head looking at the dark cloud and sea of thunder in the sky, his eyes full of pride and disdain. There was no fear in his presence. His face was indifferent and his battle robe fluttered in the wind like a banished immortal. Suddenly his body moved and a thunder sword that was like thunder was unsheathed, waving a golden light that flashed in the world, penetrating between heaven and earth like a peerless sword unsheathed, showing its sharp edge. Kill! Qin Luo looked at the thunder and lightning Wangyang above his head, ignoring the surging lightning, his eyes piercing. He resolutely slashed out with a thundering blow. Chapter 6. First of all, thank you readers who have seen this chapter. I hope that if you like it you can support it, vote for free flowers and comment to point out the shortcomings. Chapter 7. Boom! A wave of vibrations that penetrated the heaven and earth seemed to be rumbling in the sky. Then in less than 5 seconds the dark clouds dispersed, the violent lightning also disappeared, and the sky returned to a sunny day. It came and went quickly. Just then in the green forest with lush branches and leaves, a pebble-sized pupil was staring at Qin Luo. Qin Luo seemed to have a feeling and looked at it. Suddenly a snake humming with infinite venom. The snake humming sounded and a cold air suddenly hit, making people tremble all over. The wind whistled around and the leaves on the ground were scattered all over, very scattered. Obviously that giant python. Qin Luo looked at the huge black and green shadow in front of him. Python. The giant python on the island of God. The venom on its teeth can make trees shrink rapidly, called the Lord of the Sky. The black-green python with its deep and cold eyes stared at Qin Luo, but if you look closely you can find that there is a hint of fear in its eyes. Its huge body is trembling slightly, facing Qin Luo's cold eyes like the god of death. The Lord of the Sky wants to escape but finds that he is trembling all over and cannot move. Xiaoqing, why don't you accompany your sister Bai Suhen to visit me? As he spoke, Qin Luo's momentum changed and a fierce killing aura emanated, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Shhh! The black-green python raised its head and howled, biting its lower lip with its sharp teeth, waking up, and its huge body moved wildly, swimming towards the dense forest behind. Qin Luo curled his lip and smiled and did not intend to chase. What happened here? The person who came was naturally Weber. He is coming, carrying a round of rocket launchers and cannons, and he will shoot at bay if he disagrees with them and die together. Because the previous battle between Qin Luo and the three great priests was extremely fierce, the residents of the entire Sky Island could feel it. It's just that they were afraid of Enila's divine power and did not dare to come to implore the news. Qin Luo glanced at him lightly and did not answer, but from the traces at the scene it is obvious that a fierce battle has taken place here. From the breath, the life breath of the three great priests has been killed by Qin Luo. Weber's eyes were full of shock. All the four great priests were killed by Qin Luo. However, Weber was surprised and even more excited. The priests were dead and only boss Enila was left. As long as he defeated the man who called himself God, he could regain the rights of Sky Island. Are you going to kill Enila? Weber asked. Qin Luo glanced at Weber and said slowly, I will deal with that guy. Enil, don't make a move, otherwise I will get rid of you too. He naturally saw Weber's plan and wanted to defeat Enil with him, but he was so arrogant that he would never cooperate with him. It is not the act of a strong man to team up with a weak person. You. Facing Qin Luo's arrogant tone, Weber frowned and felt angry, but thinking that the other party was able to kill the four great priests, they had great strength, so there was no need for them to go to war. The only enemy was Enil. Qin Luo looked towards the direction of the golden city of Shandora. The gold there was so rich that Enil was a prodigal son who didn't know how to use gold. That guy really thought that the infinite land was an eternal place. If he knew it was the moon, would he lose the meaning of his life? Ding. Defeat the four great priests. The current character progress is 70% and the reward is armed color domineering. Just as Qin Luo was thinking, a reminder sounded in my mind. Armament haki, one of the three types of haki. Haki that can improve one's own defense and attack power and can capture the body flowing in the natural system. Host Qin Luo. Currently possessed character Thunder God Ray. Current progress 70%. Possessing character Thunder God Ray. Chance to attract characters from the heavens 0. Haki armament haki. Golden City Shandora. As soon as Qin Luo arrived here, he found Enila sitting on the throne high above. He was looking at Qin Luo in a god manner. Enila smiled repeatedly and there was curiosity in his eyes. Qin Luo also had lightning abilities similar to the thunder fruit. You are from the blue sea, right? It's an honor. Now God announces that he will grant you the supreme honor and allow you to become God's new servant and board the ark proverbs to the infinite land. From beginning to end, Qin Luo looked at him impressively. It was as if he was looking at a stupid dog barking over there. He even suspected that there was something wrong with Enel's brain. Take my punch. Qin Luo gathered the golden lightning in his fist and then hit Enel with all his strength. This time it was not a simple lightning ability. On the surface of the golden thunder there was also a layer of black fog, as black as ink, armed color domineering. Enel did not expect Qin Luo to punch him without saying a word. However, he who had his own heart network buff naturally made a quick judgment and dodged Qin Luo's punch by turning his body to one side. Enel sneered and said, you can't attack me. This is from God. Bang. But unexpectedly Qin Luo's speed was so fast that Enel had not used the net heart net to dodge. He was punched by Qin Luo on his proud face and was beaten hard and flew out, fell to the ground and rolled several times. Enel's chest was stuffy and he spit out a mouthful of blood to the side. His face was covered with dust and there were blood stains at the corners of his mouth. The whole person looked a little embarrassed. At least compared to 10 seconds ago, it was a world of difference. Chapter 8. Covered with armed color, Qin Luo's punch had already caused Enel to have a concussion and cerebral hemorrhage. It's just that Enel used lightning and electrotherapy to massage his nervous system with electricity, which could make his stopped head become clear and no longer dizzy and confused. Is this the so-called God? It's too weak. Qin Luo raised his head high and looked down at Enelu. This guy is so weak. You are looking for death. Enelu's eyes were cold. 60 million volt thunder dragon. Boom. The sky trembled and thunder roared. From the palm of Enelu a thunder dragon rushed out with a very terrible breath. The void was silently shattered and the thunder dragon suddenly enlarged to hundreds of meters. Its body was winding and the power of thunder flashed, rushing towards Rocky. Charge your body. Qin Luo's face changed, but he quickly defended himself and his whole body was also surging with thunder wrapping his whole body. Boom. Instantly the breath was completely violent, like a huge wave surging in the sky. Where the golden lightning passed, the breath was surging, the sky shattered silently and the dazzling silver light burst out, making the world pale in an instant. The lightning disappeared, the monstrous energy dissipated and the huge cracks in the sky slowly converged. Qin Luo's whole body flashed with lightning, his battle robe swayed in the wind and the electric current around him was shaking. So cool. Qin Luo squinted his eyes and couldn't help enjoying it. Although Qin Luo's body was constantly spasming and trembling due to the electric shock, but it also relieved the pain of the needle tip just now. Bathing in the sea of thunder, the natural fruit ability is not only at ease but also comfortable. I'm afraid that only Qin Luo is the only one. Even if Qin Luo uses it properly, he can also turn this, the power of thunder, turn it into your own use. Enelu first looked at Qin Luo, who was fine in surprise, curious that he could actually block this 60 million volt thunder dragon. His face sank. This guy, could it be that he is also the ability user of the thunder fruit? However, how can there be two fruits with the same ability in this world? In this case, the majesty of God is not allowed to be violated by anyone. If 60 million thunders are not enough, then just increase it to 200 million. When Enlil was about to make a move, Qin Luo said indifferently, if you only have this kind of strength, then you will become my defeated opponent. Tell me what you have now, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Hehe, if you want to defeat God, wait for the NET life. No, it's impossible in the NET life. Seeing Qin Luo's arrogant tone, it was like the way he usually looked at the weak. It must be said that the two of them were somewhat similar in this regard. Enlil said coldly, however, if you are willing to bow down and be a slave beside me, I will let you see the glory of the infinite earth. When it comes to the infinite earth, the moon, Enlil can't help but be sublimated. Open his hands, look up to the sky full of longing. I killed your men. Will you hurt their hearts too much by saying that? There was a hint of coldness in Qin Luo's cold eyes. Although he was arrogant, it came from the emotional influence of Thunder God Rei, but Thunder God Rei had to say that he was still a person who loved friendship. Didn't he and Gaia become friends from enemies? Enlil sneered and replied, they probably didn't receive the blessing of God. If the dead priest heard what Enlil said, would they be so angry that they would come back to life? To be honest with you, the infinite land you mentioned is just an undeveloped wasteland. You'd better not waste your time. Just be your Thor and join the Avengers someday. That would be nice. Qin Luo looked at Enlil with the look of an ignorant and pitiful person and said honestly, how dare you? Enlil roared, how can you mortals know our lofty ambitions? I will build a spaceship with gold and then fly to the moon to build an ideal city. Only the mysterious and lofty infinite land can be worthy of me. Qin Luo's mouth twitched and he told you sincerely there is nothing on the moon and it's useless for you to go there. Seeing Qin Luo's stubbornness, Enlil's eyes became colder. Since that's the case, we can't work together if we don't share the same ideal. Boom! The thunder rolled and the thunder dragons danced, which spread for more than 10 miles and was deafening. In an instant the power of heaven became more and more terrifying in this world. At the same time the rumbling sound became even louder with lightning and thunder. Thunder bursts from the sky. It was dead silent all around, with no vegetation, no bird singing, no flowers blooming, only rumbling thunder, no bird flying in the sky, no animals walking on the ground, no signs of life like a Jedi. Is this the area of thunder and lightning emitted by Enlil's thunder fruit? Looking at the scene in front of him, it suddenly changed. Qin Luo thought in his heart. The area where the thunder was emitted was about dozens of miles and the silver light was dazzling. The thunder and lightning continued to rage. The thunder snakes danced wildly and made earth-shaking sounds. The thunder and lightning had no beginning and no root and never dissipated. Lightning flashed and thunder roared and thunder was raging. Enlil shouted violently and the thunder and lightning were dazzling like an angry dragon roaring. These thunder and lightning were bound to this area like silver snake. No matter how violent the thunder was, it could not escape from this space, as if there was a huge transparent light cover upside down isolating the thunder, allowing the thunder and lightning to rage but unable to rush out. Enlil looked indifferent and walked forward step by step. Thunder and lightning moved forward with his steps, which brought great pressure to people, especially the silver light at the center of his eyebrows, which was really amazing. Go! Enlil gently pointed in the direction of Qin Luo and a dazzling silver light was a thunder dragon rushing towards him with a terrible breath. It was very cool. Electric Chidori. Qin Luo released a lightning ball from his hand that floated around him, making a series of chirping sounds quite similar to Kakashi's Chidori, and finally all gathered in front of him and he plotted offensively in one breath. It was infected with the thunder magnetic field emanating from Enlil. Boom! The thunder dragon and the electric Chidori both plotted and the terrifying energy swept over Shandora. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The two plosive thunders plotted at this moment and the entire Sky Island was shocked. Shandora was almost annihilated. 200 million volt thunder god. Enlil used his ultimate move directly. He is a ruthless man and will not waste time talking to you. Enlil's strongest move is to release all the 200 million volt thunder and lightning in his body and surround himself with all the released thunder and lightning, thereby transforming into the posture of a huge thunder god. Its attack power should not be underestimated. Swish! Enlil stepped on the ground and his figure was like a ghost. In an instant he was dozens of meters away and appeared in front of Qin Luo. The sturdy Enlil did not affect his speed. Instead it increased with the thunder and lightning, and so did his strength. He had a cold prescience and his body was shining with silver light like a silver armored god of war. His eyes were cold and ruthless, his fists were clenched and lightning flashed shining on Qin Luo's forehead. This punch was extremely powerful. In addition to the full strength attack, there was also endless anger in it. Thor awakens. Thor cuts the sky. A cold light flashed in Qin Luo's eyes and he opened his right hand, bursting out violent lightning. 300 magic crystals filled with lightning magic were suspended in a ring above the target, generating a large number of lightning strikes which were powerful enough to destroy a city. Spinning wildly. At this moment Qin Luo's attack was like a mysterious array of magic crystals with endless wallowing and oppression bombarding Enel's 200 million volt Thor. Chapter 9 Ton. At this moment the thunder did not explode the magic crystal as imagined but sank into the sea and disappeared without a trace. There was no movement, not even the sound of waves, not to mention the explosion of landslide. At this moment the sky with Qin Luo as the center was 10 miles away. The rainy weather, which was already overcast, became even gloomier with lightning, thunder, muffled thunder and rolling thunder. In an instant the wind blew violently and the sky was covered with dark cloud. Then it began to rain. The rain got heavier and heavier and it became violent. It was early morning but it was like night. The golden lightning gathered by thunder god's heaven / directly absorbed all the thunder power contained in Enelu's ultimate move. How is it possible? Enelu said in shock and anger, and with a roar the violent lightning drilled out like a snake trying to break through the magic crystal with the power of thunder. After a few seconds there was complete silence, as if entering another different space, and the thunder damage was transferred. It was as if nothing had happened. Everything seemed to be nothing. Of course Qin Luo frowned slightly. Thunder god's heaven / was thunder god Rei's ultimate move. If his own health value was less than 1/3 it would be a fatal blow from the net round. It was the fifth skill. It was slightly harmful to him. According to Qin Luo's physical fitness he could bear the damage. Once it exceeds this range, half of the damage will be fed back to Qin Luo. 200 million volts of lightning, half of it, that is 100 million volts of lightning damage. Now Qin Luo is bearing the baptism of 100 million volts of thunder. Fortunately Qin Luo not only uses the awakening of the thunder god as the first layer of protection but also uses the armed color domineering to solidify the outer end, which is equivalent to the second layer of protection barrier. Being beaten is not Qin Luo's style. Qin Luo's figure flashed as if disappearing between heaven and earth. It's useless, everything you do is in vain. At this moment Qin Luo's voice came from all directions, and even if you look closely at the source of the sound you can't detect it. Like a thunder shadow, the impatient Enelu at this time can't even use the heart net properly. Bang! In an instant Qin Luo appeared in front of Enelu and punched him. However, Enel is also a high-level heart net ability user. Just when Qin Luo was about to hit Enel in the face, Enel's heart net sensed Qin Luo's trajectory and instantly condensed blue lightning all over his body. Using lightning as a protective shield he blocked Qin Luo's solid punch. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang and the latter's body swayed and he took 2 steps back in succession. The thunder light shield around him rippled but he was not injured. Ah! Dare to despise God, you must die. Enel was furious. Even with the protection of the lightning shield the punch just now still shook his body. It scared him a lot. To be honest, what Enel fears most is not the collision of the flesh. Qin Luo's armed color domineering is fatal to him. Didn't the first blow almost give him a concussion? Haha, let's see how long you can hide. Qin Luo's eyes flashed with cold light and the lightning was driven like a lightning. In Enel's lightning area he kept moving. Shua, shua, shua. While avoiding Enel's attack, Qin Luo also took the opportunity to attack the opponent a few times. The sound of bangs kept ringing. Bang! Qin Luo's lightning wrapped his iron fist, knocked Enel back with one punch and asked with a smile, Enel, don't you call yourself a god? Why are you hiding and dare not come out? The fist was clenched, lightning surged and brutal lightning appeared which was in harmony with Enel's lightning area with extraordinary power, like a fusion of lightning and thunder constantly appearing. The song of thunder and thunder. Boom! Enel retreated again and again, feeling ashamed and angry. A dignified shrine was humiliated like this. Thunder. Enel became more and more irritable at this moment, using the wide-range thunder cloud created by the proverbs to release thunder and lightning. This stimulated the thunder cloud to turn it into a huge spherical black cloud which looked like a ball of lightning, and its interior was full of amazing airflow and electric current. Finally the black ball thunder cloud dropped from the sky and powerful thunder and lightning would burst out at the moment of falling, trying to destroy Qin Luo and Sky Island. Holy Spirit, thunder slash! Suddenly Qin Luo looked at the sky full of thunder and felt something in his heart. The advanced form of REI appeared in his mind. Holy thunder REI! The more dazzling golden thunder and lightning almost covered 100 miles. It was like a swarm of locusts passing through, gradually devouring Enel's thunder and lightning. This phenomenon really scared Enelu. He had only sensed it through his heart network before and did not know its power, but now that he was in front of it he finally understood how the 3 great priests died at Qin Luo's hands. Damn it, when did this person appear on Sky Island? The golden lightning cut through the void, triggered the thunder, and the space was distorted and ripples suddenly appeared. It went away following the direction of Enelu and rushed away, tearing the space open, carrying an amazing edge. Boom! The golden lightning cut through the sky, blasted Enelu's black ball thunder cloud and shook the space. The sky and the earth changed color suddenly and it seemed to stop at this moment. moment and everything stopped. Big cracks appeared in the space, rippling endless ripples causing a loud noise. Boom! At this moment the sky was shaking, the earth was moving, and Shandora was shaking as if the end of the world was coming. Whether it was the residents of Sky Island or the Shandia people, they were all terrified and in danger. The powerful energy collision made everyone deaf and they didn't react for a long time. It's time to die. Enel looked at the dusty smoke and couldn't see the situation on the battlefield. Qin Luo couldn't avoid this attack under his heart net, but the net second. Enel looked as if he saw a ghost, because at this moment Qin Luo's figure appeared in front of him. He smiled at himself. That smile, it reminded Enel of his childhood. The running under the sunset that day was Enel's lost youth. Scissors, cloth, rock. Qin Luo's right fist was wrapped in armed color, domineering black ink color, and punched out. It hit Enel's 38-yard face hard without any courtesy. Huff! Enel was instantly knocked away, spurting out several streams of blood, just like the bloody scene of being scolded by Tang Boha for poetry with endless blood spurting. Enel's body crashed into the ark he had always dreamed of. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Let him indulge in the illusion of nothingness. When Enel lost consciousness and lay on the ark, the lightning area around him immediately dissipated. That's it. Qin Luo hailed. The long battle was really strenuous. It must be said that Enel's thunder fruit was really difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Qin Luo's golden lightning was at least stronger than Enel's lightning. Combined with the domineering power of armed color, it took a certain amount of effort to restrain Enel and defeat him. However, this was only because Qin Luo had completed 70% of the character's progress. If the progress bar reached 80%, perhaps there would be no need to work so hard. According to Oda, Enel's bounty in the new world is about 500 million berry around, and he defeated Enel. Doesn't that mean that his strength is also among the pirates with hundreds of millions of berries? P.S. Ask for a wave of free flowers and recommendation tickets. Your support is the author's greatest motivation. Chapter 10. Ding. Defeat God Enelu. Character progress increases by 5%. Thunder God REI progresses by 75%, and reward is the nature of a scumbag. At this time such a prompt sound came from my mind. Host Qin Luo. Current character in the world Thunder God REI. Current progress bar 75%. Owned character Thunder God REI. Chance to E-track characters in the world 0. Heroic armament. Heroic Ding. Passive skill. The nature of a scumbag automatically triggered, preventing you from becoming a licking dog while improving your ability to talk to girls in different occasions. Qin Luo. Scumbag. When did scumbags become a trend of the time? Isn't it good to be a straight man? Straight man. You ask me what a straight man is, and I will tell you today that we straight men dare to offend women that you scum men dare not offend, and we straight men also dare to offend women that you scum men dare not offend. In a word, we straight men can do what you scum men can do, and we can do what scum men cannot do. First flirt and then delete. Imperial power. Special permission. This is what a straight man is. Clear enough. Qin Luo looked at this thing that seemed to have no effect on him and was speechless. Before leaving, Qin Luo took out more than half of the gold under the ground of Xiangdora, a whole hill of gold, and put it all into the system space. If the system space did not show that the storage was insufficient, Qin Luo would have wanted to empty the Xiangdora Golden City. Qin Luo would not be tired. He felt that the gold here should be enough for the bounty of the 4 emperors. 3 days later. Boss, give me a soup dumpling. At night the stars of the Sky Island were unusually bright, as if within reach he could reach out and touch it. Qin Luo was ready to taste Connie's cooking before leaving Sky Island. When he appeared in the store, Connie was obviously startled. It was late at night and there was no one else in the store. She had learned from other Sky Island residents about Qin Luo's identity, the one who dared to challenge the god Enel. Some residents even said that the huge noise in the Forbidden Land 3 days ago, the destruction of the sky, was a duel between Qin Luo and Enel. So Connie was a little afraid of Qin Luo in front of her. At the same time there was some curiosity. Who is this young man? Did you hear it? Qin Luo stood in front of Connie and waved his hand. Interrupted her thought. Oh, okay, right away. Connie reacted. Her pretty face blushed and she hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Qin Luo, and turned to the kitchen. Qin Luo couldn't help but feel interesting when he saw Connie's reaction. Her pretty red face was like a rose waiting to be picked. Why not possess her? As her strength grew, Qin Luo's desire spread like ripples in the water. Hello, the soup dumplings are ready. A delicious soup dumpling was presented in front of Qin Luo. Connie's had a smile on her face, but she was nervous. She found that Qin Luo looked at her with some heat in his eyes. Okay. Qin Luo took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing. The desire was a bit strong and fighting couldn't satisfy him anymore. Or was it the emotional influence of the possessed character Thunder God Rei? But wasn't it an elf? Could it understand human emotions? By the way, it is said that Rei has a wife named AIA. AIA, originally located on Cecilia's star, is also the guardian of this star. At that time REI was seriously injured after the battle, which made him lose all his fighting power and eventually fell in the ice and snow. final. And it was at this time that AIA saved REI. A beauty saved the hero. Love at first sight. Wait, could it be the passive skill, the nature of the scumbag which caused the influence? Forget it. Qin Luo shook his head and didn't think too much. Thank you. The soup dumplings exuded an attractive fragrance which was sweet and woo-eye, thin in skin and fresh and delicious. Facing Qin Luo's gentle smile, Connie's was stunned. For a moment she was nervous and couldn't help holding her breath. His smile was really warm, like the warm sun in winter. He didn't seem to be as fierce as the rumors said. After ignoring Connie's, Qin Luo picked up a soup dumpling with chopstick. First he blew it to reduce the heat, then broke it, and then a strong fragrance came to his nose. The aroma that hit his nose made Qin Luo salivate. The steamed buns were like peaches with thin skin, and the light red meat filling could be vaguely seen inside. Qin Luo almost drooled and couldn't wait to pick one up and put it in his mouth to take a bite. The hot gravy scalded him, but he had no resistance to the delicacy in front of him. He held the soup in his mouth, just kept going all in. The steaming hot air was exhaled from his mouth. Connie, seeing this scene, I felt funny. Well, pumpkin noodles are delicious and this soup dumpling is also very good. Qin Luo closed his eyes as if his whole body was intoxicated in the soup dumpling, warm and comfortable like a juicy sauce, like a storm immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. The familiar taste ripples in the mind. The whole taste buds are full of this wonderful feeling. After Qin Luo finished a bite, I found that Connie's was looking at me and smiled secretly. A throbbing surged in my heart. Qin Luo's passive skill, the nature of a scumbag, gradually occupied my mind. Chapter 11. A kiss seals love. Perhaps this word comes from this. Time flies and soon it is morning. The sun rises slowly in the east and a soft mist rises by the river. The mountains are painted with a layer of soft milky white and the white mist renders everything hazy and psychedelic. Connie slept peacefully. Her long eyelashes fluttered lightly and she gradually fell asleep as if she was very at ease. She gradually fell asleep, but before she knew it, 2 lines of clear tears slid down from her beautiful eyes. Qin Luo felt the warmth of the peerless beauty in his arms and he didn't know what to think in his heart. This damn scumbag nature is really a mistake. Ding, the host triggers. The scumbag nature conquers the goddess reward and obtains the ninjutsu, the armor of lightning escape. This TM is alright. The more goddesses you conquer, the richer the rewards you get. Nami Robin Shira Hoshi Empress. Damn, this body needs to be replenished, otherwise it can't hold on. At this time she should still be in Orange Village, forced to join Along's group. In order to redeem her hometown, she and Along agreed to buy back the village with 100 million berries. Nami, I'm here. Let me liberate you. Wait. Qin Luo's eyes were strange. This should be the nature of the scumbag at work again. What is a scumbag? Not taking the initiative, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. For the time being, Qin Luo couldn't think of a way to solve the nature of the scumbag, so he let it go. Anyway, it's okay as long as he is happy. Let's think about the reward just now. After all, I worked hard last night. Even if there is no credit, I have worked hard. Lightning escape armor. Qin Luo looked in his heart. Ninjutsu lightning escape armor. The exclusive domineering body of the Reikage in Naruto is to use lightning escape to form a layer of armor outside the body. Activate the body to the point where it can use lightning instant body and the defense ability will be greatly improved. This is interesting. Is it a ninjutsu that can improve the physique by forging the body with lightning? At that time, punch Kaido in Wano country and kick Shang. Qin Luo's eyes were complicated. He glanced at Connie's, who was sleeping soundly. How to deal with this? I can't take her sailing. I subconsciously thought that Connie's beauty was at most 80%, which was still not good enough. Ha! Qin Luo slapped himself. Boss scumbag. After hooking up with someone, he still had this idea. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Just treat it as a one-night stand. Qin Luo copied a copy of the ninjutsu of the thunder release armor, hoping it would work on Connie. After doing all this, he left carefully. Not long after leaving, Connie's eyelashes moved and she woke up. She felt unwell at first and then found that Qin Luo was not there. She stood up suddenly and asked in surprise, what happened last night? My head hurt a little and I remembered something. My memory of her words last night. For a moment, Connie's pretty face was as red as the sunset. How could she? She covered her face shyly. How could she not refuse last night? And she was so proactive. Seeing the copy of the thunder escape armor beside the bed, Qin Luo was no longer there and he felt a little empty in his heart. A few days later, a certain uninhabited island. Boom. The sky was blue and cloudless, but there was a deafening sound of thunder that spread across the entire land. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky. This was the real power of heaven pressing down from the sky to the earth. Some animals in hibernation were awakened directly and were terrified. As for the animals deep in the island, they roared uneasy. Boom. The sky and the earth were shining with silver light and a thunder fell with terrible power. This was the first level of thunder baptism. The thunder escape armor had to go through 30 sea levels of thunder baptism. If Qin Luo was right, there would be 30 sea thunders falling, each one more powerful than the last. To practice the lightning escape escape armor, one must undergo the forging of the body with thunder so that the quality of the body can reach a qualitative leap. Bang! Qin Luo went up against the sky, turned into a stream of light and smashed the lightning with his fist wrapped in armed color domineering. Afterwards Qin Luo's upper body robe fluttered, but it was not broken by the violent lightning. There were lightning-like lines flowing around him, flowing strangely. This is Qin Luo's body absorbing the energy of lightning and tempering the body, and the lightning escape armor will gradually take shape. In his body the blood and chi rushed up to the sky, coloring the sky, and the surging energy was surging. Bang! The second lightning was also shattered by Qin Luo, and the golden light lightning roared like a thunder dragon. He was like a powerful emperor with unparalleled fighting power. He didn't even take the thunder seriously and smashed it with one punch. Boom! The thunder was violent and more powerful. The rumbling sound spread for dozens of miles, shaking the endless power of heaven. One after another the thunder fell. The breath was terrible. The whole island seemed to have encountered a prehistoric epic earthquake. The beasts were trembling in fear and roared uneasily. Wearing golden armor all over his body, Qin Luo was shining, bathing in the thunder light, tempering his body with the energy of the thunder, which was also a kind of transformation. The perfect body would be stronger after experiencing the baptism of thunder. Boom! There were 30 sea thunders which fell one by one at the beginning, but in the end they fell together. A lightning chain appeared between heaven and earth, running through the whole world. Rolling thunder sounded and the energy of the thunder was raging. The thunder light became more and more brilliant. Qin Luo's fighting power was unparalleled and his physique was amazing. The armed color domineering gathered on the surface of the body as the first layer of protection, but the body was still blasted by the thunder and smoke came out and the bones made a crackling sound. At this moment Qin Luo's bones were broken in many places and his body was extremely black, suffering a great deal of damage. But soon he was awakened by Lei Yi's thunder god, and while improving his attack and defense he used the charging effect to restore his own injuries. As time went by, Qin Luo successfully resisted the baptism of thunder. There was a majestic vitality in his body. His bones made a crackling sound. The charred old skin was falling off and the new skin was smooth like jade, emitting a brilliant light. Every time he experienced the baptism of thunder it was a transformation. Strength breakthrough. Physical body has made a qualitative leap. Qin Luo's combat power has become much stronger. Thunder escape armor level 2. The cloudy sky also began to gradually clear up. The blue sky appeared stained with a touch of colorful cloud. After the thunder the sky cleared up. Qin Luo only felt that he could beat Enlil with one punch, no lie. Personal screen information. Host Qin Luo. Current character Thunder God Rei. Current progress bar %. Possessing character Thunder God Rei. Chance to draw characters from the heavens 0. Haki armament. Haki ninjutsu lightning escape armor LV2. Practicing this ninjutsu can not only train the body but also attract lightning to strengthen the body, and can also stimulate the progress bar of the characters from the heavens. The original progress bar was 75% and now it has risen to %. Chapter 12. The sea was surging and the water and sky were one color. From a distance a pirate ship was speeding on the blue wave. Every sailor was working very hard, paddling like a flying boat as if there was a sea king chasing after it. All of you guys work harder. That bitch actually dared to steal the treasure of our blood wolf pirate. We must pull out her tendons and peel off her skin. A captain wearing an eye patch, a captain's hat and a blood wolf tattoo on his entire arm was standing at the highest point, roaring loudly. Thinking of this his lungs were about to explode. That damn bitch actually dared to play tricks on him and steal all the treasures of their pirate group. How could this be tolerated? At this moment Marioka Hayabusa accidentally discovered that the door of the captain's room had been pushed open at some point. Then a completely unfamiliar, handsome and unbelievably handsome young man appeared at the door. Seeing the face of this young man, Marioka Hayabusa was stunned. He was sure that there was no such person in the pirate group. Even if there was, it was disrespectful. Entering the captain's room without permission. Without permission, is this a rebellion? Woman equals thief, young man equals robber. Really don't take him Captain Marioka Hayabusa seriously, right? Marioka Hayabusa was furious. Captain Marioka Hayabusa pulled out a revolver from his belt, pointed it at the young man and said viciously, if you dare to sneak into my captain's room I will let you know what regret is. Bang bang bang. A sound of muscles colliding rang out. A few minutes later many pirates with bruises and bumps on their faces stood in a row in front of the young man with their hands in their hands and their faces covered with lumps. Everyone had a sincere smile on their faces. As for the leader Captain Marioka Hayabusa, he took off his eye mask and his revolver seemed to be burned to ashes by some kind of energy. Brother, misunderstanding. All this is a misunderstanding. Our pirate group has been robbed once and there is no wealth left. Brother, please forgive us. Seeing Captain Marioka Hayabusa decisively take off his eye mask, hold his head with both hands and squat on the ground, Qin Luo suddenly felt speechless. You are too cowardly to be a pirate. Qin Luo sat on the chair and said easily, tell me what happened. The pirates talked a lot, making Qin Luo's head hurt. After another physical awakening, everyone's language prescience ability was indeed improved. Only then did Qin Luo figure out the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that the name of this pirate group was the Blood Wolf Pirate. Although they were not very famous, they were doing well and had made a few small fortunes recently. Yesterday, they accidentally rescued a woman who was shipwrecked. The woman told them that as long as they could save her life, her family would pay a large sum of money to redeem her. When Captain Morioka Hayabusa heard the large sum of money promised by the woman, he was moved. Even if there was no ransom, the woman's figure was quite good. The woman was indeed a very good woman. After recovering a little, she took the initiative to serve tea and water, very diligent. Not only that, the woman's little mouth was so sweet that not only others but even Morioka Hayabusa's mind was a little distracted. Then, taking advantage of the night, the woman took away all their treasures. Listening to this plot, Qin Luo's heart moved and he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Describe the woman's appearance and clothes to me. Yes. Accompanying the descriptions of everyone, Qin Luo learned the appearance characteristics of the female thief. Orange short hair, good figure, wearing a simple short-sleeved striped top on the upper body and a slightly old short skirt on the lower body. Bit by bit, slowly integrated with the image in Qin Luo's mind. Qin Luo showed a strange look on his face. He was just about to go to Cocoa West Village to find her, but he didn't expect to meet her here, and it was all effortless. Woman, you successfully attracted my attention. At the same time, Qin Luo couldn't help shaking his head. Damn scumbag nature, even such word can be thought of. Really think you are a domineering president? IQ is simply greatly reduced. According to the clothes they described, Nami is obviously not the daughter of a rich family. Even so, still expect her parents to send a ransom. Obviously they have been coveting Nami from the beginning. Despicable. Sure enough, they are all a bunch of scumbag. Compared with them, Qin Luo suddenly felt that his heart was much purer. Instantly, the pirate felt a chill on their back, and then their bones became more and more porous and the smiles on their faces became brighter. Qin Luo was too lazy to pay attention to this. Do you have the latest newspaper? Yes. Morioka Hayabusa was as if he had been pardoned. With a look, a pirate brother immediately ran out. Not long after, several newspapers appeared in front of Qin Luo. To Qin Luo's regret, he did not find any useful information about the 4 emperors and the admirals in the newspaper. The information was basically very unfamiliar. One after another, Qin Luo finally saw something familiar. The clown buggy offered a reward of 15 million baileys and became a famous pirate in the East China Sea. The Pirate Creek officially became the East China Sea overlord because he had 50 ships and 5,000 men under his command. 4 pirates, Navy, Revolutionary Army, bounty hunters. Qin Luo had no prejudice against any of them. He was just him. Morioka Hayabusa held his hands, accompanied Xiaoan, and smiled shamelessly. That brother, do you still want to pursue that woman? Qin Luo's face sank. Is it easy for a girl to make some money by doing a side job? Scum trash. Everyone burst into tears. That was the money of their pirate group. Morioka Hayabusa swallowed his anger and said with a smile, yes brother, you are right. We will turn around and stop chasing. Qin Luo's face sank. Stop chasing? What I hate most is people like you who give up halfway. Look at what you can do. The pirates wanted to cry but had no tears. If they had known that they would run into a difficult master like Qin Luo, why would they go out to sea? What did they do to offend anyone? Morioka Hayabusa, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a handsome brother? Why don't you continue to chase? What I hate most is you scum who give up halfway. Scum. Yes, Captain. The sailors ran away in a flash. Morioka Hayabusa smiled with a drooling face. Brother, do you think this is feasible? Qin Luo looked at Morioka Hayabusa's drooling old face speechlessly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. You are such a talented person. You licked him so hard that he was embarrassed to kill him. In just a short while on the ship, Qin Luo had already sensed that there were no good people on this ship. There was even blood on the deck that had not been washed clean. It is conceivable how much evil they had done. However, it is normal for pirates to have some small actions. After all, they are not like Luffy and his friends, just a group of second-generation officials who love adventure. Just then a sailor shouted, Captain, I saw that woman's boat. As soon as the sailor said this, the whole pirate ship was boiling. Looking from a distance, a small lifeboat suddenly appeared in his eyes. What surprised Qin Luo was that the small lifeboat was actually heading towards Qin Luo. After a careful perception, Qin Luo immediately confirmed his thought. The female thief who stole the Blood Wolf pirates was indeed Nami. However, Nami was much more immature than Qin Luo's impression and looked only 18 or 17 years old. Chapter 13. As the ship got closer, Morioka Hayabusa suddenly became excited. Brother, it was her who stole all the gold and silver treasures of our pirate group. Qin Luo slapped him and said angrily, don't block me. Morioka Hayabusa nodded and bowed. Yes brother, I know. After a while, Morioka Hayabusa Hayabusa became excited again. Treasure brother, that is the treasure of our Blood Wolf pirate group. Snap! Qin Luo slapped him again and said impatiently, don't block me. A red slap mark appeared on Morioka Hayabusa's face. Morioka Hayabusa raised a big thumbs up, praising brother, great palm technique. One day you will traverse the East China Sea, gallop on the Grand Line and be invincible in the world. Morioka Hayabusa picked up a handkerchief and smiled, brother, it clean, do you want to wipe it? Qin Luo. The approach of the Blood Wolf pirates made Nami panic. Looking at the treasure chest nearby, her heart sank to the bottom. She had never stolen so much money at one time. She just roughly calculated the gold, silver and jewelry in this treasure chest, and it was almost 5 or si million in Bailey. But it was also the first time that she fell into such a difficult situation. There are wolves in front and tigers behind, and if you are not careful you will fall into the abyss. Should you abandon the treasure chest and run away? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Nami shook her head frantically. It was like cutting meat for her to abandon the treasure that she had finally obtained, but not abandoned. Looking at the pirate ships coming towards her quickly, Nami's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with hatred. Pirates, pirates again. Why are there so many pirates in this world? Why is the navy so incompetent? After stealing the treasure from the Blood Wolf pirates with great difficulty, Nami fled overnight, and her movements were not insignificant. Just as she was about to secretly transport the treasure chest away, Nami did not expect to encounter several pirate ships blocking the way. What's more incredible is that those pirate ships actually set up checkpoints at the key waterway entrances and robbed the merchant ships one by one. Nami, who is familiar with sea charts and ocean currents, evacuated at the first time. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late and she was targeted. What should I do? If she continues to waste time on such a small boat, she will be caught up by the big ship sooner or later. At this moment, Nami felt a cool breeze blowing in her face. Looking at the scorching sun and clouds above her head, Nami was startled, and then she was entangled again. According to Nami's meteorological knowledge and sailing experience, a storm is about to hit. If she makes good use of this storm, she may have a chance to leave safely with the treasure, but the risk is really too great. Her small lifeboat has almost no ability to resist the storm. Even with her knowledge of weather, ocean currents and sea charts, it is too difficult to survive. But abandoning the treasure chest. After thinking for a few seconds, Nami made up her mind to do it. There is no reason to give up the treasure in her hands. It's not a day to be a thief. Although she is now proficient in stealing and deceiving, she suffered too many losses in the early years. It's not uncommon to be beaten bloody when the theft failed. As soon as she said it, Nami adjusted the course and started to sail in another direction. Soon the Blood Wolf pirates and several unknown pirate ships followed suit. Another half an hour later, the sea, which was cloudless just now, was directly hit by a storm. The waves were surging and a big wave splashed several meters high. Not to mention Nami's small boat, even the Blood Wolf pirate 3-mast sailing ship became a small boat on the sea. It could capsize at any time and anywhere. Morioka Hayabusa said with a stiff face, brother, we must return, otherwise the pirate ship may be overturned by the waves. The pirate ship shook wildly and the waves were higher than the other, which surprised Qin Luo. This was the first time that Qin Luo personally felt the power of the angry sea. What you learn from books is always shallow. The feeling of oppression is completely different from what you see on TV. It has to be said that the power of nature is really vast and magnificent. Humans often appear very small in front of it. The small lifeboat that Nami was riding on rose and fell with the waves appearing and disappearing, and even felt like she was madly probing near the mouth of a sea beast. Others may not know why Nami is so obsessed with the treasure chest, but Qin Luo knows it very well. But even so, Qin Luo was still shocked by Nami's madness. She really wanted money but not her life. Damn woman, she is still so charming. Poo poo poo. At this moment, Qin Luo suddenly felt a huge wave coming, and then the small lifeboat that Nami was riding on was directly overturned. Qin Luo didn't think about anything and his body moved naturally. As if his body was lightning and thunder, he rushed towards the rolling wave. Qin Luo's movements were really too fast, like a light. When the pirates of the Blood Wolf pirate saw Qin Luo's figure again, Qin Luo had already appeared not far from the raging waves. Disappear, appear, disappear again and appear again. Finally it turned into a small dot and disappeared between the water and the sky. When everyone saw Qin Luo again, they found that Qin Luo had returned to the pirate ship without knowing when. Not only that, Qin Luo was holding a girl in his arms. Who else could she be but Nami, who stole their pirate group's treasure? However, no one paid attention to Nami and the treasure at this time. Everyone in the Blood Wolf pirates had dry mouth and tongues, and beads of sweat oozed from their forehead. Their mouths were wide open and they could even stuff a watermelon in them. It turned out that Qin Luo's speed was so terrifying. Is it scary? Oh my god, did they provoke such a person? It's so scary. Even if there was a storm and everyone was soaked, everyone felt dry mouth. The captain of the Blood Wolf pirates, Morioka Hayabusa, was even more grateful. Fortunately, Fortunately he was good at flattering and licked Qin Luo well early, otherwise his grave would be covered with grass now. Chapter 14. Qin Luo didn't bother to pay attention and said return. Marioka Abuse's body trembled and goosebumps all over his body. It felt like Qin Luo pressed the remote control and he received a radio command. Marioka Abuse roared, why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear the boss's order? Do you want to sink to the bottom of the sea to feed the sharks, idiot? Accompanied by Marioka Abuse's roar, the crew members of the Blood Wolf pirates began to act one after another. Soon the pirate ship successfully turned around and began to return. Qin Luo was immediately satisfied after sensing the action of the sailors. The combat power of this group of pirates may be scum, but everyone is an extremely experienced sailor, which is really useful. If it were Qin Luo, he would probably only be able to use lightning as a driving force to rush out of such a large ship. In general, the problem is not big, but it is too physically demanding and easy to get lost. This kind of hard work is not suitable for Qin Luo now. The cabin. Qin Luo raised his eyebrows lightly. Since you are awake, don't pretend to be unconscious anymore. If you keep wearing wet clothes you will catch a cold. Seeing that she couldn't pretend anymore, Nami jumped up from the bed. Without saying a word, she skillfully took out a 3-section long stick from her fourth-dimensional chest, and after splicing it, it became a long stick. The long stick smashed directly on Qin Luo's forehead fiercely and decisively without mercy. The action was too skillful, so skillful that it made people feel distressed. Obviously pretending to be unconscious when caught and then waiting for an opportunity to attack and counter-attack has become one of her best life-saving skills. It's just a pity that Nami met Qin Luo. Qin Luo casually caught the 3-section stick that Nami attacked. Nami was shocked and used several insidious moves in succession. 4e ample poking eyes, kicking crotch, and so on. Unfortunately for Qin Luo, all this is in vain. Seeing that all means are ineffective, Nami accepted her fate and said it with great difficulty, as if cutting meat. Treasure, I will compensate. My home is in Coco West Village. As long as you come with me, I will give you all my treasures. Hearing Nami's words, Qin Luo almost laughed. It turns out that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. If it were an ordinary pirate, I'm afraid he would believe Nami's word. But in the East China Sea, Aaron's strength is still a little bit strong and ordinary pirates are no match. If she really went to Coco West Village with Nami, she would definitely be fed by a long in a minute. However, for Qin Luo the situation is completely different. Coco West Village is equivalent to a novice village, and a long is not good enough in front of her. In addition, the childlike tender Nami is very different from the Nami in Qin Luo's impression. She has both lowly and girl style, which makes Qin Luo feel fresh. Just treat it as a game to relieve boredom. Qin Luo: okay, I agree. Hearing Qin Luo's words, Nami was surprised. Did she agree just like that? In the past, when encountering such a situation, those victims would think carefully and verify repeatedly. She had to act like crazy to succeed. Nami said uncertainly, just agreed just like that. Qin Luo: of course. Is there a problem? Nami was embarrassed and quickly denied it. I just want to know why you agreed so readily. Qin Luo smiled and teased, I would rather die in the sea than give up the treasure chest. A miser like you who loves money like life must have hidden more treasures than you can imagine. Hearing Qin Luo's comments, Nami was extremely angry, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Her hair stood on end. Nami's pretty face even turned red. If she hadn't been sure that she couldn't beat him, she would have even wanted to step on Qin Luo a few times. Qin Luo looked Nami up and down, and Nami got goosebumps all over her body. She crossed her arms and said vigilantly, what are you going to do? If you dare to mess around, I will never tell you where my treasure is and we can just break up. Qin Luo: what are you thinking? It's too dirty. Nami was stunned. She was dirty. She had never seen such a shameless person. At this moment she was so angry that she wanted to print a few footprints on Qin Luo's face, but Nami didn't dare and couldn't. She knew that her strength was not at the same level as Qin Luo's. Her life and death safety all depended on Qin Luo's thought. Qin Luo: pirate ships don't keep idle people. I just need someone to serve tea and water, rub shoulders and beat leg. After unanimous research and decision, it's you. Nami's eyes widened and she said in disbelief, you want me to be your maid? You're dreaming. We are in an equal trading relationship. I will pay back the treasure I owe you. Qin Luo didn't care about her money. After all, the wealth he got on Sky Island was 10 times more than hers. He said, if you don't want to be a maid, then upgrade to a bed warmer, which is easy and comfortable. Nami, you're dreaming. Even if I die in the belly of a fish, I will never agree to your despicable and shameless request. A 10,000-pound bill appeared in Qin Luo's hand. Bailey's banknote. The day before, he had specially exchanged part of the gold for Bailey's banknote. A total of hundreds of millions of Baileys were exchanged. Nami's big eyes could not be moved away. Nami looked at the banknote for a few times, then looked at Qin Luo warily for a few times, and then glanced at the banknotes again and again. Qin Luo: be my maid. The salary is paid daily. One day. Nami's eyes turned into the shade shape of Bailey and she held the banknotes in Qin Luo's hands with both hands. 10,000 a day deal. Qin Luo smiled evilly. I wanted to say 100,000 a day. Since you took the initiative to ask for 10,000, then I will meet your request. Nami petrified. The 10,000 Baileys I just grabbed are not fragrant anymore. It's too cheap. P.S. Ask for a wave of free flowers and evaluation ticket. Thank you big guys. Chapter 15. The sea is boundless and it usually takes several weeks or even longer to reach the Net island. For the pirates there is nothing to be accustomed to. Even Nami is used to it. However, for Nami, life on the Blood Wolf Pirates is not really pleasant. No matter who suddenly has an ETRA master, it is probably not very comfortable even if it can make money. Nami likes money, but she prefers to lie on the bed and make money without doing anything. More importantly, she had previously tricked the Blood Wolf Pirates and stole their treasures. While hunting Nami, the Blood Wolf Pirates encountered Qin Luo the evil star. Then the good days of the lawless pirate ship are gone forever. Not only that, they are always worried that Qin Luo may destroy them at will. In just a few days they felt like they fell into the Coptis water, but they had to smile all the time when facing Qin Luo. Naturally, all the suffering was attributed to Nami. The hostility of the Blood Wolf Pirates, which was like a needle hidden in cotton, made Nami feel like she was surrounded by wolves and felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. It was fun to steal money, but she was caught in the crematorium. Not only that, she had to be on guard against Qin Luo, the good master, who had improper thoughts about her. The door was blocked at night and she didn't dare to take off her clothes when she slept, and she would wake up at the slightest movement. However, this didn't matter to Nami because she had been used to it. Originally Nami thought that Qin Luo was a very difficult master to serve, but to her surprise Qin Luo's request was really just a small matter like serving tea and water. This made Nami feel relieved and her impression of Qin Luo changed greatly. However, pirates are pirates and she would never forgive pirates no matter what. Even though Qin Luo was very handsome and treated her well, Nami didn't feel guilty about tricking Qin Luo to a long paradise. Dogs bite dog and get a mouthful of fur anyway. They are not good things. Qin Luo thought that to conquer a woman one must take it slow and steady. Time passed. What made Nami feel absurd was that her current identity as a maid had become her amulet on the ship. The pirates of the Blood Wolf Pirates hated her, but on the surface they were respectful and did not dare to overstep their bounds. Not only that, she also received various preferential treatments on the ship and was the best in terms of food, clothing, housing, transportation. This made Nami more and more curious about Qin Luo. Who is this guy Qin Luo? How could he make the Blood Wolf Pirates a group of fierce and domineering guys obedient? This is amazing. Inadvertently, the temperament of a superior revealed made Nami even more astonished. Could Qin Luo be a noble of a certain kingdom? Nami could not help but imagine and felt that everything about Qin Luo seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. Brother, we are lost after a big storm. We have been going the wrong way for several days. Now we don't have enough food and water on the ship. Morioka Hayabusa was extremely worried and said with a stiff upper lip, strong men like Qin Luo are not as strong as them. Their life and death depend on Qin Luo's thought. Facing Qin Luo they can only obey and do their best to show their value. If they are useless to Qin Luo they will be in danger. But now they seem to have messed up. The sea is vast and open and it is impossible to tell east, west, north and center. Qin Luo can't even find a reference. He is also a little confused. Every profession has its own specialty. Nami, Qin Luo shouted, and Nami came over sweetly with a cup of tea. Master, this is the lemon tea I prepared for you. What can I do for you? Seeing Nami, who was offering her courtesy, Morioka Hayabusa's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of fear. When it comes to flattery, Morioka Hayabusa thinks he is very good at it, but he can't stand Nami's sweet looks, youth and cuteness. He, a grown man, can never beat such competitiveness. Nami is such a smart person that she understood Morioka Hayabusa's idea in an instant and immediately proudly straightened her chest and back. Qin Luo was speechless. However, he was too lazy to pay attention. Seeing the fight between the two, Qin Luo even felt like watching a palace drama. Qin Luo said, Nami, the ship is lost and there is not enough food and water. Nami was startled and said palely, Master, don't eat me, my meat is not delicious at all. Who? Qin Luo almost spit out a mouthful of water. What is going on? Is he the kind of monster that eats people at will? Bang! Qin Luo hit Nami's forehead unhappily and Nami felt pain and instinctively covered her forehead with both hands. The drama queen Nami squeezed out a few tears on the spot and she was about to cry, looking pitiful. Qin Luo was stunned and his heart felt like melting. It's really too cute to be so cute like this. Qin Luo took out the camera from the boat room without saying a word. Click, click, click. After taking a few photos, Qin Luo immediately felt a sense of satisfaction. Take a photo. Nami looked at the camera in Qin Luo's hand strangely. It was very different from the styles she had seen before. In fact, Nami had seen all kinds of strange cameras and the most peculiar one was was the Den Den Mushi. However, Nami confirmed one thing. Qin Luo didn't seem to use her as a reserve food, but just in case Nami's tears were even more watery and she looked cute and pitiful. This hand-crying method is too skilled. Qin Luo said unhappily, don't pretend, hurry up, take back your tears. Nami was cautious, and seeing that Qin Luo didn't seem to be joking, she could only bite the bullet and agree. Yes. Nami looked like a pitiful and submissive little maid and immediately took back her tears. The pirate's eyes almost bulged out and the tears were really taken back. What is the structure of this eye? Qin Luo was also happy. With Nami's acting skills, Oscar owed her a little golden man. Net, this ship will be handed over to you for command and all sailors will obey your orders, Qin Luo said casually. What? Nami's cute big eyes were still misty, full of disbelief. Did she have hallucinations? A ship lost in the sea is a major event related to the survival of the entire ship, and the captain's authority is often reflected here. Now Qin Luo made a decision with one word and handed the fate of the entire ship directly to her. What a joke! Then Nami wondered, how did Qin Luo know that she was very good at sailing? She seemed to have never mentioned it in front of Qin Luo. Could it be that she saw it from the last time she drove the small lifeboat? Nami felt a little confused. What could she see when the wind and waves were big and urgent? Nami felt more and more that Qin Luo was unfathomable, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. It seems that things are not going exactly according to her script. As for Captain Morioka Hayabusa and other sailors, their eyes widened with disbelief. This coquettish and slutty 6N got to the top just like that. Big brother, you must not do that. The harem must not interfere in politics, and beauty will bring disaster to the country. Chapter 16. At this moment every pirate in the Blood Wolf Pirates had thousands of words in their hearts and wanted to spit them out immediately. However, when they really faced Qin Luo, they dared not say a word of such words. It was really that Qin Luo rushed into the waves alone that day and casually came back with a living person like Nami, which gave them too much of a shock. Even if they fired guns and cannons, what could they do in the face of Qin Luo? Looking at the endless sea, the Blood Wolf pirate felt so desperate for the first time. Can a little woman match all the sailors here? Can a little woman like Nami match all the sailors in the Blood Wolf pirate? The answer is yes. When the pirate ship returned to the route safely under the command of Nami, the pirate still felt like they were dreaming. The lost ship that frightened the men on the sea was solved just like that. Are you kidding me? The way everyone looked at Nami suddenly became a little different. A vase, no matter how beautiful it is, once the novelty wears off they can take revenge and complain. But an excellent navigator is completely different. No matter what big power they are in, they are very popular. It is no exaggeration to say that the life and property of everyone on the ship are in the hands of the navigator. To a certain extent, the status of an excellent navigator is not even lower than that of the captain. Therefore, on many ships the most experienced navigator is often elected as the captain. Has Lord Qin Luo known Nami's talent for a long time? No wonder. Everyone suddenly felt like they had put down a big stone in their heart. Their lives and property were in Qin Luo's hands. Whether they admitted it or not, Qin Luo was their current captain. Of course they hoped that Qin Luo would be as wise as possible. Then the ship became much more stable and the atmosphere on the ship became more harmonious. Because there was no crisis of running out of ammunition and food, the food supply on the ship returned to a rich level. Not only that, a small banquet was even held on the ship. Even Nami was invited. Compared with the past, the attitude of the sailors this time was much more sincere. At the banquet everyone found out that Nami was actually quite generous and got along well with them. Under Nami's rhythm all the sailors on the ship started to chat and laugh with Nami again. It seemed that they had completely forgotten that Nami had taken away their treasures. Qin Luo couldn't help but smile. Nami really deserved to be a girl who grew up in a pirate's nest. She was really like a weed on the side of the road. Even if she was stepped on from time to time, as long as there was a little sunshine and rain, she could live very well. At this moment Qin Luo sensed something and frowned slightly. There were actually pirate ships coming to surround and kill them. They really didn't know how to live or die. When Qin Luo sensed the flag of the pirate group, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. The reason was that the pirate ship that surrounded them belonged to the Creek pirate. When many pirate groups only had one ship and a few guns, the Creek pirates insisted on implementing the advanced guiding principle of strength in numbers, violent soldiers and violent tide. At the beginning there were 50 ships and a terrifying number of 5000 people. As for the captain of the Creek pirates, he was also unusually trendy. He was mean, arrogant, ungrateful and ruthless, but he was a good pirate. It's just his face is particularly black. It's not too exaggerated to say that he is the most unlucky pirate in the history of One Piece. After being the overlord of the East China Sea for a long time, the Creek pirates were ambitious to conquer the Grand Line. Then they met Hawkeye Mihawk, who was carrying a black knife and sitting in a small boat like a coffin. After Mihawk's knife, the entire pirate ship fell directly to the street. Qin Luo didn't take the arrival of the Creek pirate seriously. This kind of small fish pirate group didn't even have the qualifications for him to look at it straight in the eye. A quarter of an hour later, there was only the sound of a cannonball roaring, and then near the Blood Wolf Pirates pirate ship, cannonballs plotted one after another. The cannonballs plotted one after another, causing the pirate ship to shake violently. The Blood Wolf pirates who were caught off guard had their pirate ship toppled and fell hard. Lord Qin Luo, it's bad, several pirate ships are surrounding us. The lookout, who was late to react, brought news of the enemy, and the word surround instantly touched the nerves of all the pirates. Seeing the pirate ships surrounding them from all directions, especially the fluttering pirate flags, the sailors of the Blood Wolf pirates panicked. Skull Hourglass, this is the flag of the Creek pirate. All the pirates were frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, and even Nami's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. The Creek pirates have recently topped the East Sea Overlord list. Reports about them can often be seen in newspapers. Nami couldn't help but know about it. A few days ago she fled in a panic because the Creek pirates blocked her way home. Nami didn't expect that she would run into the Creek pirates again after she had specially changed a route. It's only been a few days and the Creek pirates have even controlled this route. Nami was extremely entangled. If this continues, she will basically not be able to take the general safe route in the future. Does she have to find a new safe route again? Damn it! Nami bit her red lips tightly, her heart full of resentment, grievance and powerlessness. Compared with the overlords like the Creek pirates, her power is really too small. However, Nami quickly adjusted her mentality, because everyone in Cocoa West Village is still waiting for her. When it comes to robbery, the Creek pirates are indeed professional. Several ships acted together, and within just a few minutes they actually locked the pirate ship of the Blood Wolf pirates in the middle of the sea. What to do? What to do? What to do? All the pirates panicked like ants on a hot pot and subconsciously looked at Qin Luo. To be honest, they had expectations for Qin Luo. The scene of Qin Luo saving people that day was so shocking, like a brand. Qin Luo must be able to create a miracle, right? Chapter 17. When seeing that Qin Luo was still calm, many pirates seemed to have taken a reassurance pill and they became calm one after another. Nami didn't know Qin Luo's strength, but the strange performance of the crew of the Blood Wolf pirates still attracted her attention. Qin Luo, the source of confidence. Qin Luo can control a pirate ship by himself, so it is inevitable that he is strong. But can he win against the people of the Creek pirate? However, at this time we can only place our hopes on Qin Luo. The Creek pirates quickly surrounded them, and the ships were so close that they were almost on the boarding board. The composition of each other's forces can be seen clearly. Compared with the Creek pirates' large number of people, the Blood Wolf pirates' number of people is really too shabby. The crew members of the Blood Wolf pirate couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The difference in forces is too great. They were like lambs to be slaughtered. Even though they had seen Qin Luo's speed, the crew of the Blood Wolf pirates were still nervous. Two fists cannot beat four hands. No matter how strong Qin Luo is, he is just one person after all. Is it too late to surrender now? You can grab treasures and play with women as you like. Kill them, little pirate. Accompanied by the orders of several captains, the little pirates of the Creek pirates showed wolf-like eyes. Clang, clang, clang. Several ropes with hooks were thrown over by the pirates, and those pirate minions ran over quickly on the ropes. Exceptionally skilled in business. Seeing these pirates who were proficient in robbery business, Qin Luo slowly stood up and walked to the front of the deck. Qin Luo slowly raised his head, stretched out his hands and pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth. Have you seen the power of the King of Thunder? Seeing Qin Luo's strange behavior, several captains of the Creek pirates burst into laughter. Facing their Creek pirates, are they still prepared to resist? This courage is really worthy of praise. Many pirates even laughed so hard that tears came out. In their opinion, Qin Luo's behavior is undoubtedly the best joke of the year. The net second. Everyone saw Qin Luo move lightly, and golden lightning flashed around him, turning into a lightning blade and lightly pointed in the direction of the Creek pirate. The golden lightning, as if it had intelligence, shot violently in the direction Qin Luo pointed. Crack! Accompanied by a broken sound, it was like a domino being pushed down, and a chain reaction soon occurred. Mast side keels all neatly cut by the lightning blade. Like a gravel, the pirate ship that was intact just now was dislocated and broken. What? Everyone's eyes bulged out and many people's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. What on earth is this? Not to mention others, even Nami spat out a mouthful of shock. What on earth is this monster? As for the cotters and ordinary pirates of the Creek pirate, they were directly paralyzed by fear at this time. Was that a bolt of lightning just now? Devil fruit ability. Even the pirate ship can be cut open with a single knife. What kind of monster did they provoke? At this time they even wanted to die. Qin Luo calmly looked at the pirates of the Creek pirates and said slowly, I heard that the Creek pirates are the overlord of the East China Sea and have 50 pirate ships. Is that true? How many pirate ships are there? Count them again. Gurgle. The pirates of the Creek pirates were all shock. How could they count? The waves were rolling. The pirate ship that was cut in half by Qin Luo's lightning blade sank to the bottom of the sea and rolled up a big whirlpool on the sea surface. The pirate fell into the sea like dumplings paddling frantically, but were still drawn into the whirlpool one by one, and the scene was spectacular. Not to mention the Creek pirate who had never seen Qin Luo's strength. Even the people of the Blood Wolf pirates who had seen Qin Luo's strength were shocked beyond word. That was a pirate ship, and it was split in half with a sword. Who on earth is he? Everyone cast their eyes on Qin Luo, and it was hard to believe their eyes. Qin Luo stood on the deck with his head held high, his sleeves fluttering, and he looked unspeakably chic and unrestrained. His eyes were calm without joy or sorrow, as if doing such a big event that could shake the East China Sea was just a trivial matter. The pirates of the Creek pirates were all shocked, and they knew that they had hit a wall today. How many pirate ships are there? Count them again. Qin Luo's words were like the voice of the devil knocking on the hearts of all the pirate. Having 50 ships and 5000 subordinates has always been the greatest pride of the Creek pirates and the biggest capital for them to become the overlord of the East China Sea. But after Qin Luo's thunder blade they only had 49 ships left. How absurd is this? How could there be such an unreasonable monster in the world? How should they answer? 49. Then several ships will surely be cut off by another thunder blade. Undoubtedly this is a fatal question. A cotter of the Creek pirate said with sweat on his face and dry mouth. Who are you? A man with your strength can't be an unknown person. The words of this pirate cotter immediately asked everyone's thought. Not only the Creek pirates but also the Blood Wolf pirates and even Nami were curious. Yes, with Qin Luo's strength he can't be an unknown person. He should have been a famous pirate in the entire East China Sea. What's weird is that no one here knows Qin Luo. This is the source of all tragedies. In fact, the pirates have a deeper hidden subtlety, which is, you should have said it earlier if you are strong. Is it fun to play the pig and eat the tiger? At this time the people of the Creek pirates were in a dilemma and wanted to die. They really regretted it. Why did they have to rob Qin Luo, the evil star? Qin Luo had no intention of answering the questions raised by the Creek pirate. A bunch of weak pirate thief, you are not worthy of knowing my name. Qin Luo was too lazy to talk more, and several lightning bolts turned into sharp blades slashing out fiercely, and several pirate ships of the Creek pirates were chopped into pieces by Qin Luo. Soon there was only one intact pirate ship left on the sea, and the rest turned into broken wooden boards. Many pirates lay on the wooden boards wet all over and lived in misery. Qin Luo was too lazy to pay attention to this. Set sail. Qin Luo sat back in his seat gently and said lightly. The people of the Blood Wolf pirates woke up as if from a dream and hurried back to their respective posts. The pirate ship kept moving, and even if it was several miles away everyone's mood was still not calm for a long time. They all knew that Qin Luo was very strong, but they never thought that Qin Luo's strength would be so strong. Where did a big man like Qin Luo come from? Could it be the Grand Line? The Grand Line has too many legends, and it is a place for countless men with dreams to realize their dream. The Grand Line is called the Graveyard of Pirate. I don't know how many ambitious pirates have been defeated on the Grand Line. For a pirate who dares to ride the Grand Line, it is respectable even if he is a loser of the Grand Line. When they thought that Qin Luo might have returned from the Grand Line, many pirates were even more respectful. Chapter 18. Qin Luo didn't care about the eyes of the crowd at all. He just lay on the recliner, picked up a book and started reading. Drinking black tea, reading a book and blowing the sea breeze, this kind of day is unpectedly comfortable. What Qin Luo didn't know was that Nami was curled up on the bed in the room at this time, caught in endless entanglement. Taking Qin Luo to a long paradise. Nami's mentality at the beginning was actually driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, and Qin Luo is the wolf and Along is the tiger. This kind of thing she used to. She has done a lot of work and she has been trained for a long time, and her business is very proficient. This time it was no different from the past at the beginning until Qin Luo showed his strength for the first time. Qin Luo's strength shocked Nami, which was unimaginable. Nami knew for the first time that there was a human as powerful as Qin Luo in the world, or Nami knew for the first time that humans could be so powerful. Compared to Qin Luo, Along is nothing. Nami, who has been going out to sea to cheat and steal since she was a child, in fact his knowledge is not shallow and even far exceeds that of most people in the world. However, those fishmen in Arlong Paradise really gave Nami too many psychological shadows. For Nami it is even an unforgettable nightmare. Nami still can't forget the scene when the 77th Navy branch came to wipe out Arlong after the Coco West village was occupied by Arlong. That Navy warship brought infinite hope to the villagers of Coco West village. It was just like the first straw to grab after drowning, and everyone regarded him as a savior. Even the roar of the Navy warship's shells was like the most beautiful music in the world. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. A shell fired by the Navy warship was directly bitten to pieces by Arlong. The Navy warship that they regarded regarded as a savior was sunk from the bottom of the sea by the fishmen in just a few minutes. Not only that, even the 77th branch Brim Brim was easily defeated. That was the Brigadier General of the Navy branch Brigadier General. From then on, the idea that fishmen are stronger than humans was completely rooted in the hearts of all the villagers in Coco West Village. Although she was reluctant to admit it, Nami had actually been completely brainwashed by Arlong and his gang. The fishmen are superior to human. But Qin Luo's performance today completely overturned Nami's idea. For the first time, Nami knew that there was actually a human as strong as Qin Luo in the world. Can Qin Luo defeat Arlong and save Coco West Village from the rule of Arlong and his gang? The moment this idea emerged from Nami's mind, it grew wildly and could never be shaken off. If it was Qin Luo, maybe it really could. Although Nami always looked optimistic and cheerful, the huge sum of 100 million Baileys was really too heavy, and Nami was a little breathless. She was really too tired. Just like this time, she had gone through so much trouble to steal a huge sum of money from the Blood Wolf pirates, but it was only 5 or SI million. The amount is still too far from the goal of 100 million Baileys. What's more annoying is that she hasn't been able to keep the treasure. Nami doesn't even know how many more years she has to hold on. If she asks for help, can Qin Luo help her? Or what price will she have to pay? Nami's mind is full of thoughts: excitement, joy, fear, worry. All kinds of thoughts linger in her mind. It's like 1,000 threads ed together, making Nami's thoughts a mess. Nami is like being trapped in the dark for a long time. Even a candlelight gives her infinite hope. Let her rack her brains and try every means to catch it. But this beam of light makes her look forward. Looking back, he was in a dilemma. Qin Luo's ability was indeed super powerful, but Eren could easily destroy the pirate ship. What's worse is that Eren's paradise is full of water net. Eren can dive into the water at any time and play the advantages of the Fishman clan. What should Qin Luo do then? Qin Luo should be a devil fruit user. If he falls into the sea, he will be killed. Nami was too entangled. That night, Nami suffered from insomnia as expected. The NET day. Staring at the panda eyes, Nami with red eyes came out of the small room again. This time she acted vigorously and decisively, and all the sailors on the ship were led around by her. The speed of the pirate ship was several times faster. If the pirate ship did not need to be supplied, everyone even suspected that Nami would not stop at Buell Island at all. Captain, Nami's reaction is abnormal. Maybe she's up to something. Do you think we should report it to Lord Qin Luo? Morioka Hayabusa's face darkened and he said dissatisfiedly, what do you mean? You can see it, but can't my brother see it? Do you think your limited wisdom is better than my brother's unparalleled wisdom? The faces of several pirates suddenly changed wildly. They actually put a hat on them as soon as they came up. Isn't the captain too insidious? They can't afford to wear this big hat. Maybe they will die. Several people tried their best to plain swore and said a lot of good things, and then they reluctantly let Morioka Hayabusa loose. In a short while they seemed to have experienced a boarding battle and even had a layer of sweat on their bodies. The captain is always the captain and he can't refuse. Morioka Hayabusa said impatiently, go away, stop thinking about all sorts of things all day long, just do your job well. Yes, yes, yes. After several crew members left, Morioka Hayabusa's face suddenly became gloomy. Crisis, a big crisis. These little bastards are rebelling. They want to show off in front of the big brother when they see the opportunity. They really don't take him, Captain Morioka Hayabusa, seriously. He wants to show those bastards who is the most respected henchman by the big brother. What the sailors reflected was the truth, and what Morioka Hayabusa said was also the truth. What they can see, how can the big brother not see it? Nami's reasons for speeding up the journey are all reasonable. For example, a storm is about to hit, drinking water is about to run out, etc. Although it was later proved that Nami the navigator was right, Nami's continued practice of speeding up the journey still aroused everyone's suspicion. You know, the purpose of their trip is mainly to go to Coco West Village, which is Nami's hometown, to get her treasure. Not to mention Nami's miserly nature, even ordinary people will try every means to delay. Feeling Nami's little action, Morioka Hayabusa smiled disdainfully. He didn't know what happened, but Nami might fall this time. What happened on the ship naturally could not escape Qin Luo's perception. Qin Luo couldn't help but smile at the various actions of the flatterer Morioka Hayabusa. This guy is really a talent. He can even issue a special 8-dog licking certificate. Others may not know the reason why Nami did this, but Qin Luo naturally knew everything. It's nothing more than seeing that he is powerful and wanting to borrow strength from him. Qin Luo didn't care about this at all. He can help Nami, but there are requirements. The ship has insufficient fresh water and food reserves, and the selected supply point is a place called Buell Island. Chapter 19. Because of its abundant coconuts, Buell Island is also called Coconut Island, and it is also well known in the vicinity. As soon as the ship docked, the excited howling of the pirates of the Blood Wolf pirate caused panic among many villagers. Seeing those timid villagers, Nami couldn't help but think think of the villagers of Kokosia village. In this world, no matter where you are oppressed and exploited by pirate. Even though Coconut Island is a famous supply island, its importance to ships is self-evident. It is still exploited by pirates, and the situation in other places can be imagined. Nami can understand it. After all, not all pirates follow the rules. On the contrary, most pirates still don't follow the rules. Qin Luo seemed to see Nami's resistance. He said, after arriving on the island, you must behave yourself and pay for things you buy. If anyone dares to burn, kill and plunder, don't blame me for twisting your heads off and kicking them like balls. As soon as Qin Luo finished speaking, the smiles on the faces of the pirate who were just so fanatical disappeared little by little. How can we rely if we don't let them plunder? Everyone looked at each other, but due to Qin Luo's power they didn't dare to refute. The only exception was Nami. At this time Nami's beautiful eyes were so bright that it was scary, as if she had just met Qin Luo for the first time. Qin Luo was so strong that he could almost ignore any rules. If he wanted to get something, he could get it directly with his strength. But Qin Luo's statement made Nami recognize Qin Luo again. No matter what Qin Luo's truest thoughts were, at least he had compassion for the weak, and this was precious to a strong man. And Nami's favorability towards Qin Luo soared. Qin Luo noticed Nami's gaze, looked at her quietly, calmly and gently, and smiled. Nami was startled. Her heart was beating like a deer. She turned her head and dared not look at Qin Luo. At this moment she hesitated in her heart. If Qin Luo was not the kind of rotten pirate who did all kinds of evil regardless of his life or death, he would continue to take him to Coco West village to fight with along. She felt a little guilty. Damn it! The psychological construction that Nami had made after a sleepless night began to waver again. For Nami, killing a bad pirate and killing a good person are completely different in nature. As a thief, Nami also has her own way of stealing. Since her debut, Nami has only stolen the money of pirates, although stealing from pirates is countless times more difficult than stealing from ordinary people. But Nami has never violated this principle, because only by doing this can she insist that she is different from Along's group. Only in this way can she be worthy of Aunt Belmere. What should she do? At this moment Nami's thoughts were interrupted. Morioka Hayabusa came up with a constipated look on his face. Qin Luo, what's wrong? Morioka Hayabusa looked at Nami's face and said hesitantly that, brother, our money was stolen by Nami, and then Nami's boat capsized and the treasure fell into the sea. Qin Luo suddenly realized, you are talking about this? Your bow of treasure is not lost, it is in my room. You can move it over. Morioka Hayabusa and other pirates were ecstatic. It's really great to have money. This can not only meet Qin Luo's requirement of not robbing but also rela for a while. For the pirates who lick blood on the knife edge, they often drift on the sea for half a month. It is really rare to be able to rest on the island for a few days. Spending money lavishly is a heaven-level enjoyment for pirate. This is also the reason why many islands still entertain pirates, even though they know that pirates may come to rob. Nothing else, the pirates' spending power is really too high. The pirates are so grateful to Qin Luo, just like a reborn parent. They even completely forgot that Qin Luo had taken away the control of the pirate ship and bullied them. The only exception is Nami. At this time Nami has been petrified. The treasure of the Blood Wolf pirates was not lost and was redistributed to the pirates by Qin Luo. But that was Nami's own money. That's right, that's what Nami thought, but any money in her hands was her money. Qin Luo used her money to buy people's heart. Nami felt like she was going crazy. The favorability of Qin Luo plummeted at a speed visible to the naked eye, plummeting to the bottom in an instant and even directly became negative. At this moment Nami thought of a more terrible thing, that is her daily salary of 10,000 Baileys these days. Qin Luo used her money to pay her salary and hired her as a maid. Thinking about these days, she served tea, poured water, rubbed shoulders and beat leg. Nami's mentality collapsed. Nami stomped her feet. Her pretty face was full of blood and she wanted to swallow Qin Luo bit by bit. Qin Luo, what, just go to death? I'm so angry, I'm so angry. Nami gritted her teeth and her white teeth almost broke. Although Nami knew that if it weren't for Qin Luo, the bow of treasure would definitely flow into the sea and she wouldn't get a penny. Not only that, Qin Luo was her lifesaver. Money has a price, life is priceless. If you think about it carefully, she has made a lot of money, but reason is reason, mood is mood, and the breath of anger accumulated in her heart not only did not dissipate but accumulated deeper and deeper. If you hold back for a while, you will get angrier. If you take a step back, you will feel worse. Nami's heart is like a mirror. She knows that she is more angry with herself than with Qin Luo. The duck is almost cooked, but she lets it fly away. How angry! Nami stamped her beautiful feet and planned to leave this sad place, but at this moment Qin Luo's word came over. Where are you going, my lovely maid lady? Qin Luo knew exactly what Nami was thinking and asked with a smirk. Maid Nami was so angry that she wanted to spray Qin Luo to death with a mouthful of salt soda. Seeing Nami's wild little wildcat look, Qin Luo didn't care but felt it was very interesting. What's wrong? Don't you want today's commission. Nami glared at Qin Luo fiercely. Isn't it just 10,000 Baileys? Am I the one who needs that 10,000 Baileys? I'm a genius navigator. No matter which ship I go on, the commission is not higher than this. When she saw the 10,000 Bailey bill in Qin Luo's hand, Nami's eyes could no longer move. Nami snatched it away and hid it close to her body. Nami smiled and her service attitude was unpectedly good. Master, what do you want? Qin Luo smiled and felt quite interesting. After a few days of careful teaching, Nami really became more and more like a professional maid. However, after a little look, Qin Luo felt that something was missing. After a little thought, Qin Luo immediately figured it out. How can a maid not wear professional maid outfit? A maid without a maid outfit has no soul. Feeling Qin Luo's eyes looking her up and down, Nami suddenly felt a chill. What are you going to do? We have a formal employment relationship. You can't force me to do something I don't want to do. Chapter 20. Ouch. Qin Luo patted her head gently. What are you thinking about? Let's go buy clothes. Buy clothes? Nami was a little confused. What was Qin Luo doing? Nami was uneasy, but the temptation of buying clothes was too great for a woman. Before the brain made a decision, the body instinctively followed Qin Luo. Nami was not poor. Strictly speaking, she could even be called a millionaire in the slums, but all her money only went in and never went out. Not a single pound of it really belonged to her. Usually when she saw nice clothes in a clothing store, she would at most try them on. She really didn't want to buy herself any clothes, but which girl would complain about having too many beautiful clothes? When she heard that Qin Luo wanted to change her into a maid outfit, the little thief Nami refused to agree. Nami didn't dislike the maid outfit, but she didn't want to satisfy Qin Luo's low-level perverted taste. Qin Luo might not have a way to deal with other women, but to deal with Nami, he. Qin Luo put on a domineering CEO look and said, as long as you wear a maid outfit, you can buy any clothes in the store and I'll pay. Instantly, Nami's big eyes suddenly became particularly bright. Really? Qin Luo rarely pretended to be cool and said, I'm so poor that I only have money left. Empty. Nami was overjoyed. It's a deal. Qin Luo smiled. Watching Nami change clothes is actually quite enjoyable, just like a fashion show. Isn't it just money? This Qin Luo really has no shortage of. A few hours later, Qin Luo was in tears and speechless. It was not because of the money, but the careless Qin Luo completely overlooked a big problem, that is, men and women have completely different concept when shopping. Men shop wholesale, and if they like a style they can buy dozens of sets in a row. But women shop and they even want to put it on and take it off to try it several times after buying one. That's not all. After putting it on, they will take out several more sets and compare them repeatedly. They even ask Qin Luo to evaluate which of these sets is better from time to time. Qin Luo really wants to say that it looks better without wearing it, but he still lied and said that they all look good. But Nami disliked him and said that he was not serious and was a panacea. Say that the one she is wearing looks better and she will think that the one in her hand is more tasteful. Anyway, I'm just asking you, don't take it seriously. You will lose if you take it seriously. Dresses, short skirts, hot pants, princess dresses, OL suit. At first Qin Luo felt very excited, like watching a fashion show, a visual feast. He thought it would be great to wear one every night. But later Qin Luo's eyes were dull and he began to doubt his life. When Nami was still not satisfied and finally decided to come out of the clothing store with a lot of bag, Qin Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not easy. He even felt more tired than fighting with Enel. But it finally over. Then Qin Luo saw Nami walked into another clothing store. Qin Luo was petrified. Sensing Qin Luo's emotions, Nami smiled, stuck out her pink tongue and said mischievously, I'm kidding you, my dear master. How could Qin Luo not know that he was fooled by Nami? Nami's voice was soft and sweet, making people feel like their bones were softened. Just when Nami smiled evilly and thought she had teased Qin Luo suddenly stepped forward and said in a gentle voice, woman, you are playing with fire. Instantly Nami's pretty face turned red and she was very shy. Put the large and small handbags she bought in her hand into Qin Luo's hand. Nami quickly broke free. Her figure was light and agile like a kitten and she had already happily run into the crowd. Qin Luo raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, sniffed it carefully, and the air was filled with fragrance, and then he followed. Qin Luo's sudden move just now caught Nami off guard and her heart was beating fast and nervous. In some ways women are very sensitive. She could feel that Qin Luo didn't seem to have any ill will toward her. Today she was still quite happy, so she let Qin Luo, the stinky master, take advantage of it. The two of them went to the snack street and gift shop again, and Nami was more certain of her thought. One of the things left a deep impression on Nami. In the snack street, a stall owner accidentally stained Qin Luo's newly bought pensive clothes with oil. At that time the stall owner was shocked. He couldn't afford to pay for such a piece of clothing even if he spent all his money. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Luo just smiled and didn't take it to heart at all. The stall owner, thank you so much. Nami felt incredible. She had seen the behavior of other pirates pirates with her own eyes. Not to mention the oil stains on pensive clothes. Nami even saw a little girl accidentally touching a pirate and was kicked away by the pirate. If she hadn't sent a doctor in time, the little girl would have died directly. Who is Qin Luo? He looks like a commoner, easygoing and without airs, not overbearing, but he looks like an aristocrat, gentlemanly and polite with noble character. No, to be precise, the word aristocrat even lowers Qin Luo's character. Nami has also seen real aristocrat, but those people's low taste and low character even refreshed Nami's cognition, and all her good impressions of the so-called aristocrats were shattered. However, Nami felt countless regrets in her heart, and she even suspected that Qin Luo was deliberately making fun of her, because after spending most of the day with Qin Luo, Nami realized Qin Luo's different. Even Qin Luo is different from all the men she has ever seen. Humble gentleman, polite, kind, even those bad taste. There is no bad intention in essence. The consequence is that she can't use Qin Luo as a gun. People are sometimes so contradictory. At this time, Nami even thought that it would be better if Qin Luo was a little mean to her. In that case, she can cheat Qin Luo without any psychological burden. Nami was confused. Chapter 21. Then the two bought clothes, went shopping, and found a restaurant to eat the most authentic food, which was undoubtedly a super enjoyment, as a famous supply island nearby Buell Island has many merchant ships coming and going, which also makes the supply of materials on this small island extremely rich with all kinds of food. Of course, the most local characteristic is undoubtedly the coconut feast. On this small island, the coconut cooking methods are full of magnificent imaginations, which makes Qin Luo amazed and enjoy it. Have you heard the Creek pirates seem to have suffered a big loss? Several pirate ships have become broken sampan. Everyone was shocked when the words fell. It is not easy not to attract everyone's attention when it comes to the Creek pirate. As a supply island, Buell Island has ships coming from all directions, and the personnel are Ed, and the news is very well informed. As for the islanders, they are extremely sensitive. This has become one of their survival instinct. Is it true the Creek pirates are the new overlord of the East China Sea? Which pirate group dares to provoke them? Yes, I heard that not long ago the Creek pirates seemed to have defeated a warship of the 77th Navy branch. Be careful, this rumor is about the Creek pirate. They have already mastered a large number of waterways, including our Will Island. We may have to pay taes to them. At this point, many people sighed. The prosperity of Buell Island is due to its unique geographical location. The suffering is also due to its unique geographical location. The Creek pirates are now too powerful, and their tentacles have spread all over the East China Sea. A small place like Buell Island has no possibility of resistance. Maybe they will have to worship the Creek pirates as the emperor. Even if the Creek pirates are greedy and exploit them wantonly, they can only choose to swallow their anger. The diners talked a lot and the discussion was very intense, but most of them were skeptical. Is it true you didn't believe the rumors? Rumors? How could it be a rumor? It's already spreading like wildfire. The crew members of the Creek pirates were drifting with broken wooden board. Too many people saw them and there was no way to hide it. I heard that Admiral Creek has summoned his subordinates to search for revenge. Yes. After confirming the authenticity of the news, all the diners took a deep breath. Is there really someone who dares to touch the Tai Sui? Isn't this too bold? Nami, who was enjoying the food, didn't expect to hear about Qin Luo's feat in the restaurant. If we say who knows the inside story best, it must be Qin Luo and Nami, the two parties involved. When Nami heard that Admiral Creek had begun to summon his subordinates and planned to seek revenge on Qin Luo, she couldn't help but panic. That's the overlord of the East China Sea. How big a wave will his anger cause? Nami couldn't help but secretly glance at Qin Luo, only to see that Qin Luo was eating and drinking as usual and didn't care about Admiral Creek's revenge at all. Nami didn't know whether Qin Luo was really calm or pretending to be calm, but seeing Qin Luo so calm, the panic in her heart actually dissipated a lot. Which pirate group is it? How many ships are dispatched? How many people are there? An uncle couldn't help but ask and was very interested in the pirate group that dared to confront Creek's pirate group. Everyone became curious. The news is true and the sea will undoubtedly be in turmoil again. Who will the goddess of fate favor? This. The insider, who was just proud of everyone's attention, scratched the back of his head and was quite embarrassed. Dante stuttering, tell me now. That's right, which pirate group did it? It's too good to be true. It must have been a sea battle that shook the world. How many ships were deployed? How many hours did it last? What a pity there were no reporters reporting it. The insider was really stumped by the question and said embarrassedly, I heard it was done by one person. Huh. Many people who were drinking and watching the fun directly burst out. You have to be more reliable when you brag. That's right. Everyone laughed and looked down on the unreliable boaster. The well-informed guy was a little embarrassed and gulped down a few gulps of draft beer. The only one who was still calm was probably Nami. At first she was also shocked by Qin Luo's trick. Now it seems that the impact of this incident is much greater than she imagined. There are so many people in the head restaurant. Everyone is used to chatting and bragging, and they turned the page in a blink of an eye. Everyone quickly talked about other topic. All good things must come to an end, and the excitement is always short-lived. After resting for 2 days on Buell Island and replenishing food and fresh water, the Blood Wolf set sail again. However, everyone was surprised that the Blood Wolf, which had set sail again, became unusually slow again. Not long ago, Nami, who was eager to go home and every second counted, became lazy. Before resupplying at Buell Island, Nami directed everyone on the ship around, but now Nami was lying on a lounge chair drinking coconut juice and basking in the sun leisurely. This made everyone in the Blood Wolf pirates look at each other in bewilderment. What was Nami up to? This was too unpredictable, wasn't it? Could it be that Lord Qin Luo warned Nami when he was on the island? But that wasn't right either. Lord Qin Luo wouldn't be so hard on money, right? Women's hearts are like the bottom of the sea. Qin Luo could probably guess a little about Nami's thought. Feeling sorry for money, that for sure. It's natural to worry that Qin Luo can't beat a long Aaron's brainwashing for a long time is no joke. Nami can be stingy or spend a lot of money. She carries the hope of the entire Coco village. Nami can't afford to lose. If there is a slight mistake, all her hard work and efforts in the past few years may be in vain. Qin Luo can fully understand this. In terms of shortcomings, Nami has too many: violence, greed, black belly, not ladylike. But in essence, Nami is a gentle, kind, strong and capable girl. As Sanji said, only men can forgive women's lies. What's more, Nami has never lied to him. Whether walking fast or slow, it's actually just she was just struggling there alone. The fundamental reason for the struggle was that Nami's attitude towards Qin Luo changed from hostile to friendly. Qin Luo should probably feel relieved. However, that was all for Nami. Now she was extremely insecure. Except for Nakago, she had already built a high wall of heart against everyone. As for opening her heart to Qin Luo, the master she had only known for a few days, that was even more impossible. It seems that I have to have a showdown with her. Chapter 22. Night fell. The moon was bright in the sky and the stars were dotted. The pirates were also drowsy. Qin Luo saw Nami alone on the deck, looking into the distance, blowing the cold wind with a sad look on her face, and I don't know what she was thinking. If an ordinary man saw a woman so sad, he would definitely feel pain in his heart and gently ask her what happened. However, Qin Luo's attention was on the maid uniform Nami was wearing. The breeze blew, which was quite beautiful. Why do you miss your hometown? Qin Luo walked to her side and asked with a smile. Master, master. Nami turned her head away and wiped the tears from her face. She did think of Nakago and Aunt Belmere, the good times when they were young. Nami, I can help you kill Arlong and liberate Coco village, but you have to agree to one request of mine. Qin Luo didn't want to talk nonsense and got straight to the point. Although Nami's attitude towards Qin Luo has improved in recent days, the progress is too slow. Qin Luo wanted to get in quickly. A forced melon is not sweet, but it quenches thirst. Nami was startled and then she recovered. It turned out that Qin Luo already knew her thought. That is to say, is Qin Luo's strength capable of defeating Arlong's pirate group? Her eyes were shining with stars. Can you really defeat Aaron? Really more real than Pearl, but you may not agree to my request. Nami was nervous, not knowing what Qin Luo would ask. Tell me what it is. Get on my ship. Instantly Nami's face was as red as the sunset. Is it so direct? Although you are strong, handsome and rich, you can't do this. Qin Luo flicked her head and said, what are you thinking about? I mean to get on my ship, be my navigator and be my maid for a year. With the sweet words of the scumbag, he didn't believe that in a year not enough to take Nami down. That's it. When Nami said this, she swore that she had no intention of provoking, but was very confused. Oh, do you have other ideas? Qin Luo smiled. The distance between the two was quite close, just a few feet away. Nami's lips were like cherries with red teeth and red lips. No, no. Nami turned her head away, unable to bear Qin Luo's affection. Since you say that, I will take it as your agreement. No need to limit the speed of the ship. Leave it to me. I will deal with the Arlong pirate. After saying that, Qin Luo turned and left. On the deck, Nami was left alone again, looking up at the bright moon. Her eyes were no longer hesitant and dark, but a glimmer of hope rose. Isn't it just to be your navigator and your maid? The 1-year deadline will soon pass and I will leave at that time. You, the king of the new world, will not go back on your word, right? Nami thought so in her heart, but a year later, whether she would leave or stay, only she knew it in her heart. After many days, Qin Luo and his party arrived at a small island again and bought a pirate ship that was even more high-end than the Blood Wolf on this small island. Moreover, Qin Luo specially inlaid gold and gems in front of the bow, which was particularly dazzling in the sun. The shape and structure of the ship looked like a lightning bolt from the sky, and the ship was inlaid with gold and gems on all sides. When Nami saw this rich ship, her eyes sparkled and she couldn't take her eyes away. As for the other pirate, they were also completely stunned at this time. It's too extravagant to inlay gold and gems on the ship. With this money, it's enough to build a fleet, right? Even Murioka Hayabusa was shocked. This big brother turned out to be so rich. No wonder he he looked down on their property. This is called the Thor, Qin Luo said with a smile. Thor, Nami and the others were shocked. He called himself a god. How confident was this guy? He called himself a god. Did he become a god directly after surpassing the 4 emperors of the New World? Qin Luo, Morioka Hayabusa, you can go now. Brother, what are you doing? Morioka Hayabusa couldn't guess what Qin Luo meant. He didn't know whether he really wanted them to leave or was testing them. It can be said that the Blood Wolf pirates have indeed lived under the powerful shadow of Qin Luo these days. They were worried that Qin Luo would use them up and then a bolt of lightning would mash them to pieces and burn them to ashes. Go away, don't let me see you. If I see you again any time I won't be like today. Qin Luo waved his hand and signaled them to leave by boat. Note that Morioka Hayabusa was beside him these days, acting like a licking dog, saying good things in pairs, which made Qin Luo embarrassed to kill them. Yes, big brother, that wealth? Morioka Hayabusa asked cautiously. You want to see the king of hell, right? Qin Luo smiled sinisterly. Maybe seeing Nami acting like a miser recently made him feel that once the money went into his pocket he would never get it out again. Morioka Hayabusa was so scared that he trembled all over. Leave immediately. He boarded the Blood Wolf and fled in a hurry, heading in the opposite direction of Coco West Village. Qin Luo and Nami also boarded the Thor. How long will it take to get to Coco West Village? Nami hurriedly determined the location and said with a smile, half a day to reach Coco West Village. Qin Luo nodded. Let the Thor's first stop start from Coco West Village. Hearing Qin Luo's word, Nami was immediately excited beyond words. Is the hope of many years finally going to come true? Coco West Village is saved this time. Nami was excited looking at the increasingly familiar waterway. Her pride did not increase much, but she felt a kind of homesickness. Of the closer you are to home, the more timid you feel. Master, we are about to return to the village. Can I not wear this maid outfit for now? Nami put her hands together, blinked her big eyes and looked weak, helpless and pitiful. Qin Luo smiled. Nami, this little girl is really good at observing words and prescience, and she really understood his temper. The right medicine for the right disease that is getting more and more accurate. But Qin Luo just fell for it. In fact, Qin Luo can completely understand Nami's thoughts. Not just Nami, everyone in the world is the same. Even if he was a dog outside, he would still dress himself up like a decent person when he returned home. Very simple and realistic. Qin Luo reached out his hand and rubbed Nami's head. Go, the savior of Coco West Village. Chapter 23. Nami's face flushed first, then she was overjoyed. After thanking him, she ran into her dressing room. Half an hour later, Nami, dressed up, came out again. Instantly, the luxurious Thor seemed to be outshined by the dressed-up Nami. A noble tight dress showed Nami's graceful figure to the fullest, and matched with the right jewelry, Nami looked even more luxurious. At this moment she seemed to have become a princess who returned home in glory, the master, not a thief who returned with a full load but was covered in wounds. Qin Luo was also slightly shocked by Nami's beauty after she was dressed up. In the evening, Nami suddenly said excitedly, we're here, the Coco West Village is in front. Qin Luo looked in the direction of the voice and then saw a large island behind several small islands and reefs. What impressed people most about this island was the very tall tower-shaped building. From a distance there were many windmills swaying, and the smell of oranges came with the sea breeze. In an orange orchard, every orange tree here had oranges as big as fists, and the fragrance was overflowing. When the Thor, driven by Qin Luo, arrived at Along Paradise, Along and his group finally saw the arrival of Qin Luo and others. In an instant the whole Along Paradise became excited. This ship inlaid with gold and gems actually came towards them. Isn't this courting death? Arlong is a sawtooth shark man 26 meters tall with dark blue skin, sharp teeth and a long sawtooth nose as hard as steel. Add to that the muscles all over his body that look like steel ingots, and the large red tattoos on his chest and arms gives people an unimaginable sense of oppression, and is even called the worst man in the East China Sea. But from this title it can be seen that Arlong is the worst rather than the strongest or something. Although Arlong has always claimed that the fishmen are a superior race, he is actually very inferior in his heart. Every day he shouts about building a dragon empire to rule all mankind, but in fact his greatest achievement is to become a village tyrant. The dragon empire in Arlong's mouth is essentially Coco West Village and several surrounding villages. What he does is to forcibly collect protection fees from the villagers. Even so, he still has a retired emperor, Colonel Mao. Not only Arlong but also the cotters of the Arlong pirates have gathered here. Although they are the kings of Coco West Village, they are nothing in the grand line. At this moment the pirates of the Arlong pirates suddenly shrank their eyes. Xiao Ba said in surprise, look Nami, the one wearing beautiful clothes is Nami, right? Hearing Xiao Ba's words, everyone in the Arlong pirates looked at the Thor. Then everyone in the Arlong pirates saw Nami standing in front of them. Instantly the pupils of the entire Arlong pirates shrank. Standing on the treasure ship, Nami wearing gorgeous clothes is really too dazzling. It even makes them feel ashamed of themselves. herself. When Nami saw Arlong, her heart trembled lightly, but as Qin Luo's eyes went, her delicate body calmed down. Nami, are you giving me treasures? Aaron showed a sinister smile, raised his head high and shouted proudly, go! A large wave of pirate rushed toward Qin Luo's Thor. Die! This message sounded like thunder in the minds of those pirates, and a violent thunder and lightning atmosphere spread over the sea area of 1000 meters in radius, frightening them to tremble. At this moment Qin Luo's eyes were as bright as stars, and the thunder and lightning around him were like a mad dragon slamming towards them. Boom! The golden lightning finally slammed fiercely into the place where thousands of pirates gathered. Boom! With a deafening roar, the place where the bombardment was located suddenly became filled with smoke and dust, and a strong energy wave broke out, instantly annihilated all creatures within 30 meters, and saw a large number of thousands of pirates whose limbs and flesh were bombarded and flew into the sky, splashing everywhere. In an instant this group of pirates was defeated. There were rows of corpses all around, and blood flowed like a river. A feeling of fear spread among the Along pirate. When some pirates began to retreat, more people also retreated subconsciously. Fear is contagious. As the Thor got closer to them, Aaron's face condensed and he launched an artillery attack. The shells flashed with a cold light, aiming at Qin Luo and ready to go. Bang bang bang! 10 huge shells shot out, instantly tearing the waves of the sea and making a breathtaking sound. How strong is the power of the giant shells? After firing, it can even destroy the city wall. And now the target of 10 giant shells. The giant shells are not used to attack ships but to kill people. Such a scene has never happened since ancient times, and it will be difficult to see it in the future. The giant shells are extremely fast, and Qin Luo kept his momentum, and in almost an instant the giant shells had already shot in front of Qin Luo. The giant shells gathered together like a stone pillar, rushing over with a terrifying momentum. Qin Luo's expression was stern. He hailed and shouted, and with the help of the power of thunder and lightning he floated into the air. There was a faint sound from the bones in his body, and the tendons trembled, and the sound of the bowstring trembling was heard. The muscles all over his body were knotted together, and his body seemed to be bigger. Break it for me! Qin Luo condensed a large lightning ball with his palms, raised it high and hit the giant shell heavily. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise that shook the earth, spark flew. The giant shell was actually broken by the lightning ball condensed by Qin Luo, scattered in the water, drifting away. The powerful after effect almost split the middle sea into two halves, surging in all directions. Yes. When Aaron and others saw this scene, their pupils instantly shrank into pinholes and they gasped, "This can't hurt him. Who is this man? No time to play with you." Qin Luo's body flashed and the pirates in front of him were scared pale. His speed was like that of the thunder shadow, and he had already rushed to the front, giving them no chance at all. Bang bang bang! Blood flashed frequently and no pirate could block Qin Luo's punch. The hardness of the thunder escape armor coupled with the coverage of the armament haki his fist was not something that ordinary pirates could resist. One punch, one pirate head. The pleasure of the explosion grew from Qin Luo's heart. Not enough! Qin Luo laughed up to the sky, showing his madness just like the Tai Sui god on earth. Killing gods all the way is nothing wrong. Qin Luo's eyes were deep. He stood with his hands behind his back, stepped on the board. Aaron looked at this disgusting face. To be precise, he felt disgusted with any human face from the bottom of his heart. He squinted his eyes were sharp, and he looked at Qin Luo's face carefully. Aaron finally looked at Qin Luo squarely and said coldly, "Who are you, kid?" Chapter 24. At the same time Aaron recalled the list of people that Colonel Mouse gave him, that he should not provoke, otherwise even he could no longer hide the fact that Aaron had done many evil things, but there seemed to be no mark of Qin Luo on that list. "I am your father, and I am really ashamed for Fisher Tiger. Such a righteous fishman hero actually produced a scum like you," Qin Luo said coldly with disdain. "Boy, you are not qualified to mention Tiger's name." Aaron's face was furious and the sharp tip of the fish became unusually sharp. Aaron was one of the representatives of the fishmen who hated humans to the core. Aaron, who witnessed Tiger's death, may have completely taken on the devil in Tiger's heart from that time on. If he was just malicious toward humans in the past, then it has completely turned into irreconcilable hatred. Really? Then come on, Qin Luo laughed. As soon as the word fell, Aaron held his big saw blade. Zhanfeng flashed and rushed over at a very fast speed. Bang! Qin Luo covered his feet with armed color, kicked out and resisted the attack of the evil dragon. It was quite like Doflamingo. "That's it," Qin Luo sneered and mocked. "Go to hell." With Aaron's angry shout, he performed a shark arrow and hit fiercely. Buzz! A force rose up without wind and spread out. Qin Luo turned lightning into a sharp blade, held it in his hand and swiftly cut Along's big saw blade Zhanfeng in half, and at the same time knocked Along out heavily. Bang! Along fell 100 meters away, spitting blood, looking depressed and horrified. Swish! The sharp blade, transformed by lightning, suddenly attacked and pressed against Along's throat. As long as Along made the slightest movement, the sharp blade would pierce his throat without hesitation. On the deck. Nami was stunned. Along and his gang were a nightmare that had haunted her for 7 years and she was almost crushed. But what she never expected was that she was knocked down so easily. It was too simple, really too simple. It was so simple that Nami wondered if she was dreaming. When she got off the boat and came to Along, she realized that all this was true. Xiao Ba, who was struck by lightning and was covered with scars, could not believe it and could not understand it. Why Nami, why are you doing this? You are a cadre of our Along group. We have been together for the past few years and have been very happy. Xiao Ba's words immediately made Nami angry. Nami said angrily, happy? You tell me happy? Only a fool like you would be happy. You can go and ask the villagers in Kokoyai village who are ruled and exploited by you whether they are happy or not. When it came to the point of anger, Nami even took out a musket from her waist and pressed the muzzle against Along's forehead. Nami's face was covered with tears and her hand holding the musket was even shaking. Do you remember that's how you killed Belmir with a gun? Feeling the coldness coming from the muzzle of the gun, Eren didn't feel scared but laughed out loud. Belmir, which one are you talking about? I've killed too many lowly humans. If you want to kill, just kill. Don't talk nonsense. Eren's words without regret deeply stimulated Nami's sensitive nerve and her body immediately trembled more violently. She never thought that Eren, the Eakitioner who killed Belmir, would have no regrets at all. Bang! A gunshot sounded and a tongue of fire immediately rushed out of the muzzle of the flintlock. A ball of blood suddenly burst out of Eren's body. Nami fired. However, she was kind-hearted and the muzzle of the gun deviated and the bullet did not hit Eren's vitals. A burst of pain came which made Eren, who was already seriously injured, even more injured, but Eren's face was more wanton. Nami, you are still as soft-hearted as ever. Do you know, even if you have saved up 100 million berries, I will not let such a powerful navigator like you leave. I have planned it all. As long as you are about to save up 100 million berries, I will contact Colonel Mouse, take your money and then let you save it again. Ha 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 ha. Eren's wanton and unruly laughter resounded throughout the Eren paradise. Nami, who was extremely angry, pulled the trigger one after another. Blood flowers burst out of Eren's body one after another. Nami stopped only after all the bullets were fired. Eren fell to the ground with blood flowing from all his orifices, but the smile on his face became more evil. If you dare to touch me, the Navy will not let you go. Eren's life was gradually coming to an end. It was able to take a few shots and still speak, which could be said to be due to its fishman physique. Colonel Mouse, colonel of the 16th Navy Division. This man was not a good person either. He did a lot of despicable things in the name of the Navy and colluded with Eren and his gang of shameless Navy scums to oppress the people. He was often bribed by Eren, so he didn't care about Eren's rampant behavior in the 20 villages in the East China Sea. But in fact he couldn't care. With his power it would only take a flick of a finger for Eren to destroy him. Eren relied on the Navy behind Colonel Mao. Qin Luo's lightning blade flashed like a flash of lightning and Along's eyes suddenly widened. A sound like chopping melons and vegetables sounded and Along's head was immediately cut off by Makino, and panic and astonishment were forever fed on Along's face. A paper tiger that is used to bullying the weak can only bully a little girl like Nami, who look vicious but is actually kind-hearted. The lightning blade cut off Along's head without hesitation. He is really from the Fishman clan and he doesn't forget to threaten others even when he dies. You want to go to heaven so much. After dealing with the remaining pirates, Nami was still immersed in the scene of shooting Along just now. The repression of these years seemed to be completely released under the shooting of the musket just now. Qin Luo walked to Nami and said softly, "It's okay, everything is over." Seeing Qin Luo's gentle smile, Nami's heart suddenly felt like it was melting. She couldn't bear it anymore and immediately threw herself into Qin Luo's arms and cried loudly. Over the years Nami has suffered too many grievances. This time once she vented it was a big collapse and a big dam burst. For a while Nami's earth-shaking crying sound came from all around. The fishman Zioba had a complicated expression on his face. The bombardment of thunder and lightning had destroyed all the internal organs in his body. With a breath left he just wanted to question Nami, but he didn't expect this to be the result. Falling in a pool of blood, it recalled the time on Fishman Island. Although it was short, it was very happy. Chapter 25. Host Qin Luo. Current character in the world: Thunder God Rei. Current progress bar %. Character owned: Thunder God REI. Chance to draw characters from the heavens: 0. Haki armament: Haki ninjutsu lightning escape armor LV2. Defeating Arlong made Qin Luo's possessed character progress bar rise by 2 or 3 points. Not as fast as Enel, mainly because Arlong is too weak. The 2 or 3 points increase is still accumulated by beheading the Creek pirates a few days ago. 20 minutes later all the corpses of the pirates were cleaned up. Qin Luo also took the opportunity to plunder Arlong paradise and took all the wealth here. Nami's mood has also stabilized a lot. She wants to tell this good news to her sister Nakago and the villagers of Koko West Village. At this moment they are truly free. Then Nami took took Qin Luo to an orange orchard. Master, the oranges here are very fragrant, you can taste them. Nami picked a fresh orange and handed it to Qin Luo. Qin Luo took it and took a bite without even peeling it. The fresh orange surprised him. It was really good. Nami. At this time a figure walked out of the room in the orange orchard. Looking at the sound, a girl with short dark blue hair, petite and cute, can be recognized at a glance. Nakago, Nami's sister. As war orphans, she and Nami were adopted by Belmir and have been guarding Belmir's orange orchard. She's pretty. If possible, I really want to have both sisters. Qin Luo muttered to himself, sister mates, this treatment is very similar to the master of Rem and Ram. But he thought that Nakako would not go on an adventure with him. She just wanted to accompany the orange orchard of Belmir the guardian. Sister. Nami ran over happily and told everything that happened just now. The Arlong pirates were destroyed and Coco village was free, and the encounter with Qin Luo was also told. However, Nami did not say that she would be Qin Luo's maid for a year because she was too embarrassed to say it. When she heard that Arlong was destroyed and the villagers were freed, Nakako smiled. This day has finally come. My name is Nakago. Thank you for everything you have done for Coco West Village. Nakago walked to Qin Luo and bowed to show his gratitude. You're welcome. I'm not a righteous navy. I just have a reason not to kill the Arlong pirate. Qin Luo smiled lightly and looked at Nami teasingly. Nami blushed. Anyway, Mr. Qin Luo, please stay in Coco West Village for one night. Let us welcome you. Nakago laughed happily. Since the Arlong pirates occupied this land, the huge pressure made her unhappy every day. Okay. Qin Luo nodded. Soon Nami informed the whole village of the news that the Arlong pirates were destroyed and Coco West Village regained its freedom. The whole village, from the initial disbelief and doubt to Nami's solemn recognition and then seeing the bodies of the Arlong pirates buried in the ground, they finally gained freedom in the true sense. At the dinner, Qin Luo thanks you again for saving the Coco village. Nami and Noki raised their glasses and thanked Qin Luo. Yeah. Qin Luo clinked glasses with them and drank it in one gulp. Okay. Noki Gao was also a straightforward person and all his gratitude was in the wine. The delicious and tender sashimi on the table was particularly rich in variety, including tuna, sea fish, sea bream, flounder, salmon, bonito, etc., all of which were top quality materials for sashimi. As for sashimi, Qin Luo always had a concept that it would be unhygienic if eaten raw, and the sashimi was eaten directly without any cooking such as frying, deep frying or steaming. Qin Luo felt a little repulsive and puzzled. Shouldn't there be a lot of bacteria in such raw food? Wouldn't it damage the body? But in fact it's not entirely true. First of all, the nutrients in sashimi are very high and it has not been cooked by any cooking method such as frying, steaming or frying, so its original nutrients are not lost. If there are really so many bacteria, it is estimated that the number of people in this area will be reduced by more than half. Master Qin Luo, it's delicious. Just eat a piece. It's really good. In front of Nakago, Nami asked Qin Luo if he could call him Qin Luo, otherwise it would be too shameful to call him master. Okay, since Nami said so, then I'll try it reluctantly. If it doesn't taste good, don't blame me for spitting it out and wasting food, but you have to remember that I'm just giving you face. Qin Luo picked up a piece of sashimi, dipped it in some sauce and put it in his mouth. It was soft, crispy and sweet. To use an exaggerated statement, it feels like it melts in your mouth. Well, it tastes really good. What bacteria, unsanitary and so on. Well, it smells good. The theorem of the smell, proposed by the famous Master Wang when he asserts that he will refuse someone or something and declares that he will never do something even if he does not take in nutrients and causes his body to die or falls from a height and causes physical death, he will definitely make the following sound. For some reason it smells good. Looking at Qin Luo eating the food happily, Nami smiled brightly. What a fickle man. Guessed the food is here. At this time the table was already full of food, but in order to repay Qin Luo for saving the village, the villagers served many dishes as supplement such as soba noodles, Japanese rice balls, beef rice, tempura, sushi and other food. When it was on the table, Qin Luo, who was already half full, felt much emptier in his stomach. This night the people of Coco West Village had a very happy time. Perhaps after tonight there will be a beautiful tomorrow. For this reason, under everyone's enthusiastic incitement, Qin Luo also drank a little wine. This little wine is nothing to him, but today he felt a little sleepy, so he went to bed early. On the beach, Nami and Nakago were enjoying the cool breeze and talking about today's event. Nami, are you going to sail? Nakago asked in surprise. Yes. Nami nodded seriously. It's not just a promise with Qin Luo, but she should live for herself. Coco West Village has gained freedom, so Nami should embark on her own journey. During the time with Qin Luo would tell her about the new world, making her heart full of curiosity and expectation. So Nami had already made a decision in her heart. She was going to board Qin Luo's ship and become the best navigator in the new world. Nami, you are not going to fall in love with Mr. Qin Luo, are you? Nakago rubbed Nami's head like when he was a child. Nami's pretty face turned red. Then she realized that Nakago was teasing her and replied shyly, "What are you thinking about?" "No, I guessed it, ha 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 ha, our Nami likes Mr. Qin Luo." Nakago jumped up from the beach, ran along the beach and shouted loudly. The smiles on their faces were like lilies in bud, very happy. Perhaps this is because the pressure they have been carrying for these years has been completely relieved. "Who? What are you talking about, sister? Don't talk nonsense." Seeing Nakago so bold, Nami's blush became brighter. The bright moon illuminated the earth and the stars dotted everything. The two women were playing in the sea. "Sister, if you say I like Qin Luo, then you have to like him too. What if you say so? We will marry Qin Luo together in the future and let him protect us." "Okay, stupid, what are you thinking about? A man can only be with one woman." But I read in the book that a strong man can have many women and use his powerful abilities to protect women and prevent bad guys from succeeding. Isn't it better? Bang! Nakago punched her head. "Which book? Hand it over and burn it. I've finished reading that book." Chapter 26. In the morning the breeze was blowing and a soft mist rose from the river. The mountains were painted with a soft milky white color and the white mist made everything hazy and psychedelic. Qin Luo and Nami boarded the Thor. Under the gaze of everyone they sailed into the distance. Nami was reluctant in her eyes. This time she was not simply sailing to steal treasures but heading towards the great route. "Maybe she won't be able to come back here for many years. Nami, since you are my navigator, I will give you half of my wealth and manage it for you." I saw that Qin Luo was not stingy and took out a large part of the gold. Nami's eyes lit up. Nami hesitated in her heart but still asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money?" Qin Luo walked forward and gently lifted her chin. "Don't worry, my maid, no matter where you run I will find you. You can't escape my 5 fingers mountain. Of course, if you encounter an accident and become a corpse, I will cut off every inch of your bones, put them in the crematorium, burn them into ashes piece by piece and then make delicious soup." "Ah!" Nami covered her head, her face turned pale with fear. "You are a devil. You don't even let the dead go." Qin Luo smiled, stroked her hair and said solemnly, "Of course, the most important thing is that I believe you." "How can these words be said? Why do they make people want to vomit?" "Sweet words are the unique attack of scumbag." "That's not necessarily true. Don't trust me so much." Nami turned her head and pretended to be indifferent, but she still felt warm inside. The feeling of being trusted is really good. Qin Luo shook his head and smiled in his heart. "I knew it would be difficult to change the nature of Nami, a thief." Just then, toot toot, a ship horn sounded, startling the seagulls to fly into the sky. "Pirates, you have been surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender." At this time a navy ship floated not far away with the flag of justice flying on the flagship. Qin Luo looked and saw a familiar figure. "Colonel Mouse." Qin Luo smiled playfully. Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division has 3 long hairs on each side of his beard which look like a mouse. A few minutes ago Colonel Mouse heard his subordinate say that there was an unknown ship ahead moving forward. When he looked through the telescope he found a lot of gold treasures on the board and his eyes lit up immediately. At first he thought it was the people of the Arlong pirates, but there was no Arlong flagship logo on the ship, so he concluded that this ship was just a civilian. In this case Colonel Mouse planned to do it once and for all, define Qin Luo and others as pirates and take the opportunity to seize the pile of wealth. This time Mouse went to Coco West Village to collect the dirty money from the dragon pirates, but he didn't expect to meet Qin Luo. Thunder God Tianming flash. Instantly Qin Luo's lightning strike was like a thunder dragon with a strong and sharp momentum blasting towards the navy ship. The sky plotted, the sea water surged out and 2 30-foot thick water columns shot up into the sky. At this moment it seemed that the world had stopped and the sound had completely disappeared. This lightning strike was like a heavy rain shooting down with the power to kill everything and completely blasted the navy warship into pieces. After a moment it seemed that the world was back to work. Boom! The navy soldiers on the navy warship were all buried in the sea in the blood rush. The shattered warship also crashed into the sea. One strike, just one strike, killed them all. Nami's eyes were filled with shock. It seems that Qin Luo did not use his true strength to deal with along a certain area in the East China Sea. Admiral Creek, the leader of the Creek pirates, felt extremely upset. Not long ago Qin Luo destroyed several ships and he was furious and wanted to seek revenge on Qin Luo. But when he got the news that Qin Luo destroyed the Along pirates by himself, immediately he was a little bit reluctant, but as the respected leader, East China overlord, all the pirates in the East China Sea were watching. This made Admiral Creek unable to be an ostrich. However, Admiral Creek was cunning and treacherous, and the style of the pirate group was also famous for the number of people and military strength. This made the Creek pirates, relatively compared with other pirate groups, they have more options. Thinking of Qin Luo's strength, it was just hearsay, not real experience, so they mustered up their courage and at Creek's order the entire pirate group began to mobilize. The sea water sparkled, and when the sun shone on the sea it was like sprinkling broken gold on the sea, extremely beautiful and clear. Qin Luo sat on the sofa on the deck looking looking comfortable and asked Nami, "We can go to the new world this time, are you sure about the route?" "Of course, I also specially prepared to sail along the route close to the doldrums just in time to take advantage of the natural power of the East Ocean current. Take this route, I believe our journey to the new world will be greatly shortened." Nami smiled proudly. Sailing has always been her strong point. It's just wearing this maid uniform she doesn't look too domineering. Qin Luo's bad taste made Nami speechless. "As expected of you," Qin Luo smiled. "This route is close to the doldrums where the wind direction is unpredictable and the weather is ever-changing. If the ship is not careful it will be pushed to the doldrums of the dead zone by the wind and waves to feed the sea kings. Without extremely advanced knowledge of meteorology and oceanography as a foundation, ordinary navigators dare not take the risk of taking the fleet on that route. Of course, I am the best navigator in the East China Sea." Miss Nami accepted Qin Luo's praise without any modesty. Before she could brag about herself, she was pulled in front of Qin Luo and sat on his lap. Nami was shocked, and the distance between the two was very close. Qin Luo stared at her as if he was looking at a carefully carved toy, as pretty as a peach in spring, as pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn, with delicate eyebrows and eyes and gentleness and virtue in every move. "Beautiful." This is a compliment to Nami. Her facial features are so exquisite that they are just like a work of art. Her bright eyes are like the most beautiful black gemstones in the world, which can purify the soul. Qin Luo looked at Nami's beautiful face with appreciation, greed and more tenderness in his eyes. "What reward do you want? Just tell me." Chapter 27. Looking at Nami in front of him, Qin Luo smiled with his lips curled. This voice is really very magnetic, very low, very gentle, and a little domineering in the gentleness. If an ordinary girl heard this voice, it would definitely go straight to the heart. It's so beautiful. It can make people fall into it in an instant and imagine it. "Let me go," Nami said shyly. "Shh, don't talk, look at the scenery," Qin Luo asked with a chuckle. "Bah." Nami turned her head away disdainfully. "Get lost." The rest of the word suddenly got stuck in her throat because a berry check was dangling in front of Nami. "This is today's fee," Qin Luo said calmly. "Of course, if you don't want it I won't force you." Nami hesitated for a moment and a lovely smile immediately appeared on her face. "Of course, no problem, my master." Nami took the check without showing any expression and hid it in her four-dimensional pocket at lightning speed. Although Qin Luo had given her a lot of gold and gems before, she believed that it would never be hers. At that time Nami also wanted to have her own small treasury, so she could only be a humble maid and work to earn money. Qin Luo smiled and said nothing. The two of them were quietly enjoying the cool breeze. It would be great if there was a luxurious big bed on the deck. In this way they could do things that adults would do openly. It was really like taking the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. On this day the thunder god encountered a large wave of enemies. It seemed like it had sailed into the territory of the Creek pirate. The scene was so spectacular. The dozens of pirate ships of the Creek pirates gave Nami unimaginable pressure. The threat of nearly 50 ships was still quite exaggerated. Especially the 50 ships formed a tight encirclement like a mobile military fortress. The black muzzle gave everyone an unimaginable shock. The caliber is justice, the range is truth. This is really not a joke. Even with the solidity of the Thor, it would sink in minutes if it was hit by so many pirate ships at the same time. As for Nami, her face was a little pale at this time, but she still chose to believe Qin Luo. This day will come sooner or later. The Thor continued to move forward and Qin Luo was calm and composed. Soon the two were getting closer and closer and they could see everything at a glance. When they saw the gold and gems inlaid on the Thor, all the pirates of the Creek pirates became fanatical. Money, a lot of money. The gems are so dazzling. All the pirates' eyes were fixed on the slowly moving Thor. Even the officers such as Admiral Creek Demon, Aiken Ironwall, B.A. Edmund and Haslu all had burning eyes. At this moment their blood was boiling and they wished they could. He immediately looked up to the sky and howled. Arrogant! This man who thought he had destroyed the Arlong pirates was really too arrogant, but he deserved to be surrounded and eaten alive by them. Admiral Creek didn't even want to argue with Qin Luo. Fire! Accompanied by the order to fire, all the pirate ships of the Creek pirate began to adjust the muzzles. Seeing dozens of pirate ships adjusting their muzzles at the same time, the mental pressure formed was simply unimaginable. Boom, boom, boom! Accompanied by the roar of artillery, dozens of pirate ships and thousands of cannons fired at the same time. Instantly, one after another, black and extremely huge shells all hit the Thor. For a while the shells rained down, making Nami feel suffocated. But at this moment everyone saw Qin Luo, who was standing in the most conspicuous position on the deck, move. Everyone only saw that Qin Luo slowly stretched out his hand. He lifted his hand with one hand as if he was holding up the sky. Instantly time and space seemed to freeze. The dense meteorite-like shells all hovered. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes almost popped out. What is this? The people of the Creek pirates were also shocked. The cotters of the pirate jumped up from their seats with beads of sweat oozing from their forehead. At this moment a voice sounded in everyone's heart. die swoosh, accompanied by the explosion sound of the shells and the air friction. Everyone stupidly found that the shells that Qin Luo had just lifted returned to their original path. It was obviously controlled by Qin Luo's lightning ability, but the speed of the shells was faster than the speed of leaving the barrel. I don't know how many shells even produced sonic boom, cloud boom, accompanied by loud noises. Everyone was shocked to find that the dozens of pirate ships of the Creek pirates had suffered a fatal blow at the same time. There were huge explosions everywhere on the pirate ships due to the impact of the shell. For a moment every pirate ship had a terrifying shock wave due to the explosion. The pirate ships were either burned or destroyed, and a large number of pirates were blown away and sank to the bottom of the sea at the first time. For a moment there were fires everywhere. All you could see were the wreckage of the shattered ships and the heads of people. Because the explosion was too sudden, a large number of pirates were seriously injured, bleeding and floating, and even the sea was dyed red. As for the screams of the pirate, they were even more miserable. This place even became hell on earth. On the Thor, although Nami had been shocked countless times, the scene in front of her still shocked her. She was a little dumbfounded and she could hear a pin drop. As for Admiral Creek and those officers, they only felt their eyes go black at this time and they were almost scared to death. Who on earth did they run into? With a flick of a finger they actually destroyed all the assets that their pirate group had accumulated for more than 10 years. Devil, with a flick of a finger more than 40 ships were destroyed, which was simply a fairy tale. All they could see was fire and all they could hear was wailing. Even if they experienced it personally, everyone still felt like they were dreaming. The remaining pirate couldn't help but look at Qin Luo, who was still standing on the deck, and they respected Qin Luo like a god for a while. Where did Qin Luo come from? This is too outrageous. It's just a young man, but his strength is so unfathomable. In an instant the Creek pirates were defeated by Qin Luo's attack and their spirits fell apart. All the pirates were even more afraid of Qin Luo, not to mention the ordinary minions of the pirate group. Even the cotters were all in confusion and panic. Then there was a panicked escape, just like monkeys scattering when a tree falls and everyone pushes down when a wall falls forward. Qin Luo seemed to have done something quite simple. Using lightning as a driving force, Nami immediately accelerated forward. The NET day. When the latest East China Daily was printed, it was like a thunderclap resounding in the hearts of all pirate. The Grand Line and the New World may still feel a little far away, but the entire East China Sea was completely shaken, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as the sky falling and the earth collapsing. The news that Qin Luo destroyed 40 or 50 pirate ships of the Creek pirates with one blow made Qin Luo directly become the uncrowned king of the entire East China Sea. For a while, the pirates of the entire East China Sea were in a panic. As for the civilians, they didn't believe it at first, but when more and more newspapers began to report Qin Luo's deeds, countless civilians were excited and became Qin Luo's loyal supporters. Is this young man a pirate, a navy, or a free bounty hunter? However, it doesn't matter. This sea has always been a stage for the strong to compete, and all legends are also legends of the strong, and the weak can only go with the flow and leave it to fate. In essence, Qin Luo's legend is also different from those of the strong. There is no difference, both rely on powerful military force as a backing. Chapter 28. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, obtaining the title of EC Overlord. Although the name is not worthy of the title, rewarded with Observation Haki and Overlord Haki, the progress bar reaches 80%, unlocking the number of lucky draws of the characters in the world. *1. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that there was such a hidden mission to destroy the Creek pirate. Not only did he gain the most unique domineering color in domineering, but he also got the number of draws of the characters in the heavens. *1. Host Qin Luo. Current character in the heavens, Thunder God REI. Current progress bar 80%. Possessing character Thunder God REI. Chance to draw characters in the heavens 1. Heroic color domineering color domineering LV1. Observation color domineering. Ninjutsu lightning escape armor LV2. System draw. Ding! The characters in the heavens are being drawn. As the system finished speaking, a 3D screen appeared in Qin Luo's mind again and countless figures flew across. Finally, a man with white hair appeared on the 3D screen. The scattered white hair made him look a little amazing. Wearing strange clothes with a forehead protector on his forehead, one hand eating a knife and the other hand tied with an iron chain, the whole person looked very evil. Not only that, behind him 5 strange figures also appeared vaguely. First, his eyes were blood red and the raging blood almost covered his whole body. His right hand was like the hand of a blood demon and he was crazy. Second, he held a sword like a shadow soul, as fast as light and shadow. Third, the forehead guard covered half of his eyes. His long white hair was like needles and the sword in his hand rendered blue lightning. Fourth, he loosened the iron chain wrapped around his arm and there was a purple and netherworld aura surging around him which made people look directly at it. The first feeling was that his back was cold. Fifth, a figure like a ghost man, a bloodless body, a bloodless ghost hand, and a lifeless appearance like a ghost walking in the world, neither a human nor a ghost existing in the world like a ghostly shadow. The common point between them is that they all have white hair. This DNF Ghost Swordsman Exclusive Template. Berserker Sword Soul Azure Devil May Cry Sword Shadow. Qin Luo claimed 5 forms can be switched at will, showing the sword god's state in battle. Get the possessed character DNF Ghost Swordsman. The progress bar reaches 60%. The higher the progress bar, the stronger the power. Qin Luo thought in his heart. Every time he gets the progress bar of the characters of the heavens, he gets it according to his strength improvement. Switching to the Ghost Swordsman template does not mean losing the Thunder God Rei, but switching it date. You can switch back at will. Host Qin Luo. Currently using the heavens character Thunder God Rei. Owned characters Thunder God Rei 80%, Ghost Swordsman 60%. Chance to attract the heavens character 0. Haki Armament, Haki Observation, Haki Overlord, Haki Ninjutsu, Lightning Escape Armor LV2. Switch to the Ghost Swordsman template. Qin Luo said silently in his heart. Ding, the switch is successful. Buzz. At this time Qin Luo's mind was blank. In a flash a mighty and domineering figure appeared with a will-o'-the-wisp sword, intent surging from his body. In this 100-meter radius it was as if a green will-o'-the-wisp was burning, and it was terrifying. Even Nami, who was not far away, noticed something in her back felt cold and her scalp was numb. Qin Luo's eyes seemed to have changed. Focusing on the way of swordsmanship, his eyes were indifferent. Don't go to the new world, first go to a place and get something. Qin Luo shook his head, dispelling all the indifference of the ghost swordsman, and said softly, "Where?" Nami was shocked. What is this guy doing again? The three-mast sail of terror. The island standing in the magic triangle is the huge sailing ship, the three-mast sail of terror from the West Sea. The flag is a skull with the leader Moria's onion hairstyle and a pair of bat wings with flame. The front door looks like a huge mouth, which is specially used to catch passing ships. More than 100 ships disappear in the magic triangle every year because the island has been here for 10 years. It is surrounded by thick fog, which was originally to prevent people who lost their shadows from being destroyed by the sun. When the Thor entered the magic triangle, Nami was obviously frightened by the environment here. The fog was lingering around and the air was gloomy. "Master, why are we here?" She wanted to turn around and leave immediately. "It's okay. I came here just to find a knife." Qin Luo smiled lightly. What he was talking about was naturally the black sword Autumn Water, one of the 21 great swords. It was once the sword of the swordsman Ryoma of Wano country and was called the national treasure of Wano country. It is perfect for DNF Ghost Swordsman. Go forward, fight quickly and make a quick decision. Qin Luo first switched to the Thor REI template, took the great sword Autumn Water, and then used the Ghost Swordsman template. He found that once the progress bar of the possessed character reached 80%, the progress would become very slow, so Qin Luo thought that it would be better to let the template of DNF Ghost Swordsman rise to 80% first. Faced with Qin Luo's request, Nami could only eek it helplessly, but she always had a bad premonition in her heart. The gloomy environment made her tremble in her heart. At this time in the Devil's Triangle, in the depth of the heavy fog, it seemed as if you couldn't see the sun when you stretched out your hand. A huge island-like three-mast sailboat was slowly drifting on the sea. That was Moria's terrifying three-mast sailboat, the largest ship in the world. The structure of this giant three-mast sailboat is very peculiar. In the center is a gloomy castle and palace, and outside is a courtyard. Further out is a circled pond, and finally a layer of outer walls which encloses the courtyard, castle, and part of the sea. It is called a pond, but in fact its size and range are enough to accommodate 10 large warships. It can eat ordinary small boats and even large sailboats like hunting. At this moment, on the inner side of the terrifying three-mast sailing ship, a merchant ship was tumbling in the sea, and there were constant sounds of panic and screams coming from it. Swish! A flash of sword energy passed by, splitting several terrified soldiers in half. At the same time, on the deck not far away, 2 hands suddenly appeared in the void, pinching a soldier's neck and twisting it hard, breaking his neck. The transparent arms and body gradually appeared from nothingness. It was Absalom under Moria, the superhuman transparent fruit ability user. "Hey, I say, don't split people into pieces, the master will be angry. These are all new zombie materials." Absalom showed up and scolded a sword-wielding zombie in the distance. "Yo ho ho ho." The zombie held the big sword Kiashui in his hand, and it was a zombie made from the corpse of the swordsman Ryoma. At this moment he heard Absalom's rebuke and casually put Chiu Shui on his shoulders. There were not many guards left on the merchant ship, only more than 10 people, and all of them were terrified. Even if the enemy was only Absalom and the swordsman Longma zombie, they could not resist at all and were defeated like a rotten wood. "I'm the vice boss of the Gel Chamber of Commerce, you can't do this." In the broken cabin an old man trembled all over and said to Absalom, "You are the subordinates of the 7 warlords of the sea. Mariah, take me to see Mariah, I can give him money." Absalom's eyes shifted from the swordsman Ryoma to the supervisor, and with a hint accent of indifference he said, "It's a pity that the master is not interested in money. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, Tyrant Bear is the king of a country. The empress has to feed the 9 Snake Island Doflamingos. Dark transactions are all over the world. Jinbei will also use money to help poor fishermen. Even Crocodile has to use money to maintain the overall Baroque work. There are only 2 people who are not interested in money at all. Hawkeye, my hawk, Gecko Mariah. The former is not interested in anything except swordsmanship. Even if he occasionally goes out to hunt pirates, it's just too boring and wants to have some fun. The latter only cares about corpses and wants to create an invincible zombie army which does not need food, clothing or other necessities." Chapter 29. No. The vice president of the Chamber of Commerce huddled in a corner in fear. Seeing this, Absalom shook his head slightly, picked up a sword, walked forward and said, "Such an old guy, if he is made into a zombie he probably won't have much combat power and can only be used as a toy to scare people." The guards net to him were already scared out of their wits. Seeing Absalom approaching, no one dared to stop him and their hands holding the weapons were shaking constantly. But just when Absalom approached the old man and was about to swing his sword, a violent roar suddenly came from not far away. Accompanied by this roar, the outer wall of the terrifying 3-mast sailing ship was blown up in a large area, and the sea current and strong wind roared in, causing the merchant ship to shake violently. "What's going on?" Absalom's pupils shrank and he turned his head to look in the direction of the shattering and roaring, and then his face changed drastically. A ship inlaid with sparkling gold gems rushed in from the broken gap under the waves. Absalom immediately used his fruit ability, intending to go and investigate and then report to his master Moria. "On this side, do you want to get off the ship with me, or do you stay here and I will finish it soon?" Qin Luo asked. I'd better go with you." The surroundings were overcast, the haze was serious and it was too gloomy and dark. Nami felt more and more terrified when she stayed on the ship alone. "It's better to stay with Qin Luo." "Okay." Qin Luo nodded. As soon as the two boarded the terrifying 3-mast sailing ship, a 3-headed monster suddenly jumped out of the darkness and blocked their way. "Ah, so scary, there is a dog with 3 heads." Nami was surprised at first, and after seeing the monster's appearance clearly she immediately hid behind Qin Luo. It turned out to be a zombie 3-headed dog. Cerberus, one of the 3 heads, is a FO head. Qin Luo plane. The net second. Qin Luo rushed forward, his fist filled with golden lightning, and knocked down the 3-headed dog with one punch. The two continued to move forward. In less than 10 minutes the two came to a cemetery. Nami was still trembling with fear, holding Qin Luo's arm, refusing to let go. "Women are born with the fear of ghosts and zombies." She looked carefully at the gloomy cemetery and said nervously, "Qin Luo, are we really going to keep going? It looks so scary here." "It's okay, I'm here." Qin Luo looked relieved. Occasionally he felt comfortable to feel Nami's headlight. Qin Luo led the way in front and the two of them stepped into the cemetery. As Nami walked, she suddenly felt someone grab her ankle and looked down in horror. She saw a bandaged hand tightly grasping her ankle and immediately screamed and grabbed Qin Luo with tears. She cried, "Master, save me." Qin Luo looked back and saw a zombie suddenly jumped out from under Nami's feet and grabbed Nami. A golden lightning blasted past, instantly defeating the zombie's hand, and then a zombie head drilled out from the ground. Qin Luo's feet were covered with armed color domineering and he kicked it away like a football. The zombie's head rolled to the side, but the zombie still held Nami's ankle. Another zombie crawled out from the ground, picked up the head, threw it to the zombie whose head was chopped off and said, "Brother, your head fell off, catch it." The zombie whose head was chopped off let go of Nami, caught his own head and put it on directly and thanked him. "Thank you, brother. There are zombies." Seeing such a horrible scene, Nami was immediately frightened, grabbed Qin Luo's arm and wanted to pull him away and screamed in fear, "Dare to chop off my brother's head? You are simply impatient to live. Brothers, come out and teach these hateful guys a lesson." As soon as the zombie finished speaking, dozens of zombies crawled out from the ground and surrounded Qin Luo and the other person. "Really?" Qin Luo's mouth curled up a smile, and the power of lightning instantly ignited this cemetery. All the zombies were instantly destroyed by this power, regardless of whether they were bombarded by lightning or not. In less than a minute most of the zombies were eliminated and the remaining zombies gave up attacking Qin Luo and others and turned to escape the battlefield. "Since you are here, don't even think about running away." The wrath of the thunder god. Qin Luo saw that the zombies wanted to escape and snorted coldly. The sky was instantly filled with thunder clouds and countless golden thunders struck down, covering most of the zombies under the thunder. Boom! The golden thunder fell and most of the zombies turned into charcoal directly. A few of them were lucky and were not destroyed by thunder, but they were frightened by Qin Luo and stood where they were, not daring to move at all. In an instant all the zombies in this cemetery were dealt with by Qin Luo. Absalom used the transparent fruit to hide in the distance. Seeing Qin Luo destroy the zombie army in the cemetery by himself, he couldn't help but take a breath and said to himself, "Who are these two people?" But but now it seems that they are not good people. Let's go and inform the master. Somewhere in the Horror 3 sailboat a group of poor people whose shadows were taken away were hidden. But today is their lucky day because just now countless black shadows suddenly flew from the sky and fell into the crowd. My shadow is back. Mine too. Me too. The shadow suddenly flew back by itself and those who got the shadow all shed tears of excitement. What happened? Why did the shadow fly back by itself? Did someone break into the Horror 3 sailboat? The return of the shadow for no reason gave these poor people hope to escape from the Devil's Triangle. Chapter 30. Qin Luo and the others walked to the door of the castle and kicked it open. They walked into the living room of the castle but did not see any figure. Nami looked around warily. It was too quiet and too eerie. Something was wrong. These paintings looked disgusting. Nami frowned when she accidentally saw the zombie paintings hanging on the wall. Few guys dared to break into the master's house. You are so tired of living. A pig head shield was hung on the wall. It was the pig head who spoke. Hey pig head, tell me where is Moonlight? Moria talked to it. Qin Luo scratched his ears and asked, since you know the name of my master you dare to break in. Brothers, arrest all of them and send them to the master. The pig head roared loudly. Roar roar roar. After the pig head finished speaking, all the paintings hanging on the wall turned into zombies and pounced on Qin Luo and the others. As affected by Qin Luo, thunder rolled and blasted at the zombies. With a loud bang, the zombies blocking Qin Luo were instantly blasted into powder by lightning and no body was left intact. Ah, it's lightning. When the other zombies saw the lightning, which was the most feared by the dark things, they retreated instantly and left the range of the lightning. In the dark corridor, Qin Luo walked in the front and the golden lightning instantly illuminated it. The two entered a dark palace. Yo-ho-ho, the guests came from afar and I am very sorry that I did not greet them in person. A man in a white kimono with a dragon embroidered on both sleeves, white hair, a mummy-like body, a bandage wrapped around Onet heard of his head, and beside him was a black sword Kiashui that was all black with scarlet patterns. Swordsman Ryoma walked out slowly. In Qin Luo's eyes it seemed that he only saw Kiashui in Ryoma's hand. Morning song thrust. At this time Ryoma suddenly launched an attack, pulled out Kiashui from his waist and stabbed Qin Luo directly. Qin Luo's feet were covered with armed color domineering and he hit with Ryoma's Kiashui. Sparks were rubbed out between the weapon. Naisuga sanding swallowtail slash. Seeing that he couldn't deal with Qin Luo with one move, Ryoma kicked his feet and his body was as sharp as a blade, as fast as thunder. The Kiashui in his hand instantly stabbed and rushed straight to Qin Luo. Kiashui in midair suddenly drew an arc of black blade light pointing directly at Qin Luo's vital point. E-Dream Electric Chidori. Qin Luo's right hand condensed violent lightning making a sound like 1,000 birds. He didn't dare to exert too much strength, fearing that the power of thunder and lightning would smash the big knife Qiu Shui. Although the probability is very small, Qin Luo is still unwilling to take risk. In an instant the palace shook violently. Countless thunder and lightning were entangled here and the lightning was intertwined and dense as if it was going to experience the end of the world. A cloud of dust and fog lingered. The swordsman Longma couldn't sense Qin Luo's breath. He thought he had solved him. Where are you looking? Qin Luo's voice like a ghost sounded around Longma. Longma was startled and drew his sword to swing it. Bang! But a golden luster suddenly appeared in front of him, snatched the big knife Qiu Shui from his hand and knocked Longma away with one hand and one punch. After all, it's just a corpse that has been dead for many years. Qin Luo touched the Qiu Shui in his hand and smiled. Qiu Shui is heavier but not longer than other knives, so the blade of Qiu Shui must be thicker. The blade is a large reversed half blade. The blade is black and purple with red serrated pattern. This knife is very tough. Even if a dinosaur steps on it, it will not bend by a millimeter. It has a higher density and is heavier than knives of the same size. In general, Qin Luo is very satisfied. Deep in the castle, Master, something bad has happened. Absalom ran to report, quickly looking panicked. Oh, what happened? A giant figure gradually emerged from the darkness with a strange laugh. 7 meters tall with a hair like shallots, a devil-like appearance, 2 horns on the forehead, pointed ears and teeth, cross-stitching from head to neck similar to sutured wounds, wearing a bat's hay collar shirt and gothic art clothing. It was the great pirate who once dominated the New World, Gecko Moria. He was once a pirate who was confident in his own strength and dared to pursue his dream. It's a pity that the battle with Kaido completely destroyed his foundation, annihilated, and returned to paradise alone. Now he is 44 years old, although he still has the life attitude of a pirate bully, but who can really know his true thought? Net to Moria, there is a man with a fat upper body like a water tank but a thin lower body like a pair of chopsticks, a fishing net covering the upper body, wearing a super tight overalls and a very aggravated purple cloak with fluff. He is the perverted doctor, one of the 3 weirdos. Hogback. Absalom, what happened to make you so flustered? A little lowly in a princess dress, wearing a crown, pink twin ponytails, holding a zombie bear doll in her hand, stood beside Moria and snickered at Absalom. It was Perona. Absalom Absalom quickly explained Qin Luo's affairs in detail. Master, let's go to help Longma, otherwise it will not hold on. Boom! Just before he finished speaking, the whole castle shook violently. Qin Luo held Chu Shui in his hand and had switched to the ghost swordsman template, slashing through the void with a sword. The castle was cut in half. A crack that was 100 meters long made Moria's eyelid twitch. Two figures came towards them. One was a beautiful girl in a maid uniform. The other was a young man in white clothes holding a sword in his right hand, heroic and gentle. The sword in his hand, Moria and others recognized it as the big knife Chu Shui. So was the swordsman Longma killed. The speed was really fast. In the middle of the night a bright full moon hung high and shone gently. Under the moonlight everyone's eyes gathered together. Moria's cold aura condensed lightly, trying to suppress Qin Luo, and said threateningly, "Boy, leave your shadow obediently, I can let you suffer less pain." He. Qin Luo smiled gently like a spring breeze and a pair of scissors. Originally he should have left after taking Chu Shui, but he wanted to test the power of the DNF ghost swordsman, so he took Moria as a touchstone. "You are very courageous to keep me, Moria. No, the loser of the grand line. Do you think you can do it?" Chapter 31. Qin Luo's voice was not loud, but under the guidance of the spirit it was like a sharp blade piercing into Moria's heart and crushing his humble heart. In an instant countless bloodshot appeared in Moria's eyes. "The loser of the grand line." Yes, Moria is indeed a loser. Even with the skin of the 7 warlords of the sea he cannot erase the shame of being defeated by Kaido and escaping back to the first half in disgrace. And this shame is Moria's deepest pain. He created the zombie corps in order to create an army that can fight against Kaido's beast corps. Asshole! Moria was angry, and in an instant he was completely furious. His shadow instantly split and turned into countless bats that flew out of the castle and flew toward Qin Luo. "If you anger me you will pay the price." Accompanying Moria's actions, the entire horror bark seemed to wake up. A large number of zombies crawled out of the cemetery and the huge hull began to move forward. It was like an island moving towards the warship, crashing into it unstoppably. Perona, Absalom and Hogback also immediately launched an attack. "That's it." Qin Luo smiled lightly. Buzz! A weak momentum gradually spread from his body. The moment the momentum was released, boom! The momentum rose steadily and became like a surging tide. In an instant a terrible airflow swept in all directions. The powerful momentum with Luan as the center point spread all around. The majestic momentum emanated from Qin Luo's body. The air was squeezed to produce a weird distortion visible to the naked eye. In the center of the ground in front, the earth was torn open into a bottomless abyss, and the shock wave caused by the compression was like a raging flood, wrapping everything that could be touched along the way and venting to the surroundings. Shocking overlord color. Perona and others who rushed over, as well as a large number of zombies, were instantly stunned and unable to move. Then everyone felt dizzy, their legs were weak and they fell to the ground. Then their eyes were scattered, their spirits collapsed, their faces were pale, their heads were dizzy, their eyes were black, and they fell to the ground. Moria's face changed. At this moment the numbing overlord color made him see the shadow of a certain figure. The same domineering and unparalleled, the same unparalleled horror. Kaido, the king of beasts. The corners of his mouth seemed to be bitten with blood and moonlight. Moria couldn't help but recall the terrifying figure like a demon. "Don't disturb me." Qin Luo smiled lightly at Perona, and her sickly appearance made him interested in taking her on board. Dissipate the domineering aura. Everyone felt a chill on their backs, sweating and breathing deeply. "Come on Moria, let me see your strength." Qin Luo held the autumn water and pointed at Moonlight. "Moria, I hope this battle won't be too boring." Moria looked at Qin Luo, his eyes showing ferocity and murderous intent. This man dared to look down on him, and he opened his hands and waved shadow bow. The shadow under his feet instantly turned into a black bat and flew towards Qin Luo. Ashura, evil light slash. Qin Luo gathered his own strength and swung the knife fiercely. Puff puff. The black bat approached Qin Luo, but before it could gather into a shadow bow it collapsed and dissipated like a bubble. It was instantly slashed by the knife. Mariah was puzzled. Didn't Absalom tell him not long ago that the other party was a lightning attribute devil fruit ability user? Now he can not only use the conqueror's haki but also his swordsmanship is so powerful. Damn shadow horn spear. Mariah's open hands suddenly clenched into fist. Clang. Bats from the sky quickly flew down, gathered in front of Mariah and turned into a shadow spear piercing through the sky. In an instant they came to Qin Luo's feet. Extreme ghost swordsmanship. At this moment Qin Luo made a move. There was no wind between heaven and earth, but everyone heard the whimpering of the wind. A sense of death instantly spread. This is a breath that makes people palpitate. This is a destructive energy, violent and terrifying. C-24 swords are generated in the sky above Qin Luo, 12 on top and 12 on the bottom. Pulling out these swords will cause fatal damage to the enemy in turn. How is this sword intent possible? Moria's expression became gloomy. The opponent's swordsmanship made him feel like he was encountering Mihawk. At this time his sword had already been used. A very natural sword, a very casual blow. But in an instant the black black figure that was charging was killed and retreated hundreds of meters in one fell swoop. But the power of this sword seemed not to end yet. With a strong momentum he slashed straight at Moonlight Moria. Fragmented Bat. In a short period of time Moria activated the fruit ability again at an extremely fast speed. Countless dark purple vampire bats swarmed out from the shadows and gathered in front of the body like thousands of phantoms and then condensed together. One by one the black bats slowly gathered, forming a black wall in front of Moria, trying to resist this sword energy. The black bats were the wall of bats collapsed and fell apart in an instant. Moria spurted blood and flew backwards, his skin and flesh all cracked. This sword has shocked everyone and they were all dumbfounded. Moria stood and gritted his teeth to control the shadow. The terrifying fluctuations of that sword made him feel palpitations. Hogback, take Perona and Absalom away from here immediately. Moria has realized that Qin Luo's strength is far greater than his own, so he wants the three of them to leave quickly. On this ship there are only the three of them that Moria really cares about. As for the other zombies, they are just tools. Yes, Lord Moria. Hogback, who was frightened by the horrific battle just now, immediately executed Moria's order. He didn't want to stay here any longer, so he hurriedly carried Absalom and pulled Perona to run away. Lord Moria. Perona, who was pulled away by Hogbag, looked at Moria reluctantly and shouted angrily. Moria did not respond at all. Today he did many things that were not in line with his usual status and did not want to cross the line again. Qin Luo smiled and said, I didn't say you could leave. Chapter 32. Autumn water cut through the sky, and a sword energy that was enough to distort space instantly slashed in front of the three people. Boom! The terrifying sword energy directly caused the airflow of heaven and earth to implode, and a gully of dozens of feet was cut 100 meters away from the three people. As soon as the sword came out, the mountains and rivers of thousands of miles were broken and nothing could stop it. The three people of Hogbag were so scared that they dared not move. Moonlight Moria looked turned. Although he didn't know how he had provoked the other party, it was inevitable to fight desperately. Shadow gathering place. 100 zombies in the distance suddenly collapsed to the ground, and groups of black shadows floated out of the zombies' bodies and poured into Moria's body. Every time Moria absorbed a black shadow, his body ponded a bit. The other hand waved again and another 100 black shadows floated over Moria's upper body ponded immediately, and the overall height reached more than 10 meters. The uncoordinated power made Moria crawl like a beast. With his bat-like appearance he was exactly the same as the legendary demon walking on the ground. Boy, you shouldn't have forced me to use this trick, he. When Moria opened his mouth, it was as if countless people were speaking at the same time, and the voice came from the abyss, heavy and turbid. Moria, who gathered the power of 200 shadows, could easily smash a giant ship with one punch. This is also the main reason why he can gallop in the new world. Really, I'm looking forward to it. Feeling the unparalleled power of Moria, Qin Luo smiled with a smile, and there was a throbbing of meeting a worthy opponent. Burning blood. Qin Luo's blood was boiling and the scarlet breath permeated his body. In this state he can continue to recover blood in battle and has a recovery effect. Behind him was a blood sword demon and a drop of blood gradually gathered out. The blue dread light filled the body surface and the dazzling flames enveloped his body like a red flame demon. The terrifying three-mass sailboat, one red and one dark, stood facing each other. A great battle is about to unfold here. Is this his true power? In the distance Nami's eyes showed indescribable emotion. Looking deeply at the phantom of the blood sword demon in the distance, the majestic figure like the sky stood facing the equally tall shadow demon opposite. In the battlefield the wind was surging and howling all over the sky, and the strong wind blew Qin Luo's hair. Qin Luo stood firmly in front of the blood sword demon, gathering his own momentum, and his blue dread eyes were solemn with a hint of madness. Blood blade. Suddenly Qin Luo turned into a blood light and rushed towards Moria like a red lightning. It seemed that hot magma was gushing out in front, covering the sword swung by Qin Luo, and it was slashed out with a bang. Moria snorted coldly, and the huge black shadow under his feet spiraled up along his body, wrapped around Moria's right fist, turned into a sharp stab and went straight to meet it. Boom! The red and black light and shadows were like a collision of planets, and they plotted in an instant, and the dry air pressure burst out like a mountain torrent. In front of Moria's castle, energy airflow shot randomly and gravel flew, but Qin Luo and Moria stood firmly in the center of the air wave unmoved. There was a mighty force like gods and demons around them, making them unattainable. The violent air pressure rushed towards Nami and others like a mountain. Nami hurriedly retreated hundreds of steps. Perona and Hogback were quite close to the battlefield. Seeing countless rebels coming towards them, they were stunned in fear. Suddenly Absalom opened his arms and stood behind the two of them. He used his beast-like body to block all the rebels that were originally hitting the two. Bang! After the wind force decreased and no longer had any threatening ability, Absalom fell to the ground with a plop and fainted again. During the whole process he didn't even open his eyes. Hogback ran to Absalom's Absalom's side. Perona opened her eyes and saw Absalom's back bleeding, with countless tiny pieces of gravel piercing his back and drops of blood falling on the ground along his body. Hogback quickly carried Absalom on his back and shouted to Perona, who was still stunned, "Hurry, help me take him to the operating room." Perona came to her senses and ran over to help Hogback lift Absalom's feet. Under Hogback's transformation, Absalom's body had been replaced with beast parts and his weight was far more than that of an ordinary human. The two people carried him with great effort, looking for the entrance to the operating room in the ruin. The wanton airflow gradually dissipated and the strong wind had stopped. Under Qin Luo and Moria's feet a huge gully with a depth of 1 zhang appeared and the castle was destroyed beyond recognition. Moria, with clenched fangs and bulging eyes, he looked at the intersection of his and Qin Luo's autumn water. The original shadow thorns shattered layer by layer under Qin Luo's autumn water. The blood and magma that came out from nowhere were corroding Moria's body. The fingers were slightly burnt. Moria pulled out his arm instantly with a strange figure and jumped hard with his leg, pulling away from Qin Luo. The blood-colored aura spread all over Qin Luo's body. The blue dread eyes showed the madness. Slash the mountain and split the earth. Swish swish swish. The blood-colored sword light slashed out from the autumn water like a raging wave. Thousands of sword shadows turned into heavy sword marks in the blink of an eye, and the sword force was vigorous and unrestrained, like thousands of huge waves overlapping and rolling across the world. The blazing blood red seemed to raise the temperature of 100 meters in a direction by a stage. Sizzle sizzle. Bursts of burning sounds rang out one after another, and thousands of shadows gathered by the moonlight. Moria. Under the burning of this sword they were instantly burned to ashes. Even some fragile shadow souls were burned to ashes before the sword energy approached. P.S. Big guys, please give me some flowers and vote. Your support is the author's motivation. Chapter 33. Maria looked ferocious, looking at the surging orange flames from Qin Luo's sword in disbelief. The rolling flames released infinite power, as if suppressing everything between heaven and earth. Maria was not unfamiliar with this level of power. Back then he was helpless and confused under this power and finally lost everything he had. Now he has escaped from the desperate new world and wanted to forget everything, but he encountered this again. A kind of power. Why is this familiar feeling of powerlessness? Why is this? No one can answer Moria's doubt. The destructive impact that is difficult to describe in words swept directly across Moria's body. In the last second of his consciousness in the thick sea of fire, Moria seemed to see his former companions again in the familiar castle, with wine clinking and drums and music playing. Everyone respectfully called him Captain. Moria never disdained his unusual appearance, sat together equally, ate meat with big mouthfuls, drank wine with big cups, and imitated his special laughter for the dream on the sea. Go straight ahead. Recalling the beautiful dream, Moria lost consciousness under the huge impact. A rare tear instantly evaporated in the flame. Black shadows floated out of Moria's body and flew away in all directions. Moria's body slowly returned to its original state. His eyes rolled up, revealing the whites of his eyes, and he fell to the ground from a high altitude with his mouth wide open. But at this moment Qin Luo's autumn water changed its trajectory and streaked across the sky. The sky seemed to be graffitied by someone, and it was filled with orange-eared flames everywhere. The flames of both arms were still strong, and the hot flames shone on the sky straight into the clouds, tearing the night sky apart. Swept across the earth, rolling the earth and rocks, drawing a lava gully on the ground. Hit the forest, raging fire, removing the entire forest from the island. Shot into the sea water boiled, stirring up high waves to rush towards the island. In just half a minute the entire island of the terrifying three-mast sailing ship turned into a red land, and the terrifying high temperature washed the island, sweeping away the gloom of the past, but in exchange for a hellish misery. The castle was broken into pieces in the battle, and the sails turned into ashes in the fire. Lord Moria. On the other side, Hogback and Perona, who were hiding in the underground operating room, luckily escaped the disaster that swept the entire island. Feeling the earth-shaking noise outside, Perona's soul left her body, left the operating room, and came to the ground. It can be said that she was the only person in the audience who witnessed the entire process of Luffy destroying the island. After the battle calmed down, Perona immediately returned to her body, walked out of the basement, and found Moria, who fainted in a deep ditch. Unfortunately, Perona's strength was too weak to lift Moria, who was as tall as a little giant. She had to leave her body again and look for Hogback's help. Back to 10 seconds ago. The fierce battle on the battlefield, so that Nami, who was 10,000 meters away, was also affected. Bang bang bang. The fierce collision, the whistling of the sword wind was more deafening than the thunder. The majestic power squeezed the air to produce a strange distortion visible to the naked eye. The whole world seemed to be torn apart. In the center of the confrontation, the earth was torn into a bottomless abyss. The shock wave caused by the squeeze was like a raging flood, wrapping everything that could be touched along the way and venting to the surroundings. Wherever the shock wave went, whether it was trees or rocks, they were all like plain brush paintings smeared smeared by erasers and were wiped out piece by piece without resistance. Seeing the shock wave attacking Nami, a blood-colored barrier formed a mesh wall to resist this huge energy fluctuation and slow down its impact. Obviously Qin Luo took action in secret, so the big net protected Nami like a barrier and everything around was washed away in the blink of an eye. The grass swaying in the wind under Nami's feet looked like a solid reef in the turbulent torrent. Nami was about to cry. This is so fierce. Before we even reach the new world, she has no right to intervene. It can even be said that if she doesn't improve her strength quickly she may not survive more than 2 episodes. Qin Luo is too scary. The progress of the Ghost Swordsman character has been increased to %. Host Qin Luo, currently using the character of the universe DNF Ghost Swordsman. Characters owned Thunder God Ray 80%, Ghost Swordsman %. Chance to attract the character of the universe 0. Hacky Armament, Hacky Observation, Hacky Overlord, Hacky LV1. Let's go, I'll take you to search. Qin Luo took Nami's hand and walked to the seashore near the castle. For Moria he didn't make the last attack because there was still a use for him. Nami obviously hadn't recovered from the violent fluctuation just now. It wasn't until she came to the seaside that she recovered a little. Here Qin Luo also met the Chamber of Commerce that was captured by Absalom before. The price of saving them was to take all the gold, gems and berries on their ships. Also there were many treasures in the pirate ship at the edge of the sea of the 3 terrifying sails. Nami's eyes were full of stars in an instant and she turned into a wasteland hunter, picking up non-stop. On the other side in the operating room under the broken castle, Hogback was still busy changing different medicines for Moria and Absalom. Absalom's entire back was smashed into pieces by stones and all the muscles were broken, leaving no trace. Fortunately the damage to the internal organs was not too serious and there were some fresh corpses hidden in the operating room. Hogback used his magical medical skills to replace Absalom with a new back. Just wait for his physical strength and spirit to recover until he wakes up. After taking care of Absalom, Hogback turned his attention to Mariah, who had managed to maintain his life just now while Qin Luo and Nami were looking for treasure. He and Perona rescued Mariah from the ravine with great effort. At that time Mariah's whole body was scorched by the flames and more than 60% of his flesh had turned into cooked meat, losing his vitality. Hogback came to Mariah's bed preparing surgical tools while muttering, "What a terrible monster, it actually burned Lord Mariah like this." No, or rather Lord Mariah was only burned 60% under that kind of attack. What a terrible monster. Hogback, who had no power, could not understand the world of the strong at all and did not understand how these strong men did this, but this did not hinder his superb medical skills. When he saw the injured Lord Mariah for the first time he even made a judgment of death in his heart. He had never seen anyone who could still breathe even though his skin was severely burned. After hearing Moria's heartbeat he immediately asked Corona to cooperate and perform the task of an operations secretary. In the ghost state he carefully observed Moria's physical condition and described it to him in detail. Before becoming a pirate, Hogback had another identity, the world's most talented surgeon. After living in seclusion for many years, this title can only be circulated in the medical community, but the strength of a doctor's medical skills has always been based on strength. He used his superb medical skills to cut the cooked meat inside Moria's body and then relied on Moria's strong vitality and body recovery ability. Without leaving the operating room for 2 days he kept cutting it off bit by bit. Wait until the new meat grows and then go to other places. Chapter 34. Half a day later the exhausted Hogback finally had time to rest. Moria's internal organs and the parts that protect the internal organs have fully grown and the rest can be directly removed on a large scale. Just wait slowly. Genius surgeon worthy of his reputation. Just at this time, outside the operating room a shadow gradually approached. The two looked over. When they saw it was Qin Luo, Perona and Hogback turned pale instantly. They thought Qin Luo and Nami had left long ago, but they were still here. Hogback was about to say something. Qin Luo tyrant, the color instantly spread, knocking him unconscious. Perona was the only one left and was about to resist. Perona, I now solemnly invite you to board my ship. What do you think? Qin Luo did not attack her but smiled and invited sincerely. Perona paused. Her face became strange. What is this guy plotting? With his strength, is it necessary to invite me on board? Obviously making fun of me. Negative ghost. Perona secretly used her classic move and a ghost appeared behind Qin Luo. Release multiple spirit clones from the body. If the body is penetrated by the spirit, it can make people's hearts become extremely depressed. It sounds very powerful, but it has no effect on people who are already very negative. 5 or SI negative ghost quickly drilled into Qin Luo's body. Success. Perona smiled. And you were hit by the negative ghost. Let's see if you have the energy to fight. But soon she felt something was wrong. Qin Luo in front of her lowered his head slightly, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He slowly raised his head and smiled at her. Comparing negative energy with with me. I have heard more poisonous chicken soup than you have eaten salt. Qin Luo smiled contemptuously. How is it possible? Perona was surprised. She didn't expect that there were still people in the world who could resist the negative ghost. I heard that you are still single. Don't be depressed. Don't say you are a single dog anymore. At your age dogs are old and dead. At this time you will doubt your ability. Don't worry, sometimes you are right and your ability is really problematic. It must be said that the negative energy in Qin Luo's heart is really far greater than Perona's negative ghost. He never bothered to read some positive energy chicken soup because he felt it was disgusting. After listening to 1 or 2 positive energy sentences at most, I put down my phone, do 1 or 2 push-ups, read a book for 2 minutes, encourage myself, and then fall into the world of watching videos, reading novels and playing games again. It's better to be more practical than negative energy. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. Compared with me, you are far behind negative energy. I have lived in Zon for 7 or 8 years. Qin Luo glanced at her and the 2 poles reversed. Welcome to Zon. He really wanted to ask Perona, if you were in Zon, would your parents still be there? Join my team, otherwise I will kill them. Qin Luo smiled gently, but it was like a cold blade making Perona's back cold. Perona glanced at the fallen hogback, the unconscious Moonlight Moria, and Absalom with a complicated E-press Zion. Are you telling the truth? Qin Luo, of course I won't lie to a beautiful girl. The perverted compliment made her, who grew up with ghosts, feel strange. Okay, I promise you. Perona nodded silently. Let go. Qin Luo smiled suddenly and walked in front, thinking in his mind one was wearing a blue maid uniform, the other was wearing a pink maid uniform. He was lying comfortably on the sofa, one fed him a grape and the other rubbed his shoulders and back. Thinking of this, Qin Luo couldn't stop laughing. Perona took a last look at the operating room and left a letter saying that she was fine but went to a far place and it would take a long time to come back. She lowered her head and followed Qin Luo. At this time Perona was thinking about why Qin Luo invited her on board. It was still unclear. When she looked up occasionally, she saw Qin Luo's mouth lightly raised, outlining a smile. Perona was startled and felt that something was about to happen to her. Just then, suddenly the figure in front stopped. Qin Luo turned around, walked slowly in front of her and observed carefully. His brows were slightly wrinkled as if he saw a flaw. Perona didn't dare to move for fear of provoking Qin Luo. Qin Luo even reached out to touch her little face, but the dark circles under her eyes were a little heavy. Really, it seems that Perona is not a beautiful girl who cherishes her skin. She needs to watch 5 or 6 episodes of Balala the Fairies to supplement her knowledge. Feeling the temperature of Qin Luo's hand, Perona almost opened her mouth to bite his hand. Perona, you are pretty, but I think the princess cut is not suitable for you, Qin Luo said with a smile. Perona's appearance is still online and her body curve is also very good. If the dark circles and light makeup are removed, perhaps the upper limit of her appearance will be increased by 1 point. Hearing Qin Luo's praise, Perona didn't know whether she should be happy or scared. She couldn't help but feel happy. After all, he was praising her, so she felt happy. Wait, something seems wrong. The other party was a bad guy who kidnapped her. Why would she feel happy when praised? She has been lonely since she was a child. As a ghost, she has no friends to play with. Many people are afraid of her and even hurt her because of fear. Although what she did was hateful, she wanted to attract people's attention. Perhaps in this life only a lonely ghost can accompany her for the rest of her life. It was the first time that Perona heard a man praise her like this, so she was a little shy. What are you talking about? Perona turned her head away so that Qin Luo would not notice her blushing. I'm telling the truth. Qin Luo smiled warmly and said sincerely. Then what is the princess cut you are talking about? Perona asked. Princess cut means that the hairstyle has long hair at the back and the bangs on the forehead are cut at the height of the eyebrows, and the hair feet hanging in front of the ears on both sides are still cut to the chin or left long. I don't think it suits you because the green tea princess cut. You are not green tea. Qin Luo explained everything to her. Green tea, does it mean green tea leaf? Perona was confused again. Why didn't she hear what Qin Luo said? If you say she was also a girl who read many books since she was a child, because she was lonely and had no one to accompany her when she was a child, only the ocean of knowledge in books could relieve her boredom and accompany her. You don't need to worry about this. Anyway, you just need to know that it is a derogatory word which means a bad person. The more he explained, the more confusing it became. Qin Luo didn't need to explain much. Bad person? Then I think you are a green tea, Perona muttered. The man in front of her kept saying something she couldn't understand. Was he trying to mislead her? Green tea is used to describe girls, not boys, Qin Luo said with shame. Perona nodded as if she understood. Then tell me what hairstyle is suitable for me. Perona looked curious. As a man, does Qin Luo really understand the hairstyle suitable for girls? It can't be a lie, and even if he understands, it will make Perona feel strange. You are a big man, is it really good to understand these? And a strong man. Chapter 35. Of course, if I were your hairdresser, I would definitely give you a big wavy hairstyle. Qin Luo smiled evilly. What kind of hairstyle is that? What's the meaning? Perona asked doubtfully. A very bohemian hairstyle. After all, I think you are a scumbag and this hairstyle is quite suitable for you. Qin Luo covered his mouth and smiled, trying not to laugh. Scumbag. Perona felt more and more wrong. The word seemed unfriendly. Ahem, scumbag refers to a kind of very good, very kind, very considerate good girl who considers boys and makes plans for boys. Qin Luo said seriously. There was another sentence left unsaid. After all, scumbag dislike boys for being poor. Take the initiative to leave them and reduce the burden on boys. How good it is. Thank you. Perona blushed and thanked Qin Luo. After all, no matter what Qin Luo just said, that she is suitable for the scumbag big wave, which is not to describe her as that kind of good girl. This is the first time that someone recognizes her since she was a child, so Perona is very happy and touched. Qin Luo's pupils shrank. She wouldn't be stupid. Is there water in her head? But that's right, she doesn't know what it means. If Perona knew the truth, would she have the urge to cut Qin Luo into 8 pieces? On the Thor. When Nami learned that Perona was invited to board by Qin Luo, she looked at Qin Luo with a strange look, as if saying, you pervert, what disgusting ideas do you have? For some reason Nami felt a little jealous. Qin Luo noticed her look, secretly teasingly asked, hey, why is there a vinegar smell on this ship? It smells like vinegar. What vinegar smell? Nami was confused at first, then reacted and her pretty face turned red in an instant. Bah, you are good to whoever is jealous. What does it have to do with me? Besides, my promise to you will end in a year. Scumbag, Nami said proudly, turned around, picked up a book about meteorology and read it. Really? Qin Luo smiled. I didn't say anything about you. Are you confessing? Besides, Nami-chan is so cute, she even holds the book upside down. In an instant Nami blushed, lowered her head, covered her head with the book and buried herself deeply in the book. It was really embarrassing. This side, Perona was in the cabin room facing a mirror. She was speechless. The first thing Qin Luo asked her to do when she got on board was to get rid of her dark circles. Then he removed the ponytail mode and gave her a blueprint. The blueprint showed how to cut a big wavy hairstyle. He switched the princess to a big wavy hairstyle, saying that long curly hair would be more stunningly beautiful. The second thing, Qin Luo gave her a set of clothes. Perona was about to refuse, saying that she had clothes to wear and didn't need to give her clothes. But Qin Luo smiled and said, no, you have to wear this set of clothes. This is the rule of the Thor. Perona looked at the pink maid uniform. She rolled her eyes and really wanted to slap Qin Luo in the face. The rules of the Thor? I'm afraid it's not your rules. Under Qin Luo's river crab threat, Perona had no choice but to change it. 10 minutes later, when Perona walked out of the cabin, wearing a pink maid uniform, big wavy hair and that charming temperament, Qin Luo's eyes lit up. The delicate face, white skin like snow and beautiful long legs made people unable to help but look at it a few more times, just like a woman from a painting. It has a ram flavor. Qin Luo believes that if Perona smiles now, it must be a very charming smile. The curve of the corners of her mouth is so perfect that people can't look away. It is really attractive and the smile lingers in my heart and can't be erased. At night, Perona cooks by herself. She is lonely when she is alone. Even if she is cooking, she will be very happy if someone accompanies her. Dinner is egg and scallion noodle. 3 people sit at the dining table. Each of them has a big bowl of egg noodles and the fragrance makes people hungry. Qin Luo, who has been waiting for a long time, can't help shouting, then I'll start first. Nami foodie. But then Nami was also attracted by the fragrance of noodles and said to Perona with a smile, the noodles you made look very good. Thank you. Perona was also cooking for the first time. She would read some American recipes, so she had no problem cooking. Flurb. Qin Luo took a bite of noodles and the onion fragrance of the egg noodles lingered in his mouth. There was no resistance to the noodles in front of him. Delicious. Perona, do you know the delicacies from the mountains and the sea are nothing compared to the dishes you cook? Qin Luo praised sincerely. The decision to invite Perona on board was quite correct. Obviously, Nami's cooking skills these days made him dare not compliment her. Perona was a little shy after being praised. Flatterer, Nami said, thinking my cooking skills are not bad. However, this noodle is really good. I have to ask Perona for cooking skills some other day. Nami swore that it was not because Qin Luo disliked her cooking skills that she wanted to improve her cooking skills. How could she change herself for this man? 10 minutes later, the 3 of them moved in unison. He stretched his waist. It was a comfortable meal, but Nami's behavior soon became awkward. I saw Qin Luo and Perona glanced at her, then looked at the dishes on the table and motioned her to do the dishes. I am Nami, a little thief. I can definitely do this. Nami was about to get up and slip away, but she found 2 pairs of devilish eyes staring at her from behind. It made her spine shiver. This evil spirit. Okay, Nami gave in. I'll wash the dishes. That fine. One is her master, the other is the chef for dinner. She'll just be a dishwasher. P.S. Please give me flowers and vote. Chapter 36. Marineford. It is the headquarters of the World Government Navy and one of the 3 major locations in the Whirlpool Current. The elite forces of the Navy headquarters are stationed there and senior naval officials from all over the world gather here. This marshal's office. Warrior wearing a pair of frog glasses. Tall broad-chested muscular garb. A fierce-looking Akainu in a dark red suit. Aokiji wearing a white suit vest and a dark blue shirt looking comfortable. And Kizaru with black curly hair, a yellow and white striped suit, a circle of beard on his face, a pair of sunglasses, a tall and thin lazy Kizaru. 5 people gathered together. Warrior informed, today I got the news that Gecko Mariah, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was defeated by a mysterious young man yesterday and was seriously injured. His life or death is unknown. It is said that the young man is also a swordsman with superb swordsmanship. The people present were somewhat surprised. The 7 warlords of the sea are the 3 major forces of the Grand Line together with the 4 emperors and the Navy headquarters. They are 7 pirates recognized and privileged by the world government with catastrophic destructive power and huge combat power comparable to that of a country. Only pirates with high popularity or combat power that can shock everyone are eligible to be selected as the 7 warlords of the sea. Such a character was defeated by a mysterious young man. When it comes to superb swordsmanship, the first person they think of is Hawkeye, my hawk, but the other party has no reason to go looking for trouble with Gecko Mariah. Who is this mysterious young man, people? He suddenly appeared and I had never heard of his name before. Is he dealing with an enemy or a friend? Pirates or the Navy? Aokiji, who looked comfortable, sneered. He didn't even have a good impression of the 7 warlords of the sea, because back then his teacher Zephyr changed his temperament because of the 7 warlords of the sea incident, so he rebelled against the Navy and decided to go it alone to end the great pirate era. The sense of justice was taught to him by his former teacher Zephyr, and it is the belief that Aokiji has adhered to throughout his life. Therefore Aokiji does not have a good impression of the 7 warlords of the sea. He even praised the mysterious young man in his heart. Garp did not care much. What he cared about was that Ace not only went to sea but also joined the Whitebeard pirate. He really wanted to be his pirate king. Have you investigated anyone? Akainu asked. With a cold face, if it was a bounty hunter it would be okay, he could invite him to join the Navy, but if it was a pirate he would definitely crush the other party without hesitation. Jean Guo shook his head and said, according to the investigation it seems that he is going to the Sabayati archipelago. Since there is such a person I have to see him well. At this time Kizaru stood up and took the initiative to propose to observe. Akainu and Aokiji had no objection, nor did Garb. It was rare for the lazy Kizaru to bring it up. Jean Guo nodded and said, okay Salino, please go and investigate the other party's identity. If the other party is not a pirate you can invite him to join the Navy. If he really doesn't want to, ask him if he is willing to replace the position of the 7 warlords of the sea. Jean Guo himself has to stay in the Navy headquarters, so he will not go out easily. The seriously injured and unconscious Gecko Moria is obviously not qualified to serve as the 7 warlords of the sea. The establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea is also a confrontation of forces to maintain the Grand Line, forming a triangle. 10 days later, Qin Luo and his party finally arrived at the Sabayati archipelago. Sabayati archipelago. This island has the world's largest mangrove, Archimon mangrove. Because the roots of the tree have always been posed above the water, the Sabayati archipelago was formed. The entire island is composed of 79 trees and there are towns and facilities on each tree. The regional division of the Sabayati archipelago is also very clear. Qin Luo came to the place where the boats were parked in the area where the number 44 mangrove was located. There was no one to manage this place, so many boats were parked scattered beside the tree root. Is this the Sabayati archipelago? Nami got off the boat excitedly. Perona did the same, and it was her first time to walk out of the Devil's Triangle, the dividing line between the New World and the Great Land. Qin Luo also got off the boat with Nami on the left and Perona on the right, one blue and one red. The young man was handsome and elegant with gentle eyes, dressed in white with a sword on his waist, and his temperament was extraordinary. The 3 of them were dressed like princes of the kingdom, sailing out to sea with 2 beautiful maids. There were many people around, all looking over, and even a few people were talking and negotiating with their eyes flashing. Let's go shopping, buy clothes, eat a big meal, and all the consumption will be counted on me. Qin Luo laughed generously. Yes master, Nami shouted sincerely at this moment. Every time Qin Luo treated her generously, Nami thought he was the most handsome. Sometimes Qin Luo's action of lighting a cigarette with berry bills was particularly charming. The 3 were walking. Qin Luo raised his eyebrows. Someone is following. Qin Luo, who was walking on the street, felt a vague malicious gaze behind him. Walking to the door of a gift shop, he saw a black skinny man behind him stop by the reflection of the glass, pretending to look at other things. Do you have to be so amateur? You should choose something that suits you. You look at a thing selling women's accessories and think you can find a girlfriend. Qin Luo couldn't complain. It seems that he was targeted by someone someone. Hey, this damn beauty that has nowhere to go is so eye-catching everywhere. It may be that Qin Luo's dress made some lawless element think that he was a fat sheep to be slaughtered. You two can go for a walk around and buy whatever you want. I'll go take care of some things and come back soon, Qin Luo said with a smile. Nami and Perona nodded one after another and then turned their eyes to the gift shop in front of them. There were many jewels and jewelry here which were sparkling and beautiful. They liked them very much. After that, Qin Luo walked towards Area 13. He was going to the blackmail bar to find the intelligence officer Xiaoqi to inquire about the situation of the pirates in the Sabayati archipelago. After all, his character progress required constant fighting to improve and enhance his strength. The pirate here could definitely meet Qin Luo's need. Qin Luo also had an idea in his mind: why not become a bounty hunter, not only to kill extremely vicious pirates but also to get money. Kill two birds with one stone. But in the end, Qin Luo was too bothered and chose to shake his head. If he wanted to make money, he might as well rob money. With his strength, wealth was not within reach. In the illegal area, the residential area under the number 21 red tree, a group of unfriendly people have already taken up weapons and gathered in a dark house. The leader is a scarred man holding a den mushi and listening to the report from the other side. The den mushi looked like a wretched and thin monkey face, and a voice came from inside. I'm following you, boss. This guy must be the prince of a kingdom. He will definitely sell for a good price. Also, the two beauties net to him that look amazing. They are simply peerless beauties. After playing, they will sell for a good price and are worth a lot of money. I confirmed that he left alone. He is not very old. He looks about 18 or 19. Judging from the direction he is heading, he seems to be heading for Area 13. The skinny monkey is still talking non-stop and the people in the room are already excited. If we get this fat sheep, we will have enough food and drink for at least half a year. The key is that it seems easy to get it. Chapter 37. Scarface waved his hand to stop the noisy voices and said to the skinny monkey, follow this fat sheep closely, don't let others get ahead. Don't worry, boss, I'm the only one watching here. Wait, he seems to be going in from the number 19 red tree. Keep watching, we're going to ambush now. It's finally time to eat meat again, Scarface said excitedly. Little ones, take your weapons and set off. Qin Luo walked towards Xiaoqi bar, neither slow nor slow, like taking a walk. At this time, a group of people came up in front of him with murderous looks on their faces, looking at Qin Luo fiercely. Qin Luo looked at the dozen or so fierce men who surrounded him in a group with a calm face. It was obvious that these people were not good people. It was too ugly. Qin Luo was a little disgusted. Boy, if you surrender now, you will suffer less later. The skinny monkey jumped out from behind with a smug look on his face, standing net to the scarred face and talking. That's right, boy, if you don't resist, we can save some energy. You don't have to suffer and you can sell it for a good price. Scarface also spoke. If such top-grade goods are damaged, the price will undoubtedly not be so high. Although Scarface really wants to draw a few scars on Qin Luo's face, thinking about it, money is more important, so he held back. At this time, Qin Luo didn't know that they were human traffickers abducting and selling all kinds of people as slaves. One of the people he hated most in his previous life was these unscrupulous dogs. Why don't I give you away? Qin Luo narrowed his eyes. How about sending you all to hell? Scarface was furious when he heard this. A little brat dared to be so shameless. He didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was without teaching him a lesson. You don't know how to live or die. Catch him. Don't beat him to death. Don't beat his face. Qin Luo sighed. He didn't want to be a good person, but he had to be a beast. You are so unlucky to meet me. The silver-white sword light and knife shadow swept across the main area in the bubble forest under the sun, carrying a dreamy breath of death. 12 people except for the leader Scarface were all killed with one knife. Scarface's two tendons were cut and the long knife he held fell to the ground. The whole person was terrified and collapsed on the ground. You are a devil. You are not a human. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Scarface was almost scared to the point of being unconscious. You know, they had hunted 50 million pirates before. I didn't expect that in the hands of this young man everyone was killed before they could see clearly. Qin Luo sheathed the knife, looked down at Scarface and said, which pirate group are you subordinates to? Taku Takuki pirate group. Scarface nodded hurriedly. Qin Luo smiled warmly. Is that so? Immediately he took all the berries in their pocket. Scarface saw it, hid the resentment in his eyes and asked in fear and caution, well, can you let me go? Sorry, I can't. Qin Luo drew his knife and stabbed Scarface's heart with an apologetic look. Scarface's eyes widened and there was still an expression of disbelief in his eyes. You trash like you is a waste of fresh air in the world. Qin Luo pulled out Chu Shui and Scarface died immediately. There are countless pirates like Scarface. Qin Luo doesn't have that much time to waste with him, let alone let him go. Don't joke, that kind of guy is rotten to the core who has killed countless people. Giving him a whole body is a kindness to him. I am really too kind. The most important thing for a group of people is to be neat and tidy. I sent them away neatly, they will definitely be grateful. Qin Luo praised himself for thinking about others. Takuki pirate, then I'll start with you. Qin Luo smiled lightly and then went straight to the number 13 red tree. Area number 13. At the door of the bar, Qin Luo pushed the door open directly. In the bar, Xia Qi, a middle-aged woman with short black hair, was wearing a brightly colored top and low-waisted jeans, staring out the window in a daze. Looking at the length of the ash on her hand, it was obvious that she had been there for quite a while. Hey, such a good-looking guy is here, so what do you need? Seeing Qin Luo coming in, Xia Qi's eyes lit up. Sitting at the bar, Qin Luo casually took out the berries he had just seized from the system space, about 3 million berries, and threw them at his feet. Beautiful and discerning lady, just a beer will do. Qin Luo paused and continued, in addition, I need some information. Xia Qi was stunned for a moment, then she looked at Qin Luo, carefully put the cigarette in her mouth and turned back to pour the beer. It seems that he is a sweet and interesting guy who knows the business. This beer is my treat for you. Push the beer in front of Qin Luo. Qin Luo was not surprised that Rayleigh was not seen. Rayleigh was not here most of the time in the store, so it's not surprising not to see him. Thank you. After drinking it all in one breath, Qin Luo burped and stretched comfortably. Good beer then, Ms. Xia Qi. Can you tell me about the big things that are going to happen in the Sabayati archipelago recently? Xia Qi looked at Qin Luo a little confused. She thought he was a pirate hunter who went out to sea alone, but he didn't look like that at his age. And the faint smell of blood just now made her feel that this handsome guy in front of her was not that simple. I didn't expect the news to be so simple. Yes, this kind of news can be found out as long as you are willing to spend time to inquire. After inhaling a puff of cigarette, Xia Qi leaned against the bar and said, I'm sorry to disappoint you, brother. Nothing big has happened in the Sabayati archipelago in the past week, but there is something going to happen in 2 days. I wonder if you are interested. Qin Luo asked with interest. Oh, tell me about it. In 2 days the auction house will auction an important finale item. As far as I know, it will be a beautiful mermaid. Xia Qi held the cigarette in her mouth and inhaled smoke. Qin Luo looked puzzled. During this period, Luffy has not yet gone out to sea, so it should not be the mermaid Kami who was captured. It should be other mermaids who were captured by humans. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task saving the mermaid Izalai. Task reward: character progress bar increases by 5% and observation haki is upgraded to a higher level. Such a voice came from his mind. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. His current progress bar of the Ghost Swordsman is % and it will be 68.5% after the increase. I believe that his strength will be greatly enhanced by then. When Qin Luo saw this task for the first time, he felt that he had to do it, not only because of the generous reward but also because of the mermaid Izalai. This beautiful woman with freckles on her face and a good figure, Izalai. She is definitely in the top 3 in terms of appearance on Mermaid Island. Is that so? Qin Luo nodded slowly, asked Xia Qi to pour him another glass of wine and replied with a smile. Xia Qi leaned over the bar and got closer to Qin Luo. Xia Qi said, such a handsome guy, how should I call you? I haven't asked your name yet, which is really rude. Chapter 38. Qin Luo. My name is Qin Luo. Qin Luo. A good name, handsome and a good name. Qin Luo was a little confused. Hey, what's so good about the name? Why don't I know it? Is there any special meaning? Forget it, you are old, you have the final say. I have praised you for being handsome many times, what else can I do? In fact, from the beginning when Qin Luo walked into the bar, Xia Qi felt that he looked familiar. After conducting clothing identification and sword description and observing for many times, he finally confirmed it. The mysterious young man who defeated Moonlight Moria. As an intelligence officer, she naturally had a blueprint of Qin Luo's back, and the black knife Chu Shui was the most favorable evidence to prove his identity. So little Qin Luo, here is a suitable news. Do you want to listen to it? After smoking a cigarette, Xia Qi extinguished it in the ashtray on the bar, relit one and asked Qin Luo, of course, is there any need to say this? Also, what the hell is little Qin Luo? If you are not a beautiful old man, I will definitely have a good argument with you. I measured it myself, it is not small at all. Pick up the package at your feet and put it on the counter and open it. Qin Luo looked at Xia Qi and asked, do you think these are enough to pay the reward? If not, I'll have to find another way. Xia Qi took a rough look, took out Bailey and put it in front of Qin Luo and put the others on the counter. Takuki Pirate Captain Beast Takuki Bounty 95 million berries. Born in the West Sea, it is said that he likes to eat human hearts, so he is called Beast. He is not a person with special abilities and his fighting style is to tear others apart with the steel claws on his hands, which is one of the reasons why he is called Beast. The deputy captain and the bosun are both powerful characters with bounties exceeding 50 million, and the bounty for the entire ship is 210 million berries in total. The bosun is a capable shipwright and the ship has been modified by him, and the speed is more than 30% faster than ordinary sails. At present they are hiding in the number 9 mangrove in the illegal area. As far as I know, it will take about 2 days for their ship to be coated. Xiaoqi finished speaking in one breath and took out the bounty order of the Takuki pirates from under the bar and slapped it in front of Qin Luo. She turned around and poured herself a glass of beer, raised her head and drank it all, poured another glass and then drank it mouthful by mouthful. She seemed to have confirmed that Qin Luo was a bounty hunter, a hunter who specialized in fighting pirate. What do you think, little Qin Luo? Xiaoqi stared at Qin Luo and asked with a wink. Qin Luo ignored Xiaoqi's seductive eyes. Just kidding, this is a person who can be a grandmother. If there is no little in front of my name, this information should be perfect. Qin Luo drank the beer that was refilled, put the cup back on the table, stood up and walked out. Then it's a deal, beautiful auntie. That's right, auntie is a revenge for Xiaoqi calling him little. Qin Luo, not calling you mother-in-law is giving you face. Qin Luo finally fought back a little before leaving and felt much better. Although you are old, you can't say I am young. Xiaoqi in the bar watched Qin Luo disappear outside the door, and her smiling expression became a little solemn. As an intelligence queen, her ability to judge people and act is definitely not bad. Even Rayleigh is in her hands. What's more, her observation haki has reached a very high level. Even she was a little surprised by the strength of this young kid. Even Moonlight Moria with 320 million berries is not his opponent. The sword intent on his body can even make Xiaoqi feel chilled. Such a young monster with such strong strength will definitely be very eye-catching in the future. If I make a small friendship with him, maybe I will have a good relationship in the future. Take out a piece of white paper from under the bar, write and draw on the paper with a pen and outline the outline of Qin Luo with just a few strokes, and then a godlike portrait appears. The following line of words appeared. Name Qin Luo, height 195 centimeters, age 1820 years old. Force first appearance in the Sabayati archipelago, suspected to be a bounty hunter. Swordsmanship strong, world-class swordsman level. Physical skills unknown, heroic unknown, ability unknown, comprehensive combat power extremely strong, at least 400 million. The following words have become blurred and Xiaoqi has kept the paper well. If Qin Luo knew that Xiaoqi could infer so many things in such a short time, he would probably not be as happy as when he just went out. Of course, even if he knew, it would not be a problem, but at this time Qin Luo was a little troubled. He really understood the meaning of this illegal area. Just a short distance of 3 trees has attracted 4 waves of attack. With so many rampant slave traders, it can be seen how rubbish the so-called world nobles in this world are. I simply haven't met them, so I won't be bothered if I don't see them. Otherwise it would be funny if I really met them that day and killed 2 of them in anger. However, in general, these ignorant pirates contributed a slight increase to the progress bar of their own ghost swordsmen. Soon the 9gr mangrove was in front of them. Under the mangrove was a dilapidated building, not as good as those ordinary areas, not to mention the navy and the world government. It is not difficult to find a group of pirate who settled in a small area. Qin Luo found the Takuki pirates from a corner of the dilapidated building without much effort. As a pirate group with a bounty of more than 200 million, they have been targeted by many hyenas these days, but their strength is enough to deal with it. But they also lost a lot of grassroots crew members. When Qin Luo came over, there were no figures of the slave traders around. It seems that they knew that this bone was not easy to chew and had given up. Hey kid, this is the Takuki pirates, not a place for you, a little kid. Qin Luo did not hide his track. As soon as he appeared, he was discovered by several guards and surrounded in the middle. Tell me your purpose of coming here, or don't blame me for not recognizing anyone with my sword. The leading thug had a fierce look in his eyes and shouted at Qin Luo. Chapter 39. It seems that the place is right. I came to find your captain, the beast Takumi, and I have a big business to discuss with him. You can't make the decision, Qin Luo said calmly. Qin Luo's extraordinary temperament obviously proved that he was not a hyena-like human trafficker, which was the reason why those thugs didn't start right away. The leader listened to Qin Luo's word, glared at him fiercely and warned him not to play trick. Keep an eye on him, I'll report to the captain. Soon there was a commotion in the dilapidated building, and a big man with an ugly face and a burly figure led out. An unknown fur coat was draped over the big man, and the stench that hit him made Qin Luo couldn't help but take a few steps back. Boy, you are the one who wants to discuss business with me. You are so tender and brave. The more foul smell made Qin Luo regret standing opposite this guy. Take out the bounty image and confirm the identity of the person. The 3 main leaders are here, so he doesn't need to waste words with this guy who doesn't know how to maintain personal hygiene. You disgusting guy, just kill yourself. I don't want to waste time. When Qin Luo took out the bounty, Takumi on the opposite side had already reacted and was also ready to take action. Are you a bounty hunter? Dare to play tricks on me? I will tear you apart alive. Both sides attacked almost at the same time, but their speed was too slow. Not to mention that the minions on the opposite side had no time to react. Even Captain Takumi, the guy with a bounty of 95 5 million Baileys was also slow to react. Soul transfer flash. Just as the hands with steel claws stretched out, a flash of knife light flashed and the forward-leaning body stopped moving. After Qin Luo's figure, he fell to the ground neatly and a large amount of blood dyed the ground scarlet. The deputy captain behind him was not much better. They didn't take such a young kid seriously and even had a ferocious smile on their faces. Then there was nothing else. The smile froze on his face so abruptly. Qin Luo sheathed his sword and the 7 people in front of the building, including Taku, all fell to the ground. The dozens of people who came out of the building to watch the excitement were dumbfounded. The captain, who was so powerful and unmatched in their eyes, couldn't even block a single move, including the deputy captain, whose bounty was over 50 million, was killed in one blow. How powerful is this? Qin Luo looked at the bosun and his face finally calmed down. Do you want to live or die? The bosun swallowed hard and suppressed the panic in his heart. He was originally a shipwright who was not particularly good at fighting, and he did not dare to look him in the eye. Alive, alive. Very good. 3 minutes. Collect all the berries here in front of me. Qin Luo turned his head and looked at a large group of pirates and smiled. This look scared many people so much that they almost peed their pants. When they killed people, they were vicious pirates, but now they are just lambs to be slaughtered. Yes, yes, yes. All at your discretion, sir. Soon the berries piled up into a small mountain, among which were berries, banknotes and some gems and jewelry. The number was probably about tens of millions of berries. Qin Luo took them all. Bounty hunter. Is it faster to rob wealth? After collecting the money, Qin Luo ignored the people who were too scared to move and left alone. They didn't know whether Qin Luo would go back on his word and kill them after using them. Seeing Qin Luo leave, there was no trace of him. They breathed a sigh of relief and were sweating coldly. What is this? Suddenly a dark black knife shadow full of murderous intent attacked instantly. The area within 100 meters of this area was cut in one slash. None of the vicious pirates survived. Ashura, evil light slash. When Qin Luo met the 2 women, his face was 3 points of surprise and 7 points of expectation. Nami and Perona, 2 busy people, strolled around the nearby street market. Hands were full either precious jewelry or beautiful clothes. These 2 prodigal women. Qin Luo suddenly felt that the money he had just salvaged was reduced by 1 empty space in an instant. But Qin Luo didn't think too much money is meant to be spent. Put all the things in their hands into the system space. The 2 women seemed to have known Qin Luo's skill for a long time, which was a must for shopping, and their eyes were shining. Qin Luo was embarrassed. He didn't want to accompany women shopping for clothes, which was so painful, so he said, "You must be hungry, let's go eat hot pot." Hot pot. Nami paused, then smiled and nodded. Nami thought of eating a long time ago a double pot. Sesame paste plus fermented bean curd juice plus chili oil plus coriander plus sesame seeds. This dipping sauce is super suitable for eating seafood pot with fish, shrimp, clams. The taste is delicious. Slurp, delicious. Soon the 3 of them came to a busy hot pot restaurant. Let's go to this one, Qin Luo said. Walking in together in an instant, cool air hit our faces. It might be a weakened version of the wind shell stirring the breeze to prevent the room from being so hot. The waiter called out welcome and smiled professionally. Hello both of you. Would you like to order now? Yes. Qin Luo nodded. What would you like, sir? The waiter took out a small notebook and prepared to record it. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, looking into it, and slowly said, tripe, tofu, squid tentacles, beef balls, kelp knot, pickled pork, tripe, tomatoes, spicy clear soup, double pot, sour plum soup with lemon slices. After the waiter finished writing the dishes, a smile appeared on his face. Okay, the dishes will be served soon. After the waiter left, Perona was curious about the environment of the hot pot restaurant. It was her first time to eat hot pot, so she was very curious. 5 minutes later, the ingredients were all served. This hot pot restaurant is quite fast. Qin Luo was very satisfied, nodded and began to pick up the raw ingredients in front of him with chopstick, and then put some into the non-spicy pot base and some into the spicy pot base. A few minutes later, a fragrant mist came to her face. Brush the izataku tripe, dip it in the prepared sauce, take a bite, and the delicious juice plods in the mouth. It is so delicious. Qin Luo ate enthusiastically. Compared with Qin Luo's eating appearance, Nami and Perona seemed particularly elegant. Perona ate very fragrantly, much more fragrant than when she ate alone before. It seemed that following Qin Luo was not a painful instant. 10 minutes later, the rest of the ingredients were gradually cooked. The sauce of this beef ball is really delicious. The squid shreds are very chewy. Well, the tripe is also authentic. The 2 began a hot pot feast. Qin Luo's appetite is still quite sufficient, especially after practicing the thunder escape armor and strengthening his body. As his physical fitness improved, his appetite gradually increased. After the nutrition of the food entered Qin Luo's stomach, he then performed the thunder escape body strengthening, cleaned the impurities hidden in the food and converted them into energy to improve his physical fitness. Time flies by. Every minute and every second that I couldn't pretend to be cool was spent in this hot pot feast. Chapter 40. 2 hours later, Qin Luo and the other two also had enough to eat and drink. Looking at Nami, who went to the front desk to pay, Qin Luo thought to himself that a rich life is so simple and unpretentious. Let's go for a walk. Qin Luo suggested walking towards the auction to familiarize himself with the environment in advance so as not to get lost. Yeah, the two women responded one after another, guarding the left and right, making others envious. Under the gaze of everyone around them, the three of them walked towards the auction. This human auction is located in GR1 of the Sabayati archipelago, a concentrated place for slave trading auctions, and the targets of trafficking are criminals and citizens of countries that have not joined the world government. Although the world also prohibit human trafficking, the human auction venue seems to be tacitly approved by the Navy, and the Navy calls it a career referral agency. The behind-the-scenes operator is Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Qin Luo was thinking that if he saved the mermaid and destroyed it, he would definitely make enemies with Minga. When he thought of Da Flamingo wearing pink plush and sunglasses at that time, Qin Luo couldn't help but feel interesting. A collision of domineering colors. Then I'm still looking forward to it. The three of them had just walked a few dozen meters when a figure stood in front of them. The whale shark had eyebrows and sideburns like a gust of wind, a short black beard on his chin, a scar like a lightning pattern on the corner of his left eye, a fat body, 2 big teeth on his lower jaw, and the sun symbol representing the sun pirates was located in the center of his chest. If nothing unexpected happened, this person was the 7 warlords of the CC Knight Jinbei. What's the matter? Looking at Jinbei, who blocked the way, Qin Luo was a little surprised. I want to talk to you. Jinbei got straight to the point and stated his intention directly. Whether it was the lofty holy land of Marijoa or the Sabayati archipelago, which was full of filth behind the glamour, they were all places that Jinbei resisted. But in order to have a good talk with Qin Luo, he came to the Sabayati archipelago. And now he finally met Qin Luo. After thinking it over again and again, he didn't want to miss the opportunity, so he stopped Qin Luo at this time. Let's talk. Qin Luo looked at the whale shark in front of him, whose identity he could easily identify at a glance. At first Qin Luo was quite surprised by the way they met for the first time. Why did the other party want to talk to him, knowing him? But then he immediately thought of the Arlong pirate that he had destroyed. If there is a possible intersection with the 7 warlords of the sea Jinbei, Qin Luo can't think of any other possibilities except the Arlong pirates, where Arlong is. If you come for the Arlong pirate, then there is nothing to talk about between us. After sorting out the reasons, Qin Luo spoke frankly and made his attitude clear. Jinbei's eyes moved and he said seriously, I did come here for this matter, but I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Qin Luo interrupted Jinbei's words very rudely, climbed up the hilt with his right hand and said calmly, if you understand, make way. Jinbei was speechless and glanced at Nami with a gloomy look. After pondering in his heart, he quietly stepped aside and made way. Such a move was inevitably surprising to the group of onlookers around, thinking that Jinbei, who has such a long eperion, seems to be at a disadvantage in momentum when facing this young man. Seeing Jinbei make way, Qin Luo didn't say anything else and stepped forward and passed Jinbei. Nami and Perona followed closely behind, and when they passed by Jinbei, they couldn't help but look at Jinbei more. This whale shark man, who has the dual identities of fishman and Shishibukai, was somewhat beyond their expectations in terms of personality and attitude. Jinbei watched Qin Luo and his companions walk past him silently and then walked away. Until Qin Luo walked a few dozen meters, Jinbei finally couldn't help but shouted at Qin Luo's back, I want to know why you attacked the Arlong pirate. Qin Luo couldn't help but stop when he heard this and felt that this question was a bit ridiculous. Do you need any reason to attack a group of scum who only dare to oppress ordinary people? Oh, that's not entirely right in the end. Qin Luo smiled faintly, looked at Jinbei and said calmly, if the Navy hadn't done nothing, it wouldn't be my turn to destroy the Arlong pirate. Jinbei's lips moved, but he had nothing to say. The reason why the Arlong pirate could do evil in the East China Sea was that the Navy didn't do anything, and his connivance was another. Qin Luo looked at Jinbei's guilty expression and his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Of course I'm not a righteous person, but when I'm short of money I prefer targets like the Arlong pirates to robbing civilian merchant ships. If you think I've gone too far or even want to stand up for that bunch of scum, then come on. After saying that, Qin Luo strode away without caring about Jinbei's reaction. Jinbei looked at Qin Luo's back with a complicated expression as he strode away. The venue was silent. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Qin Luo's departing figure. Who is this young man? How dare he treat Shishibukai Jinbei like this? Judging from his manners and dress, he should be a prince of some noble family. I don't know who he is, but the 2 maids around him are pretty. I'm afraid you're thinking of dying. You're looking for death if you go over to someone that even Jinbei doesn't dare to provoke. 2 days later, it was the human auction house's monthly auction, and the flow of people heading to Tree Island No. 1 was significantly increased. The street streets were particularly busy and nobles wearing luxurious clothes and tall hats could be seen everywhere. They came from various tree islands without a doubt to bid for the goods of the human auction house. The fact that so many nobles were attracted here also shows the face of the human auction house in the Sabayati archipelago. What will be the heavy commodity this time? I hope it's a young and beautiful mermaid, hehe. If it's really a mermaid, I won't give it to you. Haha, the highest bidder wins. On the way to the human auction house, similar conversations can always be heard. The flow of people gradually converged on the human auction house. There was less than half an hour left before the auction started. P.S. Thanks to Brother Bing for the 100 VIP points reward. Big guys ask for flowers. Chapter 41. At the same time, located in the back half of the human auction venue, this is the room where slaves to be sold are held. Clang clang, the shackles dragged on the ground making a loud sound. A male pirate wearing a captain's uniform and a slave collar around his neck was walking towards a cage not far away with a look of dejection. His steps were very heavy. It seemed that the shackles on his ankles were two heavy iron balls. Behind him followed two fully armed auction venue employees. Don't dawdle, walk faster. The pirate slave's dawdling made one of the armed personnel very dissatisfied and his tone of urging was full of unkindness. But the pirate slave seemed to have not heard it and still walked slowly and heavily towards the cold cage in front of him. I told you to hurry up. Seeing the pirate slave had no reaction, the armed personnel who urged him could not help but get angry and immediately raised his foot and kicked the pirate slave in the back. With a dull collision sound, the pirate slave was hit in the back. It flew forward 1 or 2 meters, then fell to the ground and rolled 5 or so meters. When it stopped, it was less than 10 meters away from the iron door of the cage. The armed personnel did not stop there. They came closer and kicked the pirate slave again. This kick was also full of strength, causing the pirate slave to roll over a distance of 10 meters and finally hit the iron prison bar, making a loud noise. The sound of hitting the iron bar immediately attracted the attention of many slaves in the cage. Suddenly a series of eyes passed through the cold iron bar that was as high as the ceiling and fell on the pirate slave lying in front of the iron bar. Then these eyes were like dragonflies skimming the water, and they returned as soon as they touched. Being tough in a place like this is a disaster. One of the slaves for sale sat on a wooden bow and looked coldly at the pirate slave lying in front of the iron bar, who seemed to still be unable to accept the current situation. No matter how high his ambition was, once he was branded with the mark of a slave, the slave silently withdrew his gaze. Inside the cage it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop and there was a dead atmosphere. Get in. The armed personnel opened the door, threw the pirate slave into the cage and then closed the door with force. For this guy, he can actually be rewarded 40 million on this island. 40 million is nothing. That's right, haha. Yes, fortunately I made it in time. If I was 10 minutes later, the auction would have started. Listening to the conversation that was gradually fading away, the pirate slave's body moved lightly. Anger appeared in his eyes, but it was extinguished in an instant by his despair. It was only one step away from reaching Fishman Island. The deep despair and powerlessness were slowly eroding the luster in the eyes of the pirate captain Simon. What was imprisoned in this cold iron cage was not just freedom. After sending the last item into the cage, the two armed men said a few words to the staff on the scene and then returned to the back door of the auction venue, guarding here like two door gods. On the high slope in the distance, Chin Luo walked alone, looking calmly at the two tall and strong armed men stationed at the back door of the auction venue, and Nami and Perona stayed on the Thor. It was not convenient for them to show their faces. The one who was sent in just now is Simon, a wrestler with a bounty of 40 million and the last captain level item. That means they are all here. The mermaid Izalai should be among them. Chin Luo threw away the auction brochure in his hand and his sharp eyes passed through a distance of 100 meters and fell on the two armed men guarding the back door. The corners of his mouth grinned and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. There are less than 10 minutes left before the auction begins, but the venue is already crowded and full. When there are many people, it is noisy and chaotic. Behind the curtain on one side of the auction table, a man wearing star-shaped sunglasses and long pink and purple hair is listening to the endless noise coming from the venue with an intoxicated look. This man is Dillos, the person in charge of the human auction house and also the auctioneer of the auction. Today will also be a very wonderful day. Listening to the noise coming from the venue, Dillos couldn't stop laughing. The noise sounded like heavenly music to his ears. Lord Dillos, everything is ready. An employee holding a microphone came to Dillos. Dillos slightly restrained his smile, nodded to the employee, then took the microphone and walked to the stage. Tab. Dillos walked to the center of the stage facing the guests in the packed seat. With Dillos's appearance, the originally noisy venue gradually quieted down. The guests all looked at Dillos, eagerly looking forward to the slave good that would be pushed onto the auction table. Welcome all distinguished guests. This auction also prepares high quality slaves for you, and there are also super heavy duty products. Here I sincerely hope that you can get your favorite slave. Dillos knew knew very well that these guests did not want to listen to some meaningless nonsense. After finishing the necessary opening remark, he was ready to get straight to the point. Then please welcome the first item. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise and the whole venue shook lightly and some dust fell from the ceiling. The movement was really terrifying, which made many guests in the guest seats look shocked. On the auction table, the smile on Dillo's face froze. Which blind bastard dared to make trouble at this time? The two armed men guarding here fell to the ground and the armor on their chest was deeply dented. I think they are not going to survive. The solid wooden door originally installed on the door frame disappeared and in its place there was a big hole that looked like it was blown open by a cannonball. Qin Luo stood in front of the big hole with a calm expression. The loud noise just now was his masterpiece. Standing in front of the hole in the wall, Qin Luo could clearly hear the movement and shouting coming from the hole. Such a brutal way of breaking in can attract all the troops of the auction house in a short time. It seems that there are quite a lot of people, so let's fight quickly and decisively. Qin Luo stepped over the ruins scattered on the ground and walked into the auction house. Before he walked a few steps, he was stopped by nearly 100 guards who rushed here. These guards were all fully armed and the equipment they held was even more sophisticated. After all, it was the most prestigious slave auction house in the Sabayati archipelago and there was sufficient funds to support such a well-equipped armed team. Chapter 42. It's just one person, how dare he do such a thing? The armed personnel who came to the scene saw the back door that was broken by violence at first sight and their impressions were all shocked. Dozens of meters away in the cage net to the wall, the group of slaves who were about to be auctioned looked up at Qin Luo, who was confronting the armed team of the auction house. Who is this mysterious young man? Most of the slaves in the cage were puzzled at the same time. This is either looking for death or looking for shit. The pirate captain Simon, who was thrown into the cage last, stood up suddenly, came to the iron bars and looked at the shadow in the distance with wide eyes. If the aftermath of the battle can destroy these iron bars, the way Qin Luo broke the back door violently made him feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. Don't dream. A slightly hoarse and cold voice suddenly came from behind Simon. The person who spoke was also a pirate captain sent by the captured slave team. His name was OM and his bounty was 60 million. He turned around and stared at OM fiercely. However, how could OM, whose bounty reached 60 million, be scared? After a disdainful sneer, he raised his finger and lightly tapped the collar on his neck a few times. What really imprisoned us is neither this cage nor the shackles on our hands and feet, but this thing. Do you understand, idiot? Hearing OM's words, Simon woke up as if from a dream and sat down on the ground with a dejected face. The other slaves around him all had gloomy faces. As OM said, what really imprisoned them was this slave collar on their neck. So even without this cage and the shackles that restricted the freedom of their hands and feet, they had no way to escape the hell called slaves. Inside the venue, seeing that there was only one person, the momentum of the armed team in the auction venue soared. Boy, you dare to come here to make trouble. Do you know that this is the territory of Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Swish! Qin Luo flashed over and the cold light came first. The autumn water was unsheathed like light and shadow and it went straight through the neck of the armed personnel who spoke and at the same time strangled the words that the armed personnel had not yet finished speaking in the cradle. After the armed personnel reacted, they could only stare at Qin Luo, who was close at hand and could do nothing. Qin Luo smiled coldly and then drew back the autumn water, bringing out a blood flower. The armed personnel whose neck was pierced fell to the ground immediately. Is this Doflamingo's territory? Qin Luo walked over step by step and said calmly, oh, so what? The armed personnel were shocked. I'll get rid of you in 10 seconds. Qin Luo smiled silently and immediately swung his sword to slash at a nearby armed personnel. 10 seconds to finish. I heard in this case all the armed personnel present seemed to have suffered a great humiliation. There were about 100 of them. Kill him. Unable to retreat, the armed personnel shouted and attacked Qin Luo. But as several sword light flashed, there were several more corpses on the ground. The refined armor made at a high price was vulnerable to the armed color. As if they wanted to encircle Qin Luo, dozens of armed personnel held their cold weapons in front of them and charged toward Qin Luo. Qin Luo looked at them coldly but did not stop. The direction they were walking was indeed the cage. Soul-eating hand. While walking, a giant hand solidified by black shadow appeared behind Qin Luo, suddenly swelled up and then turned into a series of black things with sharp ends dancing back and forth like a tail. What is that? Looking at the black thing that was waving its fangs and claws behind Qin Luo, the armed personnel were shocked. Qin Luo suddenly increased his walking speed. At the same time, the tail-shaped black thing dancing wildly behind him stabbed at the armed personnel rushing over like an arrow. Before the armed personnel rushing in front could react, they were pierced through the chest by the sharp tail-shaped black thing at the end. First they were lifted into the air and then thrown to the ground like garbage. In just one encounter, the tail-shaped black thing stabbed 9 people, and the net second as Qin Luo continued to walk forward, the wildly dancing tail-shaped black thing stabbed the remaining armed personnel again. This time it was even more cruel, stringing up the remaining armed personnel like candied haws. In just 3 seconds the chests of the 50 or so well-equipped armed personnel rushing toward Qin Luo were all pierced with a fatal wound, but they did not die immediately, and the screams they made resounded throughout the room. After solving the obstacle, the fangs and claws of the tail-shaped black thing instantly retracted into the shadow behind Qin Luo. Then Qin Luo walked past the armed men who were screaming and waiting to die and walked straight to the cage. In the cage all the slaves, including several pirate captains, looked at Qin Luo, who was approaching step by step with a look of shock. The powerful posture of killing dozens of armed men effortlessly while walking a few meters was deeply imprinted in their minds. So strong, who is this young man? Several pirate captains could not suppress the chill that spread from their heart. Facing such a monster, the advantage of numbers is nothing at all. So scary. Several female slaves trembled. They were just dancers with outstanding looks and had never seen such a scene. He's coming this way. Soon other slaves noticed that Qin Luo was walking straight to the cage. Such a discovery immediately made the slaves tremble. Even a strong man armed to the teeth couldn't last a second in front of that monster. If they went, the monster would probably just stamp its feet to shock them to death. Will he come to save us? A female slave said cautiously. For a moment the cage became quiet again. Is this possible? Although they thought the possibility was extremely low, most slaves still had a glimmer of hope. On the contrary, the pirate captains with a relatively high bounty were a little uneasy. Qin Luo looked at the slaves in the cage. There were about 30 of them, and the information was roughly the same as that registered in the auction manual. They were basically people with special skills. He glanced at them one by one and paused on a large water tank covered with a translucent thin cloth. Poor mermaid, let me save you. Looking at the mermaid figure against the thin cloth, Qin Luo sighed softly. Qin Luo's reaction seemed intriguing in the eyes of these slaves. So what exactly does this man want to do? An idea slowly spread among these slaves. Qin Luo looked at the 4 pirate captains who were very close to the iron bars in the cage. Feeling Qin Luo's inhumane gaze, the 4 pirate captains were nervous and subconsciously took several steps back while swallowing their saliva. Qin Luo retracted his gaze, climbed up the iron bar with his right hand and pushed it to the right. Crack. Chapter 43. Crack. He easily broke a semicircular gap in the iron fence. Seeing Qin Luo's barehanded action of breaking the iron bars, the slave who had originally held out hope all retreated to the wall with horror. The pirate captains were also deeply uneasy and took several steps back. Qin Luo ignored the slaves' reactions, crossed the gap in the fence and came to the big water tank. The mermaid in the water tank seemed to have noticed something, and the figure reflected on the thin cloth was trembling slightly. Qin Luo stared at the mermaid figure on the thin cloth. Speaking of which, this was the first time he saw a mermaid in person, which was a bit novel. Without thinking too much, Qin Luo raised his hand and pulled the thin cloth off, revealing a glass water tank full of water. A female mermaid was curled up in the water and shivering. Qin Luo looked at the mermaid close at hand with interest. She had delicate features, skin as white as snow, and a head of black hair that reached her waist, just enough to cover her that place that makes people daydream. The eyes moved lightly downward, looking at the black and white body of the mermaid below. Under the light just cut the angle, you can see the purple luster from the scales of the fish body. This is a very young and beautiful mermaid girl. If you meet a buyer who loves mermaids, it should not be a problem to sell it for hundreds of millions. Gilyalu. The sudden action of pulling the cloth scared the mermaid girl, and a string of bubbles suddenly floated up in the water. Perhaps because she felt Qin Luo's interested gaze, the mermaid girl curled up more and almost bent into a shrimp. So it's for the mermaid. Looking at Qin Luo's actions, the slaves around finally realized, if this is the case, then it makes sense. But the net second, Qin Luo's action of simply turning around and leaving was like a slap in their faces. It hurts a little. Qin Luo turned and came to the 4 pirate captains and said calmly, I will help you unlock the shackles in exchange you have to fight me. Life and death battle. Before Qin Luo finished speaking, one of the scarred strong men with bare upper body and strong muscles asked quickly. Qin Luo couldn't help but look at the scarred strong man. The number of scars on his body was no less than that of the death row prisoners. However, the scars on his body were caused by torture, while the scars on the man in front of him were obviously caused by fighting. IRAs with a bounty of 76 million. Information about this man flashed through Qin Luo's mind. Before coming, he had written the information of the 4 pirate captains in his note. Only in terms of bounty, IRAs has the highest bounty among the 4 pirate captains. Now it seems that the same is true for courage. Yes, Qin Luo nodded. Very good. Dying in battle is the way I want to die. IRA's eyes sparkled when he heard this, and he stretched out his shackled hands to Qin Luo. Oh! Qin Luo raised his eyebrows and did not help IRAs to unlock the shackles immediately, but asked, are you so sure that you will lose? Isn't this an obvious fact? IRA's ass back. He was clearly eager to fight, but what he said was a step ahead of his own death sentence. Interesting. Qin Luo looked at IRA's with a high opinion of him, and he was a ruthless man. He immediately stepped forward, came to IRA's, released the armed collar to cover his right hand, and then crushed the shackles with his bare hands. Clang! The broken pieces of shackles were scattered all over the ground. IRA's looked down at the broken pieces of shackles, then took a deep breath, turned to look at Qin Luo and said in a deep voice, "You are really very strong, so strong that I feel despair." His touch, which was tempered by hundreds of battles, clearly told him the horror of the young man in front of him. That kind of horror made him feel powerless and desperate without fighting. Beside him, the other three pirate captains with lower bounties than IRA's all stared blankly at the broken pieces crushed by Qin Luo's bare hands. Let them fight a life and death battle with such a monster. They understood. There is no escape today. Just who are you? We have no grudges against you, but why do you come here to kill us? Simon, who had the lowest bounty, asked with difficulty. In his opinion, Qin Luo just wanted to kill them, and there was no need to do anything unnecessary. And the question raised by Simon was also what the other pirate captains wanted to know. Qin Luo tilted his head to look at Simon, whose forehead began to sweat, shrugged and chuckled. Who am I? I guess I will become the 5th emperor in the future. 5 emperors. The faces of the pirate captains immediately ooze out more cold sweat. This young man is really shameless, and he dares to claim that he can become one of the 4 emperors in the future. This is not a reason. What is the real reason? Let us die with a clear mind. IRA's couldn't help but take the initiative to ask this question, which he thought was actually a little redundant. Qin Luo glanced at IRA's. He still admired IRA's, so he stopped perfunctory. There is no special reason. If I have to say, you are a bunch of scum who like to burn, kill and rob, and I can feel no psychological burden to attack such scum just because of this. Yes, what a joke. Are you one of those bastard navy who claim to be righteous? You are free to think whatever you want. Qin Luo dodged a few times and crushed the shackles on their bodies with his bare hands. Clang clang. When Simon and the other two reacted, the shackles that were originally on their hands and feet had become fragments scattered all over the ground. Fighting with this kind of monster, they were pale, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they didn't even have the mood to struggle. Qin Luo would not take care of their feelings. Regarding criminals as hunting targets has always been the principle Qin Luo adheres to. In a pirate world different from the Earth, mastering power is more important than anything else. Only by mastering enough power can you protect yourself, do what you want to do and not do what you don't want to do. In this world it is normal to easily take the lives of the weak. However, the phenomenon of protecting the weak is not common in this world. The world is also a normal state. What he wants is to continuously improve his strength and then do whatever he wants. However, he will carry out the code of conduct to the end. Under the premise of having a choice, he will only target those pirates who deserve to die. Chapter 44. Clang. Qin Luo pulled out the autumn water. No matter how the prey struggles, the hunt that has already begun cannot be stopped halfway. The clear sound of the sheathing startled Simon and the other 3 pirate captains and trembled slightly. Even the pirate who taught Simon a lesson with a superior attitude before his performance at this moment was the same as Simon. Although his bounty is 60 million. Go outside and pick up a weapon. Qin Luo pointed the knife at the corpses on the ground outside the cage. To be precise, it was the weapon that fell net to the corpse. Simon and others were so excited by Qin Luo's eyes that their hair stood on end. They resisted the shock, crossed the gap in the fence and picked up a handy weapon from the pile of corpses. Qin Luo looked at IRA's who didn't move and asked, "You're not going?" IRA's took an offensive posture and said with bright eyes, "My body is my weapon." "That's right." Qin Luo nodded and glanced at the slaves huddled in the corner. "Go outside. I hope you can give me a surprise." Facing the invisible pressure from Qin Luo, Simon and the others were restless, and the guests in the venue who were frightened by the loud noise were also restless. However, the human auction has never been attacked at the beginning of the auction since its establishment. Furthermore, through the influence of Doflamingo's name, the human auction house has killed many peers and has become the only human auction house in the Sabayati archipelago. So who is so brave to attack such a human auction house? Some old guest wondered. The answer to this question is also what Delos, who is standing on the auction table, wants to know. But in this situation, comforting the guests is the most important thing. Please rest assured we have the strongest armed team on the island, and we can easily defeat any guy who comes to make trouble. Delos opened his arms, and his words and deeds gave people a clear sense of victory. Out of trust in the human auction house, the guests gradually calmed down and the panic atmosphere that had previously spread also disappeared. Watching the noise in the venue gradually subside, Delos' eyes covered by heart-shaped sunglasses flashed with satisfaction. This auction is very important and we can't let some idiots ruin our mood. Delos's heart was surging and he swung his arm, put the microphone to his mouth and shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, and tell me loudly, where is this place? Human auction house. Many guests raised their arms in response. That's right. Dirose's mouth was grinning to the extreme and he said excitedly, our human auction house is the only auction house in the Sabayati archipelago, so no matter what happens we will never allow the event to be disturbed. Wow! Dirose's confident and complacent tone instantly ignited the emotions of the guests. While they were looking forward to the goods, they were a little excited. In this gradually heated atmosphere, Dirose struck while the iron was hot and wanted to continue the auction that was interrupted by the loud noise just now. As for those guys who came to make trouble, they would naturally be dealt with by the armed team. Then please welcome today's. Before Dirose finished speaking, he was interrupted again. This time it was not the loud noise that interrupted him but the shrill screams from the back half. On the auction table, Dirose's face froze again. In the venue it was inexplicably quiet again. All the guests who came to the auction looked at the huge curtain with the Don Quixote logo on the auction table. Behind the curtain it seemed that the screams came from the direction. The screams came suddenly and shrill, and they calmed down in just a few seconds. Dilose's face trembled and he laughed. It seems that the troublemaker has been dealt with by the armed team. The auction host was interrupted one after another, which made Dilose feel gloomy. At the same time he felt vaguely uneasy. It should be okay, right? There was a little reluctance in Dilose's smile, but he still comforted the guests professionally. After comforting, Dilose continued the auction that was interrupted just now. Okay, let's invite. Then Dilose was interrupted again. This time it was not a loud noise or a shrill scream that interrupted him, but a majestic figure that smashed through the wooden wall and the curtain. It just fell heavily in front of him. Disco recognized the identity of this figure at a glance. REI-CHAPTER, the finale of this Captain's Slave series auction. Fuck. Dilose couldn't help cursing. Through the microphone his curses echoed throughout the venue. The atmosphere in the guest seat stagnated. What about the easy defeat of the troublemaker? The guests who wanted to happily buy the slaves they liked were suddenly worried, looking at the situation on the auction table. Hey, he's not dead yet. At this moment a magnetic voice came out from the big hole that IRAs had knocked open. The voice was transmitted through the microphone in Dilose's hand and spread to the whole audience. Who is it? Several veins popped out on Dilose's face. He had a hunch that today's auction would fail. Qin Luo walked out of the hole slowly. Looking at Qin Luo who came out, Dilose took a breath of cold air. You. Dilose was so scared that he fell to the ground and even his words were no longer smooth. It was really Qin Luo's berserker form with scarlet pupils like the eyes of a demon. And the guest seats were briefly quiet. Then there were several screams of fear. The entire guest seats were instantly in chaos. Many guests stood up at the first time. Escape. Almost all the guests had the same idea. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Qin Luo's arrival instantly caused the entire auction venue to fall into panic. In the guest seat, guests with terrified faces stood up one after another, just wanting to escape from this dangerous place as quickly as possible. For a moment the scene was in chaos. Shout came one after another. On the auction stage, Dilose sat down on the ground looking at Qin Luo who was walking with a look of fear. Damn bastard! At this time, from the moment Qin Luo knocked Ilas to the auction stage, Dilose knew that today's auction would not be held. Not only that, the armed team he spent a lot of money to support was probably finished. That bunch of trash. Who is this person? Damn it! Ilas cursed those useless armed teams in his heart. Then while staring at Qin Luo who was walking over, he frantically reached for the inner clip of his coat, but it was empty. It was at this moment that Dilose remembered that he had put the repeating flintlock rifle that he always carried with him in the dressing room before going on stage. Gurgle. Unarmed, Dilose swallowed his saliva and the fear on his face became even more intense. Qin Luo did not even glance at the clown Dilose and ignored the commotion in the venue and walked straight to IRAs. But that's all. Qin Luo looked down at Dilose's bloody face, his arm hanging lightly and the tip of the Kyushui knife was pressed against Dilose's chest. Dilose tried to struggle to get up but failed. It's just. Dilose grinned with a mouth full of bloody teeth, revealing a satisfied smile, and said intermittently, Can you tell me your name? The future 5 emperors. Chapter 45. My name is Qin Luo. I admire you very much, but it's a pity. Qin Luo shook his head slightly. He exerted a little force and drove Chu Shui to pierce Ira's heart. Ira's body shook and the light in his eyes slowly faded. Qin Luo pulled out Chu Shui, shook off the blood and then returned it to the sheath. This is a man who is qualified to be accepted by him. But some of the bad deeds that Iras had committed before were intolerable to Qin Luo. Therefore, even though Qin Luo admired Iras's courage, he had no intention of accepting him as his subordinate. Taped up. Just then a burst of hurried footsteps came nearby. It was the dozen armored guards originally stationed at the main entrance of the auction house who came through the aisles and crowd and came to the bottom of the auction table. They looked solemn, holding up their cold weapons and spears, pointing the spear tips at Qin Luo. That scene was more or less a half encirclement. Their arrival gave Dilose the confidence to roll and crawl. He first turned over awkwardly under the auction auction table and then shrank directly behind the guard. Go ahead. Seeing that the guard did not take the net step, Delos shouted in a trembling voice. The guards looked at each other and cautiously moved forward half a step. Seeing this, Delos almost choked to death with a mouthful of old blood. The seats and aisles behind him were full of people, all running and pushing. The guest who fell behind looked back at the situation on the auction table. Even if there were a dozen guards standing in front of Qin Luo, they could not feel at ease. Almost all the guests in the venue wanted to run out of the auction as soon as possible, except for a few fearless reporters who hid in the dark and looked at Qin Luo on the auction table with sharp eyes. The colleagues in the industry knew one thing very well. That is, Qin Luo, who was shining with his own light, became the focus at this time, which meant that there was no need to worry about the subject of the report. This trip is really the right one. Several reporters were so excited that they almost couldn't hold the camera steadily. On the auction table, Qin Luo glanced at the dozen guards who gathered under the stage. At the moment when these guards carefully took the second step, the shadow reflected behind Qin Luo suddenly moved like a long black snake close to the ground, silently passing through the shadows of the guards one by one. Kaka. Without any warning, the guard standing on the far right had his neck twisted out of thin air. The other guard net to him had just shown a look of doubt, and even if he followed in the footsteps, he was also twisted, broken neck. Crack, crack, crack. Then came the third, fourth, fifth. In less than 3 seconds, all the guards had their necks broken out of thin air and they fell to the ground from right to left like dominoes, turning into corpses. What happened? Delos stared at the corpses on the ground with a dull look. From his perspective, Qin Luo did nothing. If you have to say it was just a glance. Then these guards standing in front suddenly died. Delos claimed to be knowledgeable, but he didn't know what ability Qin Luo used. Could it be a ghost? Delos broke out in a cold sweat and his back felt cold. Qin Luo tilted his head to look at Delos, slowly raised his left hand and said coldly, "Your armed forces are too weak, not good enough." After speaking soul-eating hand, the shadow that was still outside came silently behind Dairos and then turned into a claw, slapping Dairos back like a wave. Dairos groaned and his body flew towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo's left hand stretched forward, just pinched the chin of Dairos, who was flying over, and lifted him in the air. Die. Qin Luo was murderous. You can't kill me. Dairos, who sensed a strong sense of crisis, trembled violently and shouted hoarsely, I am Doflamingo's man. Oh! Qin Luo let go of his hand. Dairos' body fell to the ground. Are you scared, you bastard? Dairos breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought Qin Luo didn't dare to kill him, he suddenly heard a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Qin Luo quickly withdrew his hand and punched again quickly. Before Delos landed, he punched him in the chest. Bang! This punch did not knock Delos out, but left a bloody hole the size of a basin in Delos' chest. Delos looked down at his empty chest blankly and fell to the ground and died as soon as his lips moved. From the dozen guards whose necks were broken out of thin air to Delos being punched in the chest and killed, the whole process was seen by those reporters and a group of guests behind the crowd. They all looked at Qin Luo standing on the auction table with horror. Qin Luo ignored them, turned around and walked towards the hole in the curtain and returned to the room where the cage was. On the ground, Simon and other pirate captains lay motionless, having been dead for a long time. Before knocking IRAs to the auction table, the other pirate captains were all killed by Qin Luo in one encounter. It can be said that the battle ended in 3 seconds. Qin Luo passed Simon's bodies and came to the cage fence. Why haven't you left yet? Looking at the slaves curled up in the corner, Qin Luo was a little surprised. Hearing Qin Luo's words, the slaves all looked at Qin Luo timidly. One of the male slaves raised his hand and touched the collar on his neck, saying sadly, if we can't take off this collar, even if we can run out of here, it's meaningless. Listening to the male slave's words, the other slaves all looked sad and desperate. If it weren't for this collar embedded with explosives, they would have run away when Qin Luo left the room. The key should be on one of these bodies. Don't you think about searching? Qin Luo pointed to the body on the ground. The slaves were stunned. The air suddenly solidified. The slaves longed for freedom, but they were still different from the prisoners imprisoned and tortured in the underwater Push City. If they were prisoners in the Push City, they would definitely rack their brains to think about how to escape as soon as they got the chance. But slaves would look ahead and behind. This is the essential difference between them and the prisoners in the Push City. Qin Luo glanced at the silent slaves, said nothing more, stepped over the gap in the iron bars and walked straight to the transparent glass water tank where the mermaid girl was imprisoned. The slaves hesitated and looked at Qin Luo, who was walking towards the water tank. Then can we go find the key? The person who spoke was still the male slave just now. What he said was the voice of other slaves. It's your freedom to do what you want, no need to ask me. Qin Luo came to the transparent water tank and tilted his head to look at the group of timid slaves. Even such things have to be asked with caution. It's not unreasonable that some people hate the phenomenon of slavery from the bottom of their heart. Chapter 46. Thank you. Qin Luo's words made the slaves feel as if they had been been pardoned. They stood up and went outside the cage trying to find the key to unlock the shackles and collars from the corpse. Inside the water tank, the mermaid girl, who couldn't hear the sound, looked at this scene in surprise. Then she looked at Qin Luo standing in front of the water tank carefully. Her expression and behavior were full of timidity. She didn't know what Qin Luo wanted to do. However, her intuition told her that the man in front of her would not hurt her. Despite this, she still couldn't suppress the timidity that arose from her heart. Qin Luo lifted the cover on the water tank. The heavy wooden board on the top broke the chain that fied the mermaid girl in the water tank. Can you get out by yourself? The mermaid girl looked at Qin Luo in a daze. Don't understand. I understand. The mermaid girl came to her senses and poked her face out of the water tank. While looking at Qin Luo timidly, she used both hands to support herself on the edge of the tank mouth, and with a little force she let her upper body out of the water. Then the mermaid girl's slender white arms randomly pulled out of the water tank as if she wanted to pull the lower half of the fish out of the water tank, but for her the shackles on her body were too heavy, or because of some other reasons she failed after several attempts. Because of the excessive pulling action, the hair fell to one side with a strange style. Qin Luo couldn't help but glance at the mermaid girl's lower half of the fish body that was completely unused. Is she injured? Qin Luo raised his hand and pulled the mermaid girl down. Ah! The mermaid girl couldn't help but scream, but quickly covered her mouth, fearing that she would make Qin Luo unhappy. Qin Luo's actions were not gentle but not too rough. After pulling the mermaid girl out of the water tank, he put her directly on the ground. The mermaid girl seemed unable to keep her tail on the ground to maintain balance, and her body suddenly fell backward. Seeing this, Qin Luo grabbed the mermaid girl's waist in time to prevent the mermaid girl from falling directly to the ground. Is your tail injured? Yeah. The mermaid girl lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Can't even stand still. I'm sorry. The mermaid girl buried her head even lower. Qin Luo frowned slightly, put the mermaid girl on the ground, took out the clothes that Nami and the others had bought from the system and threw them into the mermaid girl's hands. Put it on. The mermaid girl took the cloth and looked at Qin Luo, who turned around with a complicated expression. She put it on silently to cover the skin, posed to the air. Thank you. After putting on the upper body cloth, the mermaid girl looked grateful. Qin Luo did not turn around but looked at the group of slaves looking for keys in the pile of corpses and said calmly, "This is Tree Island number 1, located in the center of the entire Sabayati archipelago, and it is also the farthest place from the coastline. However, there are still some gaps between the islands, so you don't need to go to the coastline. You can go directly to the seabed through these sea surface gaps. I can't walk now, but if I can get to the sea, so can you please take me to those island gaps?" The mermaid girl looked at Qin Luo's back timidly. Asking Qin Luo for help is her only chance to get rid of this archipelago, and she mustered up the courage to seize this opportunity. If she was rejected, even if she could take off the collar around her neck, she would never be able to escape from this disaster-filled place. Qin Luo looked sideways at the mermaid girl with hope in her eyes, thinking that it was only a few hundred meters from here to the gap between Tree Island number 1 and Tree Island number 2, so he nodded and agreed. If he goes to Fishman Island in the future, this mermaid girl in front of him may become a useful opportunity bridge. As for how important it is unknown. Seeing that Qin Luo agreed to help, the mermaid girl immediately smiled with relief. The confinement during this period and the gloomy life that could be foreseen in the future made her almost breathless. And now she finally got a breath. "My lord, this is the key which should be able to unlock the collar on the mermaid lady." At this time, a male slave returned to the cage with the key. The shackles and collar on his body had been removed, but he did not escape directly after regaining his freedom, but carefully brought the key to the cage. Qin Luo glanced at the male slave and took the key without saying a word. The male slave didn't say much. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Qin Luo. Qin Luo's expression moved lightly. His eyes left the male slave and turned to look outside the cage. Other slaves also bowed deeply to him, expressing their gratitude to him in this way. Qin Luo looked at them. "When you walk out of here, you will be targeted by other slave hunting teams on the island at any time. Instead of wasting time, you might as well think about how to leave the illegal area safely. This is the only way we can thank you." The male slave slowly stood up, his face solemn. Qin Luo glanced at him and said calmly, "Take care of yourself." The male slave bowed again and turned away. As Qin Luo said, they need to escape from the lawless area every minute. Only in this way can they go one step further to embrace the true freedom. The slaves left one after another. 7 or 8 minutes later, Qin Luo collected all the spoils from the auction and filled a lot of paper money with a cloth bag, all of which were placed in the system space. Qin Luo carried Izalai on his back, left the human auction and went outside. The mermaid Izalai seemed very shy but was afraid that she would fall, so she had to hold Qin Luo's neck tightly with both hands. During this time of delay, the navy stationed on the Sabayati archipelago had already taken their positions. While guiding the guest to leave this dangerous place, they formed a circle around the human auction. When they saw Qin Luo holding the mermaid and walking out of the human auction, the navy holding standard weapons was suddenly startled. The navy's actions are quite fast. Qin Luo first glanced at the navy around him and then used his observation haki to cover the entire auction house. Under the skin of observation haki, Qin Luo could not sense any breath. It seems that the guests have successfully escaped from the auction house. Qin Luo slowly drew out his autumn water. The action of drawing the sword directly stimulated the navy around him, and they subconsciously aimed their guns at Qin Luo. The sword flashed and the human auction house was cut into several pieces and then collapsed with a loud bang, raising a lot of dust. The surrounding navy and even some people who had not left yet all looked at the human auction house destroyed by Qin Luo with shock. This is Doflamingo's industry, and such an action is tantamount to slapping Doflamingo in the face. Killed people, robbed things, destroyed the auction house door. When Doflamingo receives this news, he will probably be furious. Of course, for Minga, compared with the huge industrial chain operated by his family, a human auction is nothing. The naval commander who led the team looked deeply at Qin Luo, who was carrying the mermaid girl, because he suspected that such an unscrupulous young man either had a strong background or absolute strength. But from the current situation, the background is uncertain and the opponent's strength is indeed very strong. Chapter 47. Suddenly Qin Luo's eyes moved lightly and he looked in the direction he came from. He sensed a solid and powerful breath. You came at the right time. After a moment, Qin Luo smiled. In the crowd, a sturdy figure came to the scene and looked at Qin Luo, but the figure's eyes were locked on the mermaid girl in Qin Luo's arm. The person who came was Shishibukai Jinbei. Many navy officers noticed Jinbei's arrival at the first time. Shishibukai Jinbei. The navy officers immediately recognized the identity of the person with his personal style, and their faces became solemn. You are safe. Qin Luo first gently put down the mermaid girl leaning on his shoulder and let her sit on the ground. Then, without waiting for the mermaid girl to react, Qin Luo turned around and left, because he believed that Jinbei would safely send Ishalai back to Fishman Island. By the time the navy reacted, he had already disappeared. This was of course the ghost step in the sword shadow state. Soon Jinbei came to Ishalai, who could not hide her disappointment, and then silently looked at Qin Luo, who disappeared. Alas, he sighed softly. Even if Qin Luo stopped for a few seconds, he would have the idea of having a good chat with Qin Luo again. But Qin Luo's decision to put Ishalai down and leave decisively was undoubtedly unwilling to have too much interaction with him. Ishalai looked at Qin Luo's tall back, first bit her lip slightly and then asked loudly, "What's your name?" Qin Luo did not answer and left directly. Ishalai could not help but look disappointed. Did he save you? Jinbei silently retracted his gaze from Qin Luo and looked at Ishalai sitting on the ground. Yeah. Ishalai nodded gently and said in fear, "If it wasn't him." Don't think too much, I will send you back to Fishman Island now. Jinbei interrupted Ishalai. Some cruel things and scenes do not need to be imagined. Ishalai nodded again and then silently stared at the direction where Qin Luo left. Jinbei bent down and picked up Ishalai, but he was also looking at the direction where Qin Luo left. What kind of human are you? Jinbei's mind is very complicated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and the character progress bar will increase by 5% and the observation haki will be upgraded to a higher level. Add 5% to the progress of the ghost swordsman. Qin Luo silently thought in his heart. Host Qin Luo, currently using the character of the universe DNF Ghost Swordsman. Characters owned: Thunder God Ray 80%, Ghost Swordsman 68%. Chance to draw the character of the universe 0. Heroic Armament Haki, Observation Haki LV2, Overlord Haki, Ninjutsu Lightning Release Armor LV2. In addition to the increase of 5%, Qin Luo also increased the number of pirate killed in the auction battle. Progress is quite low. The initial stage of observation haki allows Qin Luo to read the opponent's net move and attack, but once he meets a powerful person he will be helpless. Now the observation haki has been raised to a higher level, allowing Qin Luo to briefly see what will happen in the future. At that moment react and defeat the opponent. And Qin Luo's observation haki is a little different. It is not just perception such as Princess Otohime, perspective such as Charlotte Linlin, distance such as Enelu, or prediction such as Katakuri. He has all four. It can be said that as Qin Luo's strength increases, his observation haki will increase. Back to the Thunder God. At this time Qin Luo suddenly realized, buzz! The brilliant golden light cut through the sky from the shore of Dressrosa at an incredible speed, chasing towards the coast at a speed. He had black curly hair, wore a yellow and white striped suit, had a beard on his face, wore a pair of sunglasses, and was tall and thin. Qin Luo recognized the other party's identity at first sight. Admiral of the Navy Headquarters Kizaru. That quite fast. Did I accidentally kill a celestial dragon? Why are you so anxious to chase me? Seeing the golden light chasing him, Qin Luo's face remained unchanged. With Kizaru's speed it was only a matter of time before he arrived here. But he was not afraid. The progress of the ghost swordsman that had just been improved made his blood boil just in time to fight with him. It's really troublesome. Are you the mysterious young man? Kizaru frowned his old face and his tone was still the habitual obscene voice. Obviously he already knew about Qin Luo's looting of the auction. Qin Luo looked at Kizaru and said calmly, Qin Luo, an ordinary bounty hunter, what advice do you have? An ordinary bounty hunter? Huang Yuan showed an e-press sign that said he would never trust you. However, Qin Luo's proactive showdown saved him from being asked questions. You destroyed the property of Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea in the Sabayati archipelago. He will not let you go. Why don't you join the navy? Huang Yuan admired Qin Luo and said, join the navy and be a dog for the celestial dragons. Qin Luo smiled softly. Huang Yuan was not angry either. He looked lazy and said, you can do whatever you want. No one will force you. You can go to work leisurely and get paid. Wow, so your title of playing a monkey is confirmed. Qin Luo had a smile on his lips. Huang Yuan was stunned. He didn't know what Qin Luo was going to say or if he was found out for being lazy. Don't talk nonsense. Let me see the strength of the Admiral of the Navy. Qin Luo's cold eyes flashed a cold light. Ouch, so scary. Kizaru spoke very slowly but in the net second. Whoosh. Just as the word fell, Kizaru took a step forward and kicked Qin Luo in the face with a golden kick. The speed was so fast that ordinary people could not even notice what happened. This speed is still far behind Qin Luo's current speed, but his observation haki can sense it in advance. Bang! Qin Luo used autumn water to block Kizaru's sudden attack and the twisting force restrained the sword intent. Then Qin Luo covered his feet with armament haki, kicked back and kicked Kizaru's waist with the twisting force. Voila! Kizaru's body instantly turned into golden light and then condensed on Qin Luo's right side. The light flashed on his fingertips and shot out 4 or 5 lasers with explosive power. Lotus Fang. Qin Luo's face was calm and he slashed out with his backhand. Boom! In the violent roar like a bomb, plotting Huang Yuan and Qin Luo retreated at the same time, leaving the scope of the aftermath. This seemingly evenly matched short fight, but it made the two people's state of mind have a completely different change. Chapter 48. Qin Luo was relieved. He was sure of his own strength. Although the strength of Admiral Huang Yuan was not a little bit worse, but it was in line with the rules, he could at least guarantee his own safety. And Huang Yuan was shocked by Qin Luo's strength. How did he do it at such a young age? It seems that this person was not lucky to defeat Gecko Moria. You are very strong. Are you really not considering joining the navy? Huang Yuan tilted his face. His figure suddenly turned into a ray of light. Bullied behind, Qin Luo kicked at a very fast speed, forcing Qin Luo to draw his sword to resist. Boom! The golden light plotted like a heavy artillery, instantly destroying a ruin. Zeph commented that Kizaru relied too much on the fruit and was unfamiliar with physical skills, but Kizaru's shining fruit was qualified for him to rely on, and its laser explosion made his every move powerful. Ghost Lash. The soul blade frenzy of attack. Swoosh! Qin Luo's figure rushed out of the explosion, his eyes cold. After blocking Kizaru's attack, he immediately slashed with a sword without pausing. Kizaru caught Qin Luo's attack in advance and his figure split into 2 from the middle, turning into 2 golden lights that flashed to the back, avoiding Qin Luo's attack. As a Navy Admiral, there is no reason not to know this method of early elementalization. Aoki was once pierced through the chest by a knife from Whitebeard, and he also used the observation haki to catch and react in advance so that he was unharmed. Sky Cloud Sword. After avoiding Qin Luo's attack, Huang Yuan wiped his hands and the brilliant golden light gathered and turned into a golden sword, flashing toward Qin Luo. Qin Luo was not afraid and swung his sword to cut. Clang! The 2 swords collided in the air. First sparks flew like the sound of metal clashing, and then the twisted force and the flash explosion collided with each other, making a violent roar. Blood Awaken. Own strength, attack speed, movement speed and evasion rate are greatly improved. Qin Luo held the sword with both hands. His eyes turned scarlet and boiling blood mist surged around him. The temperature instantly rose as if it was near magma. Now every sword he slashed out seemed ordinary, but it contained a bloody aura, but it had the powerful power to kill ordinary lieutenant generals in seconds. Ding ding dong dong. Kizaru used his extremely fast speed to constantly collide with Qin Luo. The shining fruit was also an extremely powerful fruit ability in terms of attack. In addition, he had developed it to perfection, so he only had a certain degree of advantage in the battle with Qin Luo. However, most of the after effect damage was either blocked by Qin Luo's armed color or blocked by the lightning armor. Blood Blade. Spray blood forward to generate a blood blade which will explode when it hits the enemy. Qin Luo was as powerful as thunder and slashed with a sword. Kizaru swung his sword to block. Then Qin Luo's eyes flashed and he kicked sideways with his back foot, and Kizaru raised his leg to meet it. But Qin Luo earned his strength suddenly, and all the lightning armor gathered at his feet, violently surging, almost distorting the space. The whole body of Kizaru was blasted into a golden light, smashing into the ruins in the distance, causing a violent explosion, destroying several surrounding buildings. However, Qin Luo was not careless. He did not believe that the admiral had this strength. After all, the admiral was a man who could fight the 4 emperors on equal terms, not to mention Kizaru, who had the 3 great artifacts of the Sword of the Sky, the 8-foot mirror and the 8-foot 9 jade in his hands. A golden light shot out from the smoke and attacked Qin Luo's back. Qin Luo was forced to avoid it. Then several more golden lights shot out from the smoke and Kizaru raised a finger and walked out of the smoke slowly unscathed. The Admiral of the Navy is the Admiral of the Navy after all. Qin Luo defeated the attacking laser. His eyes flashed slightly. Just now he used the lightning armor to make Kizaru suffer a small loss, but he was not so lucky. Huang Yuan, this guy seems to be careless, but in fact he is already in a completely serious state, and a completely serious Admiral of the Navy will reveal very few flaws. After all, both his observation haki and his armament haki are extremely strong, and his speed is at the peak of the sea. Interesting, let me see your true strength. Huang Yuan spoke carelessly, and then the whole person turned into a golden light again and rushed towards Qin Luo fiercely. Qin Luo waved his sword to parry. Boom boom. Qin Luo and Huang Yuan continued to fight fiercely in the sky, and from time to time a golden light aftermath splashed out, and it would cause an explosion when it fell on the ground. Hiss, it hurt. During the confrontation with Qin Luo, Huang Yuan was rubbed by the burning power of Qin Luo's on the shoulder. Although he used the armed color domineering defense, the whole shoulder was instantly painful. Huang Yuan was injured and Qin Luo himself was not unscathed. There was a big hole in his clothes between his chest and abdomen, and his skin showed a trace of charred black. It seemed that he had endured a laser, but he relied on the physique of armament haki and lightning release armor to resist it. No time to play with you. Qin Luo was injured, but he did not show any expression of pain, but looked at Huang Yuan calmly. The moment the voice fell, he suddenly flashed and flew towards the coast. At this moment he was worried about the safety of Nami and Perona, and had no intention of continuing to fight with Huang Yuan. Want to escape? A light flashed in Huang Yuan's eyes, and a beam of light shot out from between his hands with a flip of his wrist. 8-foot mirror. The light passed Qin Luo in the air almost in an instant. After a reflection, it appeared in front of Qin Luo, and Huang Yuan disappeared out of thin air. Suddenly came to Qin Luo in front of him and kicked fiercely. Qin Luo's expression remained unchanged. He gathered the 5 fingers of his right hand and suddenly punched out. Boom. After fighting with Huang Yuan, Qin Luo fought and retreated, continuing to retreat towards the coast. As long as he was determined to leave, the other party could not stop him, and at most they would fight a tug-of-war. Then take my sword. Extreme divine sword technique. Qin Luo jumped into the air to trigger a strong shock wave, gathering his energy and concentrating his mind. A huge and terrifying sword energy approached the sea surface and suddenly attacked. A sword cut a deep abyss in the nearly 1000 meter sea. This sword energy went from the sea surface from top to bottom, slashing toward Huang Yuan behind him. Seeing this sword energy, Huang Yuan's lazy look changed slightly. Huang Yuan immediately used Yasakani no Megatama to attack from a distance, and the wrinkles on his old face wrinkled again to resist this sword energy. Boom. In an instant the whole sea was turned upside down, and the seawater of nearly 1000 meters in radius rolled up in a terrifying way and flew into the sky, resounding with a deafening sound. The aftermath dissipated. The two looked at each other. Qin Luo had an attitude of, you can't do anything to me, Kizaru. Since you don't want to join the navy, there is a position I don't know if you are willing to take. Chapter 49. Oh, what is it? Qin Luo vaguely guessed what it was. The 7 warlords of the sea to replace Gecko Mariah. Kizaru responded lazily. Mariah was seriously injured and unconscious, and someone had to step forward to replace him. In this case, Kizaru suggested that Qin Luo take the position. From the battle just now, Kizaru could confirm one thing, that the young man in front of him did have certain strength. With such extraordinary strength at such a young age, his future achievements would be limitless. The 7 warlords of the sea. Qin Luo did not refuse immediately, but hesitated. After considering the pros and cons, he found that the pros outweighed the con. With this identity, it is believed that it is much more convenient to obtain information sources for hunting vicious pirate. The power and status of the 7 warlords of the sea are mutually utilized by the world government, except for having to accept the mandatory summons of the world government and paying a certain amount of income to the government. They can act freely at ordinary times without any interference from the government. Besides, for powerful pirate, this is just a false name and can be taken at any time. Okay, I agree. Qin Luo closed the autumn water and answered, oh, that's great. Kizaru was a little surprised that Qin Luo, who hated the navy position just now, was willing to be the position of the 7 warlords of the sea. But he did not hesitate, thinking that Qin Luo was more yearning for the freedom and power of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yellow monkey, in that case you should prepare yourself. In 10 days the 7 Warlords Conference will be held in the Holy Land of Marijoa. Qin Luo was puzzled. I want to go too. Yes, okay, I got it. Qin Luo nodded. He didn't have to worry about being ambushed or something like that. If he couldn't win, he could still escape. The speed of Thunder God Ray is not to be underestimated. Before leaving, Yellow Monkey reminded Qin Luo, you destroyed Doflamingo's industry. You will definitely be targeted at the meeting. You must be careful. If you don't sit in the 7 Warlord Conference, you will be beaten to a pulp. Qin Luo smiled. Don't worry, you can't take me down, let alone him. Yike's face darkened. What a guy, you're out of breath when I say you're fat. Suddenly I wanted to fight him again. However, it's time to get off work. NET time. The NET moment. Yellow Monkey transformed into an element, turned into a yellow light, drove away and disappeared on the spot. The 7 Warlords of the Sea. Interesting. Qin Luo's mouth corners slightly raised. If he had just taken this position, he would have killed the celestial dragons. Would it have surprised the 5 elders? The celestial dragons are the reverse scale of the world government. Killing the celestial dragons is absolutely unforgivable, which will directly trigger the world government's war. Qin Luo can imagine that the war between the Revolutionary Army and the world government will definitely be more tragic than the Battle of Marineford, and who wins and who loses will change the pattern of the world. Once the world government defeats the Revolutionary Army, the world government will inevitably suffer heavy losses, and at this time the pirates will be more rampant and even destroy the world government. If the Revolutionary Army wins the war, it will change the celestial dragons to control the world government and become the largest force beyond the world government. But in general, everything is still based on strength. This is the root. Do you think Kizaru will be retaliated if he kills the celestial dragons by mistake? I don't think so. It's not a big deal. Although the celestial dragons are promoted as god, they are actually just world nobles. This world still relies on strength. If the 4 emperors of the new world kill the celestial dragons, the world government will definitely not send troops easily. The current rule of the world government is already unstable, and it will never gamble the fate of the world government for a mere noble, causing unnecessary losses of troops. And the real ruler of the world government can only be one person, that is I'm. These guys of the world nobles are descendants of the 20 royal families 800 years ago. Even if there were only dozens of people at the beginning, it is not surprising that there are tens of thousands of them today. The Don Quixote family, known among the celestial dragons, has branches. Mingo's family is one branch and Huo Mingushan is another branch. The celestial dragons are definitely not as close relatives as some One Piece fans say they should have been eating long ago. They will come out to capture beautiful women and make them concubine. From the tone of King Stilly during the World Conference, it seems that the identity of the celestial dragons can be obtained in a way, perhaps by marrying into the family or even buying it. Is it still important if there are so many people in this group? There are only 3 generals in total. Even if the world conscription is carried out, only 2 can be recruited to fill the vacancies. There are only so many top masters in the world. Assuming that I'm is the emperor and the celestial dragons are the 8 banners. In fact, most of the celestial dragons are not of the same surname and have no relatives with I'm. If the general accidentally killed an 8 banners child, would the emperor punish the general? The war is not over yet. Even if the general did something to contradict the emperor would tolerate it, not to mention those nobles who have nothing to do with him. In the world of pirates, unless all the pirates are wiped out and the top military force such as the generals is no longer needed, it is possible to let them pay for the lives of the celestial dragons. Otherwise there may be no punishment. If the celestial dragons are beaten, the generals will be dispatched. If the celestial dragons are killed, it should be the same. It is very unwise to send a general to fight against another general. Refer to the future battle between Akainu and Aokiji on the Ice and Fire Island. The destructive power is super strong and both sides are injured in the end. In the end, the only loss is the combat power of the world government. Finally, think about whether Yuma really cares about the lives of these celestial dragons. These celestial dragons have different voices and each has their own views and practices. Guys like Charlos do not care about the overall situation to satisfy their selfish desires and directly want to capture Princess Shirahoshi as a slave. Some celestial dragons want to establish diplomatic relations with more countries in peace. It is hard to guarantee that there will be no one who covets Yumu's position who doesn't covet power. In history, all countries have princes. There are many people who fight for power. Maybe it would be more to Im's liking if these celestial dragons died. Maybe one day Im will instruct the general to kill them. However, the celestial dragons are the rulers of the world government and the founders of the world government. Once they are killed, it will not only be the general who will be sent to suppress them, but all the forces of the world government will be faced, including the Alliance, the 7 Warlords of the Sea, the Navy headquarters, the CP0 organization, etc. Such a terrible force. Even the powerful 4 emperors do not want to easily provoke the celestial dragons. After all, it is the most powerful force in the world. Back to the Thor. Qin Qin Luo told the two women the reason for the incident. Nami was shocked and pale. Obviously the title of the 7 warlords of the sea made her a little breathless. Qin Luo, you are too troublesome. This time Nami directly swore and didn't even call her master. Perona, who was standing by, also nodded in agreement. She also learned from Lord Moria that Doflamingo was a tough guy. It was said that he had underground trade with the 4 emperors Kaido and should not be provoked. Don't worry. After all, I want to be a 7 warlords of the sea, so why are you so nervous? Qin Luo rolled his eyes. I suspect you are playing me and don't believe in my strength. In short, Qin Luo asked Nami and Perona to stay in the Sabayati archipelago and not to go with him. After all, who knows whether this trip is safe? It's better to let Nami and the others stay here. I believe that with Perona's strength, as long as she doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble, it should be fine. And he drove the Thunder God and went to Marijoa alone. Chapter 50. 2 days later, in the Vasi, on the deck, Qin Luo, leaning on the railing, blew the sea breeze for a while and was about to return to his cabin, but suddenly he seemed to be aware of something and looked in a direction in the distance. In that direction a dark shadow appeared vaguely. Soon, Qin Luo found the dark shadow. This dark shadow was not an island but a ship that was heading towards the Thor. A merchant ship. The merchant ship obviously also found the Thor. If they continued like this, the two ships would most likely collide, so the merchant ship took the initiative to deviate from the route and avoid the warship. But it was this active avoidance that made Qin Luo, who was about to return to the cabin, show a strange prescience, because the range of this avoidance is a little bit large. If you want to avoid a head-on collision, you only need to turn a little sideways, and this merchant ship obviously deviated by a large arc. It seems that it not only wants to avoid a collision but also does not want to get close to the Thor, but only wants to avoid it from a distance. Interesting. Qin Luo touched his chin, showing a playful look, and immediately adjusted the course, the direction of the target, the merchant ship, because he found something very interesting. There was a very small flag on the other ship. It was engraved with the word Don Quixote. It was very far away and it was almost difficult for ordinary people to see it, but Qin Luo could see it clearly. So the Thor changed its course and headed towards the merchant ship. The merchant ship found that the Thor had also changed its course and seemed to be trying to catch up, so it actually increased its speed a little, deviated its course by a larger margin, and continued to avoid the Thor. Is it trying to escape? Qin Luo looked at this scene and his eyes flickered. Although the merchant ship's speed was not slow, it could not be compared with the Thor, and it was soon caught up by the Thor and intercepted. A merchant-looking man came over from the merchant ship. Seeing that there was only Qin Luo on the Thor and that he had not encountered a pirate group, his prescience turned cold and he said, "Who are you? How dare you stop our ship?" The previous concession was just to avoid trouble, and he did not want others to discover Don Quixote's arms trade. Qin Luo smiled and did not respond. "Then go to hell." The merchant lowered his head slightly and a fierce light suddenly appeared in his eyes. With a flicker of his wrist, he suddenly pulled out a sword from his cloth and swung it fiercely. But in the net moment, what made the merchant's pupils shrink suddenly was that the young man in white suddenly appeared in the field at this moment like a flash. What shocked him even more was that the young man in white actually used 2 fingers to clamp his sword directly in midair. His sword could not move at all between those 2 fingers that were shining with a pitch-black oily luster. Armament hacky. The merchant was horrified and had never expected to meet such a person here. Qin Luo held the sword with 2 fingers as if they were made of iron and stood there calmly, then shook his 2 fingers casually and forcibly took the sword away and threw it aside. "Where are you from?" Qin Luo asked, knowingly asking for confirmation. The merchant retreated a few steps with fear after Qin Luo took the sword away with 2 fingers, but gritted his teeth and directed the people rushing up behind him. The group of people said, "Open fire, kill them." Seeing this, Qin Luo shook his head slightly, took a step forward and suddenly came to the front of the merchant. At the same time the autumn water was unsheathed, drew an arc in the air and finally stopped beside the merchant's neck. "Knowing the gap, you still want to resist?" Qin Luo's indifferent voice echoed on the deck. There was silence all around. No sound of shooting was heard because no one could shoot anymore. Behind the merchant, the figures of those holding guns and swords were all frozen there, and a clear bloodline appeared on everyone's body. What's more terrifying is that not only these people but also this merchant ship, a clear line appeared in the entire upper cabin. Only the merchant was unscathed, but Qin Luo's sword was on his neck and cold sweat instantly overflowed from his forehead. Especially when he saw the scene behind him, from the corner of his eyes he showed an extremely shocked look. Swish! Accompanied by countless corpses and blood, the entire upper deck of the merchant ship was split into 2, slid down obliquely and fell into the sea as if the world was overturned. A huge wave was raised in the roar of the sea. The sea water washed the deck, dyeing the entire deck with a faint scarlet. The merchant was horrified and his mouth twitched. The scene of the young man in white splitting a ship in half with a sword, he almost broke his jaw when he saw this scene. Such a shocking scene, his heart heart was like a raging wave surging and could not calm down. The power of this sword frightened the merchant sluggish. Especially Qin Luo's sword, which was now on his neck, made him feel as if his head and body had already separated. Speak, Qin Luo asked calmly. Deliver good. The merchant looked at Qin Luo as if he was looking at a monster and spoke with a trembling voice. What good? Arm. The merchant had cold sweat all over his forehead and answered with a trembling voice. He obviously didn't have the ability to face death without changing his face and answered Qin Luo's questions with a trembling voice. Continue. Qin Luo said calmly. Who are you delivering for? Don Quixote family. Sure enough, Qin Luo was not surprised to hear the answer of this arms dealer. Doflamingo's Don Quixote family is the largest intermediary in the dark underground world. Most of the trade in various arms and weapons goes through the Don Quixote family. The dark side trading network of the Don Quixote family is really huge. Who are you going to sell this batch of arms to? No, I don't know. Qin Luo's face turned cold as if a terrifying aura suddenly released, pressing on the arms dealer of the Don Quixote family. The arms dealer saw Qin Luo's cold eyes and his heart trembled suddenly, and he hurriedly said, I really don't know. I am only responsible for sending this batch of arms to Bonaro Island. Hearing this, Qin Luo's eyes flickered slightly and restrained his aura. Bonaro Island, if I remember correctly, it is the island where Ace was captured by Blackbeard, but it hasn't happened yet, but it should be a commercial island. I didn't expect that there would be Don Quixote's arms transactions there. Qin Luo thought so in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission to disrupt Don Quixote's arms trade. Mission rewards: character progress bar plus 10, Jian Chenin's SITH soul skill 10,000 swords return to the origin. Suddenly such a voice came from his mind. Qin Luo's Press Zion was delighted. Chenin's SITH soul skill 10,000 swords return to the origin uses soul power to instantly condense tens of thousands of swords around the caster. These swords can be shot out like arrows and can also be gathered together with the 7 killing swords as a carrier to form a super huge sword. It is a super group attack skill with super strong attack power. In short, this is a big killer. Chapter 51. In an instant, Qin Luo became very interested in Don Quixote's arms trade. After asking the merchant to hand over the pointer map of Bonaro Island, autumn water passed by and sent him to heaven. Before he died, he didn't react and couldn't feel the pain. This was Qin Luo's kindness to him. All the valuable things on the other merchant ship were pocketed. Qin Luo had saved a trick before. Although the ship was smashed, the gold and silver treasures in it fell on the broken wooden board and did not sink to the bottom of the sea. The Don Quixote family has underground exchanges in the 4 seas and the Grand Line. The slaves and even arms trade of the dark side are all over the world, and the influence is still very large. This is why Doflamingo is willing to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea and take up this position. Soon, the Thor approached the waters near Bonaro Island and docked the ship in the distance. Qin Luo took a small wooden boat and went to Bonaro Island. The arrival of a small boat did not attract the attention of Bonaro Island. After all, this is a commercial island on the surface, and there are still some ships coming and going. On some small islands nearby, ordinary people often take small boats to come here to purchase various things. There is no need to find any port to dock. After reaching the edge of Bonaro Island, Qin Luo directly boarded Bana Island. After a few flashes, he disappeared on Bana Island. Bana, the center of Narrow Island. This is a very prosperous area. There are many ordinary residents on this island, and most of them are real ordinary people, not disguised pirate. Because of this, even though the Navy has patrolled this island more than once, nothing unusual has been found. Qin Luo used his excellent observation haki to quickly find the hidden base of the Don Quixote family. Underground, there is really no surprise at all. Qin Luo walked on a street in the center of Bonaro Island and glanced at the land that seemed to be fine on the surface with a bit of boredom. After shaking his head, he walked in one direction. The underground was a little cold, but there was a brightly lit scene. In a wide room there were about dozens of people sitting, and it seemed that a trade fair was being held. Although not every one of these people looked ferocious, everyone's eyes looked a little cold. The people here are basically from the underground forces of the North Sea and are representatives sent by various underground forces. Although the 4 seas of the East, West, South, North and South are far less powerful than the Grand Line, the sea area is much larger than the Grand Line. In the 4 seas there are many countries and many dark underground forces, but in the Grand Line there are fewer underground forces and the most pirate. In silence, a man with a cigar in his mouth said in a deep voice, "The arms this time have been distributed almost. Is there anything else?" Of course. Standing on the front stage, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face smiled and said, "Devil fruit, I wonder if you are interested." Devil fruit. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. In a place like the North Sea, devil fruits are still relatively rare. There are also more stable people who speak in a calm tone. Whether you are interested or not depends on the type of fruit. The middle-aged man on the stage heard this, snorted, waved waved his hand and someone brought up a plate with 3 devil fruits of different shapes. After briefly introducing the 3 devil fruits and their types, the middle-aged man put the 3 fruits on the table below. Members from various forces whispered to each other for a while and began to bid. After a while all 3 devil fruits were bought and the price was not cheap. Okay, there are only 3 devil fruits this time, but since this is a trade fair that only happens once in a long time, 3 devil fruits certainly cannot be the finale. The middle-aged man with a scarred face walked onto the stage again, looked at the people present and took out a black long stick. Take a closer look. It was not a black stick but a layer of black cloth wrapped on the outside. When the middle-aged man tore off the black cloth, a white color that was completely different from black was suddenly revealed, which seemed to be a white long stick. Everyone present frowned, wondering what was going on. The net moment the scarred man suddenly raised his mouth, grabbed a section of the white stick and suddenly pulled it hard. Swish! The net moment an extremely delicate snow-white thin and long knife that emitted fluorescence appeared in front of everyone. The blade of the knife was exquisite and delicate. In addition to emitting a faint white fluorescence, there seemed to be a cold and murderous aura that emanated from the fluorescence. This is, some people couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw the knife. The scarred middle-aged man on the stage gently waved the knife a few times, leaving a few fluorescent after images in the air, and then put it into the scabbard and placed it on the table in front. This is a good thing that was finally found after many twists and turns. Those who care about famous swords should have recognized it. This is one of the only 12 supreme swords in the world, one of the 12 supreme swords, White Blade Day. It is the corresponding sword to the Black Sword Knight used by Hawkeye on the Grand Line. After the middle-aged man said a few words, although a large number of people present remained indifferent and showed no interest at all, there were also a small number of people whose eyes kept flickering and were jealous. Indeed, I heard that the last owner of this sword died in the North Sea. After searching for it in vain, I didn't expect that this sword fell into the hands of your Don Quixote family. Your intelligence system is really first class. The auction is for money, just like a piece of sky-high gem. If you want to sell it, of course you want to sell it to the rich and nobles, not to the military generals. In a place like the Four Seas, many things can be sold at a good price. Ordinary devil fruits are common in the Grand Line and are not valuable, but they are rare and valuable in the Four Seas. Although there are many strong people on the Grand Line, strong people do not necessarily have money, and they may even rob. So after finding the supreme blade, they will directly sell it at the underground trade fair in the North Sea. The middle-aged man was very excited. Although he did not get this supreme blade, he also made a contribution by selling it at a good price in the underground trade here. However, when the bidding was announced, no one spoke. Although many people were jealous, they seemed to be hesitant. The price of a famous sword like the supreme blade must be very high, but even if it is high, most of the people present are from the top of the underground forces and they can still accept it. The real problem is that a famous sword should be matched with a swordsman. Hawkeye carries the supreme blade, Black Blade Knight, and travels alone across the sea. Does anyone dare to rob Black Blade Knight? No. Even if there are blind people who dare to rob, they have already died under Hawkeye's sword. Hawkeye's title of the world's greatest swordsman is not self-proclaimed but comes from the corpses of countless swordsmen. They are not Hawkeye. Even if they bought this sword, they only dared to take it out privately to play with it, and they dared not put it in public. Otherwise they may have to face the continuous attack and killings of swordsmen from all walks of life who are eager for the famous sword. Besides, even if they don't put it on the table, what if the news is leaked by others? It will also be a big trouble. So many people present were eager for this sword, but they didn't bid easily. Chapter 52. Damn it! The middle-aged man saw that no one was bidding and his brows gradually frowned. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes and he couldn't help but secretly said, "No one wants the supreme sword. What's going on? The last item didn't sell, which is not good. If it doesn't work, we can only let our people buy it ourselves." The middle-aged man's face was not very good. It was a very painful thing if the things couldn't be sold. Although he had prepared the means of selling and buying by himself, which could not be seen on the surface, it was just a way to save face and it had no actual effect. Just when the middle-aged man saw that no one was bidding, he was ready to wink and let his own people hidden in the crowd bid. A voice came very abruptly. "If no one buys it, give it to me." This voice was gentle but also had a hint of evil. Along with this voice, a figure suddenly fell from above and landed directly in front of the table where the supreme blade was placed. Under the astonished gaze of countless people, Qin Luo lightly grabbed the white blade on the table. Holding this supreme blade, a strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this unpecked harvest would also include a supreme blade. This was too coincidental. There are only 12 supreme blades in the world. This is really a pleasant surprise. If it weren't for the Don Quixote family, whose trading network spread all over the dark underground world, it would probably be difficult to find an ownerless supreme blade and take it out for trading. What are you doing? Qin Luo's sudden appearance startled startled everyone present. The middle-aged man saw Qin Luo take away the supreme sword on the table. After a moment of stunned, a murderous look instantly appeared on his face and he pulled out a musket and pointed it at Qin Luo. Although he didn't know who Qin Luo was and how he appeared here, but no matter how you look at it, Qin Luo is here to cause trouble, so he directly said in a cold tone, "Hey kid, you can't just steal our Don Quixote family's things, you'd better put them down honestly." "Steal?" Qin Luo turned around leisurely with a white blade, not caring about the musket pointed at him, grinned at the middle-aged man, shook his head and said, "No, no, no, this is not stealing, this is robbing," while speaking lightly. In an instant, silently, the whole audience was silent, and then there was an uproar like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan. "Is this guy looking for death? He dares to rob the goods of the Don Quixote family. I don't know how he got in. Does the Don Quixote family have such poor security measures?" Everyone was talking about it. The middle-aged man looked angry, his veins bulged and his eyes showed murderous intent. He pulled the trigger at Qin Luo without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets were fired at Qin Luo at a speed that ordinary people could not see clearly. But what shocked the middle-aged man was that Qin Luo just tilted his head and turned sideways to avoid all the bullets when facing his shooting. The bullets were dodged. When the gunshots rang out, all the people present looked towards the center, and when they saw the bullet fired by the middle-aged man, Qin Luo tilted his head to avoid them. Even though the people present had seen a certain amount of the world, they were only small characters in Bahai after all, and almost all of them showed incredible prescience. What a joke! The middle-aged man who fired the gun was a peripheral member of the Don Quixote family, but he was also only a small character in Bahai. Seeing this scene, he also showed a touch of shock and continued to pull the trigger, shooting all the bullets frantically. Too slow. The observation hacky clearly captured the trajectory of each bullet, and Qin Luo's mouth showed a hint of mockery. He grasped the sword body and hilt of Bai Renzu, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He pulled out this supreme big knife with a snort. There seemed to be an illusory starlight sword shadow in the air, flashing a few times at random down. The bullets that burst out were all destroyed by Qin Luo's sword. The sword collided with the bullets, but there was not even a spark. Looking at the Bai Renzu in his hand, Qin Luo couldn't help but show a touch of admiration in his eyes. This sword is indeed better than Chu Shui, and it feels very comfortable. He took it in his hand and just swung it twice, and he almost completely adapted to the weight of the sword as well as the hardness and softness of the blade. Maybe in the future he will also be able to perform double sword style, and his strength will be greatly improved. Qin Luo was very excited when he thought about it. Caw. The middle-aged man shot all the bullets, but Qin Luo stood there unscathed. His pupils contracted violently. Even though he was a peripheral member of the Don Quixote family, he couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. If dodging bullets is not a big deal, then using a sword to accurately cut off all the bullets is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. At this time, everyone present knew that Qin Luo was definitely not an ordinary character. After taking a deep breath, they gradually calmed down. After all, they were all people who lived on the edge of a knife. In the case of a large number of people, they were not afraid after being shocked, but looked at Qin Luo with cold eyes full of murderous intent. Qin Luo's mysterious appearance has turned him into an enemy in the eyes of all of them. Even though Qin Luo did not look like an ordinary person, he was only one person after all, and the number gap was too large, so many people took out their weapons and prepared to fight. At this time, some members of the Don Quixote family also rushed in after hearing the news. They surrounded Qin Luo, and then at the command of the middle-aged man, they held various weapons and killed Qin Luo. From beginning to end, Qin Luo almost never looked at the people present and was always admiring the supreme big knife in his hand. At this time, Qin Luo saw a group of people rushing up, and he shook his head slightly, and Qin Luo leaned sideways, holding the sword in one hand with the tip of the white knife pointing downwards, flashing from the left to the right, facing those who rushed up, and lightly swept. Buzz! A brilliant sword energy suddenly appeared, illuminating the somewhat dark underground dark room like daylight, cutting through the void and flashing past in an instant. The sword energy appeared quickly and disappeared quickly, almost in the blink of an eye it had disappeared. It almost did not stop at any place it passed, and it was unstoppable and finally passed through the ceiling above. Chapter 53. In the center of Bonaro Island. This is a large hotel. There is an open space in front of the hotel. Ordinary passers-by just look at it from a distance and walk directly by. This luxurious hotel is not something they can afford to live in, but in the net moment, swish, very abruptly, a ray of light suddenly flashed under the ground in front of the hotel, passing through the ground, flying into the sky, dimming and disappearing. Then a clearly visible crack suddenly appeared on the ground in front of the hotel. The crack was extremely neat, as if it was measured with a ruler, and a sharp weapon was drawn along a straight line. Crack. When the crack appeared, it was almost a breath. The street suddenly showed cracks along the crack. Boom. The broken traces spread like a spider web, covering a large area area around. Finally the stones in the entire area collapsed and collapsed. The power of a sword broke through the ground. The huge roar made all the passers-by who passed by from a distance stop and look at this side with astonishment. When they saw that the collapsed area seemed to be a huge underground dark room and there seemed to be blood and corpses inside, they screamed and exclaimed. The bustling streets were in chaos in an instant. Some people were panicked and terrified and subconsciously retreated, and the pirates hidden among the ordinary people were shocked and they took out their weapons and rushed over. Underground at this time, Qin Luo's sword completely cut the surface above the underground dark room and the sun shone down. Qin Luo stood in the center bathing in the sun. The white blade in Qin Luo's hand under the reflection of the sun emitted a brighter white fluorescence surrounding the sword. The black knife was thick and large while the white blade was thin and delicate. Around Qin Luo, everyone was shocked looking at the underground dark room that was split in half by Qin Luo's sword, looking at the broken ground above and the sun shining in. As for the pirates on Qin Luo's side, whether they were people or iron swords, as long as they were in the place where the line passed, they were divided into two parts by the line. This, are you kidding? What kind of power is it because of the sword? Even if the people present were all well-informed high-level underground forces, they were only underground forces in the North Sea after all. This level of power was beyond their understanding. Seeing such a sword, no one can resist it. Whether it is flesh and blood steel weapons or the heavy earth, they are all destroyed like withered wood. The scene of a slash is extremely shocking. Even some people think that this terrifying power comes from the white blade in Qin Luo's hand. For a moment they showed a fiery and crazy look staring at the sword in Qin Luo's hand, but they all have some intention to snatch it. At this time the pirates under the Don Quixote family also heard the news and came. A large number of pirates rushed out from the ground and even underground, surrounding them from all directions. Countless guns pointed at Qin Luo, countless swords pointed at Qin Luo, as if the moment these countless attacks would tear Qin Luo to pieces and blast him into slag. And in this situation, Qin Luo's face was calm and even the joy and ridicule at the beginning disappeared. There was only a kind of calmness, as if he was looking down from a high place. These people are too weak, so weak that Qin Luo felt that he didn't even need to swing his sword. He only needed a thought to make all these people collapse. The sky, the earth, the enemies, not only the enemies in front of him but even the vast sky and the heavy earth seemed to be grasped in his hands with just a thought. That's the feeling. Buzz. At this moment a ray of unprecedented light suddenly flashed in Qin Luo's calm eyes. A force from deep inside his body suddenly burst out, rippled in all directions and spread in an instant. Qin Luo's momentum at this moment was unprecedented, as if it had condensed into substance, as if even the world had to surrender to this momentum. Silently, the figure of the person pointing a gun at Qin Luo froze. The figure of the person holding a sword also froze. Those who were looking at the supreme sword in Qin Luo's hand with fiery eyes were all frozen there, and all their emotions were fired on their faces. In the distance, the ordinary people who were fleeing from here, the running figures, the screaming voices, all stopped. Between heaven and earth the wind was light and the clouds were light. It seemed that everything was frozen in this moment. Plop plop. It seemed like a moment, as if it was forever. The person closest to Qin Luo suddenly fell to the ground silently, making a plop sound. Then the second, the third. It was like cutting wheat on the whole island. All the people with Qin Luo as the center fell in group, and the plop sound continued, and finally all fell to the ground. Qin Luo just stood quietly in the center. His expression was calm, as if all this was as it should be, and it should be so. In the North Sea, people who saw this scene would only be horrified and unbelievable. In the first half of the Grand Line, most people who saw this scene would only be shocked and unbelievable. Even in the second half of the Grand Line, seeing this scene, some people would be shocked and exclaim, "Shocking Overlord Haki!" Yes, Qin Luo used it again, and the power of Overlord Haki this time was more deterrent than before. Unlike observation Haki and armament Haki, Overlord Haki can't be obtained through practice. It is an innate power. In the Grand Line, possessing this kind of Haki is also called having the qualifications of a king. Powerful people don't necessarily have Overlord Haki, but those who have Overlord Haki are basically strong or have great potential. Overlord Haki, this is a deterrent power. You don't need to do it, you can directly knock the enemy unconscious, and if it is strong enough, such as Red Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, his Overlord Haki can even turn into substance and crack the ship's plank. Whoosh! After a brief burst of domineering aura, Qin Luo jumped out of the broken hole above and landed on the ground. On the streets around him, a lot of people had already fallen down. Looking around, no one could stand up, and all of them lost consciousness and fell unconscious. Who else can be so domineering? Qin Luo's eyes flashed with a strange light. Momentum. If you have to say it, this is a kind of power from the spiritual level. Many people are in high positions or have great power. Over time they will have a kind of aura of superiors. Ordinary people will naturally feel restrained and uneasy when standing in front of them, but this kind of aura is far from being able to knock people out directly. It can knock people out directly. This is no longer a simple aura but a release of spiritual power. In this world this kind of power is called domineering aura. But in Qin Luo's opinion this kind of power perhaps can also be called a domain, forming a strong pressure around him. Have all the people on the island fallen? Qin Luo jumped up to a high place and glanced at the island. It seems that the whole island has fallen. All the people on the island fainted. His domineering color has risen to a higher level with the power to cover an entire small island. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and disrupting Don Quixote's arms deal. Mission reward: character progress bar plus 10, Jian Chenin's SITH soul skill 10,000 swords, return to the origin. Qin Luo's heart moved and added 10 progress points to the ghost swordsman. Host: Qin Luo, currently using the character of the universe DNF Ghost Swordsman. Possessing characters: Thunder God Ray 80%, Ghost Swordsman 79 2%. Chance to attract the character of the universe 0. Haki armament, Haki observation, Haki overlord, Haki physical skills: lightning escape armor LV2. Swordsmanship 10,000 swords, return to the origin. In addition to the increase of 10% and the killing of vicious pirate, the progress bar has reached 79.2 and it is only 0.8 away from 80%. Qin Luo couldn't wait to open the template of the NET possessed character. In an instant Qin Luo's whole person flew into the air and the white blade in his hand was unsheathed in an instant and the brilliant sword light cut through the sky. The monstrous power increased exponentially and a powerful momentum suddenly swept across the surrounding space in the blink of an eye, unparalleled. A white robe, no wind blowing, strong airflow moving the heaven and earth, fairy spirit. The whole person looked like a banished immortal, extremely shocking. 10,000 swords, return to the clan. Suddenly Qin Luo opened his eyes and shot out a dazzling and amazing divine light. Above his head the white blade stood facing the sky as if it had turned into 10,000 swords spinning and flying, and sword energy flew out and swept down. Around countless light flashed with dazzling brilliance. As the swords rotated they kept gathering and dispersing. Countless swords turned into streams of light cutting through the sky and falling down colorful. The clouds on the horizon seemed to be cut and scattered and the roar of thunder resounded in the atmosphere. Qin Luo smiled faintly and shouted, I wear a sharp iron sword and I kill people when I am angry. Cutting thighs to drink with each other, talking and laughing. Ghosts and gods are shocked. This sword strikes out. It is really a sword that shocks ghosts and god. The back of the sword is dark. Ghosts are shocked. The sword body is bright. Gods are shocked. The tip of the sword shakes the heaven and earth. Ghosts and gods are all shocked. One strike moves the sky. One strike moves the earth. At this time the remaining force of the sword intent also ended. This Jian Chenin's SITH soul skill is indeed extraordinary, but it will consume a lot of his physical strength. However, Qin Luo clenched his fist, felt the surging power in his body and smiled. The first time I drew the Thunder God Ray, the second time I drew the DNF Ghost Swordsman. I wonder who will be the third person possessed. Qin Luo is looking forward to it. Qin Luo is also looking forward to the 7 warlords of the sea meeting in Mary Gosa. I don't know if Hancock will come. He wants to see that woman. It definitely not greedy. I don't make suggestions either. The sea breeze blew gently. The island fell into silence as if the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard clearly, and only the sound of waves washing against the harbor wall echoed in the air. A few days later, the news that the Don Quixote family's underground base in the North Sea was wiped out could not be concealed and soon spread throughout the underground forces of the North Sea. After receiving the news, the leader of a certain underground black force angrily overturned the table. Don Quixote family, what did they do? If so, how can we buy arms through their family in the future? The leader of a certain slave trader smashed the cup with an annoyed look. The slaves I bought for the nobles of the kingdom are all gone now. How can I explain to those nobles? If only a base of the Don Quixote family was destroyed it would be fine, but the underground trade fair that happens to be held once in a long time was destroyed, causing all the representatives of various forces to fall. The problem is a bit serious. The entire dark world of the North Sea seemed to have set off an earthquake. On a calm sea, the pirate ship of the Don Quixote family was parked on the shore of an uninhabited island for a rest. A voice sounded, Dover, something happened. Chapter 54. Dover, something happened. The sticky Don Quixote family, the highest Cotter Torrible, crawled into a luxurious and exquisite room holding a den mushy and several intelligence in his hand. One of our bases in the North Sea was destroyed by a mysterious young man. There is an even worse problem. Our business in the North Sea has been greatly affected by this incident. Many forces are asking us for an explanation and saying that they don't want to do business with us anymore. Torrible's face was also very ugly, with snot swishing and showing a face full of anger. Doflamingo has also been quite angry recently, and it's the mysterious young man again. Recently the auction in Sabayati archipelago was ruined by a mysterious young man. According to the news, it was the mysterious swordsman horseman who defeated Gecko Maria. Doflamingo originally planned to go to Sabayati archipelago to regain the situation, but he was summoned by the world government and said that a meeting of the 7 warlords of the sea would be held. It was really troublesome. Now such a thing has happened again and his face is terribly cold. What a bunch of trash. Doflamingo is a great pirate who dominates the Grand Line. Naturally he is very unhappy when his industry is stabbed. At this moment he is in a very bad mood, even with a bit of murderous intent. Toribal also answered with a cold face, revealing a murderous tone. Our Don Quixote place can't be destroyed by just any guy. The reason why the Don Quixote family's underground business can spread all over the world is because the Don Quixote family is famous in this sea. Except for the 4 emperors of the New World, the biggest pirate force is almost the Don Quixote family. The occurrence of this incident made the underground forces in the North Sea begin to question the name of the Don Quixote family. This is the most serious problem and the fundamental reason why Toribal is murderous. Treble had a murderous look on his face while Doflamingo's presence was strange. He gradually calmed down and asked calmly, "Where is Diamante now? He should have arrived in the North Sea." Phew, isn't that just right? Let him investigate the identity of the mysterious young man. I want to get news about him before the 7 warlords of the sea meeting. Doflamingo spread his hands and laughed. His laughter was creepy. No one knew what kind of eyes were revealed under the sunglasses at this time. In a sea where the wind and clouds were surging and it seemed that a storm was about to appear, a ship was sailing against the wind and waves, ignoring the storm that was about to fall. "I know, leave it to me." The highest official of the Don Quixote family, Diamante, hung up the den mush. He stood on the deck, looked at the sky above the storm that was about to fall, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The underground forces in the North Sea dared to question the prestige of the family, but the culprit is the mysterious young man. Dover asked me to check his information and kill him. Lord Diamante, do you need to mobilize the family's power to get intelligence? Net to Diamante, several pirates from the Don Quixote family all had extremely nervous presence and they didn't dare to breathe. Yes. Diamante nodded and said, "Find out for me and give me the information as soon as possible." Yes. The pirates of the Don Quixote family looked at each other, swallowed their saliva and retreated one after another, and Diamante also returned to the cabin. The Net day. Holy Land, Marijoa. 3 Shishibukai, Crocodile, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Bartholomew Bear, etc. boarded the warship of the Navy headquarters and came to the Red Port under the Red Earth continent. Here is one of the ways to the Holy Land of Machilia at the top of the Red Earth continent. After arriving at Red Harbor under the guidance of the Navy's special personnel, Crocodile and his companions passed through the Red Harbor's bubble cabin, which was similar to an elevator, and came to the Holy Land of Marijoa, where the 7 warlords of the sea met. Fufu. Revisiting the old place, the former celestial dragon Doflamingo slightly raised his head and looked at the outline of Pangu City standing in the distance. The unruly smile on his face was stained with an unknown cold meaning. Crocodile's eyes were sinister and he didn't look away. Bartholomew Bear held a book with a blank presence. The 3 of them walked almost side by side on the avenue leading to the conference room. After a while they came to a wide and luxurious room. In the center of the room there was a large round table and 20 armchairs. On the table in front of each chair there was a stack of paper documents related to the information of this meeting. Doflamingo walked into the room that served as a temporary conference room with his hands in his pocket. His posture when walking was as arrogant as ever. After entering the room, Doflamingo didn't even look at the conference table and went straight to the open-air balcony covering dozens of square meters. Then he sat directly on the balcony fence, crossed his leg and had a somewhat host-turning attitude. Bartholomew Kuma walked to the sofa in front of the open-air balcony, sat down and immediately opened the Bible in his hand and lowered his head to read it. Crocodile looked at Doflamingo and Bartholomew Kuma, who had found their seats before the meeting, and sneered silently. He walked to the round table, pulled out one of the chairs and sat down. Then Crocodile lowered his eyes and glanced at the paper documents on the table. Swish! With a slight thought, Crocodile summoned a wisp of sand and then controlled the sand to read the document. Not far from the door of the room there stood 3 headquarters vice admirals with long swords on their waists and serious faces. Their eyes wandered around the 3 Shishibukai and their bodies were slightly tense. After all, they are the famous 7 warlords of the sea. Even if they are not in an enemy position, they have put a lot of pressure on them invisibly. Feeling the gazes of the 3 vice admirals, Doflamingo, who was sitting on the balcony fence with his legs crossed, lowered his head and sneered. The fingers that were casually hanging suddenly trembled a few times and silently threw a to one of the vice admirals. Then Doflamingo tilted his head and stared at the scenery in the distance. There was an emotion that needed to be vented in his eyes under the sunglasses, and the fingers on his thighs trembled rhythmically. One of the vice admirals standing in front of the door, Takia Yamaguchi, who had a narrow scar on his left cheek's face, suddenly changed. Then he suddenly drew out the sword from his waist and slashed at his colleague Lieutenant General Moray without warning. Lieutenant General Moray, who had a flowing beard, heard the sound of breaking through the air and subconsciously retreated, avoiding the sudden attack of Yamaguchi Takiya. "Yamaguchi, are you crazy?" After reacting, Moray eyes widened, looking at his colleague who suddenly killed him in disbelief. Yamaguchi Takiya broke out in a cold sweat and explained, "It's not me, it's my Wang Di Hao hand, it moved by itself." "Don't joke," Moray shouted, but saw Yamaguchi Takiya swinging his sword again. "You!" Moray hurriedly drew his sword and blocked Yamaguchi Takiya's long sword that was slashing at his head. Clang! A sharp sound of iron collision rang out in the room. Bartholomew Kuma was disturbed by the sound, slowly closed the book and glanced at Doflamingo, who was sitting on the balcony fence and looked indifferent. Crocodile also took back the sand and stopped reading the document. Instead he looked up at the Vice Admirals Yamaguchi Takiya and Moray of the Navy headquarters with a hint of disdain in his eyes. There is only one rank difference between a Vice Admiral and an Admiral. However, the Navy has only 3 Admirals while there are dozens of Vice Admirals. Among these Vice Admirals, Garp is as strong as a monster, and the weak ones are the 2 Vice Admirals in front of him who are being played around by Doflamingo. The difference between the high and low is hard to describe. Just after the 2 Vice Admirals fought several times, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. It quite lively. Chapter 55. Garp, holding a large bag of senbei, strode into the room, followed by Vice Admiral Tsuru with a peaceful face. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma and Crocodile all looked towards the door. It quite lively. Garp held a senbei in one hand and picked his nose with the other hand as if no one was around. "Hey, what day is it today?" The legendary Navy hero Garp actually came to attend such a boring meeting. Doflamingo looked at Garp, who walked into the room in surprise. While speaking, not only did he not stop controlling Yamaguchi Takiya, he even increased the frequency of his fingers shaking, making the farce of the 2 Navy Vice Admirals fighting each other more intense. Crocodile and Bartholomew Kuma were also a little surprised. Garp glanced at Yamaguchi Takiya and Moray, who were fighting with swords, and flicked the booger he had picked out. The booger flew out and easily broke the parasitic line on Yamaguchi Takiya, thus stopping this farce played by Doflamingo. After helping Yamaguchi Takiya solve the problem, Garp strode to his seat. "Nothing, I just wanted to see you garbage on the sea." By mistake, Garp took the lead in stealing Sengoku's opening remarks when he appeared later. "Is really arrogant, the great hero of the Navy." Listening to Garp's derogatory word, Doflamingo lowered his head and sneered. His emotions were calm. Garp ignored Doflamingo's words, sat down directly, then tore open the package, took out the senbei inside and ate it on the spot. Vice Admiral Tsuru came to the seat net to Garp. Before sitting down, she glanced at Doflamingo without leaving a trace. Doflamingo noticed it, and after a few signature low laughs he restrained himself a little. Crocodile looked at Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly without much reaction. In front of the gate, with the arrival of Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, the pressure on 3 Vice Admirals including Yamaguchi Takiya was relieved. With the legendary hero Garp in charge, Doflamingo would not dare to play any trick. The room suddenly became quiet with only the sound of Garp chewing senbei. Half an hour passed. The door was pushed open again. Marshal Sengoku walked into the room with his hands in his pockets and immediately looked at the Shishibukai present, saying to himself, "Is Jinbei not here yet? Jinbei, I didn't expect that whale shark would come to this kind of place too." Doflamingo pointed his eyes directly at Sengoku and sneered, "I'm really worried about him. If he is killed by someone CAC or caught by the slave arrest team, can this meeting be held?" "Don't bother with that, Doflamingo." A dull voice came from outside the balcony, followed by the whale shark Jinbei, who jumped onto the balcony. Doflamingo squinted at Jinbei, who came to the scene in this way, and said meaningfully, "In that big event at that time, your great hero of the Fishman Fisher Tiger, didn't he also use this sneaky way to land on the Red Earth continent?" The words were full of disparagement. Faced with Doflamingo's deliberate teasing, Jinbei was not affected at all and strode to one of the seats at the huge round table. Seeing this, Doflamingo immediately lost interest. Marshal Sengoku looked at Jinbei and sat down and said lightly, "There is still one person to wait for." "Who else? That swordsman or that woman? Hurry up and end this boring meeting early." Doflamingo jumped off the balcony fence and walked to one of the seat taped up. At this time a sound of footstep came from outside the door. Hawkeye, who was carrying the world's strongest black sword, came to the meeting room. Everyone couldn't help but look at Hawkeye, who had arrived on time, and they all showed more or less surprise. "The most unpected man is here too. What day is today?" Doflamingo, who had just sat down casually, was immediately surprised. The 7 warlords of the sea conference, which has always been led by the Admiral of the Navy, is actually more like a formality, and no one will pay attention to it. Therefore, every time there are very few 7 warlords of the sea who respond, and occasionally 2 or 3 of them are present, which is already an unpected phenomenon. on. And this time in the case of Gecko Mariah, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, 5 of the SI people came. Even Hawkeye Mihawk, who was the least likely to attend the 7 warlords of the sea conference, came to the scene from afar. Not to mention that several Shishibukai led by Doflamingo were surprised. Even the Admiral of the Navy Sengoku was surprised to see Hawkeye Mihawk walking towards the huge round table. Facing the eyes of the crowd, Ed with subtle meanings, Hawkeye, whose aura was as sharp as a blade, said pressionlessly, "I just came here to listen, that's all." The implication is that he will attend this meeting as an audience and will not interfere with anything about this meeting. Is it really just like this? Doflamingo looked at Hawkeye. He didn't believe Hawkeye's words at all, but he thought carefully, is something big going to happen? Besides, Hawkeye and Gecko Mariah have almost no intersection. So what is Hawkeye's motivation for attending this meeting? Doflamingo was curious, and his face always maintained that uncomfortable smile. Hawkeye glanced at Doflamingo, calmly ignored him, and sat down in one of the seats without saying a word. Among the people present, Doflamingo was not the only one who was curious and surprised. They all looked at Hawkeye, who had always been alone, with an inexplicable look. Hawkeye ignored it, crossed his arms, and waited for Sengoku to start the meeting. Crack crack. On the round table there was suddenly only the sound of Garp biting the senbei, which was a bummer. Like Hawkeye, it was a rare opportunity for Garp to attend the 7 warlords of the sea meeting, and today the two of them got together. Doflamingo seemed to be a senior person who was good at stirring up the atmosphere. Before the meeting officially started, he started another topic. "It's okay." Doflamingo subconsciously raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes under the sunglasses, and then he let out a low signature laugh. "Who are you kidding?" Jinbei did not answer but tilted his head to look. His eyes were like a mirror reflecting Doflamingo's slightly fluctuating mood. Doflamingo suddenly thought of something and sneered several times, saying, "As far as I know, the guys who died in the hands of the mysterious young man not long ago seemed to be a group of fishmen called Arlong something." Jinbei's eyebrows twitched and he remained silent. Doflamingo leaned back, raised his leg and crossed them on the table, and said calmly, "So that group of fishmen, that is to say your relationship with the mysterious young man is like this. So maybe we can have a common topic." Jinbei looked at Doflamingo, who seemed to be deliberately picking a quarrel, calmly, and said coldly, "It is impossible for me and someone like you to have a common topic." "Oh, don't talk so early. After all, that guy and I have something to talk about." In Doflamingo's tone, cold, murderous intent suddenly seeped out. Jinbei's eyes flashed with surprise, but he said no more. "This is not a place for you to chat about family matters, Doflamingo." After taking his seat, Sengoku looked at Doflamingo, who seemed to be restless, and spoke at the right time to stop his momentum of continuing to make trouble. Doflamingo spread his hands, his face once again showing that uncomfortable smile, and said, "Then you should quickly end this boring meeting." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice with a frivolous smile suddenly came from the window of the room. "It seems that I came at the right time." The people present, everyone suddenly followed the sound source and looked towards the windowsill on the wall. They saw a handsome man in a white robe with a sword on his waist and a smile on his face appearing in the hall. He was as deep and blue as the sea at night. Before hearing the voice, everyone present, including Garp Hawkeye, did not notice Qin Luo's arrival at the first time. When several lieutenant generals of the headquarters who came to attend the meeting according to regulations showed surprise on their faces, Garp put down the half-eaten senbei, turned his head to look at Qin Luo, and praised, "Not bad, a means of hiding the breath. You are too kind, but it's just some trick." Facing the eyes of many big men, Qin Luo jumped off the windowsill with a normal pression. Then Qin Luo said his intention without delay, "Then let's start the meeting." "Where did this arrogant person come from?" Several lieutenant generals of the headquarters stood up suddenly and looked at Qin Luo coldly. They obviously didn't know Qin Luo's identity yet. Warring States and Garp had already received the news from Kizaru that Qin Luo would attend this meeting. The main purpose was to let Qin Luo replace Gecko Mariah and become the new Shishibukai. Qin Luo. Warring States looked at Qin Luo calmly. Kizaru told him all the basic information about Qin Luo, and among them Qin Luo's strength was particularly emphasized, so Warring States had some curiosity about Qin Luo's eyes. The other party was young, but he had such strength which was quite good. It's a pity that he didn't join the navy but wanted to become a Shishibukai. Qin Luo was calm and nodded with a smile. Sea Knight seemed to be surprised. He didn't expect Qin Luo to appear here. At this time on the other side, Doflamingo seemed to recognize Qin Luo. His eyes suddenly became sharp and his momentum burst out, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't be too arrogant, little brat." In an instant he bent his finger and shot a bullet line wrapped in armed color to him. Qin Luo simply placed Chu Shui across his chest. Hereby Ren Zhou was put into the system space by him but not taken out. The armed colored bullet line that shot like a bullet hit Chu Shui's scabbard heavily and a sharp sound burst out in vain. Besides that, Qin Luo looked indifferent and his body was as steady as a rock. Doflamingo looked at Qin Luo coldly and said in a cold voice, "It seems that you have a certain strength, otherwise how dare you destroy my industry?" Obviously he had obtained Qin Luo's information before the meeting. Qin Luo smiled lightly and remained calm in the face of danger. Especially the several lieutenant generals of the headquarters who had attacked Qin Luo before were secretly shocked. At this time they had recognized Qin Luo's identity. He should be the mysterious young man who defeated Moonlight Moria and destroyed the auction of the Sabayati Islands. So young and so strong, could this guy be a monster? Qin Luo was so calm in the face of such a battle, not to mention the strength of coming here without anyone noticing and being able to resist Doflamingo's attack. This mentality alone is extraordinary. At this moment the vice admirals frowned and looked extremely serious. Crocodile who has a studio and many elite cadres stared at Qin Luo, who was very elegant as soon as he appeared. This meeting of the 7 warlords of the sea was probably mainly held for Qin Luo. Surrounded by everyone's eyes, Qin Luo was not affected by Doflamingo's sudden attack and he continued the previous word calmly. "I came here to take the position of the 7 warlords of the sea. Who agrees and who opposes?" Qin Luo said simply and clearly. Before everyone could react, Doflamingo stood up first, using a cold and terrifying murderous intent. Since Doflamingo came to the meeting room, he always had a smile on his face when talking, but with Qin Luo's arrival the smile on Doflamingo's face gradually disappeared and was covered by cold murderous intent. The winter-like murderous intent vented to the surroundings as if it was a stream flowing everywhere, first lightly passing through the senses of everyone present and then converging on Qin Luo's body. This action was undoubtedly sending a painless message to everyone at the round table. Didn't interfere. Even if Doflamingo didn't do this, the other 7 warlords were out of the matter, so how could they take action? Even if Qin Luo blew up the wall of this room and then appeared in an extremely arrogant manner, what does it have to do with them? This is not their territory and they are not the ones who are embarrassed. However, the 3 old generation Navy mainstays Sengoku, Garp and Crane on the Navy side were very calm about Qin Luo's arrival. It seemed that everything had been known in advance. On the contrary, the other vice admirals of the headquarters who participated in the 7 warlords of the sea conference entered the combat state at the first time, and they would attack Qin Luo instantly as long as they received an order. But Sengoku did not give an order, so they could only press the hilt of the knife and maintain the posture of being able to draw the knife at any time. Doflamingo, this is not a place where you can do whatever you want. When Doflamingo stood up and vented his murderous intent, Zhang Guo looked at him with a sidelong glance. His tone was very calm, but it revealed an unquestionable warning. Doflamingo did not look at Zhang Guo but stared at Qin Luo, who was calm with a cold look, and said coldly, "Marshal Zhang Guo, I have always been very rules." Before he finished speaking, Doflamingo suddenly crossed his arms and waved them, and the marble on both sides of his body was assimilated into a tangled ball of white line spears in an instant. Then the sound of breaking through the air started too. Chapter 57. Then the sound of breaking through the air started. The white line spear with the end dyed black by the armed color domineering pierced Qin Luo in the air. At the same time Doflamingo's voice rang out, "Just helping your navy to repel the cats and dog who casually broke into important occasions. How can it be considered as messing around, right?" Zhang Guo had a blank expression on his face looking at Qin Luo. He also wanted to know if Qin Luo was as powerful as Kizaru said. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed as he saw the armed colored Witaline spear coming from the sky. In this case the best choice is to step back decisively and dodge Doflamingo's attack. But Qin Luo did not play by the rules. In a flash he drew out Chu Shui and a cold light spread. Soul Transfer Flash, a skill of the Go system, summoning the ghost to flash forward and then flash in the opposite direction at the same time, each changing positions with each other. In an instant a flash of light tore through the void and illuminated the endless darkness. This sword startled Doflamingo, and with his instinctive consciousness he drove the armed color domineering, and the cold light came in front of him. A flash of cold light pierced the shoulder covered with armament haki huff, accompanied by a dull thumping sound. The shoulder pierced by Chu Shui along with the armament haki was broken and several blood arrows spurted out. The blood dyed Doflamingo's pink coat red. Drip drip. The blood flowed from his shoulder along the pink plush and dripped onto the ground, forming a small pool of blood. In just a moment the pain made the surprised Minga sober up. Facing Qin Luo's attack he was indeed careless. When he thought of being injured by this ant, Doflamingo's forehead burst with several blue veins. "How courageous," Doflamingo said coldly. He did not continue to attack Qin Luo because Sengoku, Garp and even Vice Admiral Teru's eyes have fallen on him. The meaning is self-evident. Qin Luo was calm and faced Doflamingo's unrestricted killing intent. He ignored it at all. Then Qin Luo looked at Marshal Sengoku, who had a slightly solemn face, and waited patiently as if he would leave alone after he announced that he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It seemed that the position of 7 seven warlords of the sea was just a virtual reality for Qin Luo. Vice Admiral Turu clasped his hands together at his chin and his eyes fell on Qin Luo with a slightly scrutinizing look, saying meaningfully, "Young man, your strength is very good and you are indeed capable of serving as one of the seven warlords of the sea." The eyes of everyone present once again focused on Qin Luo. "This guy doesn't look like a good person either." Sand Crocodile thought indifferently in his heart. Jinbei and Hawkeye looked up to Qin Luo to some extent, especially Hawkeye after seeing Qin Luo's superb swordsmanship. His heart was throbbing a little more and he had a little idea of wanting to fight him. Bartholomew Bear had a blank expression like a sculpture. Facing the eyes of everyone, Qin Luo just smiled lightly. That posture made Doflamingo's forehead have two more blue veins and he almost couldn't help the idea of attacking again. Crack! The sound of Garp biting the senbei hard reached Doflamingo's ears at the right time. Tisk! Doflamingo's face darkened. If the previous attack could knock Qin Luo out of the room, even if Qin Luo couldn't lose his life on the spot, at least he could destroy Qin Luo's idea of recommending himself as a Shishibukai. In this way he could somewhat relieve his depressed mentality caused by Qin Luo. But the result was, thinking of this, Doflamingo let the murderous intent flow in his eyes under the cover of sunglasses. I was in a bad mood. However, Zhang Guo and the others had no time to take care of his feelings. After the insignificant episode, Zhang Guo met Qin Luo's gaze and was about to speak. Doflamingo, who was restrained by the invisible force and could not continue to attack Qin Luo, naturally could not stay quiet. Qin Luo wanted to take over the position of Shishibukai. Then he would sing the opposite tune no matter what. If necessary, he would use his connections. I don't agree with him taking the position of Shishibukai. He is not qualified in terms of strength or reputation. Zhang Guo glanced at Doflamingo and said lightly, "The purpose of the instance of Shishibukai is to deter and restrain other pirates. As long as the strength and reputation meet the standards, no qualifications are needed at all. You are the marshal, you have the final say." Doflamingo sneered with a sharp tone in his voice. Zhang Guo raised his eyebrows and ignored Flamingo but wrote Qin Luo's name on the document in front of him. Such a move indicated that he officially included Qin Luo in the list of candidates to succeed the seven warlords. Only by letting Qin Luo quickly take over the position of the seven warlords, only by doing this can the disturbance caused by the Moonlight Moria incident be calmed down as quickly as possible. Based on this alone, I believe that those who hold the final decision-making power will also agree to it happily. Right. However, knowing that there is no more suitable candidate, Sengoku does not want to finalize the result so hastily. Do you have any opinions on this? Sengoku looked at the vice admirals and the seven warlords sitting at the round table. I have no objection. Let him succeed the seven warlords. Maybe it will be very interesting, haha. To everyone's surprise, the first person to speak was the legendary hero of the Navy, Garp. Qin Luo was a little surprised. Why did this old guy speak for him? This is the first time they met. Everyone at the round table looked at Garp, who was laughing and chewing senbei with different expressions. Jinbei lowered his eyes. He came to attend the seven warlords meeting on purpose. In addition to getting to know Qin Luo better, he actually wanted to talk to Qin Luo. Once Qin Luo succeeds Mariah as the seven warlords, this may make things much easier. From the current point of view, it is a foregone conclusion that Qin Luo will take over the seven warlords. After all, in addition to defeating Gecko Mariah, he also killed several pirates with bounties of more than 70 million in the New World. This is enough to be the icing on the cake. The Navy has always had only two requirements for the new seven warlords. One is strength and the other is prestige. Compared with several other potential candidates who can relatively meet the requirements, Qin Luo's conditions in all aspects are indeed better. So even after several rounds of negotiations, the conclusion has not changed much. As for the seven warlords, except for Doflamingo, who is singing the opposite tune, the others are all going with the flow. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that no matter how Doflamingo criticized him, the Navy was inclined to let Qin Luo take over the position of Shishibukai. Obviously, this was already a predetermined decision. The meeting soon came to an end. Zhang Guo compiled the into a paper document and then asked the guard stationed outside the door to deliver the document to the five elders of supreme power of the world government. Their authority was to nominate a candidate who was suitable in all aspects, and then the five elders who held the final decision would make the final decision. In a huge and luxurious room, the five elders sat on the sofa and there was a round table in front of them. Qin Luo's information and the paper document of the conclusion of the Shishibukai meeting were placed on the round table together. The five elders all looked at Qin Luo's information on the round table with a calm face. If you don't mend a small hole, it will sooner or later become a big hole. It is of utmost importance to determine the successor of Moonlight Mariah as soon as possible. That's right. Once a crack appears in the three major forces, it will directly bring unpredictable impacts to the world, so we must always maintain balance. Qin Luo, a young man position. Although he is young, I have to admit that he has the strength and qualifications. Yes, if he takes over Mariah's position, the storm can be calmed down the fastest. Then, the 5 elders with a long scar on the left corner of his eyebrow picked up Qin Luo's bounty order, looked at the other 5 elders at the same time and said lightly, I have no objection. No problem. Okay, very good. The 5 elders made a decision on the spot. As for Qin Luo's attack on the auction of the Sabayati archipelago, it belongs to Doflamingo's industry. For them it is not a big deal and it is nothing. The reply made by the 5 elders was delivered to the hands of warring states in the conference room at the fastest speed. Just as Zhang Guo expected, the attitude of the 5 elders towards the vacancy of the 7 warlords of the sea is reflected in one word: urgent. On this basis, Qin Luo, who defeated Moria, will take over the vacancy of the 7 warlords of the sea, which is undoubtedly what they like to see. Chapter 58. Those old guys. Hearing the conclusion reported on the spot, Doflamingo crossed his leg and slammed them heavily on the conference round table, making a rather harsh sound. But everyone at the same table, even Qin Luo, who was sitting on the side, no longer paid attention to Doflamingo. From this moment on, the dust settled. However, only when the world government and even the navy officially announced it to the outside world, Qin Luo could be truly established as the new 7 warlords of the sea. And the series of information dissemination from the announcement to the newspaper will take at least 1 day. This is only limited to the Grand Line. If you want to know it to the world, it will take at least 3 days. He really became the one. But for Qin Luo, this matter is a foregone conclusion. He grinned helplessly. After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Doflamingo as if to say, Flamingo, why don't you say something against it? In this way I might not be the boss. Facing Qin Luo's gaze, Doflamingo thought that the other party was provoking him and his veins popped up and he was about to get angry. But the moment he was looked at by Zhang Guo and Garp and he was frightened. I can't do it from my heart. Zhang Guo glanced at Qin Luo and asked, let's talk alone. 26. What to talk about? Just say it. Qin Luo was too lazy to talk nonsense, and no matter how much more, say a few words or I'll steal your sheep. Qin Luo, about the 7 warlords. If it's an instruction, then there's no need to say more. I'm a law-abiding citizen and will definitely take down all the vicious and brutal pirate. Qin Luo interrupted Sengoku directly and scratched his ears. He didn't want to listen to his speech. After that, he switched to the template of Thunder God Rei and jumped down from the windowsill like lightning, disappearing in the holy land of Maria. Sengoku frowned slightly. Seeing this, Garp laughed out loud very impolitely. Several vice admirals at the same table looked at each other, and the strange colors in the eyes of Jinpei and other 7 warlords became more intense. In the room there was only Garp's slightly teasing laughter. Vice Admiral Turu was concerned about how Qin Luo suddenly became an element and disappeared. Could he also be a devil fruit user? Exquisite swordsmanship is just one of his means. 2 or 3 days later, the headlines about Qin Luo becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea spread to the world at the fastest speed. Somewhere in the Grand Line, a large 3-mast ship with a whale-like bow was anchored on the calm sea. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely recognize the origin of this large 3-mast ship at a glance. Moby Dick, the main ship under the command of Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. The new 7 warlords of the sea. Qin Luo. On the deck of the Moby Dick, a dark-skinned burly man with a ponytail and concave cheeks was reading the latest newspaper. He is the captain of the 9th division of the Whitebeard pirates, named Blenheim. Although he looks big and strong, he likes to read newspapers and always pays attention to current information. Around the deck, members of the Whitebeard pirates sat or stood without any rules and seemed very casual. On the deck in front of them, each was filled with wine and food. Obviously they were sitting on the deck and having a banquet that was common to pirate. No tables and chairs were needed. There was no need for too many dishes, but there had to be enough wine. This was the happy time for pirates on the sea. Blenheim, others are drinking and eating, but you are here reading the newspaper. Another captain of the 5th division under Whitebeard, Vista, came to Blenheim and looked at him as if he was looking at Tai Han Han. As long as Dad doesn't mind, I can read Marco's medical book. Blenheim didn't even raise his head but lowered his head and carefully browsed the headlines in the newspaper. Hearing Blenheim's words, Vista, a 2-word swordsman, accidentally saw the image of Qin Luo holding a sword in the newspaper, and curiosity appeared in his eyes. Qin Luo, the new Shishibukai. Who is this guy? Why haven't I seen him before? When Vista saw the name in the bold headline, his eyebrows raised. Blenheim nodded and said yes. Vista immediately moved closer and took a general look at the content of the report, full of overflowing words, and a few black lines involuntarily fell on his forehead. Defeat Moria, replace the Shishibukai position, and destroy Doflamingo's auction. Interesting. The age is about the same as Ace. It seems that he will be a strong opponent in the future. After reading the newspaper, Blenheim looked up at the captain of the 2nd team, Fire Fist Ace, who was drinking and eating not far away, and touched his chin. Ace. Vista was stunned for a moment and also looked at Ace, who was laughing wantonly not far away. away and said, hearing what you said, there may be a war between them in the future. Blenheim looked at Ace and a deep smile appeared on his slightly old-fashioned face. Baista smiled knowingly, glanced at the photo of Qin Luo on the newspaper, touched his curved beard, looked expectant and said meaningfully, I hope he is an excellent swordsman. He is so popular, I wonder if Dad is interested in him. Blenheim put the newspaper aside, picked up the wine glass and took a big sip of wine. The difficulty of survival in the New World is not comparable to the paradise in the first half of the Grand Line. Any newcomer who comes to the New World, if he does not choose to rely on the flag of one of the four emperors, will most likely be overturned by the waves of the New World. And the attitude of the four emperors towards those fresh blood with great potential has always been to accept everyone. They have their own ways of absorbing fresh blood. The way that the pirate's Aunt Charlotte Linlin focuses on is marriage, that is marrying her daughter to the potential newcomer she values to consolidate the relationship. Kaido of the Beast's Pirates is more violent and usually uses the power-first approach, using both violence and spirit to make the ignorant newcomers submit. Compared to the Pirates and the Beast Pirate, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates, where the other four emperors are located, seem to be somewhat Buddhist in their attitude towards newcomers. The Red Hair Pirate follow the path of excellence, so the threshold for joining the group is very high. Some newcomers come here just for the reputation. As long as the conditions are not met, they will often be rejected. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, it can be simply summed up in one sentence: be my son. If you agree, you can get on board. If you don't agree, I won't force you. Chapter 59. What are you talking about? A man with a golden pineapple hairstyle came to Blenheim and Vista and looked at them curiously. Marco. Blenheim looked at the person who came, picked up the newspaper he had just put down and smiled. We are talking about the new King Shishibukai Qin Luo. Oh, it is said that Gecko Moria was defeated by a mysterious young man. It turns out that his name is Qin Luo. He is the new Shishibukai. Marco took the newspaper and glanced at the headlines casually. As the captain of the first team under the Whitebeard Pirate, he would still pay attention to the endless new things that emerge every year. And Qin Luo is undoubtedly the most dazzling newcomer this year, no one else. Marco quickly finished reading the headlines and exclaimed, what a cruel Shishibukai. Indeed. Blenheim and Baista nodded at the same time. Every year there are several supernovas that often occupy the headline. This time he is directly aiming for the position of Shishibukai. He is a ruthless person. Marco smiled, then looked at Ace not far away, waved and shouted, Ace, come here. Hearing Marco's call, Ace, who was drinking, put down his glass, apologized to his companions and then stood up to Marco. Why do you want to drink with me? Ace's face with freckles on his cheeks was filled with a hearty smile. No, take a look at this first. Marco smiled and gently hit Ace's shoulder, then handed the newspaper to Ace. Ace took the newspaper and looked at it for a few seconds, then said seriously, oh, the new Shishibukai. On the sea, one of the ways to follow current events is newspapers, and those who often make headlines will slowly accumulate enough reputation and become well known. Ace has just gotten rid of his rookie status and was promoted to the captain of the second squad under the famous Whitebeard Pirate. He is quite interested in Qin Luo. Marco encouraged Ace, this guy is more active than you were last year. When he comes to the New World, do you want to try to conquer him? If Dad is interested in him, I don't mind making a trip. Ace closed the newspaper with a smile. The so-called conquering means using strength to convince a certain pirate group and thus attaching themselves to the banner of Whitebeard. This is not the first time Ace has done this. Among the more than 40 pirate groups currently attached to Whitebeard, 3 pirate groups were conquered by Ace. These pirate groups were not originally affiliated with the Whitebeard Pirates, but as long as Whitebeard gave an order, they would respond immediately. In fact, it is not a bad thing to be attached to the Whitebeard banner. At least as long as they act under the banner of Whitebeard, they don't have to bear too many potential threats from the other 4 emperors in the New World. Will Dad be interested? Marco and the other 2 looked at Whitebeard, who was sitting on the chair ignoring the young nurse's dissuasion and drinking. As Ace said, the prerequisite for conquering Qin Luo is that Whitebeard is interested. As long as Whitebeard has not proposed it, they have no reason to act. However, from their point of view, it is always a pity to miss a newcomer with such bright potential and prospect. Thinking of this, they had the idea of taking the initiative to propose this matter to Whitebeard. At the same time, all over the New World, Qin Luo's existence officially broke into the eyes of the pirates and the Beast's Pirate. Last year, the super rookie who attracted much attention was Ace of the Fire Fist, who was eventually recruited by Whitebeard and then became the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates in a short period of time, becoming a combat force that cannot be underestimated. In terms of status, it is like the under the Pirates and the 3 disasters under the Beast Pirate. And this year's super rookie Qin Luo obviously also has such potential and qualification. Faced with such a potential newcomer, the Pirates and the Beast's Pirates, who have never stopped pondering their forces, will not easily miss it. As long as Qin Luo enters the new world they will take action. Although Qin Luo's position as a 7 warlords of the sea, it is possible that he will be a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million tomorrow. This position is just an empty title and it is not easy to get rid of it. The endless sea. Qin Luo sat on the deck of the Thor lying on the sofa looking comfortable and enjoying the sea breeze. However, there were always people who wanted to make trouble for him. Not far away, a pirate ship that was rushing towards him was not far away. The pirate flag hanging on the pirate ship was the flag of the Don Quixote family. Qin Luo picked up the Byren Zhou placed aside. His eyes were deep and he said in his heart, "It finally here." After waiting for a long time sweeping away these people, the progress bar of the ghost swordsman should be enough to break 80%. The pirate ship that was coming with great momentum seemed to be accompanied by a heavy pressure and attacked the Thor. The atmosphere in this sea area became more and more depressing in an instant. At this time, Qin Luo was standing on the deck looking forward, looking at the Don Quixote ship from a distance, the Don Quixote family's pirate ship. When Qin Luo could almost see the people on the deck, the pirate ship had almost entered the perception range of his observation haki. With a sweep of his observation haki, all the enemies on the pirate ship were in sight. It turned out to be him. Looking at the people on the pirate ship, Qin Luo smiled lightly, slightly mocking. Standing at the front of the pirate ship's deck was one of the 4 highest officials of the Don Quixote family, Diamante. The Don Quixote family is divided into 4 armies: spades, heart club, and diamonds. Go step, swoosh swoosh. Qin Luo's figure flashed on the sea surface several times as if he was stepping in the air and rushed directly to the Don Quixote family's pirate ship in the air. Don Quixote family on the pirate ship. Lord Diamante, the 7 warlord Qin Luo is coming over Wang Dezhao. I saw it. Obviously these days the news that Qin Luo became a 7 warlord is sweeping the world. They also know that Qin Luo is the culprit who defeated Gecko Moria and ruined the auction. Diamante looked gloomy, showing an expression of "I'm not blind," snorted coldly and said, "It's interesting, a single horse. Let me see the strength of the new 7 warlord." After saying that, Diamante couldn't help but sneer, took out a piece of cloth, shook it casually, and the cloth suddenly turned into a long sword with a cold and sharp edge. Diamante is a superhuman floating fruit ability user who can turn any object he touches, stone, steel, and even his own body, into a soft cloth form. All the clothes on Diamante's body are almost made of extremely strong special steel. Although the form is cloth, it is still strong steel in essence with extremely contradictory properties. Chapter 60. What a ridiculous idea. Looking at Qin Luo getting closer and closer, Diamante's eyes showed murderous intent and he sneered, "Even if it's the pirates of the Grand Line, I don't know how many I have defeated." When Qin Luo rushed into his attack range, Diamante took the lead in launching an attack ready to cut Qin Luo from the sky with a sword and then severely ravage those who dared to provoke their Don Quixote family. Half Moon Funeral. Diamante drew a semicircle with the sword in his hand, raised it to the top and suddenly cut it down. Buzz. When his sword fell, a huge blue-green sword energy suddenly burst out and flew into the sky with a sharp edge as if to split everything in front of it in half. This is pure swordsmanship, not relying on the ability of the fruit. Diamante's swordsmanship is undoubtedly a powerful swordsman. Although Diamante's performance in the original book was not very good, relying on the ability of the floating fruit and this real swordsmanship, his strength is beyond doubt and he is above the level of the headquarters vice admiral. Did Lord Diamante use all his strength at the first move? It seems that he doesn't want to give the other party a chance at all. Usually when Diamante is in a good mood, he likes to play cat and mouse to slowly kill the enemy, but now it seems that Diamante wants to make a quick decision. Looking at this scene, many pirates have flashing eyes looking at Qin Luo in the sky with a slightly pitying look. Buzz. In the humming of the air, the grand green sword energy swung by Diamante cut through the void and fiercely slashed toward Qin Luo in the sky. Under the wind pressure of this sword energy, a deep gully suddenly appeared on the sea surface below. Playing with sword energy, Qin Luo leaped in the air. His observation haki had already captured Diamante's movement. He sensed the strength of the sword energy, but he was not nervous at all. Instead, he showed a hint of coldness and arrogance. Facing this sword energy, Qin Luo snorted in his heart, suddenly pulled out the white blade from the scabbard and swung the sword down. Combined attack Naraku slash. Boom. The dark purple sword energy was like cherry blossoms falling from the sky, emitting dazzling light, flowing brilliantly and cutting through the void. It collided with the huge cyan sword energy, making a thunderous roar. Crack. The two sword energies cut each other and the sound of clanging and plotting sounded chaotically like two ribbons entangled and finally collapsed. A terrifying air wave burst out, sweeping in all directions. In the explosion of the air wave, a dark purple sword energy suddenly broke through the air wave and slashed down towards Diamante below. It turned out that Qin Luo's sword energy was better. What? Diamante's pupils shrank suddenly, revealing a trace of disbelief. He never expected that his full strength lash would be blocked and was defeated by the the same /Hedon. The other pirates on the ship were about to watch Qin Luo being split in half by Diamante's sword. Seeing this scene, they all showed some disbelief. Lord Diamante's slash was actually defeated. How is this possible? Who on earth is that guy who actually surpassed Lord Diamante in swordsmanship? These pirates were almost all in an uproar, looking at Qin Luo above in disbelief. Is this the strength of the new 7 warlords of the sea? For a moment the extremely depressing atmosphere in this sea area seemed to be broken with Qin Luo's sword. This guy Diamante looked at the aftermath of the falling sword energy. His presence became a little more solemn, and after swinging his sword to defeat the aftermath, he looked at Qin Luo in the sky with a gloomy face. To be able to defeat Gecko Moria and replace him, his strength is indeed extraordinary. Don Quixote highest Cotter Diamante. Qin Luo had already come to the top of the pirate ship, looking down at the pirates below, and suddenly a proud look appeared on his face. You also take my sword. Mountain collapse and earth splitting slash. Boom. At this moment Qin Luo's eyes turned blood red, showing his madness. The ocean could spew out hot magma and the temperature rose sharply, shocking everyone. A sword was swung out and it directly brought up a huge wave of fire, as if the whole sky was dyed red. This red flame swept down as if the whole sky was collapsing, terrifying, and it had not yet fallen. A huge heat wave had already swept down, making the air suddenly scorched. Fire. Diamante saw Qin Luo swinging his sword and thought it was a sword energy. He never expected that what fell was actually a raging flame. He was shocked. Without hesitation, Diamante went all out and swung his sword, trying to break the flame. Although he was a user of the floating fruit, his clothes were made of steel, but steel conduct heat, and he was not a natural ability user, so he could not ignore the flame. Swish. Diamante's sword energy burst out, splitting the raging flame in two. At this time the other pirates on the ship were also shocked and tried to resist the scattered flame aftermath, but their strength is far inferior to Diamante. Even if they attack together, they still cannot stop the flame aftermath. Boom. The raging flames swept down. Although Diamante split it in two, it was useless and it still fell on the pirate ship. The sails, wooden decks, etc. of the pirate ship were all ignited instantly. A group of pirates screamed in pain and a group of pirates tried to put out the flames on the ship. Some pirates looked at Qin Luo in the sky with horror. Natural system flame fruit ability user. The Don Quixote family pirates are very clear about the power of natural devil fruit. Eating a superhuman or animal devil fruit may not make them very strong all of a sudden. However, if you eat a natural devil fruit, even a smoke fruit like smoker can immediately become extremely powerful. At least not using domineering. People without sea stone weapons can hardly do anything to natural devil fruit users. Qin Luo's mysterious sword move blasted out a raging flame like the sky falling and the earth collapsing. The entire pirate ship was set on fire and a raging fire started. They were shocked and speechless. The incredible scene, like a dream, made the minds of the pirates blank. Their brains kept buzzing and they couldn't even think. Qin Luo stood in the sky with a sword as if he was the king of the sea. With just 2 swings of the sword, Don Quixote's ship of pirates was already in chaos and in a mess. Chapter 61. At this moment Diamante looked at the flames burning around him and a trace of cold sweat overflowed from his forehead. He no longer had any contempt in his heart but was extremely solemn and even a little nervous. Natural system? No, this feeling is not natural system. At this time Diamante had already felt that Qin Luo was definitely not a natural system fruit ability user. This is just one of his means. Qin Luo, standing in the sky, looked at the pirates on the pirate ship below and spoke lightly. Sorry, if there is no other means, please die for me. Qin Luo's words were very light and gentle, with a relatively gentle tone without any fierceness. But at the moment when Qin Luo's voice fell, Qin Luo, standing in the sky, suddenly issued an extremely terrifying aura as if he was dominating the world. Boom. This aura fell down with a bang as if condensed into substance and actually suppressed the flames burning on the pirate ship by 3 points. Silently, the aura emitted by Qin Luo was retracted as soon as it was released, but it still made the sea became silent in an instant, leaving only the rolling waves and the sound of burning flame. Flop. Just below Qin Luo, a pirate fell to the ground first, followed by the second, the third. The crowd fell down in groups like wheat being cut, and even the navy on the front of the 4 warships in the distance fell unconscious. This is Qin Luo's hegemonic haki. With hegemonic haki it is easier to deal with these bastards. Qin Luo murmured in his heart. Hegemonic haki is a kind of repressive force that plods in all directions with oneself as the center. However, he is not very good at controlling the essence of hegemonic haki and cannot carry out a single attack. As for the perfect control, it can only be issued in 2 ways. One is to select a few people without being hurt and attack the majority of others, and the other is to select a few people to attack so that others can't feel it. In the case of a large melee with more than 100,000 people like the war on the top, the conqueror's haki cannot clearly attack all enemies and avoid all teammate. Once released least it is an indiscriminate attack, so Whitebeard did not use it. At this time on the pirate ship of the Don Quixote family there were very few people who could remain conscious and not unconscious. On the faces of these people almost all of them showed extremely horrified and unbelievable expressions looking at Qin Luo in the sky. Even Diamante had cold sweat on his forehead and a look of horror. This is Diamante showed an almost unbelievable look in his eyes, staring at Qin Luo, showing an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Conqueror's Haki. This is Conqueror's Haki. The new king's 7 warlords of the sea. Qin Luo like Dover mastered Conqueror's Haki. Hoang Haki Haki. This is impossible. The rest of the people who were not unconscious in addition to being shocked finally cried out in surprise. The qualifications of a king, the Haki of domineering. It actually appeared on a young man. Although his status as a Shishibukai was enough to shock the world, it was unpected that he could also possess the aura of a king. Unbelievable. Horrified. Doflamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family, was discovered by Diamante and others because he awakened the Haki of domineering when he was a child. Then they determined that Doflamingo was the one who would become the king, so they were willing to serve as ministers and assist Doflamingo. Even Diamante looked incredulous, not to mention the few other people who could remain conscious. Almost all of them were sweating coldly and their backs were cold. Fortunately, after all, Diamante is the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family and there are many people with domineering in the second half of the Grand Line, so he quickly woke up. You help me and prepare to besiege this guy together. Diamante looked at Qin Luo in the sky with a trace of fear in his eyes. At this time he didn't dare to deal with Qin Luo alone, so he spoke to those who were not unconscious. Under Qin Luo's domineering, those who did not faint were either cadres or relatively powerful people. After hearing Diamante's words, they woke up from the state of shock and looked at Qin Luo in the sky with great solemnity. Finally they are ready to besiege. It's really late. Qin Luo looked at the pirates who were not unconscious, all gathered beside Diamante ready to fight a bloody battle with him. Instead he chuckled and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Please give me 0 flowers. Since we are going to play siege, let's try out the new power. With this in mind, Qin Luo gently placed the white blade day in his hand vertically in front of him and at the same time dispersed the armament Haki that had been attached to the sword, so that the sword of the white blade day once again returned to its snow-white color. Under the reflection of the sun it exudes a white luster. What is he going to do? Although they didn't understand Qin Luo's actions, Diamante and others all felt that a strange breath suddenly brewed and they couldn't help but show an extremely vigilant look. This strange breath surged out from Qin Luo's body and poured into the sword of the white blade day as if in an instant it changed the form of the white blade day itself. Qin Luo stood quietly in the sky overlooking below with a light flashing in his eyes. Sith soul skill 10,000 swords return to the origin. This voice seemed to come from the soul level without any emotion, calm, but it made people tremble in their hearts. Silently, under the astonished gaze of Diamante and others, the sword of the supreme sword in Qin Luo's hand, the white blade of the day, suddenly disappeared in the sea breeze. The sword blade is gone. What's going on? Isn't the supreme sword the white blade of the day that he snatched from the family's previous trade fair? Including Diamante, all of them were stunned by such a strange change. At the same time, behind Qin Luo, tens of thousands of sword phantoms suddenly appeared, gathering their strength and concentrating their minds, and slashed at Diamante and others with thousands of swords. These sword shadows in the sky made them even unanimously believe that it was an illusion, beautiful and touching, weird and intoxicating. It seemed that there was only the sound of the wind between heaven and earth. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the sword shadows in the sky suddenly accelerated like endless raindrops, gathering and dispersing, sweeping over Diamante and others in an instant, bringing up pieces of blood. Blood splashed in the air like a painting with thousands of sword shadows as the scenery, and blood as ink. This beauty seemed to come from hell, the most beautiful flower blooming in hell. Almost in an instant the pirates around Diamante, in shock and fear, had countless wounds all over their bodies and fell to the ground helplessly with blood splattering too. Chapter 62. Damn, what kind of ability is this? One cadre barely waved his weapon and tried to resist, but he was still cut by the thousands of sword shadows that penetrated everywhere and his body was covered with blood. In the end he still collapsed to the ground. Looking at the sword shadows that swept all over the sky, his face was still filled with horror and fear. They realized everything they saw was real. Ding ding dong dong. Diamante roared under the cutting of the sword shadows, waving his sword wildly, and his clothes fluttered. His clothes were made of fine steel and he was almost made of steel. Under the attack of the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, countless dense sounds of metal and iron clashing like raindrops were heard. Fortunately Diamante, who was the user of the floating fruit ability, wore clothes that looked thin, but this was a transformation made by his ability. In essence, these clothes are made of extremely thick steel. He also wore a steel mask on his face, and with the crazy sword shaking speaking he barely blocked the attack of Wanjian Gazong. Damn, do you still have this ability? In the sky full of sword shadows, Diamante saw that all the people around him were defeated in an instant, leaving only himself, and he could not help but grit his teeth and look at Qin Luo in the sky. However, your ability is ineffective against me, Diamante roared, and his body suddenly floated up, rushing towards Qin Luo in the sky, and at the same time the sword in his hand also swung fiercely at Qin Luo. He clearly saw that the sword in Qin Luo's hand had disappeared and turned into sword shadows all over the sky. That is to say, Qin Luo's body should be extremely fragile at this time. As long as Qin Luo's body is destroyed, he will win. Really? Looking at Diamante, whose body turned into a piece of silk and rushed over, Qin Luo was not surprised but laughed, looking at Diamante's steel cloth with interest. It seems that you have understood my ability, but there is a question I really want to ask you. Qin Luo's tone was a little teasing, and he said, do you think these sword blades in the sky can be attached with armed color domineering or not? After saying this, Diamante, who was rushing over angrily as if ready to fight to the death, suddenly changed his face. Could it be? Diamante's eyes showed horror, and he subconsciously looked at the flying sword shadows around him, but was shocked to see these sword shadows have been dyed with a black color like ink from Snow White. These black spots like ink are extremely terrifying. No. Diamante waved his sword frantically, trying to resist the attack of Wanjian Gazong, but the black spots in the sky intertwined with each other and swept across the sky. In the residual vision, black lines were formed all over the sky, wrapping Diamante in it. Almost in an instant, Diamante's steel clothes were cut to pieces. Swish! With blood spilling all over the sky, countless terrifying wounds appeared on Diamante's body. Plop! As blood splattered, Diamante vomited blood, and the sword in his hand could no longer be held, flew out of his hand. At the same time, the whole person fell from the sky in blood and fell on the deck, burning with flames with a thud. Looking at Qin Luo's eyes, there was still a trace of fear, as if looking at a demon. In the sky, Qin Luo looked at Diamante, who was completely defeated and fell, shook his head as if he had lost interest, and his mind moved. The black spots in the sky gathered rapidly. The restored white blade appeared in his hand again, and then he gently put it into the scabbard. Just with this move, a person of Diamante's level is no match at all. Looking at the pirate ship below, Qin Luo murmured in his heart, I thought that a figure of Diamante's level could compete with him, but I didn't expect him to be so fragile. As the white blade was put into the scabbard, the blazing fire on the pirate ship of the Don Quixote family gradually dimmed and finally extinguished. The wisps of smoke that rose after the flames were extinguished, and the broken scorch marks all over the ship showed that all this was not a dream but a real thing happening in front of them, which was terrifying. So far, Don Quixote's highest Cotter Diamante, buried in the sea of fire. Swoosh! Qin Luo fell from the sky and returned to the Thor. 2 days later, the news spread throughout the North Sea, and the North Sea was shaken. Almost all the underground world of the North Sea was paying attention to how the Don Quixote family would deal with the disruption of this transaction and the breach of the stronghold. No matter which force, almost no one expected that the final result would be that the Don Quixote family's revenge action completely failed, and even the highest Cotter Diamante was suppressed by Qin Luo. This news spread quickly throughout the underground forces of the North Sea within almost a day, causing an earthquake far greater than the previous one. The new king's 7 warlords are so strong. These dark underground forces were terrified, and even some killer organizations stopped their actions and hid. The entire underground of the North Sea was in a state of panic. In this battle, Qin Luo's reputation spread throughout the entire North Sea. Countless pirates in the North Sea were terrified and had already blacklisted Qin Luo, not daring to provoke him. Under the crazy investigation of countless forces in the North Sea, Qin Luo's past deeds were finally dug out. Coco West Village destroyed along the Terror 3 Go sailboat severely damaged Moonlight Moria, and the Sabayati Islands destroyed Doflamingo's industry. Some people said that he was the user of the Thunder Fruit. Some people said that he was the user of the Flame Fruit. Some people said that he was just an unparalleled swordsman and everything was his swordsmanship. These news made the world forces and pirates know Qin Luo. In addition, the world government recognized him as the new king's 7 warlords of the sea, and the momentum was quite good. The crazy spread of the news even spread to the second half of the Grand Line and to the ears of the 4 emperors. The Don Quixote family became Qin Luo's stepping stone to fame. What will Doflamingo do? Countless forces connected with the Don Quixote family began to get nervous. This is no longer a trivial matter but gradually developed into a major event. The meaning of this incident is not just that the Don Quixote family has fallen into a big setback and the top Cotter Diamante was killed. If Qin Luo is a pirate, then this move is equivalent to declaring war on Doflamingo Hedon. But Qin Luo is the new 7 warlords of the sea, and this move undoubtedly pushes the contradiction to the top. Doflamingo, what will he do? Net. Almost the entire sea is watching, and all forces on the Grand Line are paying close attention. Chapter 63. 23. In a certain sea area, the main ship of the Don Quixote family is sailing in this sea area. On the deck of the ship a chair and a table are placed. Doflamingo was sitting calmly on a chair holding a goblet half filled with red wine. Diamante, are you sure he's dead? Doflamingo's tone was calm and his attitude seemed calm, but the atmosphere in the field gave people a feeling of extreme depression, as if the whole sky was gradually becoming dark. None of the ordinary pirates of the Don Quixote family around dared to talk. All of them were sweating and standing there with cold back. The atmosphere became more and more depressing. Crack! At some point a terrifying aura seemed to surge from Doflamingo. At the same time the stem of the goblet in his hand was also broken by force. Half a glass of red wine spilled on the deck, staining it with a weird red. 26. Treble came to Doflamingo's side at some point and his face was extremely gloomy. He didn't look relaxed and wretched as usual but was full of murderous intent. Here only he and Pica are the only two people who dare to speak. There are 4 top officials in the Don Quixote family: Treble, Pica, Diamante and Fergo, who has infiltrated the navy. The 4 of them address Doflamingo differently from other family officials. Others call Doflamingo young master, only they call him Doflamingo directly. The 4 of them and Doflamingo are nominally master and servant, but there is no difference between master and servant, because more than 20 years ago when Doflamingo lost the privileges of the celestial dragons and fell to the earth to face death, it was the 4 of them who lifted Doflamingo up. They gave Doflamingo the string fruit, gave Doflamingo power and regarded Doflamingo as their masters, so the 4 of them are completely different from others. Doflamingo has no living relatives with blood, so in Doflamingo's heart he regarded the family cotters as family members, not to mention the top cotters Diamante and Treble. The death of Diamante has touched Minga's bottom line. Chin Luo. Doflamingo stood up, looked at the oppressive sky as if a storm was about to appear and slowly spoke. His tone was extremely cold, with an extremely strong cold and evil. I want to kill him, no one can stop me. There was only evil and murderous intent in Doflamingo's word. Who is he? A great pirate with the domineering color, domineering and the qualifications of a king. Once he was the highest noble who ruled this world, a celestial dragon. Chin Luo is about to arrive at the Sabayati archipelago about 10,000 meters away from the harbor. I haven't seen them for a long time and I miss them very much. Chin Luo misses their maid beauties. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 80% on the new character Ghost Swordsman. The reward is Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, which can use multiple forms of attacks such as Shikai and Dakai. Get 1 Zushin character attraction number *1. Chin Luo's eyes lit up and Zanpakuto can be rewarded, which is interesting. Host Chin Luo currently using Zushin character DNF Ghost Swordsman. Owned characters Thunder God REI 80%, Ghost Swordsman 81.7%. Zushin character attraction opportunity 1. Heroic armed Haki, observation Haki, overlord Haki, physical skills lightning release armor LV2, swordsmanship the SITH soul skill 10,000 swords return to the origin Zanpakuto 1000 cherry blossom. Just when Chin Luo was in high spirits and ready to make a concerted effort to attract the characters from the heavens, on the distant sea a black shadow suddenly appeared silently. This black shadow was heading towards the thunder god. The black shadow was not on the sea but in the sky. As the black shadow got closer, the outline gradually became clear. It was definitely not a ship and it didn't seem to be a bird but a person. As the figure got closer, its appearance finally became clearer. It passed through the sky as if the blue sky with white cloud gradually became depressed and was covered with a thick layer of dark cloud. It was obviously just a figure, but the arrival of this figure gave people a sense of heaviness and depression, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. In the sea facing Doflamingo's question, Chin Luo looked at him quietly without getting up, gentle and handsome. Doflamingo's smile became more intense and more evil. Don't answer my question. Doflamingo's evil voice echoed here. At the same time he gently shook his fingers. It was just such a simple action. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed, turning into endless murderous intent, as if the world had changed color. Along with this terrifying murderous aura, a thread invisible to the naked eye emerged from Doflamingo's fingers and just cut horizontally, sharp and tough, surpassing steel. This thread swept across as if to split everything between heaven and earth into two. The sweeping atmosphere made the pirates tens of thousands of meters away feel their hearts lifted and their pupils contracted violently, as if at this moment they saw the scene of their own death. For them this was a matter of life and death. Chin Luo shook his head, slowly stood up and blocked the thread with Bai Ren's Wo, a pure white sword that glowed with light under the sunlight. Chapter 64. Dover, you disturbed me about your question. The voice was light and rippled. The murderous aura that filled the sky a moment ago turned into nothingness in an instant. The two stood opposite each other. Doflamingo's condescending momentum had no effect on Chin Luo. It seemed that any momentum in front of Chin Luo was like a substance and was directly split apart like a reef standing still in the wave. Qin Luo raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth without any nervous expression but with a slightly devilish smile, looking at Doflamingo, and said with a slightly thoughtful look, "Diamante, I don't know very well, I just felt that a scum blocked my way and was cut by my sword. Do you know him?" Just as Qin Luo's voice fell, the silk thread that was in contact with Qin Luo's sword and intertwined with it finally couldn't bear it and suddenly broke. Buzz! As the silk thread broke, a terrifying air wave suddenly swept in all directions. This air wave blew Qin Luo's white cloth fluttering and also blew Doflamingo's pink feather coat constantly shaking. At the same time, this air wave swept away and the sea water surged in all directions. In the harbor 10,000 meters away, the pirate could feel this powerful air force. Qin Luo. Doflamingo stood there, not attacking immediately but staring at Qin Luo in front of him through the strange sunglasses, smiling his smile full of evil. Qin Luo. Since Qin Luo dared to face him alone and challenge him, he would never avoid the fight because he is Tian Yasha Don Quixote Doflamingo. If he doesn't even dare to accept the challenge of a junior, then he doesn't deserve to have the domineering color domineering, and he doesn't deserve to have the qualifications of the king. This kick did not use the ability of the string fruit. It was just a simple hard kick after using the armament haki, but it carried a terrifying momentum. Facing Doflamingo, who attacked brazenly, Qin Luo did not feel any fear in his heart but instead felt a kind of blood boiling. Ding! Facing Doflamingo's attack, Qin Luo's reaction was also very simple, that is, he held the sword in front of him, also showing the armament haki hardening, and collided with it. This attack was ordinary and it seemed that there was no special power, but it also carried a terrifying momentum. These two momentums were not ordinary momentum but the same thing. Heroic haki. The haki in Doflamingo's body suddenly rippled with the kick. He wanted to use the haki to knock Qin Luo unconscious directly, but it was not easy to catch him at that time. But what Doflamingo didn't expect was that just as his conqueror's haki was released, he was greeted by another even more powerful conqueror's haki. Boom! When the two auras suddenly collided with each other, there was a thunderous roar that shook the world and instantly eclipsed the heaven and earth. This was no longer a simple collision of forces but a conflict of conqueror's haki that ordinary people rarely see in their lifetime. Crack! The conflict between the two conquerors' haki produced a terrifying vision like thousands of black thunders. It plotted in the sky, and in an instant it seemed as if the world was turbulent, as if the void was shattering. The azure sky, which originally had only a few white clouds, had become overcast and howling with strong winds without knowing when. Across the harbor of tens of thousands of meters, the pirates' hearts trembled and their minds felt a little dizzy. At such a distance are the effects of the aftermath so strong. Looking at the terrifying vision of heaven and earth, these pirates were terrified and could not remain calm. For them it was like a mortal looking up at the collapse of the sky. Heroic color. Doflamingo's frivolous expression suddenly changed and his heart was shaken the moment the conflict of heroic color that caused the world to shake appeared. He obviously did not expect that Qin Luo would actually have heroic color before, because he did not know Qin Luo's background. He did not pose much threat to Qin Luo at the 7 Warlords of the Sea conference, so he deliberately collected a lot of information about Qin Luo. Although it was very little, it did not mention that he had heroic color. It may be that the enemies who knew that Qin Luo had heroic color had already died in his hands. Crackle! The two heroic colors had a kind of violent meaning of dominating the world and looking down on everything, and they collided and conflicted crazily. It seemed to tear everything apart, as if the sky was full of black thunder plotting. Wang Dezhao. Because this was a violent conflict of domineering color, with the location where Qin Luo's sword collided with Doflamingo's foot as the center, all the power was squeezed here, so the surrounding sea area was surging continuously, sweeping out 2 streams of water. If it continues like this, I'm afraid that Qin Luo's ship, the Thunder God, will be destroyed. Boom boom boom! The sky and the earth seemed to roar and explode like thunder, shaking in everyone's ears. In this collision, Doflamingo was shocked and then shocked and unbelievable. His domineering color domineering in this conflict was actually very obviously at a disadvantage. When the gap between domineering color domineering is very small, it is impossible to distinguish the strong and the weak. Only when the gap is very large can the strong and the weak be distinguished. In other words, Qin Luo's domineering color domineering is stronger than his, and it is more than a little stronger. How is this possible? Boom. Chapter 65. Boom. This conflict of conquerors' haki did not last long because one side was too strong. In just a few breaths, a wave of air suddenly formed between Qin Luo and Doflamingo, sweeping and shaking. Behind Qin Luo the wind was light and there was no air wave. All the air waves rushed toward Doflamingo. While blowing Doflamingo's pink feather coat, it also caused a huge wave on the sea behind Doflamingo. The result of the conflict of conquerors' haki is already very obvious. Qin Luo's back was almost unaffected, and Doflamingo's conqueror's haki could not break through Qin Luo's conqueror's haki, and was also also defeated hidden by Qin Luo's conqueror's haki. Impossible, this level of conqueror's haki, how can you? Who is it? Doflamingo retracted his kicking leg. Although he did not suffer any substantial damage, his face showed a look of doubt. He looked at Qin Luo with some disbelief in his heart and then showed a fierce look. This domineering aura was so much stronger than him. It gave Doflamingo the same feeling as when he was facing the most domineering man in the world, Red Hair Shang. There is very little information about Qin Luo. Basically, he appeared inexplicably, became famous inexplicably, and became inexplicably strong. Qin Luo, you should have found out my name and identity clearly a long time ago. Qin Luo stood with his sword horizontally, looking at Doflamingo lightly with a slight mockery on his face. Doflamingo took a deep breath and managed to calm down, but his presence was no longer as arrogant as before, but with a bit of solemnity. Hoang haki. It does not represent the strength, but a kind of bearing aura representing the qualifications of the king. There are many people with the qualifications of the king in this sea, but there is only one position of the king. In the same era, all those who have the domineering haki are almost opponent. No matter what your identity or status is, when you reach the end of the road you must decide the winner. At first I thought you were just an ordinary Shishibukai, a proud young man, but now it seems that it is not the case. Doflamingo put away that evil presence and looked at Qin Luo calmly. So the identity you are talking about refers to this. Qin Luo listened to Doflamingo's word and suddenly laughed. After laughing for a while, Qin Luo's eyes became deep and he looked at Doflamingo meaningfully and said, is the identity of the 7 warlords of the sea really important? Doflamingo was startled, then looked at Qin Luo deeply as if he understood something and smiled evilly again. So that's it. The so-called king's qualifications. The king's bearing is an attitude of unwillingness to submit to others and unwillingness to submit to the rules. If you are willing to submit to others, are you still a king? This is also the fundamental reason why most people, very few people, have the domineering color. Domineering. At the harbor, many pirates have retreated hundreds of meters looking into the distance, looking at Qin Luo and Doflamingo. They are also full of expectations for this battle. The pirates can't hear what Qin Luo and Doflamingo are saying, they can only wait and see. The sky is overcast. The sky was dark. The howling wind could not blow away the oppressive atmosphere, and the atmosphere between heaven and earth seemed to be stagnant again. Another sea area. The sky was cloudy, looking a little gloomy and depressing. 2 large warships were sailing at full speed on the sea, and their destination was the Sabayati archipelago. There were 3 vice admirals on the 2 warships, 2 of whom were vice admirals of the branch and the other was a vice admiral of the headquarters. This vice admiral of the headquarters was very special because his name was Garp. At this time Garp was standing by the railing of the deck performing the stunt of sleeping while standing, while the 2 vice admirals of the branch stood behind Garp looking at the glittering sea. It will take a few hours to reach the Sabayati archipelago. I hope the farce of the 2 Shishibukai will not be too big. Vice Admiral Garp really isn't worried at all. The 2 branch vice admirals looked relaxed, laughing at each other. They knew that if they could come out with Garp they had nothing to worry about. The naval hero was not just a name. At this moment the atmosphere between heaven and earth seemed to stagnate suddenly, and the white clouds in the sky pressed together, gradually forming a dark cloud. It looked like it's going to rain. In the silence, Garp, who was standing there sleeping, opened his sleepy eyes, glanced at the dark sky and said in a daze, "It's really interesting." Doflamingo sneered and did not continue to speak. Instead he stretched out his hand again. His face still had a demonic presence, but gradually there was a bit of murderous intent. He did not come here to chat. Even if Qin Luo has Conqueror Haki, so what, he also has it. Conqueror Haki cannot represent the strength. He came here for only one purpose, that is to kill Qin Luo. No need to say any more nonsense because the purpose is clear. Swish. The net moment the murderous intent on Doflamingo's face suddenly surged, his palm bounced and the 5 fingers were like animal claws, and he suddenly waved towards Qin Luo. 5 color line. As Doflamingo's fingers fell, his 5 fingers each carried a sharp, almost transparent thread that was enough to easily cut through steel, cutting towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo possessed a high-level observation haki, so he could easily capture the trajectory of these threads. Without any fear on his face, he swept his sword horizontally. Blood blade. Boom. Now that Qin Luo swung his sword, the flame formed was like a pillar of fire that reached the sky, violent and unstoppable. There was no polite. Qin Luo showed his ability right away. There was no need to be polite when dealing with a person like Doflamingo. Doflamingo would not be as careless as Diamante. He had searched and sorted out the location where he fell before coming and knew that Qin Luo could display the ability of fire. So when he saw the fire coming, Doflamingo was not surprised at all and did not even dodge and continued to wave his 5 fingers. Buzz. The fire in front of Doflamingo was suddenly cut apart. At the same time the 5 silk threads also collided with Qin Luo's sword. This kind of thread not only has the toughness and and sharpness that surpasses steel but also has elasticity. If it only has the toughness that surpasses steel, it is nothing at all, but if it also has flexibility and elasticity, then the strength of this kind of thread is extremely high. Ding! With a light sound, Qin Luo's sword brushed against the 5 threads, splashing spark. Doflamingo's attack was ineffective, so he suddenly swung his other hand towards Qin Luo. Lower the rogue line. This time the silk line was not driven by his hand, but 5 lines like a rake were directly formed while swinging down, piercing Qin Luo's head from top to bottom. Demon Step. Chapter 66. Demon Step. Faced with this thin silk line with strong penetrating power, Qin Luo did not resist it but stepped on it. The whole person suddenly retreated dozens of meters away. After avoiding this attack, Qin Luo held the white blade daytime and slashed at Doflamingo from a distance. Explosive flame wave sword. Buzz! A silver-white sword energy suddenly burst out, directly hiding the surging rivers around, and drew a terrifying gully like a plow sweeping toward Doflamingo. Faced with this sword energy, Doflamingo's face remained unchanged. He shook his body, shook off some of the flames around him, and pushed forward with one hand. Spider web wall. A spider web-like silk thread suddenly spread out, forming a large net, appeared in front of Doflamingo, and on this silk thread there was a layer of pitch black armed color domineering. Ding! Qin Luo's sword energy slashed on the silk thread, making a sound of metal clashing followed by a tooth-grinding sound of metal friction. The bright white sword energy rushed forward madly against the spider web wall. Amid the spark, the spider web wall looked like a real spider web. The sword energy was like an insect hitting a spider web. The sword energy cut forward frantically, causing the spider web wall to sparkle and even deformed into a basketball net-like shape, but it was still blocked and could not break through the defense of the spider web wall. It's useless. Doflamingo stood behind the spider web wall and smiled evilly at Qin Luo as if he had foreseen this scene. His line was tougher than steel and flexible, just like a real spider web. After attaching the armed color domineering, it was almost impossible to be cut. Doflamingo had an evil and readaloud on his face, as if he had completely grasped the outcome of the battle since the beginning of the battle. After blocking Qin Luo's attack with the spider web wall, Doflamingo stretched his hand back, then grabbed the air and swung it hard at Qin Luo in front of him. Super Strike Whip. A terrifying, extremely thick line column like countless hairs twisted together fell on Qin Luo's head at an extremely fast speed. This whip was not only thick but also extremely long. Wherever it went, it was almost like a crack in the void. When it fell on Qin Luo's head, a straight mark suddenly appeared on the Thor ship behind him. The Thor was split in half by this blow. Faced with such a terrifying blow, Qin Luo's expression did not change. He held the sword with both hands and swung it upward. Boom! This huge whip suddenly collided with Qin Luo's sword edge, making a roar that made people's eardrums break. During the collision, Qin Luo's sword edge hummed and trembled. His arm did not shake at all and his body stood straight, but the sea under his feet was stepped on and cracks like spider webs were constantly spreading. It can be seen how much pressure he endured. The pirates in the harbor were shocked by this scene. The sea seemed to be split in half. It was split in half by one move. What a shocking power! Boom boom boom! Above, the sea roars continued to come. Qin Luo and Doflamingo fought fiercely. Qin Luo entered the berserker mode and the whole person seemed to be bathed in flames, with raging flames on all sides. Even Doflamingo could not resist this kind of flame with his body, but Doflamingo used the ability of the string fruit to keep going back and forth, cutting all the flame. At the same time, he launched a long-range attack on Qin Luo in the center of the flame and did not get close to Qin Luo at all. He has the ability of the Superman string fruit and is extremely good at both close range and long-range attack. Qin Luo's attack was just blocked by his spider web wall and Qin Luo's flames could not attack him. He relied on the silk thread of armed color domineering, which could ignore the flames and attack Qin Luo's body. The slash is ineffective against me and the flames can't hurt me. You should feel that there is no need to continue struggling. All your abilities are useless to me. You have no chance of winning this battle. Doflamingo was moving around in the flames, constantly breaking through the flames and attacking Qin Luo. From time to time he released the spider web wall to resist Qin Luo's sword attack, which seemed to be more relaxed and comfortable. Really, bathing in the flames, standing in the center of the flames, Qin Luo like a king of flames looked through the flames at Doflamingo, who was floating above on several lines. Since you said so, the warm-up is over. Qin Luo looked at Doflamingo in the flames and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Suddenly he raised the sword in his hand in front of him. Warm-up over. Doflamingo looked at Qin Luo's action, raised his eyebrows and showed a strange look. And the net moment in Doflamingo's observation, Haki captured Qin Luo's supreme sword. The blade of the white blade day suddenly appeared with an extremely strange power. Qin Luo floated high in the air, looking down at Doflamingo. At this moment it felt like a king looking at an ant. Scatter Senbonzakura. In an instant the white blade blade day in Qin Luo's hand turned into countless tiny cherry blossoms, bright and dazzling. The cherry blossoms all over the sky were flying and scattered. These cherry blossoms all over the sky were beautiful and touching, enchanting and intoxicating, and in that beauty they made people palpitate. Swish swish swish. Seeing this, Doflamingo finally showed a trace of vigilance. This ability he had never seen it in the intelligence he had collected before. The cherry blossoms in the sky floated toward Doflamingo. Doflamingo showed a vigilant look in his eyes, flipped in the air, retreated, and at the same time his hands were claw-shaped and he suddenly waved towards the cherry blossoms that floated over. Swish swish. 10 silk threads intertwined in the air, forming a net cutting towards the cherry blossoms in the sky. After the silk thread was attached with the armed color domineering, its toughness was far greater than that of steel. In addition to its own elasticity, even Qin Luo's sword intent could not cut it before. But this was useless. The cherry blossoms in the sky seemed to be more flexible than this thread and directly ignored the net formed by the 10 silk thread. After floating past, they continued to fall toward Doflamingo. There was no sun in the sky, but there was fire here. The cherry blossoms were extremely beautiful under the reflection of the flames, like a fine work of art, fluttering gently and seemed to pose no threat. But it made Doflamingo's hair stand on end and he was extremely alert too. Chapter 67. What kind of weird ability is this? Seeing that the cherry blossoms floated directly over his silk thread, Doflamingo folded his hands in front of him and used the spider web wall again to form a huge web. The toughness of this web was enough to withstand Qin Luo's sharp sword intent, but in front of the cherry blossoms it was still useless. The petals passed directly through the holes in the spider web. Swish. Doflamingo retreated quickly, but unfortunately he was hit on the cheek by a cherry blossom and a blood mark appeared on his face in an instant and blood dripped. Damn it! Doflamingo was shocked. This was not a beautiful cherry blossom but a blade flying all over the sky. Facing the attack of Senbonzakura, Doflamingo was somewhat helpless for a while. This ability seemed to restrain his string fruit. His string could resist the previous lash but could not resist this attack. Whoosh whoosh. Knowing that these cherry blossoms were all sharp blade, Doflamingo dared not to fight head-on but kept lashing in the air. While avoiding the cherry blossoms, he attacked Qin Luo's body as he pecked of Doflamingo. Seeing that Doflamingo did not entangle with the cherry blossoms and attacked him directly, Qin Luo was not surprised but praised Doflamingo in his heart. Doflamingo's fighting talent was indeed very high. As he pecked of Ufukule, the first weakness of Senbonzakura is that the blade is too small after splitting, so the lethality is insufficient, but the armed color domineering can directly make up for this problem. The second weakness is that after using Senbonzakura the blades all turn into cherry blossoms and the main body will become a weakness. Whoosh. However, Qin Luo's speed is not slow. He left the original place with a teleportation and then suddenly appeared on the other side, controlling the cherry blossoms to continue attacking. The figures of Doflamingo and Qin Luo went from the sea level to the sky and then from the sky back to the sea level, constantly interweaving. The cherry blossoms in the sky are floating around, extremely beautiful and terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that when these cherry blossoms are about to touch Doflamingo's body, they will suddenly become dark and cold and attach the armed color domineering. If it was Doflamingo who completely suppressed Qin Luo before, then now the situation is completely reversed. Doflamingo's line can't stop the cherry blossoms in the sky and can only go back and forth, dodge and be suppressed by Qin Luo. In a short moment Doflamingo had several blood marks on his body and the pink feather coat was also cut into pieces. Although the injury was not serious, he looked extremely embarrassed. Damn, there is such a strange ability. What kind of devil fruit is this? Doflamingo kept dodging under the pursuit of Sakura, but there would always be 3 or 5 pieces that could not be completely dodged. At this time he could only use his fist with armed color domineering to resist. If the fist missed 1 or 2 pieces, then these 2 pieces of cherry blossoms would leave a blood mark on his body or cut his clothes. In comparison, Qin Luo's body has only had 1 blood mark so far, and this was left when Qin Luo was suppressed by him before he used the ability of Senbonzakura. From controlling the overall situation at the beginning to the sudden turn of events, he was suppressed, which was something Doflamingo had never expected. Seeing that there was no chance of winning if he continued to fight like this, Doflamingo couldn't help but take a deep breath. He suddenly retreated in midair and fell to the ground, his expression becoming gloomy. I have to say you are very good, although I don't know what your ability is. You can use it very well to play it like this. Here Doflamingo paused and his face once again regained his evil smile, and under that evil smile there was also a hint of pride. But if you think that you can win me just like this, then you are too wrong. In this world there are far more people who use their abilities better than you can imagine. The moment the voice fell, a strange power suddenly spread out from Doflamingo's body, spreading around him, and the turbulent sea level suddenly calmed down. Silently, the sea surface was transformed into countless white threads threads and then like waves they rush towards Qin Luo under the command of Doflamingo. White threads of wild wave. Tens of thousands of threads were densely arranged rushing towards Qin Luo with such a huge momentum that even the harbor of the Sabayati Islands could be seen clearly. The white threads swept in like waves, scattering all the cherry blossoms around and entangled Qin Luo crazily. Looking at this scene, Qin Luo was not panicked and jumped to avoid the white thread and fell far away. A strange light flashed in his eyes looking at the white threads surging like wave. Devil fruit awakening. It seems that you know something. Doflamingo licked the blood on the corner of his mouth with his tongue showing an evil smile and walked towards Qin Luo step by step, and the sea level where he walked turned into endless white line. Devil fruit awakening. This is a higher level of ability beyond the ordinary use of devil fruit. There are many devil fruit ability users on the sea, but there are very few awakened ones. Once awakened, the ability will no longer be limited to oneself but can change the environment. Like Doflamingo, it is no longer the body that can release the line, and even the surrounding land buildings and sea level all turned into dense and endless silk thread. However, within the range of sea level there are certain local range restrictions. Boom boom boom. The raging waves under the touch of Doflamingo all turned into endless white lines dancing wildly like giant whips lashing towards Qin Luo crazily. The number of cherry blossoms is much less than the white lines almost swept away and scattered everywhere. 3 or 5 lines cannot stop the tiny blade, but thousands of lines gathered together becoming a terrifying force like an iron wall. From a distance the waves turned into white lines and danced wildly just like white snakes raging wildly on the earth destroying everything. What is that? The azure ocean turned into white lines all over the sky. Are you sure we are not blur-eyed? This is too weird. Is this the power of Doflamingo? It's so terrifying. Those in the distance looked shocked and incredible at this scene. Turning that sea area into endless white lines was a power they could not understand at all. Haiwan Shiraha. Doflamingo stretched out his hand and pressed the ground. The sea area with him as the center instantly turned into countless lines and spread out, spreading directly under Qin Luo's feet, trying to entangle Qin Luo directly. Qin Luo was not panicked. Seeing the white line spreading, he stepped on it and jumped into the sky. Chapter 68. At the same time, endless cherry blossoms fell and flew toward Doflamingo. Shield white line. Facing the falling cherry blossoms, Doflamingo had no intention of retreating. He still pressed one hand on the sea level. The ocean that had already been met with white lines directly wrapped him in it. Ding ding dong dong. The cherry blossoms hit the white line shield and were all bounced off. After using the power of the devil fruit Doflamingo, the number of threads used by brother is already a world apart from before. The awakening of the devil fruit is great. This ability is almost the same as the natural one, except that my body can't turn into a thread. Qin Luo looked at Doflamingo in the distance and shook his head. Since you understand the difference in power, let me send you on your way. Doflamingo smiled evilly and coldly and walked toward Qin Luo step by step. The thread also followed Doflamingo's steps, setting it off in the center like a king looking down on everything. Qin Luo did not retreat. It seemed that he had given up resistance, but Qin Luo's eyes that were never panicked and the smile with a vague feeling that he was in control of everything made Doflamingo feel something was wrong. I didn't want to use this move because it consumes too much energy, but since you have used the power of the awakened devil fruit, it would be unreasonable if you don't use it again. Now I declare that the game is about to end. Qin Luo's presence gradually calmed down. He was originally dressed in white and fluttering in the wind, but suddenly he stopped. It was as if the wind between heaven and earth suddenly stopped around Qin Luo. A strange force surged up. Qin Luo gently grasped the hilt of the white blade in his hand, rotated it from the state where the tip of the sword was upwards so that the tip of the sword was downward, and then suddenly let go, letting it fall to the ground from in front of him. Relieved. A voice without any emotion, as if it came from the soul level, sounded. Doflamingo's footsteps suddenly stopped. His heart trembled inexplicably and he had a very bad feeling. The moment Doflamingo saw that the tip of the sword thrown by Qin Luo fell to the sea level. The sea level suddenly rippled like water and the sword was inserted directly into the ocean, disappearing silently. Then, the sea area under Qin Luo's feet was rippling with strange waves. A sword blade suddenly appeared behind him, rising higher and higher, exceeding Qin Luo's height before stopping. The important thing is that there are more than one sword blades that drilled out from the ground, but they are rising continuously like dominoes as if they are endless. Senbonzakura Jing Yan. The breath from the soul level rippled and the endless blade. It collapsed in an instant and suddenly turned into cherry blossoms all over the sky, circling around. It seems to be no different from before, but the number is more than 10 times larger. This is impossible. Doflamingo showed an unbelievable look on his face. Still the previous blade, but the number was many times more, and what he sensed with his observation haki was an endless sea of blade. Could this be Qin Luo's devil fruit ability awakened? Doflamingo couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it, so he gritted his teeth and shouted, stretched out his hand and waved at Qin Luo from a distant buzz. More than a dozen lines rose from the ground and slapped Qin Luo madly. But this time, facing Doflamingo's attack, Qin Luo just stood there calmly without even raising his hand. Buzz! I saw the endless cherry blossoms behind Qin Luo like waves flying wildly and meeting the more than 10 lines. Boom boom boom! Countless cherry blossoms stretched endlessly, rushed up and scattered in all directions. The more than 10 lines were blocked abruptly and they were abruptly blasted away. Doflamingo's line is still tough, but even if these lines are twisted and entangled together, they are not solid after all. Under the impact of the almost incalculable number of cherry blossom blades, the lines can no longer be twisted and entangled. Although this line is extremely difficult to cut, it was forcibly dispersed and submerged in the torrent of cherry blossom. Qin Luo stood there, his figure motionless, just looking at Doflamingo from a distance. His eyes flickered. The cherry blossoms all over the sky poured down like waves, like an unstoppable torrent rushing away. Shield white line. Doflamingo did not hesitate and immediately launched a defense. He is not the nearly immortal pervert like the 4 emperors Kaido. Once wrapped by this number of blades, even for just a moment, he will be seriously injured if he does not die. Buzz! The seawater turned into white waves, rising up instantly, blocking Doflamingo behind. But the cherry blossoms in the sky rushed towards him like an unstoppable torrent, brushing, especially the blade at the front, even attached the armament haki, forming a pitch-black color. After the release of the Senbonzakura, the number of blades was too many. Each tiny blade was like a drill. Even Doflamingo's line wave could not resist and was broken through inch by inch. Swoosh! Seeing that his defense could not hold, Doflamingo could only retreat in embarrassment, but the cherry blossoms stuck to him like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and the speed of the cherry blossoms was far beyond what it could be before. Even he couldn't get rid of it completely, so he could only keep fleeing and using his abilities to resist. Boom boom boom! The white silk threads danced wildly and the cherry blossoms swirled all over the sky. The 10,000-meter sea area was all baptized. The Sabayati archipelago trembled violently. Under the confrontation between the two, it was like a small boat in a storm, and it seemed that it would capsize at any time. Chapter 69. The cherry blossoms in the sky and the countless lines rising from the ground intertwined with each other as if the world was a painting. If it is a beautiful painting that is difficult to describe in words, it is extremely shocking. At this time, the pirates in the harbor retreated 100 steps, again looking at the center of the sea, which was already a little blurry, but there was no way. Even if they stood here, they would barely not be affected. But there was still a feeling as if they were in a storm, as if the world would overturn in the net moment. Looking at the cherry blossoms like a torrent washing away the white lines like giant pythons, everyone's mind was constantly buzzing and they felt that their minds were blank. No one spoke. In this shocking scene, they had long been speechless and even lost the ability to think. They could only stand there blankly watching the terrifying battle in the distance. The battle continued. Qin Luo and Doflamingo, one controlling the sea of blade and the other controlling the huge waves of lines, kept fighting and bombarding. There was no panic on Qin Luo's face, only a fighting spirit, a madness as if to destroy everything. Doflamingo's situation was worse. Almost all his clothes were cut to pieces and his whole body was covered in blood. When he did not use the fruit awakening, his ability could block Qin Luo's sword energy but not the Senbonzakura. After using the awakening, his ability could block the Senbonzakura of the initial release but could not block the Senbonzakura Jinjian after the release. Under the scouring of the endless cherry blossom torrent, Doflamingo was just struggling to support it. At this time it was impossible to retreat. Qin Luo's ability was very strange. Even if Doflamingo used the string fruit to escape from this sea area, Qin Luo would definitely catch up. If he leaves this sea area, he will not be able to condense white lines in the air, so the awakening of the devil fruit will lose its effect, and in that case he will be defeated faster. Moreover, the white lines that Doflamingo can manipulate on the sea level are at most about a kilometer in radius, and it is impossible to turn the entire sea area into line. Qin Luo floated in the sky, standing in the torrent of cherry blossoms, controlling the cherry blossoms in the sky to rush down madly, occasionally avoiding the white lines that came. Swish swish swish! The 1,000 cherry blossoms continuously tore the white lines of the wild waves below. Doflamingo kept retreating and running, and from time to time there would be a few more blood lines on his body, but he never fell down and insisted on continuing to consume with Qin Luo. It seems that Doflamingo wants to achieve the final victory through a war of attrition. Qin Luo quickly understood Doflamingo's intention, felt the consumption of his physical strength. His eyes flickered and suddenly stretched out his hand and waved. Jian Jing Qian Benzakura Jing Yan. The cherry blossoms like a torrent suddenly retracted and came to Qin Luo's surroundings, then quickly condensed and finally formed countless identical white blades hanging above the sky. Seeing Qin Luo standing above his head, the cherry blossoms in the sky all condensed into sword. Doflamingo was covered in blood looking up revealing a ferocious look. It's been a long time since no one dared to run over my head, Qin Luo, you little devil. Since he lost his identity as a celestial dragon and formed the Don Quixote family with Diamante and others, he has never had such an embarrassing moment. This is the first time. Doflamingo looked at Qin Luo with a ferocious murderous intent on his face. Suddenly he raised his hand. His ability was running wildly and he waved it upwards. 16 sacred murderous bullet. With Doflamingo's actions, countless silk threads gathered together to form 16 huge waves of white line. The tip of the white line was condensed with jet black armament haki and it suddenly bombarded Qin Luo above. God kill. Facing Doflamingo's attack, Qin Luo pressed down with his backhand. The sword blades in the sky shot down like a rainstorm. The dozens of swords at the front, which were the blades of the sword, also condensed jet black armament haki on the tips of the sword. Crackling, the line and the sword suddenly collided with each other, making a sound like steel bursting. Countless swords plotted into cherry blossoms and countless white lines also collapsed everywhere. And in the net moment a deafening roar broke out from the center. At the same time a terrifying air wave also spread directly in all directions. This air wave brought endless dust and suddenly swept in all directions, making the pirates in the distance close their eyes in the strong wind and unable to open them. Voila! The air wave swept directly to the sea, causing the sea to surge and roar. It was unknown how long it took before everything finally calmed down. After the strong wind, the messy pirates had no time to care about the dirt on their clothes, but all looked at the center of the sea with extremely nervous eyes. Is the battle over? Everyone looked at each other and saw that there seemed to be no more movement, so someone walked forward 100 steps boldly, followed by the second person and the third person, all of whom wanted to know the result. As they walked they each tightened their weapons in their hands. That sea area seemed to evaporate smoke because of the fierce battle. Following the pirates in front closest to the harbor, they observed through the telescope. Snap! I don't know who in his trembling hand couldn't hold the musket anymore and it fell to the ground with a snap. Behind these people gradually other pirates also came here and all stopped and all the weapons in their hands were quietly put down. Everyone's king's eyes were all focused on the center of the sea area, the figure standing on the sea level. No one spoke because I didn't know what to say. My mind was completely blank and there was only extreme awe and respect in my eyes. The center of the sea area, the figure standing there was Qin Luo. He was standing there with his hands on the white blade. The wounds on his body were only superficial and he recovered quickly. In front of Qin Luo a man was lying on the sea level motionless with only a little bit of extremely weak life left. Although this man's clothes were torn and bloodstains all over his body and his original appearance was almost invisible, there was no need to guess his identity. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Don Quixote Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon known as Tian Yasha on the sea and the clown in the underground world, was defeated by the new 7 warlords Qin Luo. Chapter 70. On the sea, 2 large warships were moving at full speed. Under the dark sky a silhouette gradually appeared on the other side of the sea in front and then turned into a huge black shadow. Report, we are approaching the Sabayati archipelago. A man standing on a high place with a telescope reported loudly to the people below. At this time Garp and the 2 vice admirals were standing at the front of the deck looking at the island that was getting closer and closer in the distance. The 2 vice admirals beside Garp were all nervous. The warship had already reached the maximum load state and the speed was increased to the limit, but even so it took nearly 2 hours. During these 2 hours they were almost nervous all the way, and as the shadow of the Sabayati archipelago finally appeared in front of them, the tension in their hearts also reached its peak. The battle between Qin Luo and Doflamingo could be felt from a great distance. Both of them couldn't help but look at Garp. Garp was calm without any nervous expression but standing there calmly. But the more this happened the more nervous they became. As they got closer, the navy saw the Thor. The bow and stern were disconnected and broken into 2 halves. The bow was shining in the sun because of the gold gem and a ship was about to sink slowly to the bottom of the sea with its weight. 2 shadows were reflected on the deck of the ship, one standing upright, the other lying motionless. This until they could really see the faces of the 2 people. The 2 vice admirals of the branch were almost speechless with a look of shock and disbelief in their eyes. Although the figure lying there was covered in blood, his clothes were torn and his original appearance was almost invisible, his identity could still be vaguely recognized. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo, the extremely vicious pirate who galloped on the Grand Line, was one of the figures of the Grand Line. He actually fell here in the Sabayati archipelago. This was already an explosive news in itself, and there was another question right after it. Who defeated Doflamingo? The 2 vice admirals of the branch swallowed their saliva with shock in their eyes. When Qin Luo turned around and smiled at them they were stunned. Garp was also slightly surprised and then a smile appeared on his lips. It seems that this guy's strength is really extraordinary. A few days later, Doflamingo attacked the new king's 7 warlords of the sea. Qin Qin Luo but was defeated. The news spread throughout the sea, not only the 4 seas but even the first half of the Grand Line and even the New World in the second half have set off a huge wave. The world is shaking. East China Sea. In a humble tavern in Windmill Village, a group of people are drinking and having a party. Ms. Makino, do you have any more wine? Another bottle. The red-haired man with a straw hat sat at the counter of the tavern without any image. It was hard to tell that he was one of the top instances in the Grand Line. The 4 emperors. Red-haired Shank. Here, this is the last bottle. The green-haired girl smiled gently at Shanks and handed him a bottle of wine. Shanks reached out to take it, smiled at the girl and said thank you. The girl smiled brightly and the scene was harmonious. And at this moment, a pirate suddenly came over with a newspaper with a surprised expression on his face. Hey boss, check out the latest news. Ah, what's wrong? Shanks raised his eyebrows, took the newspaper, glanced at it, and his eyes suddenly became sharp for a moment. At this moment it seemed that he was completely different from before. From a man who looked like a gangster, he instantly became a king who seemed to be dominating the sea and looking down on everything. This momentum was immediately withdrawn and it did not shock the people around him. It was perfectly controlled. Now this sea will be restless again. Shanks put down the newspaper, raised his head, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, took a deep breath and said, Qin Luo, this guy, the storm he will stir up in the future is probably far more than this. Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, walked to Shanks with a burning cigarette, glanced at the newspaper and smiled. Luffy, that kid keeps yelling about being a pirate. I believe it won't be long before he goes sailing. Ha ha ha. Hearing Beckman mention Luffy, Shanks laughed again and said, no one knows how far Qin Luo can go. As for Luffy, it's even harder to say. The second half of the Grand Line. In a certain sea area, a pirate ship with a pirate flag is parked on the sea. The people on the ship are drinking and having a banquet. The sea is calm and no navy is chasing them, or no navy dares to chase them easily. Not only the navy but even the world government will not easily provoke them, because they are one of the 4 emperors in the New World. Whitebeard Pirate. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate, is recognized as the strongest man in the world on this sea. He once led the world with Pirate King Roger and Golden Lion Shiki before the Great Pirate Era. Whitebeard had countless opportunities to become the second Pirate King after Roger, but he never did it and just used his name to occupy countless territories and protect countless forces such as Fishman Island. Although the 4 emperors are now equally famous, Whitebeard is the leader among the 4 emperors. Just when the Whitebeard pirates were drinking heartily, a newsbird suddenly flew over the sky. This kind of newsbird is spread all over the world and will send all kinds of newspapers. It is a very strange creature that delivers them from the sky to all parts of the world and then releases them. Swish! A newspaper fell from the sky and was caught by a hand in midair. Marco, the captain of the first team, who was biting a piece of meat leg, casually took the caught newspaper in front of him and glanced at it. Just as he was about to throw it away, he suddenly got a start and took the newspaper back in front of him and looked at it carefully with some surprise. Hey Blenheim, come and take a look. Marco looked at the newspaper in surprise and then spoke to Blenheim, the captain of the 9th Division, who was drinking beside him. Blenheim stood up, walked to Marco's side, took the newspaper and read it, and also showed a trace of surprise. Is it the guy last time who first defeated Gecko Maria and became the new Shishibukai and then defeated Doflamingo? This young man doesn't look simple. Marco thought for a while, stood up and shouted to Whitebeard, who was also drinking on the other side, Dad, Doflamingo was defeated by the navy. Gulp gulp. Whitebeard was holding a wine jar and gulping down the wine. After hearing Marco's words, he put the wine jar down, raised his eyebrows and grinned. Hulalala, when did the navy become so capable? Was it those 3 new admirals who did it? Although Doflamingo's status is far inferior to that of the 4 emperors, he is also one of the strongest pirate groups under the 4 emperors. Even Whitebeard occasionally heard about Doflamingo. Since Garp stopped fighting on the sea, Sengoku was promoted to the admiral of the navy and Aokiji Kizaru and Akainu were promoted to the admirals of the navy. There have been few world-shaking events on this sea. For Whitebeard, who is from the same era as Garp and Sengoku, the current 3 admirals of the navy are indeed brats in his eyes. No. Marco shook his head and spread his hands and said, but you should be a little interested in him. Oh. When Marco said this, Whitebeard immediately showed an interested look. Seeing this, Marco smiled at Whitebeard and said, the person who defeated Doflamingo is a young man about the same age as Ace named Qin Luo. Oh, about the same age as Ace. Whitebeard showed a strange look on his face, and after a moment of hesitation a deep look appeared in his eyes and he suddenly remembered the time when he first met Ace. In this sea many supernovas are gradually stepping onto a new stage. Whitebeard muttered to himself quietly as if he saw many years ago. Listening to Whitebeard's words, the pirate, standing aside, stopped drinking. They all looked at Whitebeard and Marco stood there quietly listening. Defeated Doflamingo. He is really good at such a young age. However, it is still too early for these little ghosts to dominate this era. Speaking of this, Whitebeard smiled and suddenly revealed a domineering aura as if he was the only one in the world. This aura spread out making the air seem to vibrate and hum. Yes, it's still early. Marco stood in front of Whitebeard and responded with a smile. Other people on the ship such as Diamond Jaws and others also laughed, revealing confidence and publicity, indulgence and arrogance. There are powerful newcomers in the 7 warlords of the sea, but so what? They are the Whitebeard pirates, and even among the 4 emperors they are implicitly recognized as the leader. In their eyes, Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family are just a force that can be easily destroyed. Above Doflamingo there are the 4 emperors. There is no shortage of people at the level of Doflamingo in this world. Only those who reach the level of the Navy Admiral or even the 4 emperors are qualified to compete for the dominance of this sea. The current Qin Luo has only aroused their concern. Just a note, even in the eyes of Whitebeard himself, let alone the newly emerging Qin Luo, even the current 3 admirals Aokiji, Kizaru and Akainu are just 3 little ghosts. It is still 10 years too early for them to dominate the world. Chapter 71. In the dark world of the world, although Doflamingo's power is far less than that of the 4 emperors who reign over the new world, his dark side transactions involve a wide range of influence in the world, and his influence is also extremely terrifying. Qin Luo's name stepping on the Don Quixote family and the name of Doflamingo has strongly ascended to this world. The world, the vision of the top forces. Before doing anything on the Grand Line, the entire Grand Line has been shaken and he has become a celebrity on the sea. For a time he was in the limelight as the central figure who caused this incident. Qin Luo's name was mentioned and remembered by countless people. I don't know when and I don't know where it started. Someone added a title to Qin Luo's name, Sakura Swordsman Qin Luo. It may be that the group of pirates at the harbor of the Sabayati archipelago saw the cherry blossoms all over the sky and gave Qin Luo a name. This title quickly spread on the sea. In the sea there are very few people who have their own names or code names and spread them and are recognized and called by countless people. There are very few people with names or code names in the sea. Iron Fist, Garp, Wise General, Sengoku, Black Arm, Zephyr. Each of them is a name that is famous in the sea and makes countless pirates afraid. Although in the eyes of many people Qin Luo is undoubtedly much more immature than Garp, Sengoku and others, but Qin Luo has such terrifying strength at such a young age. As long as he does not die halfway, there will almost certainly be a place for Qin Luo among the top strong men in the sea in the future. At this time Qin Luo, the central figure of the storm, was sitting in a cafe somewhere in the Sabayati archipelago talking about things with Garp. Cafe, a luxurious private room. Garp was sitting on a chair eating while Qin Luo was sitting on another chair net to him drinking water. There was a piece of information on the table. I don't know when it was put there. Garp stuffed a portion of senbei into his mouth, swallowed it, picked up the information on the table, took a look, then smiled and said, Qin Luo, the disturbance you caused this time is really big. It seems that it will not be calmed down in a short time. The enemy you will face net will be more powerful. I couldn't ask for more. Qin Luo sat there, took a sip of tea and smiled at Garp, revealing a touch of confidence and pride in his smile. 2 days ago, after Doflamingo was defeated by him, Qin Luo wanted to kill him but was intercepted by Garp. The reason is that if Qin Luo killed Doflamingo, he as a navy would naturally have to arrest Qin Luo, and he didn't want to do these boring things. Moreover, this is only part of it. Doflamingo is a former celestial dragon. If Qin Luo kills him, he will definitely encounter countless dangers in the future. Garp looked at the young man in front of him as if he saw Ace, who was full of vigor and vitality in those days, so naturally he didn't want Qin Luo to do something irrational. Qin Luo also agreed. After all, he was exhausted at that time. If he fought hard, he would not be Garp's opponent. However, because of his bad taste, Qin Luo took away Doflamingo's sunglasses. It was not bad after fighting for so long. It should be a treasure. I wonder if Doflamingo will be furious when he wakes up and finds that the sunglasses are gone. Qin Luo also heard that Doflamingo wore sunglasses because his eyes were too small. In the past 2 days after time of cultivation, Qin Luo's physical strength has been fully restored. After this battle, Qin Luo has a clearer understanding and cognition of his own strength. His strength should be considered to have reached the level of general. Maybe it's still a little short but not too far. And Qin Luo is going to start the NET stage of the E-traction of the characters of the heavens, hoping to open a top character. Otherwise he may specialize in the Ghost Swordsman. If it reaches 100%, there may be unexpected surprises. Although the growth is slower as time goes by, he still keeps moving forward. For example, this time after defeating Doflamingo, the progress of the Ghost Swordsman has reached 83%. Seeing the confidence and pride on Qin Luo's face, Garp grinned. The rising of the new star in the sea reminded Garp of the past. He hoped that even if Qin Luo didn't want to be a navy and be bound by the world government, he would not be a vicious pirate in the sea, otherwise Garp would arrest him personally. Garp grinned and laughed happily. happily. The net moment a trace of emotion flashed in his eyes and he suddenly said, Qin Luo, if there is a chance let me take a good look at your current strength. This sentence in Qin Luo's ears means that if you do something against human nature in the future he will arrest you personally. Okay. Qin Luo sat there drinking coffee and responded leisurely. At this time, although Garp no longer galloped the sea, his strength was still at a peak. Garp has fought with the pirate king Roger countless times and has forced Roger into desperate situations many times. His strength is definitely at the top level in this world. Perhaps he is not as good as Whitebeard, who was crowned as the strongest man in the world at his peak, but he is not far behind. At dawn the morning glow was golden and a meter of sunlight shone into the window illuminating Qin Luo's chi. The first sentence when I get up every day is to cheer myself up. Every time I take a breath I have to say sorry system look at me, who knows how handsome I am. Handsome, I want to be handsome, I want to fascinate the flower girl. Qin Luo yawned, stretched his waist, twisted his neck and cheered for the new day. After a simple wash he prepared to go downstairs. Master, good morning. A beautiful figure suddenly jumped out in front of him, scaring Qin Luo. It turned out to be Nami in a maid uniform. Nami, I haven't seen you for so many days. You have become much more beautiful. Qin Luo reached out and pinched Nami's cheek. Although Nami blushed, she didn't dodge this time. She just whispered rogue in her heart. When she learned about Qin Luo's battle with Doflamingo she was very worried. I don't know why, from when Nami has found that she can't leave this man. It may be the agreement with Qin Luo that she will be his navigator and don't want the captain to get into trouble. It may also be because of other reasons. Get up, come and have breakfast. Perona came out of the kitchen holding a plate with hot air and rich fragrance. Delicious sandwiches, delicious seafood porridge. The bright sunshine came in along the window announcing that it was a sunny day. It must be said that since Perona changed her big wavy hairstyle and wore a pink maid uniform her temperament has become much more cheerful. Suddenly Qin Luo felt full of happiness. In the living room a unique freshener was sprayed and the soft lights and warm smell filled the store. The sandwiches made by Perona were made according to the American recipe. The sandwiches are made by sandwiching ham, egg and vegetables between two slices of bread, and you can just pick them up and eat them. Then I'll start. Qin Luo picked up a sandwich and took a bite. The taste was soft and delicate, the fragrance was rich and the tea was soft. Delicious. Qin Luo raised his thumb. Take another sip of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, which is very fragrant with a sticky tea and smooth taste. Paired with the sandwich it has a new way of eating. Seeing this, Perona smiled and got Qin Luo's affirmation, which seemed to be quite good. Nami was instantly fascinated by the fragrance. Tasting a bite of the sandwich her eyes lit up. It was extremely delicious. It was a brand new version she had never eaten before. Sandwiches like this are delicious and delicious. Nami feels that she can eat 4 or 5. Gulp gulp. Nami ate too fast and choked a little and hurriedly took a sip of seafood porridge. Nami, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. The porridge is still hot. Be careful not to get burned. Perona smiled helplessly, but such a breakfast banquet made her feel quite warm. Of course, if Qin Luo hadn't secretly patted her butt when she was carrying the plate just now, I believe it would be better too. Chapter 72. The delicateness of the century egg and lean meat porridge suddenly intoxicated Nami, and the fresh and tender taste was smooth. This taste is so wonderful. Nami really loves Jaime's breakfast. Qin Luo, go to the harbor later and see if there are any ships for sale nearby. Choose one with good armed forces. Money is not a problem. The two women nodded okay. After robbing the Don Quixote family, the berries in their pockets are enough for them to buy a ship. System E-tracting. The characters of the heavens are being E-tracked. As the system finished speaking, a 3D screen appeared in Qin Luo's mind again and countless figures flew over. Finally a king bathed in flames appeared on the 3D screen and his wings were like one of the 4 spirits of the sky. Suzaku. Suddenly in Qin Luo's mind a barren land appeared. The dry ground cracked, the air twisted, swearing that this piece of land was experiencing a burning swish. In the sky 2 powerful and scorching fire flames like 2 meteors streaked through the void as fast as the wind and lightning. Buzz. A ball of fire like a meteorite turned into a peerless monster, but the whole body was steaming with the unparalleled power of the divine fire. The 5 fingers were stretched out and the fingers were bent into claws and the hands instantly turned into claws. Swish. The dazzling flaming divine fire tore the void in front of him and shattered it. Spark flew everywhere in the sky as colorful as fireworks. Cry. The flame vermilion bird screamed in a deep voice covered with flaming divine fire, eluding a powerful and scorching fire burning the surrounding void instantly distorted. A dazzling brilliance blooming with thousands of divine lights turned into countless stars of light warming toward Qin Luo. Finally it gathered in Qin Luo's body. Suzaku, true fire. Wow. At this moment Qin Luo seemed to have transformed into Suzaku, bathing in the blazing flames of divine fire as if he was really the immortal bird Suzaku, reborn in nirvana and reappeared in the world. An unparalleled mighty power emanated from his body as if if the raging sea of fire was wantonly steaming the divine flames of fire, giving people an illusion that it was enough to burn everything in the world, as if one look at it would burn the eyes. Burning flames, brilliant true fire, Fini Nirvana, burning the void, the divine fire Suzaku appeared in the world. Isn't this T Miao, the fiery feather flame Fini Suzaku from Seer? Qin Luo was shocked. Checking the ability not only has skills but also belongs to the flying fire spirit. The most important thing is that by switching to this form you can enter the complete transformation, turning into Suzaku and burning everything with divine fire. If it is in the world of pirates, this may be equivalent to an ancient mythical beast root. Is this to let me compete with Xiao Ma Ji, whose is more powerful? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the figure of the heavens fiery feathered flame Fini Suzaku. The progress bar is 70%. The higher the progress bar, the stronger the power it emits. Qin Luo was a little surprised this was the highest progress bar he opened, but the net second he didn't think so. The progress of 70% is enough for Qin Luo to switch to fiery feathered flame Fini Suzaku and kill Doflamingo in seconds. You can say it is attribute restraint, but in the end it is due to the disparity in strength. Moreover, Qin Luo thought this should not be considered a spirit of seer but Suzaku, one of the four innate spirit. Host Qin Luo, currently using the character of the universe DNF Ghost Swordsman. Owned characters: Thunder God Ray 80%, Ghost Swordsman 81, 7%, Blazing Feather Flame Fini Suzaku 70%. Chance to draw characters of the universe 0. Haki Armament, Haki Observation, Haki Overlord, Haki Physical Skills, Lightning Release, Armor LV2, Swordsmanship SITH, Soul Skill 10,000, Swords Return to the Root, Zanpakuto 1000, Cherry Blossom. Walking in the Sabayati archipelago that day, Qin Luo met a very interesting person. In the corner of the alley, an old man with silver hair and beard and glasses was secretly following Qin Luo. It can be seen that he has a straight scar on his right eye. Obviously the other party is Silver Baz Rayleigh. As for Rayleigh secretly following Qin Luo, it has to start from the battle between Qin Luo and Doflamingo 2 days ago. The coverage of Rayleigh's observation haki can easily cover the range of an island. It is basically innate and cannot be trained. Qin Luo can use 3 colors of haki at the same time, and each haki is not weaker than his own. Not only the conqueror haki, the king is born with it. Even with the observation haki, Rayleigh could feel that Qin Luo at that time switched 3 or 4 forms, sensed danger, predicted danger a few seconds later, and avoided Doflamingo's multiple attacks. So Rayleigh was very curious if Qin Luo relied on one person. How did he practice to this level? Could it be that there is a mysterious and powerful master behind him? Of course Rayleigh was too confident when thinking about the problem at this time. He thought that with his own strength he could open up a range of several hundred meters and not be discovered by Qin Luo. But in fact, Qin Luo, even he could hear the swaying sound of the wine in the bottle in his arms clearly. The right hand of the pirate king Pluto Silver's Rayleigh turned out to be an old man who liked to stalk. So during these few hours Qin Luo did not do his business but wandered around the Sabayati archipelago, riding bubble cars, Ferris wheels, and eating kebab. Ahem, did this guy discover me? Rayleigh's stomach growled as he watched Qin Luo enjoying his meal from a distance. This guy usually doesn't carry money with him, but he is too embarrassed to ask Xia Qi for it. He usually goes to gamble, and when he loses he sells himself and then steals the slave owner's money. Hey, at this time Rayleigh finally couldn't help but stand up. What, want to eat kebabs? I'll treat you. Rayleigh took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Although he really wanted to eat, the old man's face was more important. Rayleigh was quite depressed today. He had been in seclusion for many years and he had never been as angry as today. Even if ordinary young people were not afraid of him, few dared to anger him. This young man made him helpless. Yes, he could not beat him, but he could not do anything to him. The domineering aura could not deter him, and it was slippery and harder to catch him than a loach head. However, after several hours of observation combined with the impression Qin Luo had left on Rayleigh before, with many years of experience, Rayleigh also judged that people like Qin Luo would not be willing to be hawks for the celestial dragon. Qin Luo didn't care what Rayleigh was thinking now. He was eating the skewers made of sea king meat by himself. You don't want to eat? Then I'll eat it myself. Qin Luo chewed the skewers in his hand under Rayleigh's gaze and deliberately smacked his lips. Naked provocation. If it were his Captain Roger, he would have to go forward and tear the navy apart. I wonder if Captain Roger can predict the trajectory of this young man's movement with his ability. Rayleigh sighed inwardly. He only had a bottle of wine in his pocket, but unfortunately there was no food to go with it. Rayleigh took out the bottle and planned to take a sip of wine to refresh himself. Then he found out, well, now he had finished the wine. Old sir, if you have nothing to do, then I'll leave. When Qin Luo finished the skewers in his hand, Rayleigh was still struggling with the opening. Wait a minute. Chapter 73. Seeing that Qin Luo was about to turn around and leave, Rayleigh hurriedly said, wait a minute. Okay, that's the opening. What, want to rob? No, I just want to ask you, since you are a bounty hunter, why do you have to break into the auction, save the fishermen and slaves, and offend Doflamingo for this? Or is all this your calculation? The purpose is to make things bigger, improve your reputation, and become the 7 warlords of the sea. Obviously these information were told to Rayleigh by Xia Qi in the bar. Xia Qi said that at the beginning Qin Luo went to her to inquire about the information of the pirates of the Sabayati archipelago and killed the pirates to get the bounty berry. Rayleigh didn't intend to pay attention, but he was usually a gambler, and when he ran out of money he would rob other pirate groups. However, Qin Luo's large-scale killing of pirate groups made him a little unemployed recently. The real reason, of course, Qin Luo would not tell him. This world needs heroes. Although Rayleigh was a little confused, his Zion still maintained his demeanor. You are Pluto Silver's Rayleigh, right? That's me. Rayleigh was not surprised at all that Qin Luo recognized his identity. The bounty and photos of important members of Roger's pirate group had already spread all over the world, and few pirate didn't know them. The reason why Rayleigh dared to take the initiative to find Qin Luo was all because of his confidence in his own strength. So what if he was recognized? Who in the world can catch him? Rayleigh, stop, stand there and don't move. Rayleigh walked towards Qin Luo with a kind smile, but was stopped by Qin Luo. He didn't want Rayleigh to get close to him because the other party smelled too much alcohol. Okay, I won't move. Rayleigh seemed very generous. Roger created the era of great pirate. Countless pirates rushed to the sea. Most of the pirates burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil. They caused so many tragedies and led to the destruction of so many families and the separation of wives and children. Is this what you and your Captain Roger want to see? How many brave men on the sea are doing chivalrous things, but they call themselves pirates, spread bad ideas, and would rather die than take down the pirate flag? Is this what you want to see? Rayleigh did not answer because he knew that this was not the world he and the captain wanted to see, but Rayleigh could not admit it because that meant denying his former self. Qin Luo continued to explain, what I did was to tell those who have not yet, young people who go out to sea and want to become brave sea warriors, do not necessarily have to fly the flag of pirate. This world needs heroes. Of course Qin Luo said this against his conscience because he just activated his observation haki and used the predictive effect to find that Garp would appear in 3 seconds. These days Garp is obviously still worried that he will cause trouble in the Sabayati archipelago, so he is still keeping a close eye on him. What a whimsical idea. Rayleigh showed a relieved smile. It is a good thing that Qin Luo can think of solving the problem of pirates from the source. Although he is a pirate, what he and Captain Roger want to see is not the chaos on the sea, but someone who can unravel the truth of the historical TET. As for whether those people are under the banner of adventurers or pirates, it is not important to them. Just then Rayleigh felt a hint of danger. Garp, because he was too absorbed in thinking just now, Rayleigh did not actively release his observation haki. In this case, people will only be alert when danger approaches. When Rayleigh sensed the familiar breath, a burly figure wearing a navy justice coat fell from the sky with a wanton laugh and punched a big hole where Rayleigh was originally. The so-called hearing the sound of observation haki is actually just an intuition. When this intuition is not mastered skillfully, it will be transformed into a gloomy sound and fed back to the brain. This is also the reason why some children who are born with awakened observation haki are particularly timid, because they are not proficient. They always feel that there are dangers everywhere, and there are only a few people who can really cultivate to the realm of hearing the sound or even seeing the future. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh, I didn't expect you to be here after disappearing for so many years. How come you were caught by Qin Luo? Garp failed to hit Rayleigh with his first strike and did not continue to chase him, but laughed and chatted. But he also took a special look at Qin Luo, and it was obvious that he had heard what he said just now. It seems that this young man still has the material to be a navy. Garp, Roger and Rayleigh are both enemies and friends. Needless to say, the enemy half will fight to the death as soon as they meet. The friend half is just like Garp and warring states who are so familiar with each other. With a relationship like theirs, as long as they hear a little embarrassing thing about each other, they can laugh heartily. Rayleigh is now full of black line. What do you mean by I was arrested by Qin Luo? Is that human language? Asshole. Garp. Rayleigh accelerated towards Garp and kicked Garp in the head. For a player of Garp's level, Rayleigh had no intention of holding back from the beginning. Garp jumped up from the ground and punched Rayleigh's shoe sole. Qin Luo, stay away first. I want to beat this old bastard well. Facing Rayleigh, Garp naturally did not dare to be careless. The momentum of his whole body suddenly surged like an erupting volcano, and even Qin Luo felt the unstoppable power of Garp. Boom, boom, boom. Garp and Rayleigh fought fiercely and a thunderous sound erupted. Although this is an illegal area and the Navy should not take action here, Garp is a hero of the Navy. Which blind pirate dares to make trouble for Garp? Even if he doesn't recognize those who knew Garp, could only pretend not to see the fighting power that Garp had plotted. Although Garp and Rayleigh were old rivals, Rayleigh was essentially essentially a swordsman after all. Now that he had no weapons in his hands, he was already at a disadvantage against Garp. In addition, Garp was a berserker-type player who became more and more powerful as he fought, just like his captain Roger. It didn't take long for the battle between the two to turn into Garp chasing Rayleigh. It made me want to get in and fight too. Qin Luo also wanted to join the battlefield and test the strength of the blazing feather flame Fini Suzaku, but after thinking about it he decided to forget it. These two old guys might be very sinister. If I sneak in, these two will turn around and work together to deal with me. It's better to be cautious. 3 days later, Qin Luo put a bounty of 50 million in the nearby waters, and the pirate groups that reached more than 50 million were basically wiped out by him. In order to improve the progress bar, let's take these bastards as a sacrifice. These pirates usually do some things that are harmful to the world, so Qin Luo didn't feel guilty. Garp also returned with the warship, maybe to the Navy headquarters or maybe to Windmill Village to educate his grandson Luffy. In the short term he shouldn't bother me anymore. Nami and Perona also spent money to buy a warship that can attack and defend, named the First Emperor. Qin Luo is ambitious, the only emperor in history. The 4 emperors of the sea are not as good as the First Emperor. Even Qin Luo went to Rayleigh to coat the First Emperor with a layer of film, which would be much more convenient if he was going to Fishman Island. Net, why haven't they come back yet? Qin Luo stayed on the ship and asked in confusion. Originally today was the day to go out to sea, so he asked Nami and the other 2 girls to go to the market to buy the corresponding ingredients and store them. However, it has been 2 hours and they haven't come back yet. Could they have gone shopping? Because of worry their safety, Qin Luo got off the boat and went to look for them. Chapter 74. Qin Luo used his observation haki to cover the entire Sabayati archipelago and immediately found the location of Nami and the 2 girls. Area 19, the illegal zone. Many people gathered here. Humble slaves, become my people or die. Charlos Saint's unique clothing, similar to a space suit with a resin bubble, separates himself from the air that ordinary people breathe. He looked arrogant, almost raised his neck and looked at the 2 girls in front of him with a sidelong look, extremely indifferent. Beside him were his sister Xiaolulia Palace and his father Resward Saint. The 2 girls were Nami and Perona. A minute ago, when they were buying the supplies they needed, they didn't expect to meet the arrogant celestial dragons who wanted to detain them as slaves. Perona observed the surroundings and thought about the escape route. 3 celestial dragons surrounded by dozens of law enforcers are obviously no match for them if they force their way in. There is a snot hanging on Saint Charlos's face, which is extremely disgusting. It seems that the 2 women are easy to capture. He has a total of 12 wives and he will take the women he likes for himself regardless of whether the other party has a lover. He usually cuffs the women he possesses and leads them away. Once he gets tired of some women, he will entrust his subordinates to send them back or kill them. Suddenly a violent bombardment came from not far away. The law enforcer who was blocking the outer layer was directly pierced through the chest by Qin Luo's white blade and blood sprayed. Goo goo. The pungent smell of blood and the figure falling to the ground made the pirate who were watching secretly nearby quiet down. Qin Luo held a sword and walked slowly forward with a cold face. At the same time, dozens of law enforcers who were protecting the 3 celestial dragons in the inner circle rushed forward trying to catch Qin Luo the troublemaker. Brutal blood. Looking up, Qin Luo looked at the law enforcer who rushed up. His face was cold and he waved his hand and it was really high in the sky. Instantly countless flames erupted and countless sharp blades fell like rain. The sound of penetrating the body, just a blink of an eye. The crowd rushing up were all nailed to the ground by a burning sharp blade, all eluding the smell of barbecue. The situation was extremely disgusting. Quick, the villain appeared. Protect the Tianlong people. This sudden scene scared everyone. Lolavel, an inferior race, dared to disturb my good things. Saint Charlos pointed at Qin Luo with disdain. Brother, that human seems good. Catch him and make him my slave. Beside Saint Charlos' palace, Yalulia looked at Qin Luo with shining eyes. Go catch that inferior person for me. Seeing that his children fell in love with the 2 girls and Qin Luo, Saint Resward as a father quickly ordered the bodyguards around him. Yes. In the sky, 3 figures stepped on the moon step and rushed directly towards Qin Luo. After eliminating the people around him, Qin Luo looked up and looked at the 3 people running towards him. He pressed zionlessly without any fluctuation in his eyes, stretching out his hand and pointing from a distance. Countless sharp blades pierced through the air and directly stabbed the 3 figures into a hornet's nest without even a chance to attack. Asshole, you dare to attack my men. Seeing his men die, Resward Saint's face was gloomy and he took out a golden den mushi from his arms. Blue. Hello, this is the Marshal's office. I am Resward Saint. Tell Sengoku to send a Navy general to the Sabayati archipelago immediately and I will double the Navy's military expenditure net year. As Resward Saint said this, not only the pirates nearby changed their faces but also the receiver who was listening to the den mushi changed their faces. because this name is too obvious. It is a celestial dragon at first glance. Run quickly, that bastard actually angered the celestial dragon. Go, the Admiral of the Navy is coming soon. Bastard, you are crazy. I don't want to go to jail. Area number 1 was in chaos and countless people rushed to stay away from this area, their faces full of gloom and fear. At the same time, the door of the Admiral's office was pushed open. The receiver looked hurried and said to Sengoku, who was discussing something, report to the Marshal. The celestial dragons in the Sabayati archipelago are threatened and the Admiral needs support. What? Sengoku, who was about to criticize the receiver, was stunned. Who dares to mess with those rubbish? On the other side, Aokiji looked disdainful. Did you say who it was? If it was a vicious pirate, it's possible. Tsuru rested his chin on his head and squinted his eyes. What a trouble. Kizaru crossed his leg and his wretched face was very unhappy. Generals cannot be dispatched casually, Aokiji said lightly, obviously not very interested in the celestial dragon. Justice cannot be violated. Since the celestial dragons have been offended, the headquarters will dispatch a general. With a paralyzed face, Akainu said in a deep voice, why do these rubbish come to the Sabayati archipelago instead of staying in Marijoa? Jean Guo was unhappy and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. You three who will go and clear out the pirates on the island? Rubbing his forehead, Sengoku looked at Akainu and the other two. I don't have time. Aokiji pulled down the eye patch on his forehead, obviously not wanting to take on this mission. I still have a mission. Kizaru spread his hands. Then I'll go. I'll uphold justice and I won't refuse. Standing up, Akainu had a blank expression. His eyes jumped and he suddenly said, didn't Garp go to the Sabayati archipelago 2 days ago? He should still be there, so let him take care of it. It close anyway. Yes, that guy is on the island now. Jean Guo's eyes lit up and things were easy now. Brew. Dialing the Den Mushi, Jean Guo began to contact Garp, but it was not online. No one answered. Maybe he slept in and didn't hear it, or the transportation equipment was thrown into the sea. This guy Garp. Unable to contact Garp, Jean Guo could only call the naval base in the Sabayati archipelago to ask if Qin Luo, the 7 warlords of the sea, the king, was on the scene. If possible, he could ask him to solve the celestial dragon case on his behalf. Hello, this is the Sabayati archipelago naval base. I am Vice Admiral Stolob County. At this time, Stolob was rushing towards Qin Luo's direction and was about to report to Jean Guo, but he didn't expect Jean Guo to call first. Stolob ordered the 7 warlords of the sea, Qin Luo, to solve the celestial dragon incident, and those criminals should be solved on the spot. Marshal Sengoku, I think it's more appropriate to send 2 generals to deal with this matter. Stolob had a gloomy face. He originally wanted to send a general, but when he thought of Qin Luo's strength, it seemed that only 2 generals could capture him. What is Whitebeard here or the other 4 emperors? Sengoku's originally rela-ed face became serious, staring at the Den Mushi. No, it's because the criminal who offended the celestial dragons is that bastard. Chapter 75. At this moment the whole office was silent. Everyone looked at the Den Mushi on Sengoku's desk, and even Aokiji pulled up his eye mask. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Are you saying that it was Qin Luo who offended the celestial dragon? Standing up, Sengoku looked solemn. Why is it that guy again? Just after becoming the 7 warlords of the sea, he defeated Doflamingo. Is he going to kill the celestial dragons this time? It's that bastard. I'm rushing over now. Stolob was sweating. No, Kizaru, go and stop that madman. If the celestial dragon dies, it will be a big deal. Aokiji, you go too. You must stop Qin Luo as quickly as possible. Everyone's face changed drastically and Jean Guo ordered, Qin Luo, this guy doesn't know the seriousness of the matter. I'm afraid he won't let the celestial dragon go. Yes, Kizaru and Aokiji didn't delay but disappeared in the room in the blink of an eye. I'll go too. Akainu's eyes lit up with joy. You stay here. Jean Guo slammed the table. It was hard for him to imagine the consequences of this incident. From the understanding of Qin Luo at the 7 warlords of the sea conference, he would never give up killing the other party just because of his identity as a celestial dragon. If that guy really killed the celestial dragon, his identity as a 7 warlord of the sea would be abolished and he would be wanted and arrested by the navy, which would simply force him to be hostile to the navy. If then, Jean Guo would not doubt that a new 4 emperors would appear on the sea in the future. Those idiots, instead of staying in Marijoa, had to come out and hang around. Don't they know that there are many people in the world who are willing to kill them? Swearing, Jean Guo did not scold Qin Luo but scolded the celestial dragon. I hope this can be stopped in time, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. He rubbed his forehead. What Jean Guo thought of, she also thought of. If it really happens, then it will not be far from the birth of the new 4 emperors, because with Qin Luo's abnormal will and strength, the 5 emperors are likely to appear on the sea. This time even Akainu did not refute this possibility, because Huang Yuan told him that Qin Luo's strength even for himself could not be defeated in a short time. The most important thing is that Qin Luo is still so young and the speed of growth is really too fast. At the scene, Qin Luo glanced glanced at the actions of the celestial dragons and sneered. That's it, that's it, that's it. Damn it, a lowly and lowly person dared to look at me with such eyes. Father brother, I want him to be my slave, I want to torture him. The exquisite face of Xiaolulia Palace twisted instantly, because Qin Luo's eyes were the eyes they used to look at slave. Father sister is right, a lowly and lowly person dared to use that kind of eyes. Cack, I want him to kneel down and live a life worse than death. Charlos Sheng is also angry. As the world's most noble, when someone dares to use this look to see them, it is purely looking for death. Rest assured, the Navy's general came immediately. The Bodhi Islands were also in chaos at this time. Countless Navy forces suddenly broke into this area from all directions, and they were all armed. The leader was Stolob, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. As soon as he arrived at this area, Stolob saw Qin Luo with sharp eyes and said loudly, Qin Luo, the 7 warlords of the sea, do you know what you are doing? Are you planning to kill the celestial dragons? Do you know what kind of instance the celestial dragons are? Marshal Sengoku already knows and sent Kizaru and Aokiji. You just became the 7 warlords of the sea. Don't let yourself regret it. Ignoring Stolob's persuasion, Qin Luo's mouth curled up a sneer. He turned to Nami and Perona and said, you should take the sun and leave first. There will be a big battle here. But Nami's face was pale, obviously worried about Qin Luo's safety. Perona was also solemn on the side. Although if Qin Luo died quickly, she wouldn't have to stay with him. It might sound funny, but these days she gradually developed feelings for Qin Luo, not the feelings of a lover, but a very warm feeling which made her, who was lonely inside, feel dependent and unable to let go. I can stay and face the enemy with you, Perona said firmly. Seeing this, Qin Luo smiled lightly. No, you can't help me. If you stay, you will only drag me down. I will solve the battlefield here myself. You go first, I will catch up soon. After saying that without giving them a chance to refuse, Qin Luo turned around. His face suddenly turned cold. Tianlong people just and Nami and Perona bit their lip. At this moment they hated their lack of strength and could not help Qin Luo, but forcing themselves to stay would only drag Qin Luo down, so they could only leave. Qin Luo, you must survive, Nami prayed in her heart. Don't let them leave. Seeing the 2 women were about to leave, Saint Charlos shouted angrily. Qin Luo's eyes turned cold and he waved his hand. The whole sky was golden red and countless sharp blades like rain surrounded 1,000 meters. Boom boom. The riot was silent and the whole field was filled with smoke and countless flame. In just a moment the earth was broken and the navy that rushed forward became corpses like roasted meat skewers, emitting a disgusting pungent smell. It can be said that within 1,000 meters nothing had survived and turned into ruin. Qin Luo divided the battlefield so that Nami and the 2 women could quickly board the sun to leave the Sabayati archipelago so that he could fight wantonly. When the smoke dissipated, only dozens of people were still standing there. At this moment the 3 celestial dragons were also terrified. The crisis of death just now almost scared them to pee. Qin Luo, what do you want to do? With a trembling voice, Stoberi shook his head and looked at Qin Luo nervously. Qin Luo did not answer him and flashed away. Ah! A scream suddenly resounded through the sky. 3 Tianlong people were lying on the ground, each with a flaming blade stuck in their chest, all nailed to the ground. Time was frozen, whether it was the navy or some lawless elements who came. At this moment all of them had stiff faces, looking at the bloody scene in disbelief. Ah! The pig-like wailing, blood-stained limbs lying. Qin Luo's eyes were cold and the white blade in his hand was constantly dripping with blood. Dragon people, right, a bunch of trash, living trash in the world. I'll help you clean it up in advance. Qin Luo stepped heavily on the chest of Saint Charlos. With his right foot swung the sharp blade and a twisted head fell heavily on the ground. Puff puff. Qin Luo swung the sharp blade without hesitation. First he cut off the limbs of Saint Rizward and Pallas Iulia and let the 2 roll ugly on the ground. Because Qin Luo wanted them to feel death slowly, the whole space froze. Countless people held their breath, stared with their eyes, and still looked at the bloody scene in disbelief. The most important thing is that the main character turned out to be the high and mighty dragon people. Gudong, someone swallowed his saliva, reacted, looked terrified and shouted, the dragon people were killed. Boom! The whole area plotted and then radiated to the entire Sabayati archipelago. Run away! Some pirate fled directly. Madman, who is this man? Dare to kill the celestial dragon. Chapter 76. Asshole, what are you doing? With a pale face, Stolob roared in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't accept it when it really came. At this moment in a dark place, Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth rose and he laughed and said, this young man, this courage is the same as Roger back then. Rayleigh couldn't help but think of Garp talking to him a few days ago. Keep yourself away from Qin Luo, worried that Qin Luo will be led astray by Rayleigh and become a ruthless, cold-blooded pirate. In Garp's eyes, although Qin Luo is bold and reckless and has killed countless people, the pirate he killed are all pirate who have done all kinds of evil things and their intentions are not bad. The navy arrested the pirates and put them in prison. Qin Luo killed him with a brutal blow. So Qin Luo was not suitable. The position of Navy and Shishibukai was also strongly supported by Garp at the meeting. I didn't do anything. It's this world that needs some changes. Rayleigh sighed. 3 celestial dragons were killed on the spot by Qin Luo. The bloody scene was enough to make people vomit. The butcher called him an e-pert. Swoosh! At this moment a golden light suddenly appeared in the air. The pupils shrank and the wretched face was solemn at this time. Standing high in the air, he was even a little unbelievable, even though the fact were already in front of him. Are you still too late? The consequences are troublesome now. With no fluctuation in his eyes, Qin Luo stood on the bloated body of Saint Charlos. Net to him Saint Risward and Pallas Xylia lost their limb. The pungent smell of blood had dyed the ground red. Their pupils were wide open and they died with their eyes open. Looking up with the corners of his mouth raised, Qin Luo looked at the wretched face indifferently and said, Kizaru, what's the matter? Are you going to play a game of chasing me again? You lunatic, do you know what you are doing? The figure appeared on the ground and Kizaru's face was very ugly. Now that Aokiji didn't come, he alone couldn't take Qin Luo at all. Moreover, with his observation haki, he could feel that Qin Luo's strength had greatly improved. What are you doing? Are you teaching me how to do things? Qin Luo's eyes turned cold and a murderous intent quietly disappeared. At this time he had already switched to the blazing feather flame Fini Suzaku and wanted to try out how powerful it was. Not good. Kizaru's eyes jumped and his hair plotted. Without thinking, his figure turned into a light spot and disappeared. Boom! The smoke was filled, the flames were boiling, the ground was cracked into slag and a spider web pit was torn out. In the center, Qin Luo's right foot stepped deeply into the ground, raised his eyes a golden red, and a divine fire Suzaku appeared on his forehead. There is no doubt that Qin Luo used the semi-complete state, but there was a shadow of the divine fire Suzaku in his eyes. Once he turned on the complete state, the whole person became materialized and turned into the divine fire Suzaku. The blazing flames swept and the whole body was bathed in flame. Qin Luo looked at Huang Yuan lightly with a smile on his lips. This time it was you and Aokiji who came, but it's a pity that it's not that red dog, otherwise forget it. While Aokiji hasn't come yet, I'll play with you first. Asshole, you are really determined. Huang Yuan was angry and gloomy. It's been a long time since we last met and you are so arrogant and you still want to play with me. Humph, whoever dares to mess with my woman, he will die. Qin Luo smiled coldly. His heart sank. Huang Yuan looked embarrassed, so he could only take Qin Luo down. Otherwise, if he is allowed to grow up, he will become a great pirate. That group of celestial dragons are courting death, daring to provoke this ignorant nerve. Kizaru, this time it's not you who chases me but I who chases you. Be prepared to die. As soon as the voice fell, the net moment, Qin Luo's figure appeared directly beside Kizaru, making the latter feel like he was facing a great enemy. The pitch-black right leg wrapped in blazing flames tore through the atmosphere, carrying a meteorite-like impact, and slashed across Kizaru's waist. With a gloomy face, Kizaru raised his foot, which was also pitch-black, dazzling with golden light, and crashed with a bang. Bang! With great force and heaviness like a diamond deafening, a golden light fell from the sky and shot down obliquely. Suddenly the earth sank, countless boulders turned over, and a cloud of gunpowder rose into the sky. Swoosh! The fire flickered. Qin Luo turned into a flame and rushed into the mist. Damn it, how come this guy's power has become so strong? His right foot was slightly numb. In the deep pit, Kizaru stood up, his clothes wrinkled. It seems that you haven't made any progress during this period of time, Kizaru. The cold voice resounded in his ears and Kizaru was shocked and looked up. I saw Qin Luo holding the white blade in both hands, and the sword body was burning with blazing fire like a flaming blade from top to bottom, like a comet falling, slashing at Kizaru. Sky cloud sword. Golden light flashed. Kizaru's face was gloomy and a lightsaber quickly appeared in his right hand. Then he clenched his hands, gritted his teeth, and rose from the ground. Please give me 0 flowers. Ding! With a sharp roar, the originally broken pit collapsed again and countless cracks spread. Countless falling rocks flew through the air and a cloud of dust spread throughout the venue. With a muffled groan, Kizaru's entire lower body sank deep into the ground, looking very embarrassed. The air vibrated and a gust of air made Kizaru's eyes jump. Shua! Shua! Without hesitation, Kizaru turned into golden light again, disappeared in the mist, and appeared in the outside world with an angry look. At the same time, in the dust there was a bang. Qin Luo pulled his right foot out of the ground and his whole body began to gradually rise into the air. You just became a Shishibukai and you want to rebel now? Taking a step forward, Kizaru's tone was more serious than ever before. Standing in the air surrounded by flames, Qin Luo looked like a god, like the appearance of Suzaku high above, and people couldn't afford to blaspheme. At this moment Kizaru was confused. Some people said that he was the user of the lightning and flame fruit, then the peerless swordsman, and now the ancient mythical beast species Suzaku. Do you think I still have a chance to turn back? Qin Luo looked at Kizaru with a cold look in his eyes without any emotion. At this moment his heart was very calm. He would kill the celestial dragons first first and he was not afraid of the consequences in the future. Damn celestial dragon! With a gloomy face Kizaru gritted his teeth and looked at the three guys on the ground who had lost their lives. Brew brew! The urgent sound of the phone echoed throughout the spacious office. Hello, have we arrived yet? Sitting at the highest point, Sengoku's mind was always in a state of confusion. When he heard the voice of Den Den Mushi he quickly picked it up and asked nervously, did you stop it? Marshal Sengoku, things are in trouble. In the Sabayati archipelago the situation was completely chaotic. In the place filled with smoke, teams of navy stood behind Stowberry with complicated Zions feeling a little reluctant. At this time Stowberry still couldn't believe it and tried to save Chin Luo, but it was too late, and Kizaru took out Den Den Mushi and called Sengoku's office. At the same time around, some brave pirates and lawless elements were alert, but they were reluctant to miss this battle, so they watched in the dark. The celestial dragons were dismembered by the new Shishibukai in the Sabayati archipelago, which was a big deal. This excited the lawless thugs nearby. What's wrong could it be too? Chapter 77. What's wrong could it be? Swallowing his saliva without realizing it, Jean Guo stared at the Den Den Mushi, and even Crane and others beside him were nervous at this time. It's too late, 3 celestial dragons are dead. I will send the image through the video. Den Den Mushi. With a serious tone Kizaru pointed the Den Den Mushi in his hand at the scene. The bloody ground, the charred corpse nailed to the ground, and the eye-catching head. This bloody scene made Jean Guo and others stand up directly. The costumes were obviously celestial dragon. It's over, it completely over. The most worried thing has happened. Boom. The desk in front of Jean Guo was broken into pieces. Jean Guo stood up and shouted angrily, asshole, does he know what he is doing and what he wants to do? Pacing back and forth, Jean Guo covered his forehead a little and 3 celestial dragons, those idiots in Mary Gosa will never give up. They just took office as Shishibukai and they did such a thing. Stupid, just for the sake of momentary pleasure they actually ignored the consequences. Lunatic warring state, cursed. Whoever he is, if he dares to challenge the dignity of the navy he will be arrested on the spot and put in the impel down. If he can't be captured he will be killed on the spot, Akainu said coldly with a gloomy face. Kizaru on the other side smiled bitterly. Damn it, if I could capture him I would still waste my time with you. Martial warring states, what should we do? In the Sabayati archipelago Kizaru looked at Chin Luo, who was talking to Stolob, and was a little uneasy about the Den Den Mushi. Has Aokiji arrived yet? Take a deep breath. Warring state face was ashen. Since things can't be reversed then we can only accept it. No. Kizaru shook his head. Are you sure? Jean Guo's face was gloomy. No. Kizaru looked gloomy and even rolled his eyes. What, you can't even deal with Borsalino? When this was said, not only Akainu looked surprised but also Jean Guo and Crane. They knew the strength of Kizaru. Although he was usually lazy he would not be merciful when fighting. Even such a person couldn't deal with Chin Luo. Did the other party grow so fast? Or when fighting Doflamingo he didn't use his true strength at all. At this time a golden Den Den Mushi rang in the collar of Jean Guo's shirt. Trouble. With a sigh Jean Guo and Crane looked at each other and helplessly connected the Den Den Mushi. Jean Guo, what are you doing? The 7 warlord dared to kill 3 celestial dragons. The celestial dragons and the 5 elders of Mary Gosa are very angry about this matter. They issued a death order that Chin Luo, the 7 warlords, must be captured and tried in Mary Gosa. The roaring voice like a crow made the office thunder. This matter, I don't want to hear your explanation of how much negative impact this matter has on the navy and even the world government. In the office of the commander-in-chief of the entire army in Mary Gosa, Kong was an ES. Marshal Kong, is there no room for redemption? After a moment of silence Jean Guo sighed. There is no way. I have already relieved it, but those stupid celestial dragons have surrounded the office of the 5 elders and finally held a meeting. Soon a document will be issued to deprive Chin Luo of his status as a 7 warlord and offer a reward of 1 billion baileys. 1 billion baileys. Jean Guo was a little surprised when his eyes jumped after saying that. Kong Gank directly hung up the Den Den Mushi. In the Sabayati archipelago Chin Luo looked at Kizaru and smiled gently. Have you finished the report? If Aokiji doesn't come I will kill you. Kizaru was extremely angry and cited this guy, but he still said to the Den Den Mushi calmly, I can only delay him. I know. I will immediately order Aokiji to rush to the Sabayati archipelago at full speed. After saying that Jean Guo directly hung up the Den Den Mushi. His face turned black, and after putting away the Den Den Mushi Kizaru looked up and looked solemnly at Chin Luo, who was rising and falling in the air. At the same time, on the sea a huge warship was slowly sailing towards the Sabayati archipelago. Brew brew. Hey. On the bow Aokiji, wearing a navy coat, looked at the endless sea in silence. Go to the Sabayati archipelago at full speed. Did that guy really kill the celestial dragons? As pecked at Aokiji took the Den Den Mushi. 3 celestial dragons all dead. Marijoa issued an order to arrest Chin Luo. I see. Hanging up the Den Den Mushi directly Aokiji smiled. Things are getting more and more interesting. Turning around, Aokiji said to the adjutant beside him. Reduce the speed. Beside him the adjutant had a confused face. If he had heard it correctly, it seemed that the order was to rush to the Sabayati archipelago at full speed. Didn't you hear it? Aokiji frowned slightly and spoke more seriously. Yes, saluted, and the adjutant quickly disappeared on the deck. However, Aokiji didn't expect that it was because of his emotional order that the navy almost lost a general. Later, Kizaru was always worried about this matter. I can't help it. I haven't really exercised since I became the general. It seems that I have to exercise today. Huang Yuan shrugged his shoulders after untying his tie and taking off his tattered coat. With a raised corner of his mouth, his golden-red eyes seemed like fire. Qin Luo's eyes were burning and he said as humble as a dog, sooner or later Mary Joa will disappear. What do you think, Huang Yuan? The figure landed on the ground and flames began to surround Qin Luo's cremated body. The whole ground began to stir. It's really scary. Huang Yuan patted his chest as golden light began to emerge from his body. Who knows, be careful, but it can kill people. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes and smiled strangely at Huang Yuan. The pressure is really great. Huang Yuan looked solemn. Hey Qin Luo, have you ever been kicked by light? Your words are really annoying. Bang bang. The ground plotted and two pits spread instantly. At the original place a flash of fire and golden light had appeared in the air. Boom. The air wave was surging and a dull sound was heard crushing down deafeningly. In an instant a wave of wind also poured down, causing the buildings on the ground to be directly shattered and turned into ruin. In the air, one gold and one red, two black whip legs were stiff together at this time, and waves of air tore through the atmosphere like waves sweeping out one after another. Chapter 78. With a slightly dull sound, Huang Yuan felt his right foot numb as if he kicked on a diamond which was extremely hard. Shua shua. Huang Yuan turned into a light spot, disappeared in an instant and appeared above Qin Luo's head. His left foot, surrounded by domineering condensed with super high photons, fell down. Boom. Qin Luo's figure fell rapidly with only one hand raised. Boom. The ground plotted. Qin Luo's feet sank deep into the ground and he looked up at Huang Yuan in the air. Yo, why are you so slow? Standing in the air, Huang Yuan joked as he looked at Qin Luo, who was unharmed. Are you showing off? Qin Luo tilted his head slightly, pulled out his feet, jumped out of the deep pit. Press Zionless. Show your true strength. The figure landed and Huang Yuan looked at Qin Luo calmly. Aren't you a swordsman? Where is your sword? Is it rusty? As you wish. Qin Luo smiled strangely, bent slightly, and flames erupted all over his body. In an instant a scorching temperature directly covered the entire space. Sky-high divine fire. 26. Boom boom crackle. The ground plotted and streams of flames continued to erupt from the solace of Qin Luo's feet, forming bubbles one after another. His pupils shrank and Huang Yuan was like a great enemy. Try the power of the divine fire. Surrounded by flames, his whole feet were wrapped in domineering aura and Qin Luo's figure disappeared with a bang. Boom. With a flash of lightning and a bang, Huang Yuan gritted his teeth, bent his whole body down and pressed his hands tightly against his head. Under his feet the originally calm ground collapsed directly and in the blink of an eye a spider web-like deep pit was formed. An irresistible air wave even rolled up the rubble and flew through the air. On Huang Yuan's head, Qin Luo's right foot crushed down heavily, making Huang Yuan's face lushed. Bang bang bang. In the air continuous explosions sounded again. Turning over he could not see his figure and Qin Luo's left foot stepped down again like a meteorite. Shua. Turning into photons, Huang Yuan quickly disappeared and the ground plotted again. The originally broken ground ponded again, instantly covering the area within a radius of thousands of meters. Standing in the deep pit, his eyes were golden red. A burst of fire erupted and Qin Luo's figure disappeared again. Sky cloud sword. The golden light was dazzling. Huang Yuan held the sword with both hands slashed at the back. So slow, the devilish voice resounded above his head and Huang Yuan's eyes were full of disbelief. Fire feather burning heaven. Swish. The fingertips turned red and 10 flames swooped down. Another elementalization. Huang Yuan appeared on the other side. Huff huff. 10 red pits emitting amazing heat were bottomless. Golden photons appeared continuously on a ruin. Hu Yuan was slightly out of breath and his wretched face was extremely cautious at this time. Boom. The invisible figure seemed to explode in the entire sky, releasing the color of observation. Hu Yuan's face was embarrassed. He could not even detect Qin Luo's figure. Even if he felt it, it was just a trace of after-image like a ghost, which made him feel cold. This guy is a little perverted. Huang Yuan's eyes were a little afraid. Is this guy really a human? What a fucking idiot. Huang Yuan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Huang Yuan, you are so arrogant. You can be distracted when fighting with me. Don't you want to see my true strength? Then you can feel it. The cold voice rang in his ears, making Huang Yuan's hair stand up and a chill went straight to his heart. 9 heavens. Fini sword. Zhang. The sound of tearing the atmosphere. A golden red high temperature flaming long sword as if tearing the eardrum rushed straight to Huang Yuan's heart. There was no time to stop it, so he could only transform into an element again. Shua. The golden light was dazzling and Huang Huang Yuan's whole body was like a luminous body constantly turning into photon. In the nick of time he dodged the flaming sword, but what greeted him was a whip kick that shook the atmosphere. As black as ink wrapped in flames like a meteorite hitting Qin Luo's right foot slammed across. Blood splattered and the body that had been more than half elementalized was directly blown away, dragging a long gully on the ground and finally accompanied by the collapse of a red tree. Kizuru fell into the rubble with a mouth full of blood. Cough cough. The wretched face changed greatly, gritted his teeth, endured the dull pain, and Kizuru turned into golden light and appeared on the other side. Boom. The ground plotted, countless rubble flew through the air and the sky was full of gunpowder. Qin Luo's feet were deeply sank into the ground. Seeing Kizuru running away, he had no pression on his face and then flew out of the dust. Hoo. Panting, Kizuru's forehead was sweaty and he cursed in his heart, why didn't Aokiji, that bastard, come for so long? Fini 9 heaven. Boom. A cloud of fire covered the entire sky. The gold inward flames condensed, the air rippled, and countless swords, spears and halberds slowly appeared from the sky. In an instant the whole sky was filled with fear, making it difficult to breathe. Run quickly. There were pirates with terrified pressions looking at the sky that surrounded nearly 1,000 meters with fear on their faces. If the attack falls, there is no doubt that there will be no grass within 1,000 meters. Get out of here quickly. At the same time Stolob, who had long gone, once again ordered his subordinates to retreat thousands of meters. It's really merciless. Standing on the ruins, Kizuru panted heavily, looking at the sharp blade in the sky standing in the air below, feeling that his whole heart was as if it was pressed by a huge rock, making him feel heavy all over. With his hands crossed, rubbed and pulled apart, a golden light film appeared and Kizuru pointed at the sky, his whole body shining with golden light. Rain of light. Swish swish swish. Stretching out his hand, Qin Luo pointed at a distance and in an instant countless sharp blade fell like meteors. In the air below, endless golden light spots also countless soared into the sky. In an instant the entire high sky was continuous and a line of explosions spanned the entire sky. With narrowed eyes, Qin Luo stood in the sky, put his hands together and then pulled them apart. A flame quickly ponded. Fire dance sky wind. A 2-meter diameter flame light column like a star from outer space penetrated the ground. The atmosphere was shaking, the waves were breaking, and looking at the projected pillar of the sky, Huang Yuan cursed, son of a bitch. Putting his hands on his heart, hugging golden light filled the sky. 8-foot mirror. The chain of light was projected among various obstacles and Huang Yuan's figure disappeared. This speed, even without the speed of light, has broken through the speed of sound. Boom. The earth plotted and flames continued to erupt from Qin Luo's hands, causing the light column to hit the ground heavily. At that moment the entire Sabayati archipelago was in an uproar and a large area of the foundation collapsed directly. Qin Luo, have you ever been kicked by light? Chapter 79. Qin Luo, have you ever been kicked by light? The proud and somewhat boastful voice resounded above Qin Luo's head. Suddenly Huang Yuan's speed this time was much faster and more surprising than before. However, things did not develop according to Huang Yuan's thought, because Qin Luo this time he actually raised his head, his eyes full of teasing. Kizuru, you rely too much on the power of the devil fruit. It seems that your observation haki needs to be practiced. With a raised corner of his mouth, Qin Luo originally gathered the light column in his hand, suddenly moved sideways, soared directly into the sky and faced Kizuru directly. Damn it! Kizuru's heart was broken. He didn't expect that Qin Luo's observation haki was so strong and that move could be transferred. Ma Imam cutting sky cloud soared. The whole sky was shining with golden light and a huge lightsaber of nearly 100 meters appeared in Kizuru's hand. Since it was too late to transform into an element, he could only fight hard. He wanted to cut off Qin Luo's attack. Burn with domineering power. Qin Luo's hands quickly turned black as his eyes burned. Then the nearly 2-meter light column ponded directly and the originally gold inward light column turned black like a black dragon, echoing the gold inward, and once again erupted toward Kizuru. This standing in front of the black and red light column, Kizuru's mind was shaken and his face was full of fear. Break it, break it. The whole sky was full of chaotic airflow. This shocking scene made people who were watching the battle from afar jump in their hearts. Strong, too strong. Is this the Admiral of the Navy? But isn't that guy one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Why can he suppress the Admiral? People who don't know the situation all watched this visual battle in fear. Could it be that all the 7 warlords of the sea are so powerful they can actually suppress the Admiral of the headquarters? Boom. The whole sky was shaking and countless energies spread as if it was the end of the world, shocking people. Ka, the lightsaber in his hand, began to break, which made Kizuru feel cold in his heart. Impossible. With a red face, Kizuru used his ability to the Ma Imam tent, but he could only hold on. Break it. Stepping into the air, countless flames entangled Qin Luo's eyes were fierce and the hot flame in his hand erupted again like a volcano, gathering the last strength. Boom. A dazzling beam of light connected the sky and the earth and shot straight into the sky. A gust of wind pressure fell down. The sea rolled back and the entire Sabayati archipelago trembled. A dark mushroom cloud stood up. Boom! The continuous explosions shook the entire Sabayati archipelago. A gust of wind blew, revealing the scene of cracks all over the ground. Hoo! Qin Luo's chest rose and fell violently. White mist came out of his body and his forehead was covered with hot sweat, feeling physically exhausted. Qin Luo raised his head and looked at the center of the explosion. The cracks spread as if moving mountains and filling the sea and had changed the land form. In a red broken land, a blood-stained figure was sitting up and breathing the air. The wretched face was covered with blood and the clothes were messy. The whole person looked as if he had crawled out of a pile of dead bodies, which was frightening. Tisk, he is not dead. His face was slightly pale. Qin Luo had consumed a lot of energy and half of his physical strength had been wasted. After all, even he could not hold on to such a high speed. Bang! Caw! The feet were pitch black, surrounded by fierce armed domineering, and waves of flames compressed. Then there was an explosion, so that the place where Qin Luo stood was full of rubble and stones lying all the time, which looked extremely visual. Cough! Covering his mouth and spitting blood, Huang Yuan took a breath, slowly bent over and stood up, revealing an ugly presence. Hearing Qin Luo's sarcastic words, his face turned black. Huang Yuan directly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and his whole body began to glow. I have to say that you are the only one who can bring me pressure over the years, but that's all. Oh, so you are still hiding your strength, Yuan? Qin Luo raised his mouth corners and showed a wicked smile. Try it, won't it be clear? Shrug. Huang Yuan took a step forward and the aura of embarrassment on his body began to rise slowly. The golden light was dazzling and a layer of light spots like a divine robe slowly covered Huang Yuan's entire body, making Huang Yuan like a human-shaped luminous body, sacred and extraordinary. Light god suit. So how strong are you? Looking at Huang Yuan's abnormal breath, Qin Luo's eyes began to narrow and his whole body was tense in an instant. Hey Qin Luo, have you heard that speed is power? The light shone brightly. Qin Luo's pupils shrank and in his eyes a glowing cross right foot broke through the atmosphere. Arm! There was no time to defend. Qin Luo could only condense a layer of dark domineering on his head. Bang! The whole scene was frozen as if time had stopped. Yellow Monkey was suspended in the air, his right foot shining brightly, and he kicked Qin Luo's head directly. Swoosh! A stream of air pierced through everything and flew out like a meteor. Bang! 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 The sky was filled with smoke and the entire ground was broken. A gully collapsed the ground directly and appeared 1,000 meters away. At the end of the gully in the ruins, Qin Luo stood up, safely shook his dull head and looked up at Yellow Monkey, who was glowing all over in the distance, said calmly, is this what you call power? Speed is power, what do you think? I don't know how. Yellow Monkey appeared at all as if King is good suddenly appeared, or he was here all along. A golden light appeared in Qin Luo's pupils again. Bang! With his hands wrapped in domineering aura, Qin Luo gritted his teeth and blocked his head. With a loud collision, golden light filled the air. Qin Luo flew out of the garden again. Shua disappeared again. Yellow Monkey appeared directly in the air above Qin Luo and fell from the sky with a kick, condensing super high photons. Staring with his eyes clenching, his fist flames wrapped around, terrifying flames erupted and Qin Luo directly hit it. Boom! Deafening the ground. Plotted countless boulders turned upside down and one after another terrifying cracks instantly split the ground, causing a huge pit to appear directly on the surface. In the air, countless golden lights closed and gradually turned into a figure. Qin Luo's presence condensed. It seemed that the strength of the general should not be underestimated. Rain of Light. Chapter 80. Rain of Light. The light curtain rose and countless golden lights like rain constantly surrounded the entire deep pit, resulting in indiscriminate bombing. Boom! Boom! Continuously the entire Sabayati archipelago was rumbling and more dust was roaring. Countless gravel spread in all directions, making the onlookers open their mouths wide, full of shock. 1 minute the bombing lasted for a full minute and the endless light spots disappeared. Hoo! Wrapped in a layer of sacred light clothes, Huang Yuan stopped attacking and breathed rapidly. He believed that even if Qin Luo did not die, he would definitely not be in a good condition and he would definitely be seriously injured, because Huang Yuan had this confidence. Even the onlookers held their breath at this time, staring at the place filled with smoke. This time they thoroughly realized the terrifying power of the Navy's highest combat power, which was like moving mountains and filling the sea. If they encounter it in the future, they will run away without thinking. If they can't escape, they will find a cool place, dig a hole and lie in it. Gudong, that bastard should be dead. In the distance, Stolob swallowed his saliva and clenched his hands. Suddenly Kizaru's face changed and his eyes, which were originally red, became solemn again. Terrible madman! Puff puff! Suddenly there was a continuous burning sound in the smoke. Then a stream of golden red flames slowly revealed their appearance. The scorching heat caused ripples in the air. In the endless flames, a strange divine bird Suzaku stood in the air, flapping its wings, looking down at the whole scene. Violent, a boundless will suddenly crushed down, noble, violent, cruel and fierce, like an emperor, spreading to the entire Sabayati archipelago. go. Ka! Suddenly a dark cloud crushed down dark red thunder shuttled through and hurricanes swept everything. Plop plop. In the distance the crowd watching the battle began to fall down continuously. Looking around, all of them were pale, foaming at the mouth, and their eyes lost their spirit. More and more just a moment, except for some people with relatively strong wills, the rest were all fainted corpses. Overlord color. In the dark Rayleigh seemed to have epected it, muttering to himself, but looking at the magical giant bird in the sky that only east in dream, he couldn't help but be excited. This domineering color is more domineering than Rogers. Is this kid really a human? Why is there endless destruction and brutality of beasts? With a solemn presence, Rayleigh stared at the giant bird in the sky. At this moment his originally indifferent mentality began to calm down. This guy must not be provoked in the future. Puff puff. Surrounded by endless flames, noble and domineering. In the flames a bird with its wings folded, its whole body golden red, a crown-shaped golden purple blue feather on its head and 3 unique golden purple long feathers floating at its tail. The divine fire vermilion bird showed its arrogant posture as if it could spread its wings and break the void at any time. The hot and fierce breath erupted and the sky was full of the figure of the divine bird. It is like the sun, the center of the world, the only one in the world and the eternity of the world. This guy. Feeling the rapid decline of his strength, Kizaru's heart tightened. Why hasn't Aokiji, that bastard, come yet? Violent. Raising his noble head, the divine fire Suzaku screamed. Instantly a storm overriding the boundless will poured down again, and with more and more people fainting, the whole scene was shaking. Complete form. The sharp mouth opened and a cold voice resounded throughout the world. Shua. The flames fell and a fierce breath suddenly appeared in front of Kizaru. You monster! With a twisted face, Kizaru's right hand was black and blocked his chest. However, a flaming diamond claw directly and ruthlessly tore Kizaru's flesh and blood, accompanied by a roar. Kizaru turned into a stream of light and flew out. Bang bang bang. The golden red wings spread out and a divine bird descended from the sky with its claws burning, swooping down like a meteorite. Boom! The ground shook, countless gravel flew and a hurricane rolled up the surface, peeling off like moving mountains and filling the sea. Shua. The golden light spread and Huang Yuan appeared in the air, panting. Before he could catch his breath, a divine bird appeared out of thin air above his head. Caw caw. The dark red thunder poured down and an endless will accompanied by a dark golden red wing tore the atmosphere like the hand of God covering it. Huang Yuan gritted his teeth tightly and he felt that all the time a tyrannical and terrifying will had been washing his spirit, oppressing himself and restraining himself. Sky cloud soared. The golden light was dazzling. A sky covering wing and a sharp lightsaber collided brazenly. Boom! The sky shook. Countless dark clouds were penetrated by the airwaves and a golden stream of light slammed into the ground. Damn, what kind of fruit ability user are you? In the dust and mist a giant bird of fire and a light figure appeared in the whole area like teleportation and collided violently. Gas. Speaking human words, the flames erupted. At this time Qin Luo was completely suppressing Huang Yuan. No matter how quickly Huang Yuan left, Qin Luo would always appear the net moment as if he was here, but Huang Yuan sent him up to let Qin Luo attack. Rain of light, red lotus of karma fire, carpet style bombing. Countless ground collapsed and the outside world was even more turbulent. In just a moment the whole area began to fall apart. Damn, this is impossible. Light is the fastest. Continuously vomiting blood, Huang Yuan's body was covered with blood. His face was ferocious and he roared. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it. Qin Luo's speed was actually equal to his and even surpassed him by a lot. Nothing is impossible. The mysterious eyes, the super high speed and attack of the giant bird made Huang Yuan unable to resist for a while. I don't believe it. With blood all over his mouth, Huang Yuan stared at Qin Luo with blue dread eyes, holding the sword in both hands, and slashed at Qin Luo. Hoo hoo! The 2 golden wings surrounded by flames like arms could actually fight against Huang Yuan's double sword. Every collision was like a battle of swords and horses, and the harsh metal sound was like the roar of a beast which shocked people. The fire was blazing and one person and one bird were like ancient humans and divine bird. The bloody tearing made the onlookers feel like a fairy tale and some couldn't believe it. Ding! 2 lightsabers flew and pierced straight into the ground. High in the sky with wings spread out, the perfect and noble bird head looked at Huang Yuan proudly. In the latter's twisted eyes a sharp claw fell down. Blood splashed, and after taking away a piece of flesh and blood, Huang Yuan screamed and fell down powerlessly. Boom! The earth collapsed, countless cracks spread and a storm swept out. At this time the flame was weak, turned into a human body and the whole body slowly landed on the ground. Qin Luo's handsome face was slightly pale. Fighting in a complete state consumed 5 times the physical strength of the original, so the duration will be very short. Of course, when the progress of the blazing feather flame Fini Suzaku break through 80%, the duration will naturally be extended. Chapter 81. At the same time the smoke dissipated and in a deep pit Huang Yuan covered in blood lay here with weak breathing. Cough 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 in his mouth. He couldn't stop spitting blood and Huang Yuan wanted to struggle able to get up. However, the whole body completely collapsed, and apart from the pain he could no longer exert any strength. Tap tap. Qin Luo slowly stepped forward, stood in the deep pit and looked at Huang Yuan calmly. This is your true strength, so did you deliberately hide your strength before? With dim eyes, Huang Yuan looked at Qin Luo powerlessly, and he was still defeated. He was very confused about Qin Luo's hiding of his strength. If it was for the position of the 7 warlords of the sea with Qin Luo's strength, there was no need for this. How could Huang Yuan know that Qin Luo's strength was rising like a rocket? Qin Luo did not reply but stretched out his right hand, and flames appeared above his palm and quickly entangled, and in just a blink of an eye it turned into a flaming long sword. Are you really going to kill me? Huang Yuan was no longer calm, and fear began to appear in his eyes, which was the fear of death. He usually said so scared, but he was really panicking at this time. He is no longer the monkey D. Kizaru who said as long as the salary is in place all the 4 emperors will be useless. Qin Luo raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Killing an admiral will probably make the turbulence of the sea more intense. Thinking of this, Qin Luo pointed his flaming sword at Kizaru, and the blade quickly turned black, emitting a cold breath. You can't kill me, Kizaru. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. I don't want to be chased around by the admirals of the navy in the future. This is a gift to those high-ranking celestial dragons, the 5 elders and all those in power. If you dare to provoke me, I will kill you. Qin Luo slightly bent over his e-press. Zion was like a devil, making people feel terrified, and the sword was about to pierce out at Huang Yuan's heart. The breath of death was so clear. You lunatic! Huang Yuan screamed loudly. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. Swoosh! The huge rocks turned upside down, the earth shook, and a stream of light swooped down. No, he wanted to escape, but his body didn't listen to the command. Absolute 0-degree ice wall. In a flash, a white mist was sparse, and a nearly 5-meter thick ice wall spanned out. Zi! Ice chips flew everywhere, flames erupted, ice and fire torn out. General Aokiji. With narrowed eyes, Qin Luo gritted his teeth at the familiar figure that appeared in front of Huang Yuan, and the figure disappeared in an instant. Crack crack! The ice wall disappeared and turned into broken ice covering the ground. Standing in front of Kizaru, Aokiji was covered in white mist as if standing in the clouds, making him look extremely mysterious. The amazing cold gradually disappeared. Only one sentence came from the empty street. From today the first emperor pirates will set out on the Grand Line and will be irreconcilable with the world government. Aokiji looked up and looked at the fire in the sky, which was only the tail left with regret on his face. From the beginning Qin Luo defeated Gecko Moria, and this young man caught Aokiji's attention, but now he is gradually deviating from the track and embarking on a completely different path. The reason why Qin Luo did not stay and continue to fight, it was because he consumed a lot of physical strength to deal with Kizaru, and it was obviously irrational to continue fighting with Aokiji. At this time all the onlookers began to slowly withdraw from the darkness. Because the navy has another admiral, the battle between a Shishibukai and an admiral alone is so terrifying. It is hard to imagine that another admiral will be so terrible. Ahem. Behind him Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief followed by endless anger. Today he was on the brink of life and death, especially the death crisis at the last moment, which almost made him collapse. When had he ever been so embarrassed? Even his life was in the hands of others. Spittering a mouthful of blood lying in the gravel, Kizaru weakly cursed, asshole, if you come later you won't see me, you did it on purpose. Turning around, Aokiji looked at the miserable Kizaru with some surprise in his eyes. Because Kizaru was injured too badly, you know, with Kizaru's ability, as long as he wanted to escape no one could catch him. Please give flowers. 0. Is that guy really that strong? You don't even have a chance to escape. Bending over and helping Kizaru up, Aokiji ignored Kizaru's complaints but instead had some questions. Stop talking, that guy must have hidden his strength before. Grinning hoarsely, feeling the wailing in his body, Kizaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of fear. This is going to be difficult. If he becomes a pirate, I can hardly imagine what the consequences will be. Sighing, Aokiji pressed his worries. I can't care so much anymore. From now on I'll be alone. I will never provoke that guy. He's totally crazy. With lingering fear this time, Kizaru saw that Qin Luo was simply a lunatic. At this time Stolob and the navy came up. Are you okay? Stolob stepped forward and asked symbolically. Are you talking nonsense? Do you think I'll be okay in this state? I was almost killed by that bastard. Now Kizaru is like an plotting gunpowder barrel, and his mood can be said to be extremely bad. With a trembling smile, indeed, even Stolob gasped at the sight of Kizaru's bloody body, especially his 2 hands where 3 deep scratches that could be seen to the bone could be clearly seen, and his chest, which was bloody and charred. The strength of that madman should not be underestimated. Go back and issue a wanted order. At least 2 billion berries. Cao, Kizaru cursed. Impossible. Stolob was shocked. You know, among the 4 emperors in the Grand Line, the bounty of red hair shanks is 40489 billion berries, and and Qin Luo's bounty of 2 billion berries is equivalent to half of the 4 emperors. Of course this only refers to strength. If the power develops as fast as a rocket in the future, it should not be far to become the 5th emperor of the sea. What do you mean? Do you mean that my strength is not as good as the 4 emperors? Kizaru's face darkened and he glanced at Stolob coldly. Sorry, I didn't mean that, Stolob said with shame. Report to Marshal Sengoku 2. Chapter 82. Aokiji took out a den mushi from his arms. Brew brew. Hey, how's it going? Did you catch it? Sengoku asked directly. No, it ran away. Aokiji shook his head. Where's Kizaru? In Marineford Sengoku's office. Several people were sitting around. Beside me, the situation is not very good now. Aokiji looked at Kizaru, whose face was pale and gloomy. Did Kizaru fail to delay that bastard? What did he do? At this time a high-handed question came from the den mushi. When he heard this voice, Kizaru, who was cursing, stood up, snatched the den mushi, turned on the video transmission and cursed. Sakaski, don't say anything there, I almost died this time. You'd better not mess with me. If you have the ability, do it yourself. In the office suddenly a light curtain came from the air, and what caught the eye was the shocking wound. Zhang Guo and others looked at Kizaru's bloody scene and took a breath. Originally Kizaru's wretched face couldn't tell anything, but what the hell was that bloodless face? It was as if he was terminally ill and could die at any time. You with a gloomy face. Akainu was a little angry and stared at Kizaru in the light curtain. What do you mean by you? If you have the gut, go catch that bastard. Don't yell at me. I'm in a very bad mood now. Don't bother me. In the end, even a clay man can be angry, although Huang Yuan is usually lazy and doesn't care about anything. For this reason many Navy officers think that Huang Yuan is a person with a good temper. But is it really so? Don't forget that Huang Yuan almost died just now, and Akainu's previous words were obviously blaming Huang Yuan for not catching Qin Luo. How could Huang Yuan not be angry with that condescending tone? What's more, they are both admirals. Who knows who will be finished if they fight? Just because Huang Yuan doesn't fight at ordinary times doesn't mean that Huang Yuan is afraid of Akainu. With a gloomy face, Akainu's face was so ugly that water could drip out. Because Huang Yuan's presence was too intense, it was completely unlike Huang Yuan in normal time. The whole office was quiet. Alas, now if that guy becomes a pirate, the future of the Navy is hard to say. Crane rubbed his forehead and had a headache. Marshal Sengoku, what should we do now? Aokiji asked the light curtain. Can we still catch up? Sengoku's face has always been bad. There is no way. With my speed I can't catch up. Maybe only Huang. At the end of the speech Aokiji was stunned because a cannibalistic look was staring at him at this time. Aokiji shut up and didn't speak directly. At this time, although everyone knew what Aokiji wanted to say, no one answered. Because one look at Huang Yuan, you know that this guy is now a powder keg. Whoever provokes him will be unlucky. After all, it is about your own life. That is not a joke. In the Vasi, a ship with both offensive and defensive capabilities is slowly moving forward on the sea. Corona, you said Qin Luo should be fine, right? Nami frowned. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Her hands clenched unconsciously and her face was worried that others could not easily detect. Don't worry, it will be fine. We should trust him. Corona comforted. Shouldn't she hope that Qin Luo would be in trouble so that she could return to the Terror 3 strange sails? However, the time spent with Qin Luo and Nami seemed to be pretty good. Swoosh! A figure full of hot flames landed on the ship. The two women were startled, but when they found that the flames dissipated, revealing Qin Luo's face, their prescience were all happy. Master! Nami ran over happily. Qin Luo had a faint smile on his lips which seemed to be a smile, and his eyes were sharp, both evil and playful. Yet, in order to prevent the subsequent pursuit of the Navy, Qin Luo asked Nami to speed up to avoid being pinched. After a while Qin Luo told them everything that had just happened. He was alone fighting against the Admiral of the Navy, and he was even in an advantageous position. If it weren't for the arrival of Aokiji, he would have killed Kizaru long ago. Nami and Perona looked strange, suspicious and a little unbelieving. Is Qin Luo really that strong? Qin Luo, you are not kidding. Nami's mouth twitched. Believe it or not. Qin Luo shrugged and responded casually. I'm glad you're okay. Nami didn't know whether to believe it or not, but Qin Luo's safe return was the best gift. However, looking at Qin Luo's prescience, he didn't seem to be lying. One day later, a news seagull was flying in the sky. World News. Nami took out the newspaper that had been reporting the hot news in the past 2 days from the legs of the news seagull and paid for it at the same time. The seagull looked at the delivered Bailey, nodded and flew away with its wings flapping. Perona smiled and said, Nami, is there any new news? Nami flipped through the newspaper. Let me see. Suddenly a wanted poster fell out of the stack of newspapers. Hey, it's a new wanted poster. Let me see who's on it. Ah! Nami screamed. What's wrong? The master's wanted poster and our wanted poster. It seems that the three of us are wanted by the Navy. Perona was slightly surprised but seemed to have expected it. Oh, let me see. Qin Luo was also curious. Nami took a look and said, one by one. The first Emperor Pirate's little Thief Nami Bounty 80 million Baileys. The First Emperor Pirates Ghost Princess Perona Bounty 120 million Baileys. The First Emperor Pirates Captain Qin Luo Bounty 2,030 million Baileys. Nami and Perona both claimed shock. Qin Luo smiled lightly. Not bad. The bounty, in addition to the individual's strength, also depends on the distribution of forces and the extremely evil things done in the Grand Line. Nami widened her eyes and said, Qin Luo, what you said before, can't it be true? Suppressing Kizaru. Qin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. The two girls understood immediately. When Nami thought about being hunted by the Admiral of the Navy, her face turned pale and she panicked. Perona didn't have any idea. Back then she had been with Gecko Mariah and had seen the scene where Kaido the Beast killed Gecko Mariah instantly. The earth-shaking thunder and gossip was still fresh in her memory. I never thought that one day my bounty would reach more than 100 million berries, Perona said sternly. When she was offered a bounty, she didn't show any sadness or fear on her face. Instead, she was smiling as if it was a very proud and glorious thing for her to be offered a bounty. This girl, speaking of which, Perona's strength was not worthy of the 120 million bounty, but because she was Qin Luo's accomplice and Qin Luo killed the celestial dragons, the bounty was so high. The same is true for Nami. As Qin Luo's accomplice, she is one of the main criminals that the world government wants to catch. I'm sorry for dragging you down. Do you regret it? Qin Luo's words were a little apologetic. What are you talking about? Perona glared with her beautiful eyes. If it weren't for you, we would be killed by the celestial dragons or become their slaves. In that case, I would rather die. Her eyes were firm, just like what she said. Qin Luo smiled lightly. He was right. As for Nami, she was a very timid person, but at this moment she was worried that the Navy could not find trouble with her, but went to Koko village to find trouble with her sister Nakiko, afraid of implicated relatives. Qin Master, we should be fine, and so is my sister, Nami said worriedly. Don't worry, it's okay, I'm here. Qin Luo rubbed Nami's hair and smiled lightly like the warm sun in winter, warm and comfortable. Nami was stunned for a long time. At this moment it seemed as if he was back in Koko village facing the Arlong pirate. He said to himself firmly and confidently, I'll take care of everything, I'll solve it for you. Well, I believe you. Nami nodded seriously. She believed Qin Luo, but the second her pretty face turned red. She found that Qin Luo's hand was not just touching her hair but river crab. Ahem. Perona coughed on the side. You show your affection, please pay attention to the person to you. Also, it seems that we should drive faster, otherwise we will be surrounded by the Navy and die faster. Perona thought, I don't know if Qin Luo is so careless. Qin Luo said calmly without blushing or beating his heart, oh, Perona is jealous, then let's go together. Chapter 83. At the same time, Qin Luo's name through the wanted posters and newspapers instantly spread throughout the pirate world. Of course, the fact that Qin Luo suppressed Admiral Kizaru was not revealed. The pirates on the scene were also arrested by the Navy and imprisoned in the city of Impel Down, and no news could be spread at all. If the world knew that the Admiral of the Navy was almost beaten to death by a young man, it would probably cause another wave of turmoil. But even so, Qin Luo's bounty reached 2 billion, which was enough to shock the world. Qin Luo, who just boarded the 7 warlords of the sea, defeated Doflamingo and killed the celestial dragon. He is a ruthless man. Walk the key is what big thing did Qin Luo do? The bounty is so high. What, 2 billion? Are you kidding me? Teasing me? I really didn't lie to you. Come and see the wanted poster. This New World Totland. A tall man with short amaranth hair and a patched scar on each cheek. His mouth is covered with a scarf with traces of stitches on both sides. His teeth are canines, and even if his mouth is closed, 4 teeth are opposed. Browsing the newspaper, he suddenly looked shocked. The newcomer with 2 billion Baileys is so powerful that it seems that everyone in Totland must be informed. He is one of the 4 emperors who reign supreme, the most powerful man under Big Mom Charlotte Katakuri. But the 2 billion figure in the bounty order in front of Qin Luo seems to cover up his brilliance. The first half of the Grand Line is called Paradise and the second half is called the New World. There are 2 ways for Qin Luo to set out for the New World. One is to make a request to the world government and then directly cross the Holy Land of Marijoa at the top of the Red Continent, so he can only abandon the ship, although it will cost a lot. It costs a lot of money and takes time to apply, but it is very safe. Another way is to wrap the boat with the resin of the Argiman mangrove, dive 10,000 meters, cross a huge cave under the Red Continent and reach the New World through the undersea route Fishman Island, but it is very dangerous. It is impossible to go to the Holy Land of Marijoa. Qin Luo can only take this underwater route. Fortunately, when this ship the Emperor was in the Sabayati archipelago, Qin Luo had asked Pluto Rayleigh to coat it in advance to facilitate going to the sea. Qin Luo also happened to go to see Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess that countless otakus yearn for. The ship is moving at full speed. The power device of the ship was selected by Perona herself, and it is extremely powerful and much faster than ordinary naval warship. warships. Perona usually selects some books about warship machinery, so it is also involved. Nami is a navigator after all, so she naturally knows that on the way to Fishman Island she may encounter extremely cruel sea kings. She clasped her hands together and prayed silently in her heart, don't meet a sea king. Qin Luo was interested in meeting a sea king, after all he hadn't seen one yet. Huff huff, I don't know if Qin Luo was unlucky or God liked to play a joke. Just as the ship entered the doldrums, a sea king suddenly jumped out of the sea. Although the size of this sea king was not as big as imagined, its entire body was close to half of the entire sun. The entire body of the sea king blocked the front of the ship. Qin Luo looked at the sea king. This should be a small sea king because Qin Luo didn't feel any oppression from him. This sea king was just a little big with a childish face and no hideousness. It should still be a young sea king. Feeling that the sea king that appeared in front of the sun had no murderous aura at all, Nami's press Zion Rela Ed crow's mouth ba ba ba. Looking at the sea king in front of him, Qin Luo did not intend to take action. Killing a defenseless young sea king was like killing a child who had no power to fight back. Qin Luo was not interested in this. He turned around and looked at the two women. He thought they didn't want to attack the young sea king either. He said, Nami, turn the bow and go around it. Don't attack it. Yes. Nami nodded. Just when the sun was about to bypass the sea king moved. The young sea king stretched out its slender head and looked at Qin Luo on the ship as if looking at something. The big eyes were as clear as water and there was a little curiosity in them. The sun bypassed the sea king and continued to move forward. Unexpectedly, the sea king did not attack the sun but just followed the sun as if it had met its favorite toy. Qin Luo let the sea king follow the ship. When he gets tired of playing, he will naturally go back. After following for about half an hour, the sea king finally gave up and planned to turn around and go back. Seeing this scene, the two women smiled and marveled at it. They had an urge to raise a young sea king. It's so cute. Looking at the sea king going away, Perona smiled and said, I thought the sea kings were all fierce and cruel. How could I meet such an interesting little guy without one? Just when the three thought that the matter was over, suddenly they saw a huge shadow under the sea swimming towards the young sea king. Qin Luo's press Zion changed slightly. Not good. Kill. Qin Luo took out the white blade day and swung his right hand. Suddenly, a sword energy burst out and attacked the huge figure under the sea. The sea surface was instantly cut open by a crack and the sword energy left a scar on the huge figure and the sea surface was instantly dyed red. If you encounter a sea king in the doldrums, if you are far away you can turn around and avoid it. If you are far away, the sea king will generally not chase you. But if the sea king is close, it is another matter. The sea king will attack the ship frantically until the entire sun is destroyed. When Qin Luo saw the sea king under the sea suddenly attacking the young sea king, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Qin Luo could have ignored it, but he still chose to save the young sea king. The reason was not even clear to him. Maybe Qin Luo was moved by the clear eyes of the young sea king. Ang! With a roar, the sea king surfaced. His eyes were red and his press Zion was hideous and terrible. Looking at the sea king in front of him, Qin Luo smiled coldly. This sea king has scars all over his head. At first glance he is a tough guy who often fights with other sea kings and survive. The sea king suddenly appeared beside the sun, causing a huge commotion. The entire ship was almost overturned. Nami was horrified and screamed. Perona's press Zion was also condensed. Looking at the sea king in front of her, anyone would be terrified. I'm really dead this time. Nami's face was pale. Even from dozens of meters away she could feel the deep pressure from the sea king. The gunfire of the sun ship had no effect on this kind of adult sea king, and this sea king was huge with thick skin and flesh, and ordinary attacks were completely useless to it. It was to tickle it. The sword Qin Luo used just now was not covered with armament haki and it seemed quite strong, but it only left a small cut on the sea king. This was nothing for such a large sea king. Chapter 84. Just then the young sea king rushed to the side of the sun and a trace of excitement appeared on his tender face. He finally caught up with his big toy. Then the little sea king seemed to feel that there was a big guy full of hostility towards him. For the first time a trace of fear flashed in his clear eyes, and then he hid behind the ship, stretched out his slender head and looked at everything in front of him curiously. Seeing this scene, Qin Luo smiled bitterly. This cute thing. I don't know since when Qin Luo felt that this little sea king had wisdom. Although the wisdom was not high, Qin Luo was sure that this little sea king was not simple. It was too special. The sea king surfaced with red eyes, obviously enraged. Just now it saw a small sea king swimming on the sea. It wanted to have a good meal, but it didn't expect a creature to suddenly attack it. You know, no creature has ever dared to provoke it in this sea area. Today a creature dared to attack it. Although the attack was not painful, it would never tolerate such provocative behavior. Ang! With a roar, half of the sea king's body floated out of the sea. The sea surface suddenly set off a storm and the fierce waves almost overturned the sun. Looking at this sea king at this time, it was found that it was more than 50 meters long with a head similar to that of a crocodile and limb. As soon as the Sea King floated out of the sea, it attacked the ship. It stretched out its forelimbs and lashed at the Navy warship fiercely. The forelimbs of the Sea King were about 10 meters long and 4 or 5 meters thick. Looking at the huge shadow that was about to fall in the sky, Nami and the other two girls suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure. The huge shadow seemed to press down the entire sky. Facing such an attack, they had completely lost the ability to think, staring blankly at the giant shadow in the sky. Under such terrifying pressure, the bodies of the two women seemed to be fried and they had no intention of resisting. At this moment Nami felt how small she was, how insignificant her power was, and her heart was cold and desperate. However, at this moment Qin Luo moved. I can't let you destroy the ship. Armament color. Grudge ghost flash. Qin Luo almost instantly Rai Renzo with the domineering aura of armed color stepped on the air with his toes and instantly appeared under the forelimbs of the Sea King. At the same time Qin Luo swung his sword and slashed it violently, and the sword body directly cut on the forelimbs of the Sea King. The huge pressure that made people breathless. At this moment it disappeared in vain. The net moment, a loud tearing sound came from the air and the forelimbs of the Sea King were torn open by Qin Luo's sword energy. A huge wound about 3 meters long and 1 foot deep. Suddenly it seemed as if blood rained down on the ship and the blood dyed the entire deck red. Ang! It was a cry of pain and incomparable anger. The Sea King was completely enraged by Qin Luo. His eyes were red and blood was almost dripping out. Qin Luo didn't care whether the Sea King was angry or not. Qin Luo landed on the deck without any intention of stopping. Almost at the moment when the Sea King's forelimbs fell into the sea, go step continuous slash. Qin Luo appeared in front of the Sea King in a flash and swung his sword to cut several colorless slashes. In an instant hideous wounds appeared on the Sea King's body one after another. The Sea King glared at Qin Luo, opened his bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Qin Luo into his mouth. Flash. This time Qin Luo flashed behind the Sea King and slashed several more times, slashing the back of the Sea King. Qin Luo, who was suspended in the air, looked down at the Sea Kings below and found that ordinary slashes were completely ineffective. We can't delay any longer. If we delay any longer, it is likely to attract other Sea Kings. Qin Luo tightly grasped the white blade, first accumulated strength and then swung the sword out, swinging a wonderful arc in the air. Mountain collapse and earth-splitting slash. Qin Luo had no intention of holding back with this sword. A black space crack suddenly appeared above the Sea King, generating a strong suction force. First the blood and energy burst out, sucking the huge body of the Sea King over. At this time the Sea King seemed to feel some kind of crisis and began to struggle to leave the sea area, but everything was in vain. The struggle of the Sea King had no effect. Puff sucking over. Qin Luo swung a sword with a strong sword energy. The space vibrated and the ripples swept in all directions. The Sea King was ripped open by this powerful sword move. Blood spurted out and fell to the bottom of the sea with a bang, splashing huge waves. The calm belt returned to calm and the sea surface was calm as if nothing had happened just now. Nami and Perona finally breathed a sigh of relief. They subconsciously looked at the place where the Sea King disappeared. A huge monster just disappeared without leaving any trace. If there was no clearly visible blood on the deck and in the sea water, the two women began to wonder if they were dreaming just now. Qin Luo put away the white blade. They smiled faintly and looked at the big cute creature hiding behind the sun. This guy gives people the feeling of a child. Is there a wise Sea King? After quickly cleaning up the blood on the ship, the women all looked at the little Sea King. The little Sea King had a long and slender neck and its head looked very much like a giraffe in a previous life. Its body was not like a fish but rather like a mammal. It had a pair of big eyes as clear as water, swimming around the ship and spraying water at everyone from time to time, playing around. Nami, who was frightened just now, was also amused by this little cute thing at this time, and the tense atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Qin Luo looked at this little cute thing and had the idea of keeping it as a pet, but he gave up. Although the little cute thing was in its infancy, it was too big and it would be inconvenient to follow him. After a simple frolic, Qin Luo ordered Nami to go at full speed. However, just when the sun was about to set off, the entire sea surface began to shake. The two women's faces changed drastically. No, there is another Sea King. Qin Luo looked down at the sea and saw a huge black shadow slowly floating up. The shadow was getting bigger and bigger. This black shadow was hundreds of times bigger than the Sea King just now. This is really a wave after another. The ship was tossed around, making people sway left and right and unstable. Suddenly the whole ship was pushed out of the water by the Sea King and went straight into the sky. The ship rose rapidly and the two women suddenly felt a swollen pain in their brain. After a while the ship stopped shaking. The two women, who were still in shock, finally stabilized their bodies and looked around nervously. Chapter 85. Qin Luo knew that the ship was on the head of a Sea King at this time. The Sea King was extremely large and the whole ship was not as big as an eyeball of the Sea King. Just as he was about to kill, Qin Luo felt particularly familiar when he saw the Sea King. Hey, this Sea King is simply an enlarged version of the little cute thing. This should be the mother or father of the Sea King. Looking at the little cute thing net to the ship who was shouting happily, Qin Luo was more certain of his guess. Just when Qin Luo didn't know how to solve it, a voice suddenly came from his mind. Young human, thank you for saving my child. This voice did not appear in Qin Luo's ears but directly in Qin Luo's mind. Voice of the heart or spiritual communication. Looking at the two women's nervous faces, Qin Luo was sure that only he heard this voice. It was strange that the ability to communicate with all things could also be produced in himself. Obviously the growth of the sight and hearing color also raised his mental power to a higher level, and he could enter the level of half listening to the voice of the heart. At this time Qin Luo could hear the voice of the Sea Kings entirely because the Sea Kings forced Qin Luo to communicate. Who are you? Qin Luo did not know how to communicate with the Sea Kings, so he could only think about what he wanted to say in his heart, and the Sea Kings should be able to hear his words. It's been more than 800 years. I remember that the last time I communicated with humans was 800 years ago. At that time I was still young, and it was one of your human strongmen who took the initiative to communicate with me. Hearing more than 800 years, Qin Luo's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, but thinking about the long life of the Sea Kings he was relieved. We are the royal family of the Sea Kings. We usually live in the deepest part of the doldrums. Unless we hear a person's call we will not appear. If this little guy hadn't sneaked out this time I wouldn't be here. Hearing the Sea King mention a person's call, Qin Luo first thought of the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons. It is said that the mermaid princess Shirahoshi has the ability to communicate with the Sea King. However, Qin Luo felt that Shirahoshi's ability was a racial gift, not a observation haki. Is it the mermaid princess? Qin Luo asked casually. Qin Luo could feel that after hearing his question the Sea King's spirit had obvious abnormal fluctuations. Young man, it seems that you are not simple. You actually know this matter. You are not from that tribe. A few decades ago a human who could hear our voices appeared on the sea. I think he is also from that tribe. Only that tribe can have such excellent observation haki. After listening to the words of the Sea King, Qin Luo knew that the Sea King was talking about Roger. There is some connection between our tribe and the ancestors of the mermaid tribe. This is a long story. Young man, I will tell you net time I have the chance. Now I'm going back. After the Sea King finished speaking, his body suddenly dived, and after diving below the sea surface he sucked the little cute thing into his mouth and swam away. The sea was turbulent and huge waves hit the ships one after another. Looking at the figure of the Sea King going away, Qin Luo was a little solemn but more of a gossipy heart, and he had a strong interest in the Sea King and the mermaid clan. And Qin Luo became more and more curious about the blank 100-year history. This is the real Sea King. Seeing this Sea King I feel that the Sea King I killed before is just a small shrimp. Little baby Shirahoshi, as an ancient weapon you should be very terrifying. Such a Sea King is already despairing. If Shirahoshi summons a group I am afraid that even the admirals and the 4 emperors will be desperate. Departing for Fishman Island, the hull suddenly sank under the influence of a force and sank into the sea, all of a sudden diving to the bottom of the sea. The ship was manipulated to sink to the bottom of the sea, and the sea monster that was given life took on the role of coating, wrapping the entire ship inside. The sun gradually sank into the deep sea. As the surrounding sea water changed from blue to dark and finally completely dark, the depth became deeper and deeper. A moment later, the sea below was once again bright. A beautiful island like a dream world was seen wrapped in a huge bubble suspended deep in the sea. Fishman Island. The natives of Fishman Island were mermaid and fishmen who were once regarded as fish by humans and were completely unwelcome. It was not until 200 years ago, when the kingdom of REI-CHAPTER became a member of the world government, that it began to establish friendly relations with humans, and the king of Fishman Island was also allowed to participate in the world conference. However, due to various reasons, the contradictions between humans and the fishmen and mermaids became more and more serious, and friction continued. There were 2 key figures on Fishman Island, but their ideas were completely opposite. The queen of the REI-CHAPTER kingdom, Princess Otohim, hoped to coexist peacefully with humans, while the fishman explorer Fisher Tiger called on everyone to break with humans. In fact, Fishman Island has a dark history. After the Great Pirate Era began, the navy and pirates passing through here launched a large-scale kidnapping and looting of the fishmen and mermaids on the island. Since young female mermaids can be sold at a very high price, kidnapping mermaids has become the first choice for many pirates. Until Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, announced that he would take over Fishman Island, the navy and pirate did not dare to continue to make trouble. However, after the war on the top, a large group of people were ready to move in secret with various purposes, including criminals who wanted to take advantage of mermaid. Under the grace of Yangshu Eve, the land of Fishman Island, located in the huge bubble membrane, has blue sky and white cloud, and the wind is sunny. Wow, this is such a beautiful place. Corona looked at the dreamlike world world. She seemed to have only seen such scenes in paintings and calligraphy. Living in the dark and lonely Devil's Triangle, she also had a girlish heart and wanted to see the beautiful world outside. Qin Luo glanced at the Fishman Island and said with a smile, indeed it is said that the beauty of the mermaid princess is stunning. I hope to see her beauty this time. Nami puffed up her cheeks slightly when she heard Qin Luo's word and said, is the beauty of that mermaid more beautiful than me? As a woman, she naturally didn't want to hear from Qin Luo that other girls were more beautiful than her. Of course not as pretty as you. Qin Luo laughed and gently stroked Nami's cheek with a soft look. Maybe after experiencing the Sabayati archipelago, Nami didn't have much resistance to Qin Luo's touch, but her pretty face would blush. Let's go in. Chapter 86. After a while in the Dragon Palace at the top of Fishman Island, Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, came out from the palace and said to Qin Luo and the other two who were led by the guards, I didn't expect Mr. Qin Luo to come to Fishman Island. It's really rude not to greet him from afar. He looked a little nervous. Although Fishman Island is located at the bottom of the sea, it is still well informed. Everything that happened on the sea is basically clear here, so Neptune knows how terrible Qin Luo is. He defeated Doflamingo as soon as he became a 7 warlords of the sea, and then killed 3 celestial dragons in the Sabayati archipelago, escaped under the pursuit of the general, and offered a reward of 2 billion baileys. He is a veritable madman. Neptune dare not offend him. What if Qin Luo goes crazy and destroys his dragon palace? Although Whitebeard only said a word and put down a flag, no one dared to offend Fishman Island again, but it believes that Qin Luo will not care so much. Fishman Island is right below the Sabayati archipelago, so Neptune is very aware of the horror of the celestial dragon. Even Whitebeard is unwilling to clash with the celestial dragons casually, because that would be tantamount to declaring war on the world government and he would face continuous attacks. And Qin Luo's killing without hesitation can further prove his confidence and arrogance. No need to be polite. Qin Luo smiled and said, I came here for something. Oh, what is it? Neptune was puzzled. Qin Luo said with a smile, if possible let me use your daughter. After hearing Qin Luo's words, Neptune's whole body paused. What did this guy just say? Let him use his own daughter? What do you mean, sir? Neptune said angrily. Don't get me wrong, because Shirahoshi is the Sea King, I want her to help me call some Sea Kings over. Qin Luo said slowly. You. For a moment Neptune was stunned. You know Shirahoshi is the Sea King of this generation and only he and Princess Otohime know it. However, how did Qin Luo get the news? Don't worry, I won't hurt Shirahoshi. I just want to help the Sea Kings here and clean up their nest. Qin Luo said directly. Because just now, the system issued a task. Clear the nest of the Sea King. The task rewards the top level armament Haki Ryu Sakura. Although there is no character progress reward, the Ryu Sakura armament Haki is enough to help Qin Luo. Besides, cleaning the nest of the Sea King may also get some treasures, which is quite worthwhile for him. Go to clean the nest of the Sea King. But there is no treasure in the nest of the Sea King. And why does Xiao Shirahoshi take you there? Neptune was confused. Qin Luo replied, because the Sea Kings called by the Sea King are all super huge Sea Kings. I want to go to the top Sea King nest to take a look. But you are a capable person, you can touch the sea water? Neptune asked again. I'm not going to fight, I'm just going to take a look. Besides, the sea water has no effect on me. I just want Princess Shirahoshi to help me. If you think it's okay, agree. If not, forget it. Qin Luo smiled lightly. Although he was smiling, Neptune could hear a hint of threat from it. But Shirahoshi's identity was special, so they had to be cautious. Finally Neptune nodded. Okay then, let's rest for a night. I'll go find Princess Shirahoshi tomorrow. Please inform her in advance. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he went out to play with the 2 girls and strolled around the Fishman Island. Neptune specially arranged for someone to find Xiaoli to find out about Qin Luo's future, but the answer he got was that he couldn't see through it at all. In other words, this person's future is unknown. As long as it is related to Qin Luo, it can't be seen. Could it be that this is a person who can bring real peace to Fishman Island? Playing around for a while, Fishman Island is not only beautiful but also full of charming mermaids, which makes Nami jealous. Wait for the 3 to come back. Neptune has arranged rooms for them. The 3 returned to their room, but not long after Qin Luo stood up in surprise and opened his eyes. There was an obvious bulge on the thin blanket covering him. It is impossible to form such a picture when a person is covered with a blanket. Qin Luo lifted the thin blanket on his body and looked at Nami, who had come in at some point and was lying beside him, and said, how did you get here? In a strange place, it's safest to stay. Net to the master. Nami held her cheeks with both hands, lying there and looking at Qin Luo with a smile, saying, I'm very sorry, I didn't get the master's permission, so you want to punish me? Really? Not true, don't do weird thing. Nami blushed and turned around. Only by staying net to Qin Luo could she sleep peacefully. The experience of these days was really too great, and it was a bit unrealistic for her, a thief. Therefore she often had nightmares dreaming screaming that she was arrested by the Navy and her sister Nakago was also attacked by the Navy. All the bad things surged into her dreams like a tide, waking her up. Qin Luo stroked her hair and said gently, yet Nami relied on him bit by bit until she couldn't let go. The most helpless moment undoubtedly touched her deep in her heart. Qin Luo believed that Nami would soon fall in love with him. Early morning, Qin Luo woke up. Master, you are awake. Nami was standing at the door. She turned her head and looked at Qin Luo, who sat up and said, just now someone from REI-CHAPTER City came over and said that breakfast is ready. Well, let's go. After breakfast, Qin Luo went to find Princess Shirahoshi alone. Nami and Perona went to the market of Fishman Island. They found that the clothes designed here were very special, especially the clothes made of crystal pearls, which were very exquisite and dazzling. And Qin Luo's side, under the leadership of Neptune, they walked outside the hard shell tower. Qin Luo looked carefully. It is indeed a good place for defense. Your daughter Shirahoshi is imprisoned in the hard shell tower, which is not good for the hearts of girls of this age, Qin Luo said solemnly. There is another sentence that I didn't say. I need to have a deep communication with her to relieve her autism and loneliness in the hard shell tower for 10 years and purify her soul too. Chapter 87. Shirahoshi has been staying in it for these years and Neptune is just to protect her safety. Because of the instance of Vanderdecken 9, he saw her cry to summon sea kings and learned that Shirahoshi was the legendary mermaid princess who could control sea kings that the first generation ancestors had been looking for many years. In order to obtain this ability, he wanted to marry Shirahoshi as his wife. He has a very strong possessiveness and jealousy and even does not allow Shirahoshi to spend his life with others. Neptune showed regret on his face. Princess Shirahoshi has been in the hard shell tower lonely. It's all because of his uselessness as a father. He didn't let her enjoy the joy she should have at this age. As soon as he entered the hard shell tower, Shirahoshi, who was in a room somewhere in the tower, sent something and ran out in joy. Father! Shirahoshi showed joy on her face. Her father was usually very busy and only came to see her a few times. Princess Shirahoshi is on the list of most beautiful women in Pirate. She is indeed worthy of her reputation, Qin Luo admired in his heart. Bai Xing wore a fish-shaped hair accessory with flowing light pink long hair, bright blue eyes, beautiful face, full bust and pink fishtail with different shades of light and dark. As soon as he called out father, Bai Xing noticed Lu En behind Neptune. Immediately he showed a look of fear and timidity. After all these years of loneliness, he got used to being alone and suddenly saw a stranger he would feel scared. Father, he is. Don't be rude, Shirahoshi, this is Mr. Qin Luo. Neptune gently rebuked Shirahoshi, introduced Qin Luo and then looked at Qin Luo and said, this is my daughter Shirahoshi. I don't know much about etiquette, please don't mind. Shirahoshi was rebuked by Neptune and immediately showed a timid and weak look, looked at Qin Luo cautiously and said, Mr. Qin Luo. Looking at her, it seems that she will cry in the net second. No wonder Luffy calls her a crybaby. However, the lover's eyes are full of beauty. In front of Qin Luo she look even more slippery and cute, and I can't help but do something wonderful to her. Don't be restrained. Qin Luo smiled. Qin Luo's gentle smile made Shirahoshi feel gentle and close to Qin Luo, so she was not too nervous but blinked her cute big eyes and observed Qin Luo curiously. Can I talk to your daughter alone? Qin Luo asked Neptune with a smile. Of course. Although Neptune was confused, he agreed and turned to leave the hard shell tower. It was thinking, why did Qin Luo want to talk to a daughter alone? Inside the hard shell tower, facing Qin Luo's blazing eyes, Shirahoshi lowered her head and her face was slightly red. Being stared at by someone for so long, she felt uneasy, as if a needle was stabbing her heart. Shirahoshi's long pink hair and peach-like face were like a peach dripping with water. Luffy didn't know how to appreciate it. The rubber fruit is not only used to beat people, but it also has another use, such as a rubber machine gun. Cough cough. Princess Shirahoshi, you don't have to be nervous. Let's have a simple chat alone, just as a conversation between friends. Finally, in the silent atmosphere, Qin Luo spoke first. Shirahoshi still nodded shyly. Bai Xing, do you want to see the outside world? Qin Luo knew that Bai Xing had lived in the hard shell tower for 10 years and must have a great interest in the outside world, so he took the initiative to bring up the topic. Yes. Instantly Bai Xing's beautiful eyes were as bright as stars and she nodded happily. But then she thought of her father's order to stay in the hard shell tower and not be allowed to go out, otherwise she would be caught by Vanderdecken. I'll take you out. How about it? Qin Luo said with a smile. Really, Lord Qin Luo? Princess Bai Xing was excited and her big head came in front of Qin Luo. Of course. Qin Luo scratched Bai Xing's nose with his hand and smiled. Bai Xing's face turned red again and she hurriedly retreated, her heart beating like a deer. This was the first time in so many years that someone had physical contact with her. But father won't let me go out, Bai Xing said with a dim look in her eyes and lost. She also knew that King Neptune was doing this for her good. that Vanderdecken was watching her outside and it would be dangerous if she went out. Don't worry, I'm here, no one can bully you. Qin Luo smiled gently and said. Bai Xing's eyes flashed with stars again and he looked like he wanted to try, but he looked very scared. Qin Luo jumped onto Princess Bai Xing's shoulder and whispered, don't worry, I'm here, the bad guy Vanderdecken dare not bully you, and your father will agree. Is this true? Accompanying her gaze, Qin Luo nodded solemnly. No wonder his father came to see her today. Bai Xing showed a happy look. Let go, Qin Luo invited sincerely at this time. Yes. On the way, Bai Xing was like a curious baby, constantly asking Qin Luo questions and couldn't wait to ask him if he had seen the sunflowers, animals and other things on land. Qin Luo did not feel impatient and told her everything bit by bit. Hesitating about the size, he sat on Princess Bai Xing's shoulder. The white and soft hair made Qin Luo's heart flutter and he smelled the special fragrance of Princess Bai Xing's long pink hair. The blue dragon in the sky gradually raised its head and rushed into the sky. Gradually, as the two talked, Qin Luo also narrowed the distance with Bai Xing. At this time, Bai Xing seemed to have regarded him as a good friend and would not blush and be shy and speechless like before. However, Princess Bai Xing's face was also rosy now, because when Qin Luo spoke, his breath would blow on her earlobes, making her shrink her body. Qin Luo told her that the world culture and the Jurassic world were imagined in Princess Bai Xing's mind. That was a species of creatures that was even larger than her body. The two came to a sea area. Lord Qin Luo, what are they going to do? Bai Xing asked timidly after swimming with Qin Luo for a while. I need you to help me attract the Sea King, Qin Luo said directly. Sea King? They are scary, why do we let them come here? Cowardly Xing is indeed a coward. When he heard about the Sea Kings, Bai Xing was a little scared. I need their help. By the way, you are the Sea King and can control the Sea Kings, and you can communicate with them. You have to practice well because you will be needed to protect Fishman Island in the future, Qin Luo said with a smile. Because of the identity of the Sea King, Bai Xing has been well protected here. This is why Bai Xing has such a personality. Chapter 88. Like Princess Otohim, Bai Xing's observation haki is also extremely powerful. It's just that Bai Xing himself didn't realize it. Protect Fishman Island. Shirahoshi will try hard. After hearing what Qin Luo said, Shirahoshi's eyes also showed something else. Qin Luo smiled and said, Shirahoshi, you can try to summon the Sea King. Yet I'll try. Shirahoshi nodded seriously, but after 3 or 4 seconds, I don't know how to summon. Standing there, Shirahoshi frowned slightly at a loss. She didn't know how to summon at all. You know the observation haki, right? It's through the observation haki. Qin Luo didn't finish his words, looking at the confused Shirahoshi. Qin Luo knew that she probably didn't even know the observation haki. It's just a kind of thought. Think about communicating with the Sea King, this should be enough. After Qin Luo thought about it, he also found a way that Shirahoshi could understand to tell her thought. This way I'll try. After Bai Xing finished speaking, she also closed her eyes. Then she began to try to contact the 26 series of Sea King. 5 or si minutes later, Bai Xing opened her eyes, tears welling up in her eyes. Bai Xing still can't do it. Am I too stupid? I can't do such a simple thing. Bai Xing looked like she was about to cry. For you to see. So useless. I really overestimated you. In that case, go to hell. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he released a strong murderous intent and extremely violent breath and went straight to Princess Bai Xing. Bai Xing was shocked and pale. Lord Qin Luo, you. Under this murderous intent, Bai Xing was so scared that her whole body trembled. Oh Lord Qin Luo, I was wrong. Bai Xing will try hard. Please don't kill me, okay? Shirahoshi. Princess Shirahoshi has already cried. Ang. At this moment, a huge Sea King attacked instantly. Following closely, there were countless super-large Sea Kings. The smallest one was even bigger than the duck-headed Sea King that he had seen before. Hey, you are here. My name is Qin Luo. I can help you clean up the bodies in the Sea King's nest. Your king is my friend. I just did this to attract you. Qin Luo flashed and appeared in front of them. Cleaning the nest. Are you the human who rescued our Sea Kings in the doldrums before? I know you. Come with me. At this time, the super-large Sea King in the lead also said slowly, okay. Sea Kings have a natural habit of believing in people who have awakened the ability to listen to everything. Perhaps it's because Sea Kings have the ability to listen to everything. Shirahoshi, go back first. There will be Sea Kings here to protect you back. You can also try to communicate with them. You are their king. Qin Luo rubbed Bai Xing's face, then landed on the head of the dog-headed Sea King and disappeared into the ocean. Soon the light brought by Yang Shu Eve disappeared. At the same time, there was also a lantern fish to replace the light source. Moving forward in the dark, I don't know how long it took, and a mountain appeared in front of me. This is our nest. Human, please. The dog-headed Sea King also said slowly. I know, but why is your nest close to the island? Looking at the mountain in front of him, Qin Luo was puzzled. This is not an island, this is the body of a Sea King. After the dog-headed Sea King finished speaking, thousands of lantern fish slowly swam out. Then the scene in front front of him also appeared completely in front of Qin Luo. Wow, a bone is actually as big as the Sea King under him. It is hard to imagine how big the Sea King was when it was alive. Then the dog-headed Sea King also carried Qin Luo to find the bodies of those Sea Kings. Qin Luo collected all these super large Sea King bodies into the system space, and the system space would automatically clean them up. Brother dog, stop for a moment, let me see something, Qin Luo said to the dog-headed Sea King. Qin Luo is still here. In some places many bows filled with gold, silver and jewelry as well as some tough equipment were found. Sea King armor, Sea King trident, Sea King cloak, Sea King armor forged by the deep seas, long-term squeezing of Sea King bones, high strength defense and very light, does not affect movement. Sea King trident forged by the hardest bones of deep sea, Sea King's super hardness with sea stone effect. Sea King cloak forged by the most mysterious periosteum of deep sea, Sea King's fighting in the water will be blessed with inapplicable power. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. These things are all treasures. The most important thing is that although it is armor, it is like a vest with handguard, boots and the like, but these can be worn inside and your own clothes can be worn outside. Others can't see at all that you have something inside. The most important thing is that this thing can be sold or given to friends, and it is also a huge sum of money. Brother, go continue. Qin Luo continued to clean up the nest of the Sea Kings, just like sweeping mines to find treasure in a cycle. Soon the Sea King nest, which was originally full of Sea King corpses, was also cleaned up by Qin Luo. At the same time, Shirahoshi also returned to Fishman Island. Seeing Shirahoshi alone and returning safely, Neptune was relieved. At least Qin Luo really didn't do anything to Shirahoshi. Moreover, Shirahoshi was sent back by the Sea King. It seems that the Sea King attribute has also begun to awaken. Shirahoshi, have you become friends with the Sea Kings? Neptune walked to Shirahoshi and asked lowly. Shirahoshi smiled and said, yes, they are not fierce at all, and they listen to me very much, and Lord Qin Luo said that I can protect Fishman Island in the future. At this point Shirahoshi was a little excited. Yes, Shirahoshi is the best. Neptune also showed a doting smile on his face. As time passed, Qin Luo was completely solved. Brother Go, can you send me back to Fishman Island? After Qin Luo finished cleaning up, he also said to the dog-headed Sea King, woof woof. The dog-headed Sea King barked, then turned around and swam quickly. When he went out this time, the lantern fish did not follow him, so it was pitch black. Ding, mission completed. Reward high level armed color domineering Ryu Sakura. Qin Luo clicked on his panel. Host Qin Luo, currently using the character of the universe DNF Ghost Swordsman. Owned characters: Thunder God Ray 80%, Ghost Swordsman 81, 7%, Blazing Feather Flame Fini Suzaku 70%. Chance to draw characters of the universe 0. Haki armament, Haki Ryu observation, Haki overlord, Haki physical skills, lightning release, armor LV2, swordsmanship SITH, soul skill 10,000, swords return to the root, Zanpakuto 1000, cherry blossom. Chapter 89. The NET 2 days. Neptune also wanted to build a good relationship with Qin Luo. Princess Shirahoshi was specially asked to accompany Qin Luo and the other two to play around Fishman Island. As for Princess Shirahoshi's safety, Neptune believed in Qin Luo's strength and would not let Vanderdecken 9 succeed. The first stop was the Sea Forest. Because Fishman Island was not very large, the group arrived at the Sea Forest very quickly. This place is named Sea Forest because it is the place where all kinds of beautiful corals grow most vigorously, and these corals represent the trees in the forest. However, in addition to corals, this is also the place where many sunken ships will eventually be carried by the ocean current, so the atmosphere here is also very quiet and cold. Shirahoshi was also slightly affected by the environment and began to speak less. Soon, the group came to a certain area of the Sea Forest where a historical TET stone tablet was placed. In addition to recording the history of Fishman Island, it also recorded Joy Boy's apology. Shirahoshi held Qin Luo, Nami and Perona in his two small hands and asked with some fantasy, Master Qin Luo, what does the forest on land look like? Is it the same as the Sea Forest? Qin Luo smiled lightly and said it's very different. When answering Shirahoshi's question, a glimpse from the corner of his eye swept in a certain direction of the Sea Forest, but his prescience did not change much. In that direction, behind a huge coral reef, several figures were squatting there. The leader was Hody Jones, the captain of the new Fishman pirate group who killed Princess Otohim and tried to conquer the entire Fishman Island by force. Behind him were several pirate cotters and Vanderdecken 9. Princess Shirahoshi actually came to this kind of place with a few humans, and she didn't bring a few guards. Vanderdecken looked in the direction of Shirahoshi, his eyes revealing great desire. Hody Jones looked at Vanderdecken and said, what are you going to do? Of course, tie up Princess Shirahoshi and make her my wife. Vanderdecken showed an evil look, showing his fangs, looking in the direction of Shirahoshi and said, this is a rare and great opportunity. As he spoke, he took out an AE from his waist, aimed at the position of Qin Qin Luo and others squinted one eye and began to aim. Kill them first so as not to be too much of a hindrance. Ha 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 ha, how insidious Dakin. Hody Jones showed an evil smile. The pirate officers looked at Qin Luo with malice and said, Jinbei is a Shishibukai and wants to coexist peacefully with human. We fishmen are superior to human. Fishman Island should be led by us, don't make noise. Vanderdecken gave a low shout revealing an extremely serious look, carefully aiming at the direction of Qin Luo so that the crosshairs and Qin Luo's head completely overlapped. Until a certain point was reached, a cold light flashed in his eyes and the malice reached its limit in an instant. With a flick of his finger he suddenly threw an AE directly. In the blink of an eye he crossed a distance of 100 meters and accurately locked Qin Luo, trying to shoot Qin Luo's head through with one shot. Instantly hearing the movement, everyone turned their head and their eyes changed slightly. But Qin Luo's E-Press was calm, his right hand stretched out and his index and middle finger stretched out horizontally at a speed that exceeded that of the AE. Finally the handle of the AE was clamped between his fingers. Vanderdecken's pupils shrank, revealing a look of shock. Shirahashi only reacted at this time and screamed. Nami was still in shock. Qin Luo. Qin Luo glanced at Nami but didn't say anything. He looked up at Shirahashi again, smiled at Shirahashi and said, it's okay, don't be afraid Shirahashi. Lord Qin Luo. Bai Xing looked at Qin Luo weakly, showing a frightened look, and looked at the coral reef in the distance where Hody and others were hiding. Qin Luo turned his head, a trace of indifference flashed in his eyes, and then his index and middle fingers were slightly bent and suddenly popped out in the direction of the coral reef. Snap! The sharp AE burst out from between his fingers, piercing the coral reef at once, causing countless cracks on the coral reef, and then it broke apart. Behind the coral reef the figures of Vanderdecken and others appeared, and some expressions of horror and disbelief appeared on their faces. And Vanderdecken, the leader, was even more stiff there, lowering his head with unbelievable difficulty, looking at his chest where a clear blood hole suddenly appeared. Blood was gushing out of the blood hole. Even Hody Jones was shocked by Qin Luo's attack. Woo! This voice came from Bai Xing. She looked at Vanderdecken with an even more frightened expression, as if she was about to cry. Qin Luo shook his head and his body flew up into the air. He smiled gently at Bai Xing, pulled out the white blade day and said, don't be afraid. Didn't you just say you wanted to see the sun? Bai Xing, look, the sun is right there. Qin Luo blocked Bai Xing's sight in the direction of Huodi and signaled Bai Xing to look up. Bai Xing still had enough trust in Qin Luo. When she saw Qin Luo's action, the shock in her heart was slightly suppressed and she looked up with big eyes with a little tear. It was at this time that Qin Luo smiled lightly and swung the sword in his hand upward. Swish! Silently, under Bai Xing's gaze, she saw a black gap suddenly appear in the world above her head, tending from the left to the right and spreading to the end of her sight. Then her eyes froze. The whole person stayed where he was. Then, the sky above the entire Fishman Island, or should I say the ocean of 10,000 meters, just split from the center like an abyss, separating to both sides. The azure sky appeared above the sea. A touch of warm Wang Li Zhao sunlight shone through the split sea into the Fishman Island, shone into the sea forest and bathed Shirahoshi in the warm light golden sunlight. Not only Shirahoshi, the two women net to him also stared at the sky in a daze. The two women knew how powerful Qin Luo was and believed that Qin Luo could fight the general on equal terms. But this swing of the sword, it overturned the 10,000-meter ocean, and the majestic power almost split the whole world in two. It was the first time they saw it. What a shocking scene! Is this power close to the four emperors? Hody Jones and other fishmen looked up in shock and disbelief. Their hearts were almost blank and they were completely filled with shock. Even Vanderdecken, who was hit in the heart and fell to the ground but had not yet lost consciousness, looked up at the whole sea above being split in half by a sword and showed an unbelievable look. But Qin Luo did not give them too much time to be shocked. The first chapter 90. As Bai Xing stared at the sky in a daze, he briefly forgot the fear that Qin Luo was almost hit by the AE. Qin Luo put away the white blade, glanced indifferently in the direction of Hody Jones and others, then stretched out his hand and made a fist in that direction. Hody Jones and other fishmen whose hearts were pierced and whose lives were rapidly fading were all pulled by a force in an instant, unable to restrain their bodies, and flew towards a certain point. All of them collided with each other and then were squeezed together at once. In the end, everyone was forcibly pressed into a ball of mud was formed, and then under Qin Luo's backhand pressure it smashed into the sand and disappeared completely. Vanderdecken has been dealt with. By seeing you don't have to hide in the hard shell tower anymore. After Qin Luo killed Hody Jones and others, he said to Bai Xing with a gentle face, as if he just lapped away a few mosquitoes flying by. Bai Xing came back to her senses and looked at the position where Vanderdecken was just now, but there was no trace of him. She thought that Qin Luo had driven Hody Jones and others away and would not come back to harass her again. Then Qin Luo flashed and appeared above the Fishman Island with his hands clasped together. Because the entire entire Fishman Island was covered with coated bubbles. Qin Luo's sword just now cut open the sea and split the coating. Now the sea water began to flow back and was about to rush into the Fishman Island. Buzz! Along with Qin Luo's actions, a surge of power fell, forcibly curbing the surge of the water. The broken coated bubble was also pulled to close in the middle and finally closed again, returning to its original state. Master Qin Luo. There was still a bit of shock in Bai Xing's eyes when she looked at Qin Luo. The most powerful people she had met since she was born were Neptune and Sea Knight Jinbei, among whom Jinbei could easily stir up currents in the sea and make the sea turbulent, but even so it was far from being able to split the entire sea in two. Such power was far beyond imagination, almost like a god. If you want to see it again, go to the land to see it. Qin Luo landed in front of Bai Xing, suspended in the air in front of her, and smiled at her. Bai Xing nodded cautiously. At this moment she had already put the forest and the sun behind her mind, and the scene of Qin Luo splitting the sea with a sword kept echoing in her mind. It seemed as if the assassination of Vander Decken and Haughty Jones just now was just a small episode which basically did not affect the subsequent sightseeing of the crowd. During the tour, Qin Luo also went to the Fishman Cafe alone to see the divination of the mermaid Xiaoli, who is not curious about his future. Soon a mermaid with short black hair, cold blue eyes, pale skin and a pipe smoking came in from outside. As soon as Xiaoli entered the door, she saw Qin Luo drinking coffee and looked at him with complicated eyes. Captain Qin Luo. Hello. Xiaoli came over. She seemed to have expected Qin Luo to come. Meeting is fate. I heard that there is a mermaid who is 100% successful in divination here. Can you ask madam to do divination for me too? Qin Luo said with a smile. I'm 100% not worthy of it, but Captain Qin Luo, knowing the future is not something to be happy about. Xiaoli asked Qin Luo back, looking at the young man who had basically stepped on half of the 5 emperors with a curious face. Looking at the curious little eyes, Qin Luo chuckled and said, I never believe in fate. Xiaoli nodded, then took out the crystal ball and the little mermaid net to her. Also look forward to it. After all, this is the fate of the Sea Emperor. After a while Xiaoli suddenly frowned, her eyes suddenly widened and she shouted in an incredible voice, how is it possible? How could this happen? Why do I only see nothingness? Xiaoli, who didn't believe in evil, tried again but still could only see nothingness in the divination crystal ball. Xiaoli suddenly thought of something, stepped back in shock, pointed at Qin Luo with trembling fingers and said in a horrified tone, You are not from this world. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes, took a sip of the coffee in the cup and said undeniably, is it not polite to say that, Mrs. Xiaoli? Maybe the divination crystal is broken, or it is possible that it is not suitable for divination today. Qin Luo said slowly. There was no surprise or loss at the result. Qin Luo looked at Xiaoli's forced calming of her excitement and had to continue to help her analyze and fool her. Although I don't understand the ability of divination, there will be some limitations. It is against the common sense of the world to be able to achieve a 100% chance of successful prediction. It is against the common sense of the world. It should not be surprising that it suddenly failed. Hearing this, Xiaoli finally found an excuse for herself, but her curiosity about Qin Luo became more and more serious. By the way, do you want to divination Whitebeard future? Qin Luo suddenly remembered something and wanted to see if Xiaoli was worthy of the name. Hearing Whitebeard's name, Xiaoli suddenly fell silent with unspeakable emotions in her eyes. No need for divination. Xiaoli sighed. I have divined about Whitebeard a long time ago. After hesitating for a while, thinking of Qin Luo, who will be one of the 5 emperors of the sea in the future, Xiaoli still told the shocking secret in her heart. Whitebeard is dying. In these few years he will die in the war. What? The little mermaid net to her was shocked and said in disbelief, how is it possible, Mrs. Xiaoli? Lord Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. How could he die? The strongest man in the world is also a human being. Why can't he die? What's more, Whitebeard's death is simply a shocking conspiracy. Thinking back to the horrific battle he had seen, whether it was the navy or the pirates in the huge melee, all kinds of strong men fell one after another and countless people were killed and injured. Even now Xiaoli is still shuddering. Qin Luo nodded vaguely, looked at Xiaoli with a chuckle and said in a confident tone, in the future I can let Whitebeard live or die. Since it was predicted a long time ago, it may be a little inaccurate now. Madam Xiaoli, can you predict it again? Xiaoli muttered in her heart, this bad guy is really confident, but the divination crystal just now failed. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoli began to use the divination water ball for divination again. After a while, Xiaoli suddenly took her hand off the divination crystal ball and looked at Qin Luo in disbelief. Whitebeard. Chapter 91. Xiaoli recalled the scene she saw in the crystal ball just now and said tremblingly, Whitebeard survived. After hearing what Xiaoli said, Qin Luo drank the rest of the coffee, turned around and left, thinking in his heart, it seems that my existence has indeed made some changes to the fate of this pirate world. Xiaoli looked at the crystal ball silently, looking at Qin Luo, who was walking away. There was Y in her eyes without saying a word. The following week Qin Luo and others stayed in Fishman Island for a long time. They had played everything they should have played and continued their voyage. After leaving Fishman Island, the first emperor passed through the hole at the bottom of the Red Earth continent, officially announced that it would return to the New World in the second half of the Great Route. The vast of people. The first emperor moved forward slowly. In boring times there will always be someone to create happiness. That was Qin Luo. Qin Luo prepared a deck of landlord cards. There happened to be 3 people on the boat, and sitting together playing landlord could also kill time. In the first emperor, an empty room was sorted out in a cabin, the card room. The lights were on, very sufficient, with a warm atmosphere. Master, how do you play this? Nami looked curious. She had never seen this kind of game. Perona was the same. Qin Luo smiled and explained the game of Do Dizu needs to be played by 3 players using a deck of 54 cards including jokers, one of which is the landlord and the other 2 are the other parties. The 2 side fight and the party that finishes playing the card first wins. Slowly explain the process of the rules. The rules of Do Dizu: the size of the cards, the combination of cards, etc. Although the 2 women still have some doubts in their hearts, they have basically figured it out. Nami, Perona, do you know make a fortune in silence and play it to perfection. You may not know what it means to win 10,000 with only 200,000. Generally there are only 2 words to describe this kind of person: gambling monster. Some people often say that Chen Daizai could win 37 million with 20 yuan, and it is not a problem for me to win 5 million with 200,000. Ambush him. This card can't be snatched. This card doesn't need to be snatched. He is dead. Backhand a super double, make a fortune in silent. Nostalgia. When Qin Luo said this, a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. The newbies were still standing up and the old hands had already gathered in the square. Let's start quickly. Hearing Qin Luo's boast, Nami's eyes lit up and her heart itched. Obviously she was interested. Each person first distributed 1 million Baileys to see whose Baileys were lost first. The one who lost all would be responsible for washing dishes at night. The 3 of them first made a few small bets. Gradually the 2 women introduced the rules and gameplay of landlord. After they understood them all, they were full of confidence. Qin Luo decided to play the lazy mode, which had more wins and more losses. Either you make a lot of money or you lose everything. Just in the first 1 or 2 rounds Qin Luo had bad luck and he was too arrogant. He robbed the landlord but was killed by the 2 women. Well, these 2 girls are really talented. Qin Luo learned to be smart. Women and villains are the hardest to deal with in the world. I was a farmer, sometimes with Nami, sometimes with Perona and me. Many rounds. There are wins and losses. However, this is certainly not refreshing. So Qin Luo pressed the chips. His luck. He plotted several idiot super double card combination. A wave of spring came. 100s of thousands of Baileys. Nami and Perona were a little surprised, raised their thumbs and called them pert. When people are arrogant, their hearts are ruthless. Make a concerted effort and keep going. This time Qin Luo directly put all his chips on the table and the victory or defeat was decided in one wave. In this game Nami got the landlord and Perona and Qin Luo were civilian. And Qin Luo got 3 jacks. The cards were a small king, a single 2, a double sharp K10, 8765 and 4 fours. This card is so good, if you don't get a super double you will be sorry for yourself. Nami played a card a 6. Qin Luo said silently in his heart, ha ha ha, idiot Nami, it's a direct hammer. So he played a K. Perona looked at the card and thought she shouldn't have to top her teammate's card. She shook her head and said no pass. Qin Luo thought, MMP don't even want a K. Sure enough, I have to rely on you this time. Nami played a 2. Qin Luo played a little ghost without hesitation, blocking the opponent's way. Perona continued to play don't. Nami played a big ghost. Qin Luo didn't say anything and played 4. Please give me 0 flowers. Perona and Nami cooperated and said no. Qin Luo played 56, 78 and 10 plus a jack that can match any number to form a straight 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 0. Perona cooperated and said pass. Nami hesitated for a while but finally said no. Now Qin Luo's cards are 2 jacks, a pair of sharps and a 2. Qin Luo played a single card 2. Then he played a jack and won the game. Before he said it, Qin Luo also winked at Perona, signaling her to play more jacks so that she could double her card and make Nami go bankrupt. As expected, Perona understood Qin Luo's meaning and threw out 4 sevens in an instant, a bomb. But she never expected that Nami would also ambush and directly came with 5 Ks, 3 of which were. Nami had 17 cards left. 17 cards. I really don't believe you can kill me in 1 second. If you can kill me in 1 second, if you can kill me Qin Luo in 1 second with 17 cards today, I will. Of course I will give myself a big slap. Qin Luo couldn't help but blurt out as if all the resentment he had lost before had burst out. Playing 3 JS, 3 10s, 3 9s with 3 cards. Adding the previous bomb, there are exactly 17 cards all at once. Non-static picture. Qin Luo was stunned in place, motionless. motionless, tactical sluggishness, tactical silence, tactical cough. In an instant Qin Luo lost everything. Qin Luo lowered his head slightly, touched his nose and took a deep breath. He almost forced himself to have internal injuries. Master, are you still playing? Nami pursed her lips, her face full of smiles. I'm playing with your uncle. Qin Luo couldn't complain in his heart. It's agreed that one wave will decide the outcome. One Allen and the super double will be gone. Qin Luo turned and left with a lonely back. It seems that I have to wash the dishes tonight. Even Jesus can't save me. Perona also covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Luo looked like he had eaten shit, feeling very aggrieved. Plop 2. Chapter 92. Plop. At this time there was a sound of heavy object falling into the water outside the cabin. The three of them went out after hearing the sound. Master, it seems to be a pile of debris falling from the sky. Do you want to salvage it and take a look? Nami observed it briefly and said in surprise. The sky was very clear and only a few white clouds could be seen. This pile of things suddenly fell down, which scared them a lot. They thought someone was attacking, throwing objects from high altitude. Qin Luo also showed a strange look when he heard Nami's report. He looked up at the sky above, but even with his eyesight he couldn't see anything. Crash! Qin Luo was also a little surprised. He waved his hand to salvage the pile of debris. When his eyes swept over the pile of debris, one of the inconspicuous small signs made Qin Luo's eyes flash and reveal a strange color. Qin Luo walked to the side of the pile of debris and picked up the small sign from it. It was a strange pattern. He had a vague impression of this pattern. Is this the logo of the Fekong pirates? When it comes to the Fekong pirates, many people may have forgotten it, but if we talk about the leader of the Sky Pirates, almost any pirate will have a familiar name. Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary pirate who was once as famous as Whitebeard and Roger, was one of the three kings before the Great Pirate Era and the only jailbreaker in the history of Impel Down. Now in this world, only Whitebeard and Golden Lion, the kings of the previous era who are still alive, can be called legends. In the original work, Golden Lion lost to Luffy, who couldn't even use haki. Qin Luo was extremely puzzled and could only attribute it to Golden Lion's sudden brain damage. For such a person, even if he lost 2 legs because of jailbreaking, his strength would not decrease too much. You should know that the reason why Golden Lion was caught was because he was furious when he learned that the Pirate King Roger was caught. After losing his mind, he invaded the Navy headquarters alone and fought with Sengoku Garp for 3 days and 3 nights. Under the joint suppression of Sengoku Garp and the others, Golden Lion still destroyed nearly half of the Navy headquarters before being finally defeated and sent to Impel Down. After Golden Lion escaped from prison, the humiliated world government tried to arrest Golden Lion again, but Golden Lion is the user of the float fruit, which can make himself and objects outside of himself float and even make an island float to an altitude of 10,000 meters. On the ground it is too difficult to find something floating in the sky and hiding in the clouds. So in the past 10 years the world government and the Navy have not found any trace of Golden Lion. Why is he here? Qin Luo was puzzled. Shouldn't Golden Lion be plotting a big plan in the vision? On Ermiu Island a plant called IQ was studied, which was specially used to make animals violent. Could it be that because of himself the course of this world had changed a little? Qin Luo looked up at the sky. He still couldn't see what was in the sky. He could only see a few white clouds hanging above the sky and he didn't know how high it was. Golden Lion Shiki. Qin Luo didn't have a good impression of this guy who was above his head and a dangerous person who might drop an island from his head at any time. After glancing at the sky above, Qin Luo crushed the small sign in his hand and then said to the 2 women, net to him, I'll go to the sky, you sail as usual, I will find you. After that, before the 2 women under his command could react, Qin Luo stepped lightly. The whole person soared into the sky and the sound of sonic booms continued to come from his feet. After flashing several times in the air, only a small black dot was left. Nami and the other 2 girls were confused. They looked at each other as they watched Qin Luo disappear. A trip to the sky? What the hell is this? It can't be an excuse to avoid washing dishes at night. Whoosh whoosh. I don't know how strong I am now against the Golden Lion. Golden Lion Shiki, who is as famous as Whitebeard and Pirate King Roger, seems to be a good sword testing stone. Qin Luo kept going up. As he went up, a black shadow gradually appeared in the sky above, and then the second black shadow appeared and the third black shadow appeared. Gradually it turned into a black shadow. Finally a shocking picture was presented with countless islands floating in the sky like a dreamlike world. Many islands of different sizes were arranged in an orderly manner in the sky. After a few flashes, Qin Luo stepped onto one of the islands. He took a rough look with his observation haki, shook his head lightly and then left the island and ran to the net1. After passing through many islands in succession, Qin Luo came to the largest island, finally stopped and walked slowly towards the center of the island. The center of the island. Here is a huge palace built like a royal palace. The flying battleship on a platform in front of the palace. Golden Lion Dr. Indigo scared to 2 people and 1 gorilla ignored the bad weather and danced wildly on the spot. Although Golden Lion lost his legs, the famous sword Kumu and Yingshi on his feet did not affect his mobility at all. He walked steadily on the ground and danced without any awkwardness. In the surrounding square, a large group of members of the flying pirate group stood on the side and watched. At this time, a pirate in a hurry ran over and interrupted the dance of the two men and the gorilla. He walked directly to Shiki and shouted, "Boss Shiki, someone is flying in front of the Golden Lion." "That person is." The Golden Lion stopped dancing, biting a half-smoked cigar, interrupted his subordinates and said incoherently, "Ah, I am a big rooster, ha 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 ha." He laughed loudly as if he didn't hear what his subordinate said at all. He was ruthless and cruel to the enemy but very unreliable in front of his own people. Indigo patted his forehead side and began to gesture with his hands. After a long while he said, "Someone has come to our sky pirate, so you can talk." Golden Lion seemed to be a little surprised that Indigo could talk and then asked the little brother in front of him with a frown, "Who is here? Is it Hawkeye again or other annoying sea star chasers who call themselves pirate?" "Yes, we have been friends for a long time, Golden Lion. I am Qin Luo." Qin Luo's figure appeared in front of many sky pirates and Golden Lion little by little. "Who are you? Come to me." "Sorry, I don't need trash." Shiki was shocked at first but then laughed coldly. "Hey." Qin Luo didn't know whether he should feel sorry for him or what. This preface and postscript are not connected and the answer is not what he meant, but the rudder on his head affected his thinking, or he was like this. Chapter 93. The ship's Dr. Indigo looked at Qin Luo twice as if to identify him. He walked over slowly, stretched out his hand and gestured again and whispered everything he knew to the Golden Lion's ear. Obviously, unlike the Golden Lion, he knew nothing about the current sea. He had also heard of the recently popular Sakura swordsman Qin Luo. "Dare to kill the celestial dragons, which is also worthy of my attention. However, the current era is not yours, kid," the Golden Lion said arrogantly, obviously unhappy that Qin Luo was young but could be wanted by the Navy for 2 billion baileys. He was not dead yet and the old era was not over. "Ridiculous era, extremely boring," Qin Luo sneered. "Okay, tell me your purpose, otherwise I have to let you, a supernova who grew up in the warm era, see the horror of the old era." The Golden Lion began to be impatient. "Still immersed in the glory of the old era, the new era is indeed very warm. I hate those rubbish that go out to sea under the banner of pirates, but with your current status, are you qualified to let me see what horror is?" "Golden Lion!" Qin Luo shouted and took the lead. 26. Boom! Ripples spread across the void and the domineering aura of the king pressed directly over. The sudden strong wind swept away the moisture in the air. King versus king, the domineering aura is the best communication. Almost as a subconscious reaction, the Golden Lion also used the domineering aura. His hair was full of gold dancing in the wind and he seemed to have recovered his original domineering appearance in an instant. The dark red lightning-like substance loomed in the collision of the domineering aura, forming a large net across the sky. The thunder clouds rolling above were actually split in half in the invisible collision of domineering auras, revealing a dark sky. Once the two parties with the qualifications of a king meet, if they are in a hostile relationship, they will inevitably use the domineering aura first to compete with each other when they collide. No matter how strong and weak this seems to have been engraved in their bone. Perhaps it is all in the subconscious. The unwillingness to be inferior is stirring, wanting to decide the real king. The sky changed dramatically. The wind howled and the dark clouds were torn in half by the fierce collision. The pirates on the Golden Lion flying sky who were able to survive in the last era, all Eparians, the test of life and death, and relied on their tenacious willpower to resist the shock that shook the soul. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion Shiki bit a half of the cigar and laughed wildly. The warlike factor in his bones was awakened as if a real lion roared to the sky from his sleep. After all, he was a strong man who almost ruled the new world. Even if his fighting spirit was exhausted, he would not forget that he was a king who swallowed mountains and rivers. "Little ghost, no swordsman Qin Luo, you have been recognized by me, not a waste under the banner of pirate." Shiki slowly retracted his domineering aura and the gold that was raised high fell down again like a golden cloak. The trees that were blown crooked returned to their original state and it seemed as if nothing had happened on the Golden Lion, which was half the size of an island. Qin Luo, who was alone, showed the unmatched momentum of the overlord and stood at the other end with the Golden Lion and a large group of ferocious crew members, and the two sides formed a confrontation. "Qin Luo, there is no need to come to chat with me. Tell me your purpose, otherwise you will invade other people's territory at will. I will take this as a provocation and send you to hell." "Roger has been dead for almost 20 years, stirring up an era with one hand, and you have accomplished nothing. You have been completely forgotten in the sea. In my opinion, you are not even worthy of carrying Roger's shoes. In that case, why don't I kill you myself and help you get rid of it?" Qin Luo's feet were rooted, standing firmly on the ground, giving people a sense of indestructible stability. Every strong man has his own pride. Those who are not calm and composed cannot remain indifferent to the ridicule of others, and he is comparing him with his lifelong enemy. You say what? The Golden Lion stopped and asked coldly and ruthlessly, and the flying Golden Lion suddenly stopped in the air. I said you are not even worthy of carrying Roger's shoes. Qin Luo repeated what he had just said in front of him without any scruples. Roger used his death to make the world remember him, but you humbled yourself into the dust. You even to death are not as good as Roger. Little devil, don't think you are invincible just because you have done some little things. Dare to come to my ship to provoke me. The Golden Lion lost his mind on the spot and started without hesitation. Lion's Might Earth Scroll. On the Golden Lion the mountain peaks shook and trembled like an earthquake. Then the ground was controlled by an invisible force. It collapsed in an instant and all the soil melded together to form an extremely huge lion head. The flowers, plants and trees were uprooted and squeezed into the lion head, rushing towards Qin Luo like a mountain. Faced with such a behemoth, everyone can feel their own insignificance. The power was earth-shaking. Are you angry because of shame, or did it poke your sore spot? You are a waste who dare not face your own weaknesses. Qin Luo raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, pulling out the white blade. The blazing flame like a fire snake whirled around the sword, cut out the flame, burning like a vermilion bird. The flames jumped dazzling. Boom! The flames gushed out recklessly, forming a red bird that roared into the sky and violently collided with the lion head in front. In an instant the flames and the dirt and gravel seemed to blend together, and a storm came swallowing up all directions like a tsunami. The lion head could not bear it directly and was beaten to pieces on the spot, with gravel flying, mud splashing, and smoke and dust filling the air. All the crew members of the Golden Lion pirate fled into the buildings on the spacecraft in this level of collision to avoid the catastrophic duel. Damn kid, dare to be so arrogant. Even if the admiral of your navy headquarters is here, he dare not talk to me like this. Golden Lion Shiki's face showed a cold expression. With murderous intent surging, he suddenly jumped up. He lost 2 legs when pushing the city forward, and now his 2 legs are replaced by his own 2 swords. As he jumped up, Golden Lion swung 2 swords at Qin Luo. Buzz! 2 huge green sword chi formed across and slashed toward Qin Luo. The whole palace was cut by the cross-shaped sword chi. A crack appeared in the center and the surrounding walls also split suddenly. The pirates in the field were awed when they saw this and retreated in panic, obviously unwilling to be involved. Quickly retreat. That kid has angered the boss. Chapter 94. The islands floating in the sky. In the center of the largest island there is a palace, and most of the front has been destroyed. In the palace in the center there is a terrifying aura, as if it is going to tear the sky apart. Boom! Suddenly the entire palace plotted and 2 sword energies crisscrossed, instantly cutting the earth into 2 terrifying abysses that were hundreds of meters long and wide. Countless pirates rolled out of it in a panic, desperately fleeing to the distance. After fleeing to the distance, they turned around and looked at the palace behind with a palpitating face. That marine actually blocked Lord Shiki's slash. I didn't expect him to have such strength, but he completely angered Lord Shiki. All the pirates looked at the figure floating up from the ruins of the palace and suspended in the sky with awe and palpitations. The Golden Lion Shiki. At this moment the terrifying aura emanating from the Golden Lion made people tremble in their heart. They haven't seen the Golden Lion take action for many years. Now the Golden Lion's simple attack awakened their memories of the Golden Lion's terrifying strength many years ago. The Golden Lion was as famous as Whitebeard and Roger back then. He even forced Roger into a desperate situation. At this moment the Golden Lion was suspended in the sky looking down from above, and Qin Luo, who easily blocked his cross slash, looked down with a look of disdain. Did you block my slash? You do have some strength, but this is enough to make you proud. Die! The moment the voice fell, the Golden Lion Shiki kicked out more than 10 golden sword chi in an instant, like golden light falling all over the sky. Lion Chikiri, flashy tricks, is your strength limited to this level? Qin Luo stood in the ruins of the palace and sneered. Holding the sword in both hands, he suddenly swung it, and a dazzling white sword chi suddenly broke through the air and flew up to meet the more than 10 sword chi. Extreme sword art instant slash. The dazzling white sword chi collided with the more than 10 sword chi in midair like a crushing blow and continuously slashed more than 10 sword chi. Qin Luo's sudden burst of slashing made countless people pale with horror. Damn it! Golden Lion didn't expect Qin Luo's slash to be so powerful, and his pupils shrank slightly. At this moment he finally dared not neglect it anymore. His face became extremely solemn and serious, and he kicked with one leg. Bang! An equally huge golden sword energy suddenly burst out, collided with Birenzo, and finally extinguished the sword energy. This lash was extremely terrifying. After the sword energy was wiped out, there was still an after effect falling towards Qin Luo's head below. Ding! Qin Luo swept his sword and defeated the after effect of the sword energy. He did not show any shock, but a hint of excitement in his eyes. Is it really a great swordsman? The strange and unpredictable power of the slash just now gave him a completely different feeling. As a legendary pirate whose strength strength is second only to Whitebeard and who can be on par with Pirate King Roger. How could he not have some strength? If Zoro is destined to become a great swordsman with 3 swords and Hawkeye is recognized as a one-sword swordsman, the world's #1 swordsman, then Shiki the Golden Lion is a great swordsman with 2 swords. This is the first time Qin Luo has met a real great swordsman. There is a fiery fighting spirit in his eyes and there is only one thought in his mind: fight, fight, fight. So what if he is a great swordsman? He is not afraid of a fight. Now come again. Qin Luo held the sword in both hands, shouted and suddenly rushed to the sky swinging the sword fiercely. Qin Luo's progress as a ghost swordsman has reached %, and after defeating the Golden Lion it is estimated that it can reach 85%, which is equivalent to crossing a hurdle, and his strength should not be underestimated. However, Qin Luo also took a slight advantage. The Golden Lion lost 2 feet and swung the sword with his feet instead of his hands. Even if the realm of the great swordsman will not be affected, the strength of the slash will be more or less affected. Qin Luo's sword, the sword energy rushed to the sky, condensed but not released, forming a dazzling sword light flowing on the sword edge, faintly seeming to tear the sky apart. This guy, Golden Lion, no longer had the contempt he had at the beginning. With a solemn look in his eyes, he had already regarded Qin Luo as a real opponent. After a sharp shout, he suddenly raised his leg and chopped down fiercely. Qin Luo and Golden Lion, one swung the sword from bottom to top and the other swung the sword from top to bottom. The 2 swords suddenly collided in midair. Buzz! At this moment, it seemed as if thousands of light gathered here and the world was eclipsed. 2 sharp edges that seemed to be able to tear the sky and split the earth. In this sudden collision, a shocking power broke out. Boom! The place where Qin Luo and Golden Lion collided was in the center. A terrifying wave spread out. The white clouds in the sky suddenly tore apart and a 1,000-meter-long abyss suddenly appeared on the island below. Under the strong wind, Qin Luo's white robe fluttered and the Golden Lion was also shaken by Qin Luo's terrifying sword energy and flew backward. This attack was evenly matched. The Golden Lion flew backwards, only feeling that his legs were a little numb, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Is this guy's strength serious? Is this world really going to be replaced? Qin Luo glanced at the Golden Lion. Is this the realm of a great swordsman? Even if the frontal slash is blocked, there is still a part of the power that can be forcibly penetrated. Qin Luo vaguely remembered that in the original work, after the Pluto Rayleigh and Huang Yuan fought hard, Huang Yuan still had a slight wound on his face even though he transformed the Tian Kanjiun sword and blocked Rayleigh's frontal sword. Pluto Rayleigh, although Qin Luo has not met him, Wang Hao, he is sure that he is definitely a great swordsman in the way of swordsmanship. Great swordsman. Looking at the whole world, he is also a rare instant. Qin Luo and Golden Lion fought hard and were evenly matched. A terrifying abyss appeared on the ground, cutting out a nearly 1,000-meter-long chasm, which was just the aftermath of the collision. All the pirates, including those who followed Golden Lion before the Great Pirate Era, the recent pirates, also had a look of shock on their faces. Master Shiki's full-strength lash was also blocked. Who is that young man who can be so powerful? Countless pirates looked at the sky in horror, thinking that Golden Lion could easily kill Qin Luo the little devil. But who knew that Golden Lion with all his strength could not gain any advantage? This guy is the hot new star in the new world, recently the first emperor Qin Luo. Chapter 95. Just at this time, people recognized Qin Luo one after another. Although they were in the sky, they would occasionally get some news on the ground. When they heard the name Qin Luo, many pirates reacted immediately. Qin Luo. These 2 days the world is resounding, and the Grand Line, even if they are in the sky, occasionally get information from the sea below, which is like thunder in their ears. Defeated Gecko Moria. The former 7 warlords of the sea defeated Doflamingo the Sky Yasha, killed the world's noble celestial dragons and beheaded dozens of pirate groups with more than 100 million. I have heard that the power of thunder and lightning moved the 9 heavens, and I have also heard that the swordsmanship is unparalleled and the cherry blossoms are revealed. The 9 heavens descended and resounded through the sea in countless killings. Come on, the strong man who survived the old arrow, let me see your true strength. Qin Luo stood in front of the Golden Lion and stood in the air. The moment the voice fell, he rushed directly to the Golden Lion and swung his sword again. The Golden Lion snorted coldly. Murderous intent emerged in his eyes and met Qin Luo, slashing down with both swords, saying, "Just relying on you, little ghost, you still need hundreds of years." Boom! Qin Luo and the Golden Lion collided again, and the sword energy crisscrossed and tore the earth. In an instant, countless pirates below were frightened and retreated to a farther place in a panic. Don't think that I only know swordsmanship. When the Golden Lion's sword energy plotted, his body turned into a stream of light and flew out, slashing 2 sword energies at Qin Luo from a distance, forcing Qin Luo to swing his sword to resist, and then roared at Qin Luo. He suddenly used the fruit ability, and a strange force suddenly rippled. Walala! The earth was pulled by the floating fruit, and the entire ground suddenly rose up, turning into countless lion heads hundreds of meters high, wrapping Qin Luo in it. It roared wildly and then squeezed toward Qin Luo. Lion's Power Earth Scroll. This was the power of the golden lion using the floating fruit with all its strength. The waves of the earth it created were much stronger than when he teased Luffy and others in the original work. It was like a landslide shaking the earth and the sky. These huge stone lions formed by the mud swept in from all directions, surrounded Qin Luo and then crushed him fiercely, trying to crush Qin Luo into a meat pie. But at the moment when these huge stone lions suddenly closed and shrank in the middle, Qin Luo's cold voice came from it, and the squeezing and contraction of the mud also stopped abruptly. Boom 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 cack. Billions of cherry blossoms roared in all directions, suddenly blasting the golden lion's power earth scroll to pieces, turning into a sky full of mud flying in all directions. This shocking scene made the pirate who were about to retreat to the edge of the island all speechless in shock. Buzz. After smashing countless mud and rocks, the billions of cherry blossoms suddenly dispersed from the middle. Qin Luo, holding a sword, rushed out of the billions of cherry blossoms, came to the front of the golden lion and slashed it fiercely. The sword body strangely turned red and it had not fallen yet. A sense of destruction that seemed to burn everything to ashes was already frightening. Cut. Qin Luo swung his sword down and a red sword energy wrapped in the power that seemed to destroy the world fell down with a bang. Not good. The golden lion sensed the power of this move and was immediately horrified. Knowing that he couldn't take this move head-on, he turned sideways in midair trying to avoid the attack. Golden lion was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye he did avoid the frontal attack, but Qin Luo seemed to have epected it and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Eplode. Boom. With a deafening explosion, a terrifying mushroom cloud suddenly rose up, and before Golden Lion could react it enveloped him. Golden Lion was horrified and used his armed color domineering without hesitation. At the same time he swung his sword trying to split the heat wave that plotted at this moment, but the heat wave came too fast and Golden Lion still endured the first wave of attack. Bang. He split the rising mushroom cloud in half, but his whole body still became charred with burn marks in many places and his long golden hair was almost burned. My hair. Seeing his hair burnt and his body charred, the Golden Lion finally went completely mad. His eyes seemed to be spitting out flame. You damned brat! The crazy Golden Lion used his ability recklessly. The islands suspended in the sky were all roaring towards this side under the power of the Golden Lion. Seeing this scene, all the pirates were horrified. Oops, this is terrible. Lord Shiki is going to use this trick. The pirates looked at the islands of different sizes flying from all directions, all showing signs of fear and despair. Some people tried to stop Shiki, but the furious Golden Lion completely turned a deaf ear to him with only a monstrous killing intent in his body. At this moment he just wanted to kill Qin Luo. This move is not bad. Qin Luo looked at the islands of different sizes that gathered from all directions and seemed to collide with this place as the center and rushed towards the Golden Lion again. Whoosh whoosh, the two kept colliding in the air. After all, the Golden Lion was a double sword flow and the full strength slash of a single sword could be comparable to Qin Luo's swordsmanship. If it were not for the fear of Qin Luo's previous attack of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, the Golden Lion would still be able to suppress Qin Luo with his sophisticated swordsmanship. The suspended billions of cherry blossoms without Qin Luo's distracted control could hardly keep up with the speed of him and the Golden Lion. Whoosh! After another collision, the Golden Lion suddenly retreated because the island was coming. The great swordsman of the double sword flow plus the ability to control the island at will. With the ability of the floating fruit suspended in the air, the Golden Lion is still more terrifying than the Admiral of the Navy. Even if he lost 2 feet, the 3 islands blocked all directions with a terrifying whistling sound, colliding with Qin Luo as the center. Because it was too huge, there was no way to avoid it. Although the Golden Lion was also surrounded by the island, he was the initiator of the ability. Of course he was not afraid of being surrounded and attacked by his own ability. He looked at Qin Luo with a ferocious look. Experience despair. Golden Lion Shiji, if all your strength is only this level. Qin Luo looked at the Golden Lion from a distance. The fighting spirit in his eyes faded and his eyes became calm instead. He said coldly, then within 10 breaths you will die here. Chapter 96. Ha 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 ha, a little devil who can only show off his eloquence. You dare to say such arrogant words. It seems that I overestimate you. You will not live long in the Grand Line. Golden Lion seemed to have heard some jokes and laughed at Qin Luo. Really? Qin Luo's eyes became calm as if all emotions were swept away in an instant. Instead, a strange power surged from his body. In an instant, this strange power surged out of Qin Luo's body and the white robe he was wearing was suddenly covered by this power. Explanation 3 Scene. Final scene. White Emperor Sword. At this moment the aura used by Qin Luo's whole body gave people a sense of extreme weirdness and horror. The Golden Lion Shiji in the distance also felt inexplicably uneasy. This is such a power. Just when the Golden Lion was alert, Qin Luo moved. In the first breath Qin Luo swung his sword and defeated the Golden Lion's sword energy head and blasting the Golden Lion back. back. In the second and third breaths Qin Luo backhanded a sword and split an island that hit from behind into two halves. In the fourth and fifth breaths Qin Luo continued to chase the golden lion and swung his sword. The frightened golden lion avoided it in a panic, so another island was split into two halves. In the sixth and seventh breath the golden lion was caught up by Qin Luo in the air, and with a sword he fell from the sky and smashed on the ruins of the palace. In the eighth breath Qin Luo fell from the sky and swung his sword fiercely. Fall. A deafening explosion. Under the shock gaze of countless pirates who retreated to the edge of the island, a terrifying mushroom cloud rose in the center of the island and the ruins of the palace were directly blown to pieces. Even the entire island roared and disintegrated from the middle. It was said to take 10 breaths, but I didn't expect it to take only 8 breaths. Qin Luo stood in the sky, his eyes indifferent, watching the islands falling into the sea below. The body of the golden lion was inside the disintegrating island. Although it slashed with all its strength at the last moment and used the armed color defense, it still couldn't withstand Qin Luo's frontal final scene White Emperor sword. That was the moment when Qin Luo's voice fell. The islands flying from all directions all stopped silently, and then together with the island in the center fell silently towards the sea below. The pirates who were still alive fell down with the islands without any resistance. They looked at Qin Luo, who was still suspended in the air and did not fall into the sea below with the islands, and their eyes were full of disbelief. This is impossible. Lord Shiki would actually. The islands are starting to fall. Someone spoke in a dry tone with a look of shock and disbelief in his eyes. The islands fell into the sea below. What does this mean? Anyone knows it? These islands rely on the power of the floating fruit to float in the sky. Since it started to fall towards the sea below, it proved that the ability of the float fruit had been lifted. That is to say, Shiki the golden lion was defeated. Shiki the golden lion, a great pirate who was once as famous as Whitebeard and Pirate King Roger, the first and only jailbreaker in the history of Impel Down, fell into the sea. On this sea of the three great legends of the last era, only Whitebeard remained. The broken island fell into the sea below, setting off a terrifying tsunami on the sea, shaking the earth and sweeping in all directions. Many days later, Warring States, who was far away in the Admiral's office at the Navy headquarters, received a call. Hello, this is Sengoku. Report to the Marshal. Something important has happened in the New World. What is it? Golden Lion was killed. Marshal Sengoku, who was drinking tea with one hand and holding a den mushi with the other, saw the cup in his hand slip down silently. Then it fell to pieces on the ground with a click. Golden Lion, which Golden Lion? Golden Lion Shiki. Sengoku sprayed a mouthful of water all over the table, but he had no time to care about the wet document. Instead he held the den mushi with his eyes wide open and asked in disbelief. Although there seemed to be no second Golden Lion on the sea, Sengoku still found it hard to believe and thought he had heard it wrong. Yes, Marshal. The body of Golden Lion was found floating in the ocean by a colonel of our navy. According to him, the body was covered with sharp cherry blossoms which would hurt people if touched. We suspect it was Qin Luo. Zhang Guo named the person on the phone. The sword intent of cherry blossoms only belonged to that guy. Zhang Guo was silent. Is Qin Luo too strong, or is it that after Golden Lion lost 2 legs its strength was weakened more than expected and it was no longer as strong as before? But did Qin Luo, this guy just after entering the New World, behead the remnants of the old era? Damn it, damn Celestial Dragon. If he was still a Shishibukai and had the hope of becoming a navy, then obviously Zhang Guo was still upset about this matter. Please send flowers 0. After a long silence, Zhang Guo asked, okay, I know. At the same time, East, West, South, North. The first half of the Grand Line is paradise, the second half of the Grand Line is the New World. The news of the death of Golden Lion spread all over the world. The murderer who killed Golden Lion was Qin Luo, the newcomer with a bounty of 2 billion Baileys. This is truly world-class news. Xia Chi's torsion bar. Rayleigh, who was sitting at the bar drinking a little wine and reading the newspaper, saw the news. Golden Lion, after so many years I didn't expect to get news about you, but death. Rayleigh's glasses were reflective so no one could see his presence clearly. Xia Chi held a cigarette in her hand, supported her chin with one hand and leaned on the bar. Her sensitive heart made her clearly feel that Kid Qin Luo is really merciless. 0. Whitebeard Pirates. Moby Dick. A father and a boat of sons rarely calmed down and looked at today's news bulletin. Dad, the Golden Lion is dead. It was killed by the hot new star recently, Marco said solemnly. The opponent's strength is now equal to his. Whitebeard ignored his son. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt some inexplicable sadness in his heart, but he was relieved soon. Gulala, the fall of the old era. I am here waiting for the arrival of the new era. Whitebeard suddenly laughed up to the sky and grabbed the wine pot to drink. Dad, are you okay? Thatch, Jaws, Vista and others were worried. Blackbeard Teach also had a worried look on his face, but he was screaming wildly in his heart, thief, ha 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 ha, make a fuss, the more fierce the better, only in this way can the era of rampage be, is the real excitement, thief, ha 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 ha. News are everywhere. Newsbirds spread newspapers all over the sea covering all the places they can reach. Shock, the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion has been killed by the super rookie Qin Luo. Super rookie 2 billion Bailey bounty vaguely named the 5th Emperor of the Grand Line. Morgans asked the World Economic Society under his control to print newspapers frantically spreading the news to places that cannot be covered. Maybe the new era has really arrived and the rise of supernovas means the arrival of a new era and the end of the old era. Countless powerful supernovas swarmed out at this moment. The sea began to panic too. Chapter 97 East China Sea. Garp was picking up Luffy and putting him in the air. Grandpa, I've figured it out. Luffy looked at Garp with a smile and said, I don't want to be a pirate anymore. Gray. Garp was instantly happy when he heard Luffy, who had been yelling about being a pirate all day, suddenly said that he didn't want to be a pirate anymore. However, before Garp could be happy for a few seconds, he heard Luffy speak again. I don't want to be an ordinary pirate, I want to be the Pirate King. Oh Luffy. Garp happy press Zion froze instantly and he looked at Luffy with gritted teeth, clenched his fist and said, you have been taught badly by that bastard red hair. I must beat your bad nature straight today. While speaking, Garp raised his fist and was ready to beat Luffy hard, and Luffy also resisted without any resistance. But just when Garp's fist was about to fall on Luffy's head, a figure ran over breathlessly holding a newspaper with an extremely nervous and horrified look. Mr. Garp, please take a look at this. Oh. Garp raised his eyebrows, put away his fist, put Luffy down first, then took the newspaper, casually took a look, and his eyes widened immediately. This stinky boy has done such a terrible thing again. During the time Garp came to the East China Sea, he had thrown Den Den Mushi aside, so he was too lazy to answer the news from the headquarters, so it was not until now that he finally knew that such a big thing had happened in the New World. Qin Luo killed the celestial dragons, removed the 7 warlords of the sea, and killed the Golden Lion. At this moment Garp press Zion became more and more complicated. Who is Qin Luo? Looking at his grandfather Garp, who rarely showed any shock, he stood there in shock and looked at the newspaper in his hand. Luffy immediately scratched his hair and asked curiously. After hearing Luffy's words, Garp took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, turned his head and looked at Luffy and said, he is much better than you. Maybe he will become the 5th Emperor of the sea in the future. Luffy curled his lip and said, the 5th Emperor? So what, I want to be the Pirate King. Luffy. Garp was furious again, threw the newspaper directly, swung his fist and hit Luffy's head hard. While beating Luffy, the figure of Qin Luo flashed in Garp's mind. That unparalleled self-confidence and his own way of doing things. I hope he won't lose his humanity and become a pirate who hurts the world. After dealing with the Golden Lion, Qin Luo was a little confused. He looked at the endless sea and was a little speechless. It seemed that he couldn't judge its location and there was no record pointer. It was agreed to go to the Net island to replenish supplies, but without a route map he couldn't walk around. This is really a headache. After thinking for a while, Qin Luo shook his head and decided to go first. Let's loot this place. Since Golden Lion can research the invention of IQ, the funds must be very sufficient and there should be hundreds of millions of Baileys. Qin Luo muttered silently and opened the personal information screen. Host Qin Luo, currently using the character of the universe DNF Ghost Swordsman. Owned characters: Thunder God Rei 80%, Ghost Swordsman 85%, Blazing Feather Fini Suzaku 70%. Chance to draw characters of the universe 0. Heroic Armament Haki Ryua Sakura, Observation Haki, Overlord Haki. Physical skills: Lightning Release Armor LV2. Swordsmanship SITH Soul Skill 10,000 Swords Return to the Root Zanpakuto Senbonzakura. The progress of the Ghost Swordsman has increased from 81.7% to 85%. Qin Luo whispered. With a thought he put away the attribute bar, picked a direction at random and walked straight in this direction. Although he couldn't judge the geographical location, he was not as directionally challenged as Soran. With the 7th sense he could still walk in a straight line. As long as he encountered an island along the way he could tell where this place was. Splash! Qin Luo walked on the water on the sea and waves kept splashing under his feet. Walking on water was naturally more labor-saving than walking on air. What Qin Luo didn't expect was that he didn't know how far he had walked along the way, but he didn't see an island with people. He did encounter 2 or 3 uninhabited islands, but he couldn't judge the geographical location, so he could only use them as a foothold for a short rest. Amazon Lily. This island is located in the doldrums beside the Grand Line, where huge sea kings appear, so ordinary ships cannot enter the waters near the Daughter Island. It is a mysterious island, also known as the Daughter Island. As the name suggests, this is an island inhabited only by women. The island is the country of the female fighting tribe, the 9 Snake. They are born as warriors and shoulder all the household expenses and labor. Even after pregnancy they only give birth to girls. The characteristic is that they are wrapped with a snake and have the ability to transform into weapons at will. The island has the absolute norm of the man's ban hundreds of years ago. Once a man man enters this place his fate is to be destroyed. At this moment on the pirate ship of the 9 Snakes pirates which returned with a full load, Pirate Queen Boa Hancock was sitting on her pet snake Salome with a newspaper looking at it with an incredible look on her face. "What's wrong, sister?" the second sister Boa Sanda Sonia asked strangely. "Nothing, just a daring man." The Empress looked indifferent and threw the newspaper to the ground. "Sister, don't throw newspapers around, that's the latest one." The third sister Boa Marigold was a little helpless. The Empress pretended to be hurt. "No matter what I did I will be forgiven because I am really beautiful." Snake Princess. Big sister. The people under the seat were intoxicated. 9 Snake Island. Qin Luo finally came to this island, but at this time he didn't know, he just wanted to ask for directions and a record pointer. At this time Qin Luo saw that it was a pirate ship coming towards him, and the pirate flag composed of a skull covered by 9 snakes was fluttering in the wind. Qin Luo was stunned, wondering if he had seen it wrong. A woman with green wavy long hair was slightly shocked and looked at a tall, delicate and beautiful woman beside her. "Sister, there seems to be a person on the sea ahead who can survive the most dangerous section of the doldrums without any damage. He is not a simple person." Sanda Sonia is right. The other party came to 9 Snake Island alone. He must be a person of great talent. Maybe they are pirate who want to rob our 9 Snake Island. Drive the boat over and see who they are. After listening to the analysis of her two sisters, Hancock, known as the Pirate Queen, gave an order and stood up from the python Salome, which was coiled like a chair. She swung her long black hair, showing a different heroic figure. It was the temptation of a beautiful woman, and the temptation that only belongs to a beautiful woman, which spread out. When facing these stinky men you can get important information by just posing a few poses. "After all, I am so beautiful." Chapter 98. Countless exclamations suddenly rang out on the 9 Snake. "Wow, you are indeed Lady Snake, so beautiful. You are indeed Lady Snake, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Even my heart as a woman is about to melt." The 9 Snake and Qin Luo were not far apart, and they were only a blink of an eye away. Qin Luo was also very familiar with people. After a little surprise when he saw the Empress, he calmed down and waved his hand to say, "Hello big sister, give me a ride." The entire 9 Snakes was silent. Hancock coughed lightly and recovered first. She lifted her long hair, bit her lips gently and said charmingly, "Excuse me, are you a pirate?" Her long hair fluttered, her figure was slim, her eyebrows were black without any makeup, her lips were red without any makeup, and her eyes were clear and lively under her long eyelashes. At this moment her cute look of biting her lips slightly made her whole person exude a kind of delicate beauty unique to women, and even her casual gestures could be charming. "Beauty, it's really too beautiful." 26. Even the nature of the scumbag began to evaporate. Qin Luo thought in his heart that he wanted to take Hancock down. Qin Luo smiled and said, "I'm not a pirate, I'm your man. I want to marry you as my wife." Hancock was stunned, suddenly wrinkled her nose and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? I won't be yours now. I ask you, who are you and what are you doing in this sea area?" Hearing Hancock's gentle voice, Qin Luo didn't care even if she was angry. "Hey, who are you? My sister is asking you a question," Marigold said dissatisfiedly. She hated those men the most. Every one of them was drooling over her sister's beauty. That look was really ugly. Qin Luo saw this woman with long brown hair and strange appearance and seemed to be curious why there were always some ugly women around every beautiful woman. "My name is Qin Luo, the future 5th Emperor. Do you want to be the woman of the 5th Emperor?" Qin Luo had a faint smile on his lips which gave people a very aggressive feeling. "Qin Luo," Empress Hancock first said, then her Empress Xian was shocked in an instant and she looked at Qin Luo with a frown. "Are you the super rookie who killed the celestial dragons, defeated the golden lion Shiki, and was offered a bounty of 2 billion berries by the navy?" Qin Luo smiled. "It's me." "What, is he the hot new star in the Grand Line recently? He looks so young. It looks like he should be. He's so handsome." Hey, what are you thinking about? Men are not allowed to enter our 9 Snake Island." Wah. Everyone in the 9 Snake Pirates was in a rage. How is it possible that a madman who is almost as good as the 4 emperors of the sea actually appeared in their 9 Snake Island? "Hancock, what do you think? I said my opinion." Qin Luo suddenly jumped slightly with a hopeful look on her face. "I don't agree. Don't bother me any more, rude man. You are not qualified to get me at all." Hancock snorted arrogantly. She posed her classic pose of extreme contempt for all living beings, pinching her waist with her left hand and pointing her right finger at Qin Luo. Because of the posture of leaning back her upper body due to excessive contempt, it was more like looking up. Although she might know that she would not be Qin Luo's opponent, she was extremely confident in her appearance. "I believe Qin Luo would also be impressed by her beauty." "Wow, it appears again the unique contemptuous posture of Lady Snake," a group of women said in admiration. Swoosh! There was a strong sound of breaking wind like thunder in the ears, and Qin Luo's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Because his speed was too fast, even the crew on the 9 Snakes could not follow his movement. movement with their eyes. Everyone only saw a flash of light and shadow, and Qin Luo had come to Hancock. At this moment he bent down slightly, one hand around Hancock's shoulders and the other hand supported Hancock's smooth back. Go straight and kissed her. Even Hancock didn't react. She was kissed by Qin Luo directly. Hancock's eyes widened with a look of shock and she couldn't believe it. This move caught her off guard, and when Qin Luo let her go, she opened her mouth, stunned. Her mind was like a DVD player that was paused and was instantly frozen. Don't talk about thoughts. The heartbeat suddenly accelerated and the deer was beating wildly. You. She was kissed by force. Damn it. All the crew members on the Nine Snake finally realized that someone had kissed Lady Snake in front of them. This was a complete disgrace for being a warrior on Nine Snake Island. Asshole, what did you do to Lady Snake? Go to hell, man. How dare you insult the goddess in my heart? It's unforgivable. A group of female warriors cursed at Qin Luo and kept shooting at Qin Luo with bows and arrows. Countless arrows rushed towards Qin Luo like angry wasps. Swish! Qin Luo dodged quickly. The sea water was churning and the flying arrows were like torpedoes fired at the near sea water. The energy collided with the sea water, plotting countless waves. The extremely fast shooting speed, powerful archery skills and the armed color domineering attached to the arrows. This is the foundation of the Nine Snake Island female warriors. Must kill that man. The guy who blasphemed the Snake Princess must be sentenced to death. Only in this way can the anger in the heart be vented. Hancock was angry and launched an attack. Big fragrant kick. The big fragrant kick can petrify and crush part of the opponent's body at the moment of kicking. Her figure turned into a beam of light like a comet, bursting out with dazzling light, suppressing Qin Luo with a thunderous sound. Oh, it's this strike, a real bright dial. Qin Luo smiled evilly, feeling Hancock's sudden kick. Qin Luo's emotions did not fluctuate at all, and when the big fragrant kick was less than 10 centimeters away from him, he stretched out a finger. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly a ripple spread from Qin Luo's fingertips, instantly wrapping her big fragrant kick. This Hancock's body trembled slightly and she looked forward in astonishment. Her big fragrant feet were not only broken by Qin Luo, and Hancock clearly felt that the other party's hand was tickling her heel. She couldn't help but laugh. Instantly Hancock's face turned red. I'm showing my card. Her husband, you are not my opponent, Qin Luo said again. Seeing the blushing face of the Empress, it was quite charming, which made him feel funny in his heart. What do you want? Chapter 99. Looking at the calm Qin Luo, the Empress suppressed the throbbing in her heart and frowned. You don't need to care who I am. Before Qin Luo finished speaking, kiss gun. Kiss gun. Touch your lips with your fingers to create a small peach-colored heart-shaped substance, then use it as a bullet. Aim at the target with your finger as the muzzle and shoot. With a low roar from Hancock, a mini arrow of love was shot out. Ray. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and an endless black flame gushed out from his rotating eyes. The black flame seemed to come from the underworld of hell, carrying the aura of destruction. Everything turned into nothingness wherever it passed, and the void was distorted and collapsed. A powerful energy instantly broke Hancock's kiss gun. I don't accept your flying kiss, and I threw you a blazing feather flame. Fini Suzaku. However, Qin Luo showed mercy with this move. He did not bombard the Empress but changed the direction to bombard the sea not far away. The sea water in that area steamed up instantly and the water vapor was blown by the wind. What a terrifying power. These flames seem to be unextinguishable and can devour everything. Whether it was the people of the Nine Snakes pirates or Hancock, they all looked dazed. Seeing all this, they were horrified. Hancock knew very well that if the attack just now hit her, she would definitely die without a complete body. But what she didn't understand was why the other party didn't attack her. Could it be that he really liked her? But if so, why didn't her ability of the sweet fruit work? The huge waves surged, the water splashed, and Qin Luo smiled. Her pretty face, her eyes were lazy and her eyes were shining like stars. As the sun set, the red glow and the blue sea reflected together. Even though the sound of the surging tide was still in his ears, Qin Luo still smiled at Hancock and said slowly and sincerely, what do you think? You really don't plan to be my wife? For a moment the Empress Hancock suddenly covered her hot cheek and her heart was in a panic. There has never been a man who dared to talk to her like this, and she couldn't do anything to him. Is this a confession? No, I should reject him. Isn't this what women call chastity? Let's talk, Qin Luo said. The arrogant Empress must have some tricks to subdue her so that she can know how powerful she is. What do you want to talk to me? Hancock was quick-wit, thinking about how to trick Qin Luo later. I just came here to take a look and ask for directions. Qin Luo told the truth. Hancock, who was cold and arrogant, did not reply but looked at him quietly. It seems that she regarded Qin Luo as a fool. Either you are a fool or you treat me as a fool. Qin Luo was helpless and speechless, so he had to walk forward slowly and board the Nine Snake. Just when he was about to speak, he saw Hancock stepping on high heels and kicking him, and he was so scared that he quickly dodged. Wow, Hancock, I would like to call you the strongest. You are the woman in one piece who never cares about wearing a flag skirt. You are so violent in fighting and you are not afraid afraid of being seen naked. It was because Qin Luo dodged like this that the Empress kicked in the air, lost her center of gravity, fell over and bumped into Qin Luo. With a smack, they kissed again. It stands to reason that the Empress is 191 centimeters tall and can play in the WNBA. Qin Luo is 192 centimeters tall, so he shouldn't kiss her mouth to mouth. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Qin Luo for dodging, hiding a little far away, and the Empress pounced directly on her. Qin Luo also hugged her, so the scene just now happened. At this moment both of them were stunned. All the people in the Nine Snakes Pirates opened their eyes wide, covered their mouth, and couldn't believe it. Snake Princess, throw yourself into my arms, give me warmth. After a while Hancock finally reacted. Pupils widened, face flushed. After a delay of 0.01 seconds, Hancock immediately stepped back and cursed on the spot, asshole, you took my kiss away twice, unforgivable. Even though she felt it was useless, Hancock immediately used the ability of the sweet fruit to petrify Qin Luo. That I said, you didn't mean it. Qin Luo smiled as if he was still savoring the taste just now. I don't want to hear your explanation, I don't want to hear it. What the hell, how can I explain it? I mean, you took advantage of me. Okay sister, let me tell you, you can't be too narcissistic. What do you mean? Hancock frowned. She had never seen such a shameless person. You know it's shameful to act cute, that means you have no shame, Qin Luo said with a smile. You. Hancock glared at Qin Luo fiercely. I know I'm handsome, but even if you like men like me, I still can't change the fact that I don't like you. Because I'm the man you'll never get in your life, Qin Luo said with a smile. Despicable, ugly man, bald head, bad breath, yellow teeth, bald head. Hancock cursed, and the quality of the 24 companies came out of nowhere all in one go. If you're a man, don't use your ability. Hancock was so angry that she was usually arrogant. In front of Qin Luo she was furious. In her opinion, the other party's ability to ignore her sweet fruit was no different from his pair of scarlet eyes, weird and unfathomable. It's really intolerable for uncles and aunts, but unbearable for the Empress. Fuck, are you so cruel? Qin Luo's body trembled. This terrible woman. The ancients were right, only women and villains are difficult to raise. Looking for a fight, Hancock punched out angrily, trying to hit Qin Luo's face. Hey, I dodge. Qin Luo dodged every attack of the Empress. After several times he felt bored and didn't want to continue, saying, hey, you can stop, it's too boring, you're too slow, go home and practice for a few years and then come to me for advice. Hancock said nothing and continued to turn around and pass, spinning, kicking the man in midair. Enough. Qin Luo accidentally force grabbed the Empress's ankle and pushed it casually. Ouch. Hancock fell to the ground. Her jade foot accidentally stepped on the air, twisted her heel and became red and swollen. Hancock may have been used to staying on the daughter island for these years. Her beauty amazed everyone, and the title of the 7 warlords of the sea gave her courage. She thought Qin Luo would not do anything to her, but she forgot that the other party dared to kill even the celestial dragons, let alone a 7 warlords of the sea. Hancock gritted her teeth and wanted to bite Qin Luo to death. Thinking of this, Hancock felt wronged and muttered incoherently as if saying, damn it, I won't let you go, you're dead. Chapter 100. Qin Luo, with his powerful soul perception, could naturally hear Hancock's muttering and said speechlessly in his heart, it's obviously you who has epilepsy. At this time Qin Luo walked over. You, what are you going to do? Hancock was stunned and hurriedly protected himself. What else can I do, or what do you want me to do? You twisted your ankle, are you okay? Qin Luo sighed and his gentle voice suddenly rang out. Hancock never thought that Qin Luo came to care about her, and her face turned red. It turned out that she thought too much. She turned her head away so that Qin Luo wouldn't see her bromine appearance and struggled even harder. I'm fine. She tried her best to pretend to be calm, but her frowning brows still betrayed her deeply. Maybe she used her strength without reservation just now and used all her energy on her feet, so she sprained it accidentally. If she doesn't recuperate in time, she will also be seriously swollen. You still pretend when your feet are swollen. As he said that, Qin Luo didn't care about the intimacy between men and women and asked her to take off her shoes. The people of the 9 Snakes Pirates also woke up from their surprise. Seeing that Lady Snake was captured by Qin Luo, they were about to take action, but they were stunned by Qin Luo's domineering aura. In the cabin, Hancock was not used to it and was a little surprised. Asshole, what do you want to do? Her sweet fruit was useless to him, and this was the first time she felt desperate. The net moment, Qin Luo said very domineeringly, you are not strong enough, but you still show off in front of me. You are overestimating your own abilities. I'll help you massage it. It seemed particularly quiet outside. Qin Luo was cautious and very gentle. Qin Luo also saw Hancock's arrogant temperament. Hancock didn't think so much at this time, but her face was very red and I don't know what she was thinking. At first she was reluctant and struggled. Later she found that Qin Luo didn't do anything extra, so she was relieved, but she still felt very wrong. This is very much like a slap in the face first and then a piece of candy. You, with this this character you will suffer if you go out to me. The outside world is very cruel. It's not your warm daughter island landlord everyone will give in to you. The outside world has no parents who love you, no kind friends, and it's not as good as you think. In the world of the strong are kings, the winners are kings, and no one will sympathize with the weak. I know. Do you need to tell me? Hancock whispered in her heart. She was sold to the world nobles when she was a child, so she naturally knew the cruelty of the world war. At this time she was like a child listening to Qin Luo's reasoning with an impatient look on her face. Qin Luo chatters like an elder, and sometimes he has a lot of feelings in his heart. Yes, the society outside is so cruel. Although it is not full of malice, most of the time you must be on guard against others. When a man is really alone and out there, he can understand these words. Hancock wanted to talk back, but when she saw Qin Luo suddenly raised his head and looked at her, her heart shrank for no reason and she closed her mouth tightly, not daring to say more. Very real, very pure, and even without any impurities. Hancock could clearly see from Qin Luo's eyes that he was not full of greed like other men. His eyes were full of concern for herself. Real concern. But one thing must be said, Hancock's appearance is really beautiful. I don't even want to oppose you. Are you a warm man? You are just a scumbag playing hard to get. Qin Luo still rubbed Hancock's injured ankle without changing his expression. Maybe he was really distressed, thinking that a goddess like Hancock should not be hurt in the slightest. After rubbing for a long time, Qin Luo retracted his hand, then took back the high heels and said gently, come on, put them on. It's cold to walk barefoot on the ground. It still hurts a little. Hancock half leaned on the chair looking at Qin Luo pitifully. She didn't know why her emotions changed so much in such a short time. Qin Luo was speechless. This guy was just a lot of trouble. How about you carry me? Ah, this guy actually wanted Qin Luo to take her home. This is something that all men in the world dare not think about. Don't even think about it. This is impossible. I firmly disagree with it. Qin Luo's expression was serious and he refused sternly. My friends, do you think I did the right thing? The light of righteousness. You don't help with such a small matter and you bully a weak woman like me, Hancock said with tears in his eyes. You okay? Carry me on your back. Qin Luo almost raised his middle finger. Is that a weak woman? Sweet fruit, teach men how to behave. That's more like it. Hancock smiled with satisfaction and thought to himself, although this guy is a bit vicious, he is actually quite good. But if he wants to be your wife, it's too early. Moreover, from the interaction just now, Hancock actually felt a touch of warmth and satisfaction. This feeling seems good. It's much better than carrying a bag in the past. Let go. I saw Qin Luo very gentlemanly carrying Hancock on his back as if he had the intention of taking advantage of her. For a moment Hancock was shy and her face turned red. What's wrong? Qin Luo was thick-skinned and asked knowingly, shameless. He lifted it up again and said with a smile, You did it on purpose. Hancock clearly felt that Qin Luo was taking advantage of her and punched her chest with her little pink fist. How could this be? I'm very dedicated and serious. It's okay if you're on guard against villains, but it's too much to be on guard against a gentleman like me. Qin Luo coughed twice, feeling guilty. But after taking advantage once, don't be so arrogant. Who knows if Hancock will give her a cut-off kick? Just thinking about it makes my back cold. This woman is too scary. Moody, this word is the most appropriate for the Empress. Shameless. All the derogatory words are used on Qin Luo, which makes Qin Luo speechless. I didn't expect this girl to be so knowledgeable. Hancock couldn't help but take a deep breath and exhale and stopped talking. Just like that, she fell on Qin Luo's back, feeling the unique charm of the man. Her body tensed up involuntarily and her heart beat faster. The two of them seemed to be hugging each other back to back. It would be strange if they were not nervous. Qin Luo, how did you get here?